Hey, woman. Get out here. If you don't come out by the time I count to 1, you'll regret it. 10-9. The countryside night was so dark that one couldn't see their own hand. Even the moon hid behind the clouds. Only the old widower's kerosene lamp flickered in the night wind. He stared at the thick weeds by the edge of the village, his cloudy eyes glowing red with excitement and malice. The numbers came slowly from between his yellowed teeth, filled with cruel amusement. Jiangshi hid behind a pile of hay, biting her hand hard. The sharp pain helped her stay awake for a moment. She had been drugged, her body weak and burning, her mind growing hazy. This was bad, very bad. She had to deal with the old man before she lost control of her senses. The widower was over 50, strong from years of labor, much stronger than her. The good news was that she had trained in martial arts with her father since childhood. Her special card system had come with her when she crossed into this world. A golden card spun above her head, the keen ear card, which allowed her to hear sounds within 30 meters. She could use it 10 times, and this was her second. If she could escape and reach her wooden house, she could ask her childhood friend Si Yenqing for help. The bad news was that the field was far from her home, and her body was weak from the drug. What should she do? Point 2-1. You really don't know what's good for you. The old man stomped toward the weeds, cursing under his breath. When I find you, you'll be sorry. His thin legs kicked through the grass, startling frogs and small animals that scrambled toward the sweet potato field. Croak, croak, chirp, chirp. The noise filled the night, but Jiangshi's heart pounded in fear. The weeds were only about 20 meters from the haystack where she hid. The old widower couldn't find her, so he would surely widen his search and soon reach the haystack. Huh? Not here? That woman really knows how to hide. He straightened up and looked around, his dark, rough face showing deep lines and a gloomy, angry expression. Jiangshi curled up tightly in the small hollow of hay, watching his every move through the gaps with cold, alert eyes. Her hand was marked with deep bite marks, and the taste of blood filled her mouth. She pinched her thigh hard, trying to stay awake and focused. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to act now. The keen ear card would last only 20 minutes, and there were just over 8 minutes left. Jiangshi looked around the hay nest, hoping to find something she could use to protect herself. The haystack was where the villagers stored feed for their cattle, packed tightly together. The hollow she hid in had been secretly dug out by Aunt Lu, who often stole hay from the pile. Jiangshi had once seen her doing it and discovered the hiding spot. To keep the hay from blowing away, several thick tree trunks were pressed on top. Even the smallest was thicker than her thigh, far too heavy for her to move, especially now. If she wanted a weapon, she would have to go outside to find one. A stone or a stick would do. She tried to stand, holding onto the haystack, but her legs gave out and she fell back down. Rustle, rustle. Her ears twitched. Through the card, she could clearly hear the old widower rummaging through the sweet potato vines, muttering angrily. Jiang, you'd better come out. The medicine in your body was given by your fiancé. He sold you to me. I paid 200 yuan for you, so you're mine now. Don't even think about running. The night wind carried his harsh voice. Jiang, she clenched her teeth, filled with hatred for the man who had caused all this. She had once been a hard-working modern office worker who died suddenly from exhaustion. Now, she had awakened inside a story called Rebirth in the 70s, the young master's nightly devotion, becoming the orphaned daughter of 2 fallen heroes. She was a spiteful supporting character who always went against the heroine, Zhao Manji, and took pleasure in making her life difficult. The male lead in the story was Tan Hongjie, the grandson of the wealthy Tan family in the capital, and also the original character's fiancé. The heroine, Zhao Manji, was Tan Hongjie's first love. They were high school classmates and lovers. Just as they were planning to get married, Tan Hongjie's grandfather, Tan Xingchong, forced them to break up. Tan Hongjie insisted on marrying Zhao Manji, but after being punished by his grandfather and having a long private talk with him, he finally gave up. After that, Tan Hongjie stopped seeing Zhao Manji and never mentioned marriage again. One day, while out, he accidentally saved Jiangxi, an orphan of a fallen soldier. He then began to pursue her sincerely, caring for her every day and giving her thoughtful gifts. Jiangxi was grateful for his help and touched by his kindness, so she agreed to be with him. When the Tan family was sent to the countryside for reform, Jiangxi was persuaded by the Tan family's matriarch to go with them. Because she was the child of a soldier, the Tan family was treated better than others after moving to the countryside and lived in the same area as the educated youth. However, Jiangxi, as both a soldier's child and an educated youth, was tricked into living alone in a rundown wooden house in the back mountain of Taoyuan village. In her previous life, after Zhao Manji and Tan Hongjie broke up, the Tan family was investigated by the authorities. Her own family, afraid of being implicated, quickly married her off to an older widower. The man, in his 40s, was a deputy director at a meat factory. His first wife had died during pregnancy after suffering from his violence. After marrying him, Zhao Manji often faced domestic abuse and lost several pregnancies, living a life full of pain and despair. 5 or 6 years later, the Tan family was cleared of all charges and returned to the city. Their property and houses were restored, and they regained their wealth and status. Tan Hongjie's wife, Jiangxi, though an orphan, lived a life of luxury, wearing fine clothes and being driven everywhere. Zhao Manji hated Jiangxi deeply, blaming her for taking the life and position that should have been hers. Later, when Zhao Manji became pregnant again, she was hurt by her husband and passed away. After being reborn, she was overjoyed. When the Tan family was sent to the countryside again, she secretly joined them. She stayed close to Tan Hongjie, and the two appeared inseparable at the educated youth camp, looking like a loving couple. The original woman used to scold her every time she clung to her fiancé, calling her shameless. But that woman would always say vague things on purpose, making the original woman lose her temper and speak harshly. In the end, everyone saw the original woman as cruel and mean. Just earlier, Tan Hongjie had brought her a bowl of chicken soup. The original woman, blinded by love, drank it without hesitation, not knowing it had been secretly drugged. Zhao Manji took 200 yuan from an old widower and told him to take advantage of the situation to force the original woman into marriage. That widower's wife had died years ago because of his violence, and Zhao Manji wanted Jiangxi to suffer the same miserable fate she once did. After being drugged, the original woman managed to push the widower away when he wasn't paying attention and escaped from his house. She ran all the way to a haystack, but the drug's effect was too strong, and she collapsed there. That was when the new soul took over her body. Now that she had a second chance at life, she would never let that man ruin her dignity and future again. Jiang hardworking, she steadied herself against the haystack, full of determination. She felt her way out of the hay pile. The haystack was on a wild grassy slope, surrounded by tall weeds. Next to the weeds was a cornfield. The corn plants were only as high as her calves, thin as chopsticks, and useless for hiding. Jiangxi carefully moved the grass aside and finally found a fist-sized stone under the roots. She quickly grabbed it. It wasn't big, but it was better than having no weapon at all. Step, step. The sudden sound of footsteps made her face turn pale. Zhang Laozhen was walking in her direction. Heh, Jiang, you can't get away. Just as she expected, he had found his way to the haystack. Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. She hurried toward the haystack, hoping to hide again. Her shoes brushed against the grass, making a faint rustling sound that seemed loud in the quiet night. Not good. Zhang Laozhen was too close. He must have heard it. She instinctively quickened her pace, running toward the other side of the haystack. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Laozhen ran after her, the light in the darkness growing brighter as he approached. The night wind carried the sharp smell of burning kerosene, making Jiangxi's face even paler. Bang, bang, bang. Her heart raced wildly as she forced her weak legs to move, trying to run back to the haystack. Comrade Jiang, come back with me quietly. I promise I'll treat you well, haha. Zhang Laogan's unpleasant voice came again, sounding as if it were right beside her ear. Jiangxi bit her lip and pinched her thigh hard. The pain made her gasp, but it also cleared her mind. Her trembling legs grew steadier, and her steps became quicker.
Ha! Found you!
Just as Jiangxi slipped into the haystack, Zhang Laozhen ran to the other side. His voice was loud and excited, the deep lines on his face twisting as he grinned, making him look strange and ugly, like a clown.
Ha!
Not here? His smile vanished, his face fell, and his eyes turned dark with anger. Rustle, rustle. A pair of worn cloth shoes stepped closer, following the flattened grass, moving straight toward the haystack. A corner of Jiangxi's yellowed clothing peeked out, clearly visible under the flickering light. So the little mouse is hiding. Before he could finish, Jiangxi suddenly jumped out, raised a stone, and struck his forehead hard.
Ah!
Caught off guard, Zhang Laozhen cried out in pain as a lump swelled on his head. Jiangxi took the chance to strike again, swinging the stone at him while shouting angrily, "You shameless old man! How dare you bully me?" Zhang Laogan's head was covered in bumps, and tears welled up from the pain. He glared at her with hatred and shoved her hard. Already unsteady, Jiangxi fell to the ground, the stone slipping from her hand and rolling away. Smack! Zhang Laozhen stepped forward and slapped her across the face, his eyes fierce. "You dare hit me? I'll teach you a lesson." Before Jiangxi could recover from the fall, his hand had already struck her. Her head spun, and a buzzing sound filled her ears, leaving her dazed and unable to react. Zhang Laogan's face twisted with anger. He lifted his thin leg and kicked her hard. "How dare you hit your own husband? I'll teach you a lesson today." Jiangxi pushed herself back with both hands, trying desperately to move away. But the drug in her system made her limbs weak, and she couldn't move fast enough. She took the full force of his kick.
Ah!
She cried out in pain, which only seemed to please Zhang Laozhen. That's the spirit. Keep that up later." He stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, and yanked hard. The buttons popped off, revealing her pale skin. Zhang Laogan's eyes turned red as he grinned wickedly and moved closer. Jiangxi quickly pulled her clothes together, scrambled to her feet, and ran for her life. "You dare run from me, you useless woman!" Zhang Laozhen chased after her. The oil lamp in his hand shook, its flame flickering as it lit the stumbling figure ahead.
Ah!
In her panic, Jiangxi tripped over something hidden in the grass and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Laozhen caught up, sneering. Terrified, she tried to get up, but he kicked her down again. "You think you can run? I'll make you pay." He kicked her several more times. Ignoring the pain, Jiangxi crawled frantically to the side. Suddenly, her hand touched something long and solid. Her eyes lit up. She pulled a wooden carrying pole from the grass. It was Aunt Lu's pole for carrying fodder. She had a chance now. Gripping it tightly, Jiangxi turned and swung it hard at Zhang Laogan's leg.
Ah!
Caught off guard, he took the blow directly. Losing his balance, he fell backward with a cry of pain. The oil lamp flew from his hand, hitting the ground with a sharp crash. The glass shattered, and the spilled oil spread across the dirt. The flame flickered weakly in the night wind, about to go out. Seizing the moment, Jiangxi got up, raised the pole, and struck him again and again.
Ah!
"Stop it!"
I said stop.
Zhang Laozhen screamed and crawled away, cursing furiously as he tried to escape. Jiangxi said nothing, driven by anger as she chased after him and struck again and again. The original Jiangxi had some martial arts training and often did farm work, giving her great strength. She wanted to defeat Zhang Laozhen before her strength ran out. The terrible thing that had happened to the original Jiangxi in the story must never happen to her. Zhang Laozhen tried to grab the stick, but Jiangxi hit his hand hard, almost breaking his fingers. "Stop.
Please stop.
I was wrong.
I won't touch you again."
He held his injured hand, crying and begging for mercy, his face covered in tears and snot. Jiangxi kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Before he could react, she kicked him again, making him curl up in pain. That would stop him from ever hurting her again. Only then did Jiangxi lean on the stick, breathing heavily. She gritted her teeth. "You bully! Let's see if you dare to mess with me again." Zhang Laogan's head was covered in bruises. He held his head and groaned in pain, no longer daring to move. He looked nothing like the arrogant man from moments ago.
Snap.
The oil lamp on the ground went out as the wind blew. The number on the card dropped to 0 and disappeared into the system's storage. Jiangxi had won, but she couldn't feel happy. Her heart was racing from the fight, and waves of heat rose inside her. Her legs felt weak, and she almost fell. The medicine's effect was getting stronger. She bit her lip hard, trying to stay calm. In the darkness, Zhang Laogen struggled, as if trying to get up. She had to leave right away. Dragging her tired body, Jiangxi leaned on the stick and stumbled toward the old wooden hut at the edge of the village. That hut was her home in Taoyuan village. If she could just make it there, she could ask her childhood friend Si Yanqing for help. Holding on to that thought, she finally reached the hut. "Cece, is that you?" A clear male voice came from inside, where a small oil lamp was still burning. Jiangxi's mind was foggy, and she could no longer think clearly. She felt that the man's voice sounded very familiar, as if he were someone important, but she couldn't remember who he was. With a creak, a tall and upright man opened the wooden door and walked out quickly. "It's so hot." She finally lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. The pole in her hand fell to the side, and she tried desperately to pull at her clothes, feeling unbearably warm. "Xiaoxi, what's going on?" The man rushed to her side, startled by her strange behavior, not knowing what to do. Something was clearly wrong with Jiangxi. Her face was flushed, her eyes unfocused, and she couldn't seem to hear his voice.
"Who did this to you?"
He muttered angrily, grabbing her arm to help her up. Jiangxi felt as if her whole body were burning. When something cool touched her, she instinctively leaned toward it, holding on tightly. "Ah, that feels nice." She buried her face against the man's chest, rubbing her cheek against him and murmuring, "So cool." The man's face turned bright red. He quickly caught her hands to stop her restless movements. "Xiaoxi, calm down. It's me, Chen." "Chen?
Si Yanqing?"
That can't be true. Why would he be here? Her mind was hazy. She struggled against his grip and looked up at him in confusion.
"Wow.
You're really handsome." Her eyes sparkled for a moment, focusing on his face. Si Yanqing felt awkward under her gaze, his ears turning red as he looked away. Then he gently held her shoulders and said, "Xiaoxi, let me help you inside." Her body was weak, and she kept slipping, but he held her firmly in his arms. They stumbled into the wooden house, and Si Yanqing closed the door behind them. "It's so hot. I want something cold," she murmured. Her face was flushed, and she kept fanning herself restlessly. Si Yanqing's face was still red as he tried to calm her down, keeping a careful distance while helping her stay steady. He moved quickly and helped her lie down on the bed. "Xiaoxi, rest here for a while. I'll get some cold water to help you cool down." "Don't go, I want my ice pop," she murmured. Jiangxi lay on the bed, holding tightly to his hand, refusing to let him leave. Her face was flushed, her eyes hazy and bright like clear water. Si Yanchen looked at her, his throat tightening as he tried to stay calm. "Xiaoxi, be good. I'll just go and get," before he could finish. Jiangxi suddenly pulled him down, and he fell onto the bed beside her. "Ah, that's better," she said softly, hugging him tightly and rubbing her cheek against his. Startled, Si Yanchen froze for a moment. The warmth of her body made his mind go blank. The faint, sweet scent around her made it hard for him to breathe steadily. His expression changed, and he tried to get up. Jiangxi, still dizzy from the heat, felt as if she were holding a big block of ice. That ice block was trying to move away. How could she let that happen? She wrapped her arms and legs around him, pouting playfully. "Don't run away, or I'll be mad at you." Then, acting on impulse, she pulled his head down and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. Si Yanchen tried to move aside, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gently tried to free himself from her grip, but she kissed him again, leaving him completely stunned. The girl he had liked for so long had suddenly kissed him. His heart raced, and he couldn't hold back his feelings anymore. He returned her kiss, holding her close. "Help me," she whispered weakly, still feeling feverish. Si Yanchen hugged her tighter, trying to comfort her. The oil lamp by the bed burned brighter, filling the room with a warm, golden light. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Si Yanchen's eyes turned red. Breathing heavily, he forced himself to move away from her lips. He couldn't let this continue. "Ice cube, don't go." Jiangxi opened her hazy eyes, confused about why the ice cube that was supposed to cool her down was leaving. Feeling uncomfortable, she moved restlessly and murmured, "It's so hot."
Help me.
"Xiaoxi, do you really want me to help you?" The last trace of clarity in Si Yanchen's eyes disappeared as she struggled. He tried to calm the heat rising inside him, gently lifting her chin so she could only look at him. His gaze was intense but uncertain. "Xiaoxi, who am I?"
You?
"You're a handsome guy." "Hee, let me see if you have abs." Si Yanchen frowned at her answer, holding her restless hands and speaking softly, trying to coax her. "Be good. What's my name?" "You're." Jiangxi looked at his face, trying hard to remember. Si Yanchen held his breath, waiting nervously for her reply. "You're Si Yanchen, Brother Chen." Before she could finish, he leaned forward and kissed her deeply. The night passed with the sound of the old wooden bed creaking and the faint light of the oil lamp flickering on the wall. "Xiaoxi, what do you want to eat?" "I'll make breakfast for you." Jiangxi was sleeping soundly when a clear male voice startled her awake. She had been single for over 20 years and had never even kissed a man, so why was there one in her room now? The man standing by the bed had broad shoulders and a lean, strong build. His sharp features carried a hint of sternness. He picked up the green military uniform from the floor and put it on quickly, his movements smooth and disciplined, showing his good upbringing. Jiangxi's foggy mind cleared instantly. Memories rushed back, and despair filled her heart. The sky had fallen. She had somehow ended up in a story set in the past, inside the body of a lonely orphan girl, and had just spent the night with her childhood friend who came to visit. He had come all the way from the capital to visit her, and last night, after she accidentally took a strong medicine, she lost control and ended up spending the night with him. She clutched the worn blanket tightly around herself, watching the man's every move without blinking. After more than 20 years of living quietly, she had finally experienced love, and with such a handsome man, too. Thinking about what happened last night, her face turned bright red, and her eyes darted away shyly. "Why so quiet? Do you want noodles or porridge?" The man fastened his belt and turned to look at her, his expression relaxed and satisfied. "Noodles." "I want egg noodles," she said. Knowing there was still a tough day ahead, Jiangxi ordered without hesitation. She needed to eat well to regain her strength. "All right, wait a bit. It'll be ready soon." Si Yanqing smiled gently, the sharpness in his eyes softening into warmth and care. Jiangxi watched his back as he left the room, unconsciously licking her lips as if still lost in thought. Everything about this man seemed perfect to her, though he was a bit too energetic. She tried to sit up, but pain shot through her body, making her gasp softly. Her pale face twisted in discomfort. Then she thought of Tan Hongjie, and her eyes turned cold. She would never forgive anyone from the Tan family. From the memories she inherited and her own analysis, she realized that the original Jiang she had only been used by the Tan family, a tool to protect them during difficult times. The Tan family were powerful capitalists in the capital city. When the old master learned that their wealth might soon be confiscated, he couldn't bear to hand it over to the state, but still wanted his family to stay safe. After much thought, he made a long list of names, searching for someone they could use. In the end, he chose Jiangxi, an orphan with no parents, but with valuable social connections. He forced his eldest grandson, Tan Hongjie, to break up with Xiao Manji and set up a plan by the river outside the city. They pushed Jiangxi into the water, and Tan Hongjie rescued her. After that, he pursued her passionately under the guise of being her savior. At 16, Fragile and naive after losing her parents, Jiangxi was easily deceived, and they became engaged. Meanwhile, the Tan family secretly hid most of their valuable assets, preparing for the storm to come. When the committee investigated the Tan family, they generously handed over all the houses, factories, shops, and furniture that couldn't be hidden to the state. Thanks to Jiangxi asking her late father's old superiors for help, the Tan family came out of it completely unharmed. When they were sent to the countryside, they even received the same treatment as educated youth. After arriving in the village, the Tan family's matriarch, Zhang Jinmei, tricked the original girl into giving her the compensation money her parents had left as martyrs. Even the monthly allowance meant for orphans was tightly controlled by Zhang Jinmei. When the girl turned 18, the job position assigned to her by the organization was taken away by Tan Hongjie's younger brother, Tan Hongming. Every day, after finishing her own work, she still had to wash clothes and cook for the Tan family. They treated her like a free servant. In just 3 years, the once lovely and lively girl became pale and worn out. This time, they used a harmful trick, hoping to get rid of her as a fiancée, while still taking advantage of her guilt and kindness. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji then became a couple and lived a shamelessly happy life together. The Tan family truly left the girl with nothing. Jiangxi reached under her pillow and took out a delicate women's watch to check the time. There was still more than an hour before the villagers would gather for work. By then, Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji would bring the villagers to catch her in a trap. Enduring the soreness all over her body, Jiangxi slowly got out of bed. Her legs were weak and trembling as she put on her clothes. She regretted her lack of self-control the night before and told herself she should be more disciplined. Shaking slightly, she put on her shoes and leaned against the wall as she walked out. "Xiao Shi, the egg noodles are ready. Come and eat." Si Yanqing entered the room and saw her moving unsteadily, holding onto the wall. His calm expression turned into surprise. "Ouch, it's all your fault." Every step made Jiangxi ache, and she gave Si Yanqing a playful glare. "Ahem, wait a moment. I'll help you apply some medicine. It'll make you feel better." Feeling embarrassed, Si Yanqing rubbed his nose, blaming himself for losing control the night before. He quickly walked over, lifted Jiangxi gently, and placed her back on the bed.
"You.
Lie down on the bed. I'll help you massage your lower back and legs." Si Yanqing's handsome face turned red as he nervously supported her shoulders and helped her turn over. Hiss. With his help, Jiangxi managed to lie on her stomach, secretly making a promise to herself.
Stay calm.
Stay calm. This is too painful. Then, Si Yanqing strode to the end of the bed, took a small bottle of medicinal wine from his army green backpack, and opened the lid. A strong herbal scent filled the air. His warm hands gently massaged her back, easing the soreness in her body and making her sigh in relief. The soft sound she made was like a kitten's purr. Si Yanqing's hands paused for a moment, then continued massaging with more focus. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing grew heavier. After he finished massaging her back and legs, Jiangxi felt much better. She could walk normally again. Si Yanqing then lifted her up and placed her by the old wooden table, letting her lean against the chair. On the table were 2 bowls of egg noodles. The eggs were golden and fragrant, the vegetables fresh and green, and the soup shimmered with a thin layer of oil, giving off a mouth-watering aroma. Grr. Jiangxi's stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, she pressed her hand against it. She had only drunk a bowl of chicken soup last night and had been active for a long time afterward. Now she was starving. Si Yanqing kindly placed the chopsticks in her hand. "Eat up. If it's not enough, I'll make more." With the chopsticks in hand, Jiangxi didn't hesitate. She pulled the bowl closer and began eating. The moment the soft noodles touched her tongue, her eyes lit up. She ate quickly, forgetting everything else. "Is it good?" Watching her eat happily, Si Yanqing's gentle face was full of warmth and affection. Jiangxi nodded eagerly and gave a thumbs up. "It's delicious. Much better than mine. If you like it, I'll cook for you from now on." Jiangxi. Was that a confession? Only after finishing the last sip of soup did Jiang Shi feel alive again. Are you full? Should I make a bit more? Si Yanqing had already finished his meal and was watching her with a soft smile. I'm full. Hiccup. Jiang Shi let out a small burp and rubbed her stomach shyly. Si Yanqing noticed her little gesture and kindly changed the topic. Cici, what happened last night? How did you end up taking that kind of medicine? At the mention of last night, Jiang Shi's face turned cold. It was that scoundrel Tan Hongjie. Last night, he and Zhao Manji. She told him everything about their scheme. Si Yanqing was so angry that he stood up, the veins on his forehead bulging as he clenched his fists tightly. That jerk. I'll teach him a lesson. He turned to leave, but Jiang Shi quickly grabbed his arm. Looking at his neat military uniform, she said, No, you can't. Your position is special. It's not worth getting punished because of someone like him. The soup from last night is gone, and they've destroyed the evidence. They won't admit anything and might even blame you instead. She let go of his arm and stood straight, her eyes firm. I'll make them face the consequences in my own way. I just need you to help me with one thing. Si Yanqing's expression softened. What is it?
Just tell me.
Jiang Shi smiled brightly. Go to the west end of the village and find old Zhang. He nodded as he listened, a faint smile appearing on his face. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the sound of the village chief's old iron bell echoed faintly from under the big locust tree in the east of Taoyuan village. It was the bell that woke the villagers for work. Jiang Shi's lips curved into a meaningful smile. The show was about to begin. Si Yanqing opened the wooden door and strode out. Jiang Shi half closed the door, cleaned the dishes on the table, and put them away. Then she picked up a chipped bowl and walked into the room.
Crash.
The bowl shattered in front of the bed, scattering pieces across the floor. She quickly gathered the messy bedsheets, stuffed them into a wooden chest, and replaced them with clean ones. After making the bed, she took Si Yanqing's green backpack and hid it in the pile of firewood in the storage room. When everything was done, she looked around carefully to make sure nothing seemed suspicious, then finally let out a sigh of relief. As her mind relaxed, exhaustion and weakness washed over her. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and was about to fall asleep when ring, ring, ring. A sharp alarm suddenly sounded in her mind. She frowned and opened her eyes. She blamed herself for being too excited when she first got the system and setting the card drawing time for 6 in the morning.
Ding.
Card drawing system reminder. It's time for your scheduled draw. Would you like to start now? Yes. A 9-square grid appeared on the system screen. A flashing cursor jumped back and forth across the grid. Each square held a card: egg card, flower card, soap card, keen hearing card, eagle eye card, widening pill card, fishing rod card, and cooling bomb card. The cards appeared randomly, and anything could show up.
Ding.
Congratulations, you've drawn a 1-pound flower card. Would you like to store it in your system backpack? Store it and close the screen. The system disappeared, and she felt a bit more awake. She had only been bound to the system for a few days, and most of the cards she had drawn were food-related. The most useful one so far was the keen hearing card, which had helped her a lot last night. Comrade Jiang. Comrade Jiang. Just then, the voice of the village gossip, Old Lady Chen, came from outside. Her voice was loud and full of excitement. Soon, Jiang Shi heard many hurried footsteps stopping outside her wooden door. Tan Hongjie had arrived with the villagers. Oh my, why is there a carrying pole here? This is mine. How did it end up here? Look, the door's slightly open. Maybe Comrade Jiang is home. Comrade Tan, are you sure she didn't come back? Outside, along with the villagers' chatter, came the old voice of Village Chief Zhang. Village Chief Zhang, I'm sure she didn't return. Tan Hongjie's voice was calm and confident, carrying a steady tone of authority. Brother Jie, it's all my fault. If I hadn't felt dizzy and you hadn't helped me, Comrade Jiang wouldn't have gotten upset and left. Zhao Manji's soft voice trembled slightly, sounding pitiful and delicate. Jiang, she sneered. As expected of the heroine, with a touch of Westlake's charm, She's the perfect cup of green tea. Oh, dear, village chief. Let's just go in and take a look. As soon as old lady Chen finished speaking, she pushed the wooden door open and walked straight inside. The wooden house, built by an old hunter, opened directly into the living room, which connected to two rooms. Jiangxi lived in the larger one, and old lady Chen quickly stepped inside. When she entered the room, her eyes darted around with obvious curiosity. The wooden house was simply furnished: a worn wooden bed, an old table and chairs, a weathered cabinet, and a redwood chest. Poverty was clear at a glance. Old Madame Chen immediately spotted Jiangxi sitting by the bed and shouted loudly, "Village Chief Zhang, Comrade Jiang is here." At her call, a group of villagers and young workers rushed in. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji quickly stepped through the crowd and stopped in front of Jiangxi. Last night, Tan Hongjie had personally sent her to Zhang Laogan's house. They had planned to bring people to this cabin as a formality, then lead everyone to Zhang Laogan's place to catch her in the act. Why was she here now? Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji exchanged uneasy looks, both sensing trouble. Zhao Manji's face darkened. She silently blamed Zhang Laogen for failing to keep Jiangxi there. She quickly calmed herself and put on a guilty, self-blaming expression. "Comrade Jiang, it's my fault. I wasn't feeling well, so Brother Jia helped me for a moment, and that made you misunderstand. Luckily you came back safely. Otherwise, I would have felt terrible." A sharp light flashed in Tan Hongjie's eyes as he scolded angrily, "Jiangxi, your temper is getting worse. How dare you stay out all night? Tell me, where did you go last night?" Jiangxi watched their performance coldly. Tan Hongjie was handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his every move showing refined elegance. With his looks and manners, he was clearly from a good family. No wonder the original Jiangxi had liked him. Zhao Manji wore a white dress, her delicate features framed by a side braid that made her look gentle and graceful. She held Tan Hongjie's arm and looked at Jiangxi with curiosity. This time, they hadn't caught her at Zhang Laogan's house. How would they accuse her now? When Jiangxi stayed silent, Tan Hongjie frowned and stepped forward to grab her wrist. "Jiangxi, answer me. Don't touch me." Jiangxi pulled her hand away in disgust. Her strong reaction made Tan Hongjie glare at her unhappily. Zhao Manji quietly stepped forward, blocking his view. She spoke softly, "Comrade Jiang, Brother Jia was just worried you might have met someone dangerous. Please don't be angry with him." She secretly gave a small signal to a thin man in the crowd. The man nodded slightly and shouted loudly, "Last night, I saw Jiang Jiqing at old Zhang's house. Did she stay there overnight?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into noise. Old Madame Chen, full of gossip, quickly asked, "Jiang Jiqing, did you really go to old Zhang's house last night?" "Zhang Sanyu, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Old Zhang is old and not good-looking. Would Jiang Jiqing really be interested in him?" Zhang Sanyu said proudly, "You don't understand. Sure, old Zhang isn't handsome, but he's older and knows how to treat people well." Village Chief Zhang glanced at Jiangxi, whose face had turned pale, and scolded sharply, "Zhang Sanyu, stop talking nonsense. Don't ruin Jiang Jiqing's reputation." Zhang Sanyu's eyes flickered, but his tone stayed firm. "Village Chief, I'm not lying. I really saw her walk into old Zhang's house. Even if someone helped her walk there, she still went there. He wasn't lying. And for saying just a few words, he would get 10 yuan. Nothing could be easier." The crowd exploded again. Her reputation is already bad. It's not surprising she'd do something shameful. She's bringing disgrace to Taoyuan village. What if the young girls here get affected? Village Chief Zhang, a woman who behaves like that shouldn't stay here. She'll ruin the girls' chances of finding good husbands. The villagers grew angrier and began shouting, "Jiang Jiqing, leave Taoyuan village. Jiang Jiqing, leave Taoyuan village." Zhao Manji crossed her arms and looked at Jiangxi with a mocking smile. "Jiangxi, you're too naive. Did you really think that escaping from old Zhang's house would save you from their schemes?" Village Chief Zhang's face darkened. He raised his hand to quiet the crowd. "Enough, everyone stop shouting. Jiang Jiqing, what's going on here? Jiang Shi slowly lifted her hand and pointed at Tan Hongjie, his companion, and Zhang Sanyu. Village Chief Zhang, I want to report them for spreading lies and slandering the child of a hero. Tan Hongjie looked at her with disgust. Jiang Shi, Zhang Sanyu already said he saw you go to old Zhang's house. What are you still trying to accuse us of? Jiang Shi smiled brightly and gave him a thumbs up. Tang Hongjie, you're really something. I didn't expect you to be the one making yourself look bad.
You.
Tang Hongjie's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't say a word. On the surface, Jiang Shi was his fiancée. If she had been unfaithful, it would have embarrassed him. And now, it seemed he had brought this embarrassment upon himself, leaving him with no one to blame. Seeing the situation, Zhao Manji quickly stepped in to defend him. Jiang Shi, what does your meeting with Zhang Laozhen have to do with Brother Jie? You're his fiancé, yet you don't behave properly and keep getting involved with others. You really have no shame. Jiang Shi replied casually, yes, you're the one with self-respect. You just happen to like my fiancé's face a little too much. Haha, Jiang Jiqing, you're too funny, said Granny Chen, bursting into laughter. Granny Chen was known as the village gossip. She knew plenty about Tang Hongjie and Zhao Manji's secret dealings. She had long disapproved of their behavior and never missed a chance to expose them. Zhao Jiqing can't wait to stick to Tang Jiqing's side. Of course, she likes his face, Granny Chen said with a grin. Oh my Granny Chen, you really dare to say anything? Haha. The villagers all laughed, and soon the room was filled with cheerful laughter. Zhao Manji was so embarrassed, she wished she could disappear. She clung to Tang Hongjie's arm and spoke softly, Brother Jie, look, Jiang Jiqing is teasing me again. Tang Hongjie's face darkened. He patted Zhao Manji's hand to comfort her, then turned to Jiang Shi and shouted angrily, Jiang Shi, who allowed you to stop? Village Chief Zhang raised his hand, cutting him off firmly. He turned to Jiang Shi. Comrade Jiang, since you're involved, tell us what really happened. All right, Jiang Shi nodded. Village Chief Zhang, there's a saying, whoever makes a claim must provide proof. She looked coldly at Tang Hongjie. Tang Hongjie, you said I didn't stay home last night. Do you have any evidence to prove that? As the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Hongjie was used to being admired, and the original Jiang Shi had always obeyed him. He hadn't expected her to question him so boldly. She seemed different now, sharper, more confident. He narrowed his eyes, looking at her with a cold, unreadable gaze. Jiang Shi, you want proof? Fine, I'll give you proof. Last night, after you ran out of the youth camp, a few of the girls were worried something might happen to you, so they went out with me to look for you. We followed the path to this cabin and found the door closed. You hadn't come home. Beside him, the young woman He Chun quickly agreed. Yes, we all went to look for you. You really didn't come back. The man and woman worked so hard just to frame her. First, they made her angry enough to run away, then they brought the other girls to look for her. Now they had a reason to say she stayed out all night, and witnesses to prove she wasn't home. No wonder the original Jiang Shi had been completely trapped by them. Tan Hongjie, you knew I didn't come home. Why didn't you keep looking for me last night? Why wait until morning? As soon as Jiang Shi finished speaking, Village Chief Zhang asked, That's right, Comrade Tan. If you couldn't find her, shouldn't you have asked the villagers to help search? Tan Hongjie looked helpless. Chief Zhang, she often gets jealous and picks on Gigi. Before, when they argued, she would always go home by herself. I thought it would be the same this time. Then he sighed, looking disappointed. I didn't expect she would try to upset me by meeting another man. Jiang Shi was disgusted by his words and expression. She stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! His head turned to the side, 5 red marks clearly showing on his cheek. He touched his face, staring at her in shock. The villagers were stunned by how fast it happened. Jiang Shi, you rude woman. Why did you hit Brother Jie? Zhao Manji shouted angrily and raised her hand to slap Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's eyes turned cold. She caught Zhao Manji's wrist and struck her back. Smack! Now Zhao Manji also had a red mark on her face. Forget the so-called hero and heroine. Anyone who schemes against her is her enemy. And enemies should be dealt with swiftly and firmly. Last night, when old Zhang hit her, she had already wanted to teach these two a lesson. The original Jiang, she lost her life because of them. 2 slaps were just a small part of what they owed. Zhao Manji covered her face, furious and shouting, "Jiang Shi, are you crazy? Why did you hit us?" Jiang Shi stood with her hands on her hips, full of confidence.
Why?
"Because you spread lies and ruined my reputation." Then she secretly pinched her waist, and the pain made tears fall from her eyes. She turned and walked to Village Chief Zhang, crying as she spoke.
Whoa.
"Village Chief Zhang, I'm an orphan of a fallen soldier, and now people are slandering me. I can't live like this anymore. Please stand up for me." Her face was pale, her lips dry, her voice hoarse, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She looked truly pitiful. "Oh dear, you can tell Jiang the educated youth has been bullied badly. Village Chief Zhang, you must help her," said Granny Chun before the chief could speak. "Jiang, tell us who bullied you. I'll make sure you get justice," she added. When Jiang mentioned being the child of a fallen soldier, Village Chief Zhang's expression turned serious. In those days, soldiers were deeply respected by the people. His second son was also in the army, so he naturally felt close to military families. Especially since Jiang Shi was the orphan of a soldier, he had always looked after her. If he hadn't secretly helped her, a young girl like her could never have earned the same work points as a strong laborer. He even looked after the Tan family because of her. But he hadn't expected the Tan boy to be so troublesome, always spreading rumors about her. "Village Chief Zhang, after I ran away from the youth center last night, I hid by the haystack, feeling sad. I didn't expect to get sick and faint there." Jiang Shi brushed aside her hair, showing the bruise on her forehead. "Look, this is where I hit the ground when I fainted." The bruise was dark and clearly caused by a fall. "Oh my, poor child. Sick, alone, and still being bullied," Granny Chin said loudly after taking a look. Tan Hongjie saw the bruise and felt a moment of guilt, but when his eyes fell on Zhao Manji's belly, his face turned cold again. "Jiang Shi, why are you lying to everyone? We searched the haystack last night. You weren't there at all." Zhao Manji quickly added, "That's right, you're making it up. You didn't faint because you were sick, you went to secretly meet a man." The two main characters were shocked. Jiang Shi smiled. "Zhao Manji, you've accused me several times of secretly meeting a man. Then tell me, what time was it, where did it happen, and who was I with?" "It wasn't me who said that." Zhao Manji pointed at Zhang Sanyu. "He said you met secretly with Zhang Laozhen. You should ask him." Zhao Manji looked proud, as if she had nothing to do with it. No wonder she was the heroine. She always made sure nothing could be traced back to her. Zhang Sanyu jumped up. "Jiang Jiqing, I'm not making things up. Last night around 7, I saw you go to Zhang Laogan's house." He pointed at a villager nearby. Zhang Ijuan saw it too. "Ask him if you don't believe me." Zhang Ijuan looked uneasy and stammered. I did see."
See?
"I wasn't lying, was I?" Zhang Sanyu quickly cut him off, lifting his head proudly. "Jiang Jiqing, what do you have to say now?" "No way. Did Jiang Jiqing really go to Zhang Laogan's house? Ijuan is an honest man. If he says so, it must be true." Wow, I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to be not only mean, but also have such a messy private life. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji smiled, watching her as if enjoying a show. Village Chief Zhang frowned. "All right, everyone stop talking." When the villagers quieted down, he asked, "Jiang Jiqing, what do you have to say?" "Village Chief Zhang, Zhang Laogan's house is on the west side of the village, and the haystack is also there." Jiang Shi stayed calm, crossing her arms and smiling at Zhang Sanyu. "It's true I went to the west side last night, but I went to the haystack, not to Zhang Laogan's house." Zhang Sanyu blurted out, "You're lying. You were clearly—" He suddenly stopped, realizing something, his eyes flickering nervously. "I saw you at Zhang Laogan's house." Jiang Shi didn't argue. She was sure Zhang Sanyu wouldn't dare mention that Tan Hongjie had helped her to Zhang Laogen's place. She also didn't want him to say it. Being linked to Zhang Laogen would ruin her reputation. Village Chief Zhang. I fainted by the haystack and only woke up in the middle of the night. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check.
There are still bloodstains there.
She pointed at the stick in Aunt Lu's hand. When I woke up, I used that stick to walk home. Aunt Lu looked nervous and quickly hid the stick behind her, afraid Jiang Shi would expose her for taking hay from the village. Jiang Shi gave her a calm look and bent slightly toward her. Aunt Lu, thank you for accidentally leaving your stick behind. It helped me get home safely. Aunt Lu relaxed and smiled. Oh, no need to thank me. My stick went missing, so I should thank you for finding it. Zhang Sanyu argued. Who knows where that stick came from? Maybe you took it from old Zhang's house. Aunt Lu, grateful that Jiang Shi hadn't exposed her, snapped back angrily. Zhang Sanyu, what do you mean? Don't you think I can recognize my own stick? She raised the stick and pointed to a crooked Lu character carved on it. Look, to tell my things apart, I asked my son to carve this character. Indeed, there's a Lu on it. That's the stick Aunt Lu always uses. Some villagers in the crowd agreed. Jiang Shi smiled at Zhang Sanyu. Zhang Sanyu, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Sanyu's face turned red as he stubbornly muttered, maybe after you got home, you went out again. I took some cold medicine and fainted on my bed right after getting home. Before he could finish, Jiang Shi interrupted him. She pointed to the broken bowl pieces on the ground. Everyone look. I even dropped and broke my bowl before I fainted. The crowd followed her finger and saw the shattered bowl pieces by the bed. Old Madam Chen shouted, it's true. Jiang the educated youth even broke her bowl. She must have been really sick. Village Chief Zhang frowned and looked suspiciously at Zhang Sanyu. Sanyu, why are you still accusing her? She fainted. How could she have gone out?
This.
Zhang Sanyu was completely speechless and turned to Zhao Manji for help. Zhao Manji glared at him angrily, cursing him silently for being useless. She tugged at Tan Hongjie's sleeve, looking uneasy. Brother Jia, what should we do? We're out of time. A cold glint flashed in Tan Hongjie's eyes. Don't worry, let me handle this. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Village Chief Zhang. Village Chief Zhang, Jiang Shi and Zhang Sanyu each have their own story. We can't tell who's telling the truth. Why don't we call Zhang Laogen here to confront them face to face? We'll know the truth soon enough. Zhang Sanyu slapped his thigh happily. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? He flattered Tan Hongjie. Comrade Tan, you really are smart, just like someone from the capital. Village Chief, since my fiancé seems eager to embarrass himself, please ask Zhang Laogen to come. Jiang Shi gave Tan Hongjie a mocking smile, putting extra emphasis on the words fiancé and embarrass. Tan Hongjie's face darkened, but he stayed silent. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. It seemed the man was more composed than she had expected. Seeing that both sides agreed, Village Chief Zhang pointed to a young man nearby. Zhang Liang, run quickly and bring Zhang Laogen here. Yes, Chief, I'll go right now. Zhang Liang replied, then hurried out the door. But less than a minute later, he ran back in.
Chief.
Zhang Laogen is already on his way here. Zhang Laogen entered, holding his stomach and walking with a stoop. There were several bruises on his head and face, as if he had been badly beaten. Village Chief Zhang looked surprised. Laogen, what happened to you? Were you attacked? Zhang Laogen glanced nervously at Jiang Shi, his eyes avoiding hers. No, Chief. It was dark last night, and I tripped and fell. Tan Hongjie adjusted his glasses again and gave Zhang Laogen a subtle look. Uncle Zhang, someone said they saw Jiang Shi at your house last night. Is that true? A flash of resentment crossed Zhang Laogen's eyes. It was all Tan Hongjie's fault for getting him involved with that dangerous man. Thinking of the man's cold, sharp gaze and iron-like fists, he shuddered and clenched his teeth. No, that's not true. I went to bed early last night. I don't know any Jiang or Li from the city. Zhao Manji grew anxious, her voice sharp.
How can you say that?
Last night we clearly saw. Gigi. Her words were suddenly cut off by Tan Hongjie, who glared at her angrily. Zhao Manji came back to her senses, her face turning pale with fear. Just now, she had almost revealed their plan from the previous night. Village Chief Zhang looked at the two of them, his eyes showing both understanding and anger. These scheming people had almost harmed the orphan of a martyr and wasted half a day of work for everyone. He stared sternly at the three of them until they lowered their heads, then spoke loudly. The truth is now clear. Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, Zhang Sanyu, you falsely accused Jiang Shi and must be punished. Comrade Jiang, since you are the victim, how would you like to handle this? Jiang Shi knew the chief was standing up for her, so she answered firmly. Village chief, they spread false accusations and set a bad example for Taoyuan village. I ask for 3 punishments. The chief nodded. All right, go on. First, the 3 of them must each write a 2,000-word self-reflection and apologize to me in front of the whole village for 7 days in a row. Second, they must take turns doing the dirtiest village chores for 3 months. Third, their work points for those 3 months should be given to me. As soon as she finished, Zhao Manji's face twisted with anger. How dare that woman make her do such work? Zhao Manji clenched her fists, ready to argue with Jiang Shi, but Tan Hongjie quickly pulled her back. He shook his head gently. Gigi, don't go. Be careful, I'll talk to her. Zhao Manji's angry face instantly softened. All right, I'll listen to you, brother Jia. Jiang Shi listens to you. She won't really punish you. She glanced at Jiang Shi, secretly pleased. After being given a second chance at life, she had done everything to win Tan Hongjie's heart and gain the approval of his family. Once she got rid of Jiang Shi and married Tan Hongjie, she would finally enjoy a life of comfort and wealth. Tan Hongjie took off his glasses, revealing gentle eyes filled with affection and guilt as he looked at Jiang Shi.
Xiao 11, I'm sorry.
I believed Zhang Sanyu's lies and wronged you. Later, I'll ask my mother to make you some chicken soup to help you recover. Stop. Jiang Shi waved her hand to cut him off, feeling disgusted by his look and not wanting to see him again. I don't dare drink your soup anymore. I'm afraid it might be poisoned. She looked at him knowingly. If you say one more word, I'll ask the village chief to make it 6 months of cleaning the latrines. Tan Hongjie's gentle expression froze, almost slipping from his face. A shadow flashed in his eyes, but he forced a brighter smile. Xiao Shi, you've misunderstood. Jiang Shi, unwilling to argue, said directly, Village Chief Zhang, what do you think of these 3 punishments? Or should we make it 6? No, Xiao Shi, no need to change anything. We accept the punishment. Tan Hongjie hadn't expected her to be so firm. His face turned pale, and he quickly agreed, afraid she might really make them work for 6 months. Seeing both sides reach an agreement, Village Chief Zhang immediately announced loudly, Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, and Zhang Sanyu will be punished according to Comrade Zhang's decision. First, Village Chief, I don't agree. I only said a few words. Why should I be punished too? Zhang Sanyu shouted angrily. If you don't want the punishment, that's fine, Jiang Shi said calmly from the side. Zhang Sanyu grinned proudly. Ha, Comrade Jiang is really generous. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji also smiled. Zhao Manji said sourly, Brother Jia, Comrade Jiang is really kind to you. Tan Hongjie glanced at Jiang Shi with satisfaction. Xiao Shi talks tough, but she still can't bear to see me suffer. Village Chief Zhang's face darkened. He scolded loudly, nonsense. If you've done wrong, you must be punished. You can't just cancel it at will. Jiang Shi remained calm and said lightly, Village Chief Zhang, if they refuse to accept the punishment, then I'll have to report it to the police and let them handle it.
What?
Report it to the police? Zhang Sanyu turned pale and instinctively covered his pocket. The 10 yuan was still in there. If the police got involved, would he have to hand it over? Money that had already reached his hands, he would never give it back. Gritting his teeth, he shouted no. Don't call the police. Village Chief, I'll accept Comrade Zhang's punishment. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji exchanged a look, unwillingness flashing in their eyes. They didn't want to report it to the police, nor did they want to accept punishment. At that moment, village chief Zhang finally understood the situation. He looked at Jiangxi with admiration, truly the daughter of a hero, brave and clever. He adjusted his hat and calmly asked Comrade Tan, Comrade Zhao, "Do you accept the punishment? If not, we'll ask the police to handle it." Tan Hongjie glanced at Jiangxi, but she was talking to Granny Chen and didn't even look his way. Feeling frustrated, he replied, "Village Chief Zhang, we'll accept the punishment." He thought that if he agreed now, he could later apologize to her, and she probably wouldn't let him do such dirty work.
Good.
Then you'll follow the 3 points of punishment. After work this evening, each of you will write a 2,000-word self-reflection. Tomorrow morning, you'll apologize to Comrade Jiang in front of everyone. Village Chief Zhang looked at the 3 of them seriously as he gave the instructions. Jiangxi added, "Make sure your attitude is sincere and your reflection is thoughtful. If not, you'll rewrite it." "That's right," the village chief agreed. "The apology letter must meet Comrade Zhang's standards, or you'll rewrite it. The work of carrying manure starts today. All right, we've wasted enough time on this. Everyone get back to your assigned tasks." With his command, the villagers left the room in small groups and went back to the fields. Those who didn't have to do the dirty, smelly job of carrying manure were quite relieved. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji stayed behind, hoping to plead with Jiangxi. But the village chief, growing impatient, said, "Why are you two still here? Do you want to carry manure for 3 more months?" "We're leaving now," Tan Hongjie said reluctantly, pulling Zhao Manji away. After everyone had gone, Jiangxi bowed deeply to village chief Zhang. "Village Chief Zhang, thank you for standing up for me. Without your help, I couldn't have handled them so smoothly." Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji's plan had been carefully arranged. There were several witnesses, and Zhang Laozhen was even a key one against her. If Si Yanqing hadn't helped her intimidate Zhang Laozhen, and if the village chief hadn't firmly supported her, she would have suffered greatly before escaping Tan Hongjie's trap. "Silly child, there's no need to thank me," the village chief said kindly. "Your parents gave their lives for the country on the front line. It's my duty to protect their child here at home." Village Chief Zhang's simple words brought tears to Jiangxi's eyes. Her parents, whom she had never met, still protected her identity even after their sacrifice. In her heart, she silently promised to make the Tan family, who caused the original Jiangxi's death, face justice. They had taken her parents' compensation and her rightful job position. She would make sure to take them back. "All right, I have to get back to work. You're sick, so rest for a day and go back tomorrow," said village chief Zhang, waving as he left. Jiangxi watched him walk away. Just as she was about to close the door, someone suddenly pushed it open. Startled, she looked up and saw Si Yanqing's tall figure step inside. He closed the wooden door behind him and looked at her with a slightly hurt expression. "Xiao Shi, why won't you let me help you? Do you think I'm not good enough?" A strong man, nearly 1.85 meters tall, looking at her with puppy-like eyes. Who could resist that? Jiangxi laughed and gently patted his head to comfort him. "Brother Chen, with your handsome face, how could anyone think you're not good enough? Even I get a little dizzy looking at you." Si Yanqing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly pulled her into his arms. "Really? You really like me?" Jiangxi blushed deeply, caught off guard by his sudden hug. "Xiao Shi, you haven't answered me yet. Do you like me?" He held her tighter, his eyes full of nervous hope. I think so," Jiangxi said softly. She liked his handsome face and tall, upright figure. Everything about him matched her taste. They hadn't known each other long, so it wasn't love yet, but she definitely didn't dislike him. "That's wonderful. I like you too. I've liked you for years." Overjoyed, Si Yanqing lifted her up and spun her around. His excitement was contagious, and Jiangxi couldn't help but laugh with him. As they spun, time seemed to stop for a moment. Knock, knock. Just as Si Yanqing leaned closer, ready to speak, a knock came at the door. Jiangxi, open the door." Along with the knocking came Tan Hongjie's falsely gentle voice. Si Yanqing raised his sword-like eyebrows, his eyes turning cold and sharp. That man, how dare he scheme to give away the girl he cherished most to an old widower? He must be taught a lesson he'll never forget. Suppressing the anger in his eyes, Si Yanqing leaned close to Jiang Shi's ear. Do you want me to send him away? Jiang Shi shook her head. No need. You go inside first, I'll handle it. Si Yanqing didn't want to leave, but he nodded obediently.
All right.
If you need me, just call out. Okay, go on inside. Seeing his reluctant expression, Jiang Shi stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Not enough. Si Yanqing playfully kissed her back before walking into the room, finally satisfied. Knock, knock. Jiang Shi, open the door. When Jiang Shi didn't respond for a while, Tan Hongjie called out impatiently. Her face darkened as she pulled the wooden door open. Seeing her, Tan Hongjie looked at her with forced affection. Xiao Shi, are you feeling better? I brought you your favorite sponge cake. He took out a small paper-wrapped package from his pocket and opened it, revealing a palm-sized piece of cake. The pale yellow cake was uneven and misshapen, clearly torn apart and squashed. Jiang Shi looked at him with disgust. This must be what Tan Chunling left over, right? Tan Chunling was Tan Hongjie's younger sister, spoiled by her family. Even after moving to the countryside, she still lived almost as comfortably as she had in the city. She treated the original Jiang Shi like a servant, ordering her around all day. Jiang Shi even had to wash her clothes for her.
Take it back.
I'm not someone who eats other people's leftovers. Tan Hongjie looked embarrassed. His sister was indeed spoiled, especially when it came to food. He had promised to buy her candy just to get that small piece of cake from her. Xiao Shi, don't mind how it looks. It tastes really good.
Try it.
As he held the cake close to her, Jiang Shi felt sick and quickly pushed his hand away. I said I don't want it.
Please take it back.
Don't you understand plain words? Tan Chunling had a habit of touching food with her hands while eating. There might even be her saliva on it. Bringing such a piece of cake to her, was he trying to disgust her on purpose? The pastry was almost knocked to the ground, but Tan Hongjie instinctively caught it. He looked at her coldly, his face full of disappointment. Xiaoxi, your temper is getting worse. How can you be my wife like this? Whenever he showed that expression, the original Xiaoxi would always give in out of fear. But Jiang Shi didn't care this time. She glared back angrily. So, what if I have a bad temper? Didn't Zhao Manji say I'm mean? Fine, I'll show you what being mean looks like. What, can't you handle it if I really am? Tan Hongjie was speechless. He knew very well about Zhao Manji's little tricks against Jiang Shi. The two of them had been forced to break up because of the Tan family, and he felt guilty toward Zhao Manji. When his grandfather ordered him to be with Jiang Shi, he was very unhappy. He couldn't blame his grandfather, so he took it out on Jiang Shi, blaming her for their separation. When Zhao Manji targeted Jiang Shi on purpose, he didn't stop her. Instead, he made things worse. Then give your pastry to Zhao Manji. Now get out, I need to rest. Jiang Shi tried to close the wooden door, but Tan Hongjie stopped it with his hand. He thought, Xiaoxi is jealous of Manji. That means she still cares about me. If he softened his tone and coaxed her, she would surely forgive him and save them both from trouble. Xiaoxi, I know you're jealous of Manji, but there's really nothing between us. Jiang Shi didn't rush to close the door. She crossed her arms and interrupted him. Tan Hongjie, am I blind? He looked confused. Of course you're not blind. Do I have a problem with my intelligence? No, of course not. Then why are you asking such strange questions? My eyes work fine, and my mind is clear, she said coldly. So, what makes you think I can't see what's going on between you and Zhao Manji? Tan Hongjie's face darkened. He had no words. He looked deeply at Jiang Shi, who was smiling faintly, and a wave of panic rose in his heart, as if something important was slipping away from him.
Leave.
I need to rest. Jiang Shi didn't want to see him anymore. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Xiaoxi. Tan Hongjie tried to stop her, but his fingers were almost caught in the door. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, open the door. His anxious voice echoed in the hallway, fading as her footsteps grew more distant. After waiting a long time with no response, Tan Hongjie held the pastry in his hand and walked away in disappointment. Just thinking about having to carry heavy, dirty work for the next 3 months made his vision go dark. Jiangxi didn't care about him at all. As soon as she entered the room, she was pulled into a strong embrace. "Why did you take so long?" Si Yanqing buried his face in her neck, hiding the jealousy in his eyes. 3 years ago, after Jiangxi's parents passed away, he had wanted to return to comfort her right away. But his mission wasn't finished, and he couldn't leave. When he finally completed it and hurried back, full of joy to see her, he found that she already had a fiancé. He was only half a month late, yet the girl he loved now belonged to someone else. He was consumed with jealousy, jealous that another man could stay by her side for the rest of her life. By a twist of fate, something unexpected happened between them, bringing them closer than before. A faint light flashed in Si Yanqing's eyes. This time, he would never let her go again. His short hair brushed against her neck, making her giggle softly. She pushed his head away. "Get up first. Don't lean on my neck, it tickles." "No, I won't." Si Yanqing held the girl he had finally found again, unwilling to let go even for a second.
You.
Jiangxi was speechless at his stubbornness.
I'm tired.
"I want to rest for a bit." "You're tired? Then go lie down and take a nap." As soon as she said that, Si Yanqing lifted his head and took her hand, leading her to the bed. The sheets had been changed to light yellow cotton with small flowers, fresh and clean, carrying a faint scent of soap. Thinking of the awkward moment from last night, both of them felt a little embarrassed. "Xiaoxi, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." Si Yanqing's handsome face turned red as he hurried to the table.
Clink.
He opened the enamel cup, but the lid slipped and hit the table with a crisp sound. Trying to stay calm, he set the lid aside, picked up the thermos and poured water, only to spill some over the edge. Jiangxi, who had been feeling shy, couldn't help but smile at his flustered actions. Her lips curved up as she watched him pretend to stay composed. Deep inside, a small green sprout gently sways, soft and tender, emerging into the heart. "Here," Si Yanqing hands her a glass of water. Seeing her happy smile, the panic on his face disappears, replaced by a joyful smile.
Bang, bang, bang.
"Jiangxi, Jiangxi, you little brat, come out here." At this moment, loud knocking on the door and Tan Chunling's angry shouts are heard. "Chunling, she is your sister-in-law. You can't yell at her like that. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, open the door quickly." "It's Grandma." After Tan Chunling's scolding, a gentle voice from an older woman follows. Her voice is kind and soft, a stark contrast to Tan Chunling's angry shouting. "Jiang," she sneers. These two are playing good cop and bad cop, trapping the original owner. Without an elder to warn her, she can't see through their tricks. She won't spoil them. Si Yanqing easily sees through their act, his whole body covered in a cold aura. "Xiaoxi, do they usually bully you like this?" "Yes, sometimes even worse." In the original owner's memory, Tan Chunling's mother, Dai Lihua, used even harsher words. The original owner argued logically, but Mrs. Tan would brainwash her, talking about family harmony and the importance of the eldest grandson and proper daughter-in-law. All just tactics to manipulate her into obedience, to keep her under control. The family is trying to tame her, wanting to hold her tightly. Si Yanqing feels a surge of anger rising from his heart to his forehead, his veins throbbing. He always thought Jiangxi was doing well, but now he sees she's been completely schemed against by the Tan family. "That bastard, I will destroy them." Seeing his intense emotion, Jiangxi quickly tries to walk over and open the door. She hurriedly grabs his arm, but her small frame is dragged along by him. Seeing him keep walking, she quickly hugs his waist in desperation. Suddenly, she is embraced in the girl's soft, fragrant arms. Si Yanqing stiffens for a moment and stops. Jiangxi sees him finally calm down and quickly says, "Brother Chen, stay calm. The debt they owe me, I will settle with them slowly. If it really can't be solved, can you help me by stepping in again?" Si Yanqing looked at her seriously. Xiaoxi, I want to help you. That family is full of awful people. They're not worth your time or energy. Jiangxi's expression was cold. They used me for 3 years, made me work like a servant. If I deal with them too quickly, it's too easy for them. I'll take away everything they care about, piece by piece, until they live in regret and pain. All right, you start first. If it doesn't work, I'll step in, he said.
Bang, bang, bang.
Jiangxi, you troublemaker. How dare you make my brother do dirty work? Go tell the village head to cancel his punishment. Outside the door, Tan Chunling shouted angrily when Jiangxi didn't open up. Xiaoxi, as the eldest daughter-in-law, you should be generous and calm. Don't act like those rude women. A woman shouldn't embarrass her own husband, the old Mrs. Tan scolded in her usual harsh tone. Brother Chen, go hide in the other room. I'll deal with them first, Jiangxi said. All right, Si Yanqing replied quickly, walking into the other room and closing the door. A man and woman alone in one room could cause gossip, so he had no choice but to hide for now. Jiangxi walked quickly to the wooden door of the living room and pulled it open.
Ouch.
Tan Chunling, round and heavy, stumbled forward with her hand still raised to knock. Chunling, are you all right? The old Mrs. Tan hurried in, checking her over to make sure she wasn't hurt. Jiangxi stood quietly to the side, watching their act. You little brat. Who told you to open the door so suddenly? Tan Chunling shouted angrily, pushing the old woman aside and raising her hand to slap Jiangxi. She was tall and heavy, like a moving wall. Jiangxi, much slimmer and shorter, knew she couldn't win in strength. Not wanting to suffer, she quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the slap. Then she ran to the corner of the room, grabbed a bamboo broom, and rushed toward Tan Chunling. Without hesitation, she swung the broom at her.
Ah!
You crazy girl! How dare you hit me?
Tan Chunling screamed.
You like to act like a troublemaker and a troublemaker, so I must satisfy you. Jiang Shiling moves quickly, dodging her fat hands, while still swinging the broom at her. Grandma, help me quickly, Tan Chunling screams, her face and arms scratched by bamboo sticks, with red marks and some hair pulled out. Rebel! Jiangxi, I order you to stop right now. Tan's wife gets very anxious, unable to keep her kind face, revealing her sharp and mean side. Jiangxi doesn't stop. In fact, she shouts louder. Oh, Grandma, don't come over. What if Chunling hides behind you and the broom hits you? Grandma, Grandma, save me. Tan Chunling loses her advantage, hurt by the bamboo sticks, with no way to fight back. She hears Jiangxi and quickly runs to Tan's wife, hiding behind her and shouting. Jiangxi's eyes light up as she raises the broom to hit Tan's wife. Tan's wife screams in pain as the bamboo hits her face. Troublemaker, stop. I tell you to stop. Tan Chunling, behind her, pushes her large body, unable to dodge. She is in so much pain she can no longer keep her noble mask and screams fiercely. Who are you calling troublemaker? You're the troublemaker. Stop now, or I will make Hongjie break off the engagement. Jiangxi's eyes turn cold as she hits harder. Oh, so the old lady is also a troublemaker. Your Tan family really has many troublemakers. Stop. At this moment, Tan's father, Tan Xingchang, quickly walks in. He looks very angry. Jiangxi, how dare you hit your elders and your younger sister-in-law? Troublemaker, I will beat you to death. Tan Chunling's mother, Dai Lihua, angrily rushes at Jiangxi, swinging her hand to hit her. Jiangxi stays silent, turning her broom to strike her hard. She always helps those who want to fight her. Troublemaker. You dare hit me. Dai Lihua yells as she dodges and curses. You're just a little orphan girl. If it weren't for our Hongjie's help, you'd be rotting in some corner by now. These words she often repeats, constantly reminding Tan Hongjie of her life-saving kindness. The original owner is grateful to Tan Hongjie for saving her. Whenever Dai Lihua says this, she tends to agree. Unfortunately, her words make Jiangxi furious. She clenches her teeth and rushes forward, angrily confronting Dai Lihua. Damn it, she plotted against a young girl and enjoyed the benefits of her status. Not only did she show no gratitude, but she also beat her down, crushing her completely. Jiangxi, are you crazy? How dare you hit your mother-in-law? Stop it now. Tan Hongjia's father, Tan Guangde, finally can't hold back and steps forward, reaching out to grab the broom from her hand. Jiangxi quickly dodges him and runs outside the door, shouting loudly, "Come see! My father-in-law is hitting his daughter-in-law. The whole family is beating up the fiancé." How shameless! Seeing her run out and shout, the Tan family members inside are frightened and look shocked. Old Master Tan is so worried his voice changes. "Guangde, hurry, stop her." The Tan family went to the countryside as educated youth, supported by Jiangxi's identity. It was also the result of her influential relatives and senior officials. If she causes trouble, the Tan family's capitalist background will be brought up again. In this era, capitalists are not welcomed. "Jiangxi, come back here." Before Tan Guangde can go after her, Dai Lihua rushes out anxiously. As the head of the Tan family, how could she be foolish? Bullying Jiangxi, besides suppressing her to make her obedient, also stems from her twisted, disturbed mind after falling on hard times. Jiangxi pulls off her hair tie while running, making her hair messy. She takes advantage of the Tan family's surprise and quickly runs into the office of the brigade headquarters. Ignoring who is inside, she cries loudly and shouts, "Help! Everyone, save me! The Tan family is not human. They want to arrest and beat me." Inside the office sit the brigade leader and the accountant. Seeing her crying and rushing in, they are startled. Brigade leader Zhang Qifu quickly stands up and walks over to her. "Jiang Jiqing, what exactly happened?" Yes, don't worry. Take your time and tell us. We will definitely help you." Jiang Shihui tightly grabbed her thigh, and the pain made tears flow instantly. "Sniff, sniff, Captain Zhang, Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji damaged my reputation." After village had Zhang found out the truth, he punished them by making them carry manure for 3 months. Tan's family was unhappy with the punishment and came to my house trying to catch me and beat me. They want me to give in to their violence and give up punishing Tan Hongjia. She leaned on a broomstick, spread her legs, and posed confidently. "I want to fulfill my parents' wishes and will not give in to threats from evil forces." "Good. Jiang Jiqing, you truly are the daughter of a hero." As soon as she finished speaking, Captain Zhang and Accountant Zhang clapped loudly and cheered. Captain Zhang loudly declared, "Jiang Jiqing, don't worry. I will definitely stand up for you. Jiang Shihui." Huff huff. Outside the door, Dai Lihua and a group of Tan's family members hurried over, panting. Captain Zhang strode to the door and scolded them loudly. "What are you trying to do? Is there no law? How dare you chase to the brigade office to catch Jiang Jiqing?" Huff huff.
Captain Wee.
Huff huff. Didn't mean to catch Jiang Jiqing. Tan Shengchong ran so fast that one of his shoes fell off. His hair was messy, and he looked very disheveled. He panted hard before answering the captain's question. "Shihui, she misunderstood us. We didn't want to catch her. She didn't go home last night. We were worried she was sick, so we came to visit her." Jiang was indeed clever, turning the situation around with just a few words. After hearing him, Captain Zhang and Accountant Zhang looked less angry. But Jiang Shihui wasn't going to let them go. "You came to visit me, but where are the gifts?" "What gifts? You want us to give?" Tan Chunling, spoiled in the Tan family and naturally arrogant, was used to bullying Jiang Shihui. It had become her habit. Now, hearing her say she wanted to give gifts, she immediately shouted in anger. Dai Lihua quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. "Look at this, your Tan family visiting a patient with such an attitude. I wouldn't dare let you visit. Little Shi, you misunderstood us. We were just too worried about your health and hurried to see you, so we forgot to bring a gift. Don't worry, when we go back, I will ask your mother-in-law to give it to you." Jiang Shi saw her coming over and instinctively moved aside, avoiding her hand. Mrs. Tan's eyes flickered, and she looked caring as she spoke. "Little Shi, you are still sick, and you ran out with your hair messy. Be careful not to catch a cold and make your condition worse." Captain Zhang and Accountant Zhang looked at her and then at Jiang Shi, unsure who was right. Jiang Shi frowned slightly. Mrs. Tan was really difficult to deal with. No wonder she managed to comfort the original owner. They hadn't noticed anything strange for 3 years. I ran out because you wanted to catch me and force me to drop the punishment for Tan Hongjia. I didn't expect you not only to deny it but also to blame me unfairly. You really are confused. You are Hongjia's fiancé. Why would we want to catch you? Ask the villagers. Haven't we been good to you? Mrs. Tan looked annoyed, scolding her like an elder teaching a younger person, leaving no room for argument. What you call kindness is making me work 10 hours a day, then go home to cook and do laundry for your family. Every time I finish cooking, you call me to do laundry. By the time I finish, the good food has already been eaten, leaving only pickled vegetables and porridge for me. Look at your Tan family. Everyone is well-fed and rosy-cheeked, but I am pale and thin, barely eating enough, and still doing so much work. And you've moved all my food to the youth station, not leaving me any. When I'm hungry and want to cook some porridge, you complain and stop me. Is this the kindness you talk about? Do you want it or not? Jiangxi ignored everything and blurted out all her grievances. The Tan family's faces immediately changed, and Captain Zhang and Accountant Zhang looked very upset too. Jiangxi didn't speak up when she was bullied. The villagers and the brigade leaders didn't know her situation. They always knew she wasn't in good health, but they didn't realize she was starving and sick because of the Tan family. What a disaster. Jiangxi is a descendant of heroes. Being bullied like this in Taoyuan village is like insulting them. Captain Zhang was furious, his eyebrows raised, and he shouted loudly. Tan Xingcheng, is it true what Jiang Jiqing said? Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, you should know the consequences. Old Mr. Tan kept sweating on his forehead. No matter how respectable he was in Beijing before, here in Taoyuan village, he has to follow Captain Zhang's rules. Especially because of their special status, any mistake could cause the whole family to fall into deep trouble. Captain Zhang, there is a misunderstanding. The grain is indeed stored with us, but Jiangxi also ate with us. Moreover, Hongming has a job. Every time he buys meat, Jiangxi eats meat too. Tan Hongming does buy meat, that's true. But every time I prepare the meat, Mrs. Tan divides it early. By the time it's my turn, there's either just some pork skin or some bones left. If that's called eating meat, then I have indeed eaten. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Jiangxi decided to break her relationship with the Tan family, even stopping calling her grandma, revealing all the secrets openly. Even though the Tan family was poor, they considered themselves decent people, different from common folk. Now, this embarrassing scene, exposed in front of the village leaders, made them lose face. They wished they could hide in a crack in the ground. Cough, cough. Captain Zhang cleared his throat. Let's not talk about eating meat for now. Jiang Jiqing, about the grain, how do you plan to handle it? Captain Zhang, the grain under my name is naturally mine to use. I demand the Tan family return my grain. Jiangxi caused this fuss, mainly to take back her grain. The original owner's grain had been stored at the youth station for 3 years. Officially, she was eating with the Tan family. But in reality, it was because the Tan family had many members and used her grain to supplement their food. Since she came here, she naturally wanted to keep the grain in her control. To hell with washing clothes and cooking. Whoever wants to be a servant, let them be. No way, Jiangxi. Don't even think about taking the grain. You're my brother's fiancé. Isn't it right that the grain is stored at my house? Before the Tan family could speak, Tan Chunling angrily shouted. She ate a lot and wanted to eat well. Most of Jiangxi's grain went into her stomach. If she took the grain away, wouldn't she go hungry? Jiangxi was just a dog of the Tan family. She would never allow her to take the grain. Chunling, Jiangxi is your older sister-in-law. You are not allowed to speak to her like that. As soon as Tan Chunling finished speaking, Mrs. Tan's face immediately darkened, and she scolded loudly. Hurry, apologize to your sister-in-law right now. Tan Chunling puffed out her cheeks, pouting, but refused to speak. Mrs. Tan ignored her and turned around, looking at Jiangxi with a guilty face.
Xixi, I am sorry.
Chunling spoke without thinking. Grandma apologizes to you on her behalf. She's young and spoiled by us. She didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive her. Jiangxi clapped her hands and smiled warmly. That's good. It's nice to have elders. They can handle any trouble, even if someone hits or scolds. Unlike me, an orphan who gets beaten or scolded and can only be forced to forgive others. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the Tan family looked upset. Tan Xingchang's face darkened, and he sternly said, Chunling, apologize to me immediately. This fool, they spoiled her too much, making her act out of place and not knowing when to stop. Tan Chunling was most afraid of Grandpa Tan. She trembled from the scolding and mumbled reluctantly. I'm sorry. What did you say? I can't hear you. From her memory, Jiangxi knew that this girl, about her age, was usually the one who bullied her the most. She definitely planned to teach her a lesson again when she had the chance. I said I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? Since she was hit, Chunling had been holding a grudge, and after being robbed of food, her anger showed on her face. Her white, pretty face was twisted into a fierce, ugly expression. Jiangxi didn't care about her feelings and directly pointed out the truth. I know you're angry because you're worried I will take the food and you're hungry. Your weight is twice mine and your appetite is twice that of an ordinary person. I don't mind you eating more, but I don't want to use my food to feed you, while I am starving and looking pale. I refuse. I'm not your parents. I have no obligation to feed you. If you want food, ask your family. Grandpa Tan had been quietly observing her while she spoke. She was acting very strangely today. Not only did she insist on punishing Tan Hongjia, but she also beat elders and her sister-in-law. Now she was causing trouble over food again. Every sign showed she was losing control. Thinking about the foolish things Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji did, he almost got so angry he couldn't breathe. Those two troublemakers. The only plan now is to first calm down Jiangxia, then find a way to bring her back. He quickly wiped his face and gave a signal to Mrs. Tan. Mrs. Tan immediately put on a kind smile. Xiaoxi, we know the grain belongs to you, and we don't plan to take it from you. You're Hongjia's fiancé, and you have no family around. We just want to take care of you and invite you to eat with us. Old Mr. Tan quickly added, Yes, it's all our fault for not thinking about your feelings. If you want to keep your own food, then just share some with us. Yes, come back with us and we'll bring you your grain. As expected from the old Jiang, once Mr. and Mrs. Tan made their move, they immediately improved the family's image. Captain Zhang saw how well the Tan family handled things and was very pleased. Jiang Jiqing, how do you want to divide the grain? Captain Zhang, can I ask Accountant Zhang to help me calculate the remaining food rations? I usually cook myself, but my eating and cooking are quite different, so I don't really know how to count the grain. Jiang Jiqing, you don't need to ask the team leader for such a small matter. I'll help you calculate it directly. Accountant Zhang, listening nearby, heard his name and immediately agreed. Next, Accountant Zhang, Jiangxi, and Dai Lihua started calculating the weight of the grain. This year's autumn grain distribution for Taoyuan Village provides 35 jin per person per month, totaling 420 jin per year. Jiangxi, who works full days, almost never takes leave, and her annual work points convert to about 150 jin of grain. Adding it all up, it's 570 jin. The harvest was over a month ago, and Accountant Zhang calculated based on 1 jin per day, subtracting 45 jin, leaving 525 jin. Dai Lihua looked very unhappy. This over 500 jin of grain should have been theirs, but now they had to share it. She glared at Jiangxi with resentment, blaming her for being meddlesome. Jiangxi didn't put up with her. Auntie, with your squinty eyes, if you glare any harder, you'll look like a frog. Why you? Dai Lihua was so angry she almost cursed, but Captain Zhang interrupted her. All right, the grain has been counted. Old Master Tan, you can go back and distribute the grain to Jiang Jiqing. Captain Zhang, could you please come along? Look, the Tan family dared to show their attitude in front of you. I'm worried that if I leave the team headquarters, they might act unfairly. Captain Zhang looked at the sky, which was still early, and decided to take charge of this matter completely. He nodded and said, All right, I'll go with you. Let's go. I have something else to do later. He led the way toward the Jiqing point. Jiangxi quickly followed behind him, while the Tan family reluctantly kept up. At this time, the Jiqing workers had already gone to work. The Tan family, because of Tan Hongjia's issue, ran back from the fields. They would have to return to work soon. With Captain Zhang present, Dai Lihua, no matter how unwilling, could only painfully weigh out the grain. Tan Chunling, under the pressure of old Master Tan, dared not cause trouble anymore and simply hid back in her room. Old Master Tan and Tan Guangda exchanged glances and headed toward the farmland. On the way, they discussed how to get Jiangxi back under their control. Jiangxi ignored the Tan family's reactions and supported the cart, making it easier for Captain Zhang to help load the grain onto the vehicle. Captain Zhang saw her small arms and legs and simply helped push the grain back to the wooden house. He then helped carry the grain inside before turning to leave. Jiangxi planned to buy some gifts in a few days to thank Captain Zhang and Accountant Zhang. Just as she was about to close the wooden door, she saw Village Chief Zhang walking over with Si Yanqing. Village Chief Zhang waved to her. "Zhang Jiqing, your relatives have come to visit." Village Chief Zhang, Brother Chen. The two quickly approached, and Jiangxi greeted them. Village Chief Zhang exchanged a few words with them and then turned back to work. Si Yanqing followed Jiangxi inside and casually closed the door. After distracting the Tan family, he went straight to find Village Chief Zhang. Last night, he came to see Jiangxi, planning to leave after meeting her. He didn't want to disturb others. Since the Tan family bullied Jiangxi without her family around, and he had become close to her, he wanted to help her openly. As soon as the door was closed, Si Yanqing took credit. "Xiaoxi, I've made arrangements with Village Chief Zhang, so I can help you now." "Good, then thank you, Brother Chen." Jiangxi smiled and led him to the grain bag. She proudly said, "I'm impressive, right? I just moved back from the Tan family." Si Yanchen looked at her lively smile and affectionately rubbed her head. "Yes, little she is the best." Jiangxi felt shy from his touch and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, I'll go get your backpack." When she brought the backpack out of the woodshed, Si Yanchen was already sitting on the wooden sofa in the living room. "Little she, come sit here. Let's talk." "Okay." Jiangxi put down her backpack and sat on the opposite sofa. Last night, when Si Yanchen came over, the original owner was in a hurry to meet Tan Hongjia, so they didn't talk much. Later, it was about her herbal medicine and antidote process. Si Yanchen sat upright, fists clenched on his thighs, jaw tight. "Little she, since we're like this now, you have to take responsibility for me." Hearing this, Jiangxi's eyes nearly popped out in shock. "Huh? Take responsibility?" Si Yanchen narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Yes, last night you completely took care of me. Don't you want to admit it?" Jiangxi felt her scalp go numb under his stare and dared not move. Si Yanchen had been a troublemaker in the military district since he was young. Besides her, no one else escaped his beating. Everyone else, boys and girls alike, had been dealt with by him. If she dared to deny it, she would definitely be punished badly. That's not true. Knowing the situation, she was wise and sensible. She wasn't a fool and knew when to be cautious. After she spoke, Si Yanchen's expression softened, and his tone carried a hint of happiness.
"Good.
Once you cancel the engagement with the Tan family, I'll file a marriage report immediately." Marriage report? She was shocked again. Good grief. She had been single her whole life for over 20 years. One night passed, and suddenly she was getting married. This speed was faster than a rocket. Si Yanchen looked a bit suspicious. "Don't you know that we need to file a marriage report to get married?" "I know." Jiangxi's voice was a little hesitant. "I mean, after I cancel the engagement, we get married. Isn't that a bit fast?" "It's not fast. You need time to cancel the engagement, and I need time to file the report. Once you finish handling the engagement cancellation, the marriage report will be ready, and we can go get the marriage certificate." Jiangxi. Is she not clear enough in her expression, or is his understanding just poor? It feels like their conversation is a bit strange. Si Yanchen looked at her confused expression, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Let's settle it this way. In the next couple of days, you should find a chance to cancel the marriage. Okay?" Anyway, whether she marries Si Yanchen or not, she is determined to break off the engagement. She doesn't want to be involved with the Tan family anymore. They are all bad people. The main characters should always stay together. Si Yanchen grabbed his backpack, unzipped it, and took out a cloth bag. There's some money and receipts inside. I originally planned to leave it for you, so here it is. He handed the cloth bag to Jiangxi. Jiangxi took it, opened it, and saw a stack of brand new banknotes and dozens of receipts. I didn't bring much money this time. Only 200 yuan. Use it first. If it's not enough, I'll send you more. You should use the receipts quickly. Some are about to expire. Jiangxi hesitated a little. Is it okay for me to take so much money? She still has a marriage contract, and they're not even officially a couple. Is it proper for her to take his money? You're my future wife, even if we're not married yet. It's natural for me to give you money. Just take it. Si Yanchen's personality is a bit bossy, and Jiangxi knows his nature well. If she doesn't take the money and receipts now, he'll keep pushing until she does. All right, I'll take it then. Jiangxi casually stuffed the money into her pocket. She asked casually, where do you plan to stay tonight? Do you want me to help you find a place? No need. I have a room at the guest house in Taoyuan town. He saw Jiangxi occasionally rubbing her waist, looking a bit unwell, and quickly stepped over to her. Your waist. Does it still hurt? Do you want me to help massage it again? No, it's fine after resting for a bit. Jiangxi didn't dare ask him to massage again. With such a handsome young man nearby, she was afraid she might lose control. All right, then go rest. I need to handle some things and will go back to the guest house in town. To avoid disturbing her rest, Si Yanchen quickly left with his backpack. His hurried steps suggested he had something very important to do. After watching him walk away, Jiangxi closed the wooden door. The living room was tidied up by Si Yancheng after the previous fight had disturbed everything. There was nothing urgent to do for now. She returned to her room, too hurried to change clothes, and simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. After a long night of fighting and beating the Tan family members, she was exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Jiangxi. Jiangxi. Jiangxi was awakened by Tan Hongjia's calls. She opened her eyes and saw that it was almost dark outside. She reached under her pillow and checked her watch. It was already past 6 in the evening. Had Tan Hongjia finished his work cleaning the pigsties so quickly? She got up from the bed, put on her shoes, and headed toward the door. When the wooden door opened, a strong smell of manure hit her. Jiangxi was caught off guard and almost vomited. Tan Hongjia looked a bit disheveled, with dirt on his clothes, and his shoulders were stiff and unnatural. It seemed he had done a lot of work in the pigsty today. He was usually proud and paid great attention to his image in front of others. His clothes needed to be thoroughly cleaned and ironed flat with a metal spatula. He had caused the original owner a lot of trouble before, but she didn't expect him to be so disheveled now. Seeing her reaction, Tan Hongjia's face darkened immediately. Jiangxi, I heard you hit your elders and sister today. With such a fierce look, how can you be my wife? Jiangxi replied casually, then I won't be. What? Tan Hongjia couldn't believe what he heard and instinctively shouted. I'm telling you, I want to break off the engagement. Jiangxi, you're deliberately saying this to get my attention, right? Let me tell you, these little tricks just make me feel sick. Sick enough to vomit, Tan Hongjia. He didn't expect Jiangxi to act unpredictably, and he was momentarily speechless. You're too smelly.
The stench makes me want to vomit.
If there's nothing else, you should leave. My house has been spoiled by your smell. Tan Hongjia's face turned pale with disbelief as he looked at her. Cici, are you hungry? I made you some braised pork. In the dusk, Si Yancheng happily approached, holding a metal lunchbox high in his hand. He is the brother from the military district compound. When he saw that I was not feeling well, he took extra care of me. Tan Hongjia, don't be jealous or petty. Your attitude makes you look like a country bumpkin, which is quite unappealing. Jiangxi responded casually, smiling happily at him. Her smile showed her happiness. Usually, Tan Hongjia scolded her, but now he was finally getting some payback. It felt so satisfying. Tan Hongjia looked away in shock, staring at her. He used to enjoy scolding her, but now he looked so awkward. Si Yanchen walked over quietly, glancing at Tan Hongjia with no interest. Then he turned to Jiangxi. Cici, let's go home for dinner. Okay. Why are you so late returning? They interacted casually, very familiar with each other. It was as if they had lived together for a long time. Jiangxi, how dare you fall in love with someone else? Tan Hongjie's eyes turned red as he stared at Jiangxi, full of hatred, as if he wanted to hurt her. Their natural way of being together hurt his feelings. Jiangxi's smile disappeared. She looked at him coldly. If you think that way, I can't do anything about it. Can't you be more generous? I live alone in the countryside. Brother Chun takes good care of me. What's wrong with that? Every sentence was something he had said to the original owner.
You.
Tan Hongjie was angry and furious, but had nowhere to vent. The pain of being hit by a boomerang made him realize how much it hurt. Si Yanchen stood in front of Jiangxi, looking at him calmly. Are you Jiangxi's fiancé? Last night, she fainted from illness. Where were you? Tan Hongjie's anger instantly faded from his face. Last night, he personally fed her medicine and took her to the old bachelor's bed. His heart was as hard as steel. Why was he angry now? Brother Jie, I'm so hungry. Why isn't Jiangxi cooking yet? Zhao Manji loudly called out, walking over from the village path. She saw the three people in confrontation, her eyes flickering. Then she looked at Si Yanchen. Si Yanchen's sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, high nose, straight posture and cold, commanding presence made him seem like a military officer. He and Tan Hongjie looked like a scholar and a soldier. Zhao Manji's eyes showed jealousy. Then she quickly changed to a look of amusement, eager to watch the show. Jiangxi felt a little hungry and just wanted to go home quickly to eat, so her tone was much sharper. Zhao Manji, do you live by the sea? What do you mean? There's no ocean here, not living by the sea. Why do you care so much? Zhao Manji was hit with this and immediately pouted, holding Tan Hongjie's arm to act cute. Brother Jie, Jiang Jiqing misunderstood me again. I was just worried about her. Tan Hongjie frowned and instinctively wanted to scold Jiangxi. Quick as a flash, Jiangxi also held Si Yanqing's arm to act cute. Brother Chun, Tan Hongjie wants to scold me again. I just don't want them to worry about me. Magic defeats magic. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji froze. They looked at Jiangxi as if she were a monster. Why was she so awkward when the same trick was used on her? All right, we're hungry and need to go home to eat. You guys should go back now. Si Yanqing's lips, which had been pressed tightly, suddenly curved into a smile. He let Jiangxi hold his arm naturally and walked into the house, closing the door with a bang. The two outside the door looked angry, their faces dark. Then Zhao Manji's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Tan Hongjie looked at the closed door, suddenly clenched his fists, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. That wicked Jiangxi, before breaking off the engagement, was already flirting with another man. He definitely wouldn't let her go. Let's go, we're going back. He turned around without looking back and headed toward the Jiqing spot. Zhao Manji quickly took 2 steps forward, holding his arm and softly coaxing him. Si Yanqing carried 3 aluminum lunchboxes with a net bag. They contained braised pork, plain rice, and a large meat bun. When he opened the boxes, a strong aroma wafted out. Jiangxi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It smelled so good. Si Yanqing took 2 bowls from the kitchen, filled one with rice, and handed it to her. Hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. They sat down, and Jiangxi started eating without hesitation. She had eaten a bowl of egg noodles in the morning and had been sleeping until now. She was starving. After dinner, Si Yanqing washed the dishes and then left with the lunch boxes. Since they were alone in the room, he couldn't stay much longer, or it might damage Jiangxi's reputation. After Si Yanqing left, Jiangxi boiled some hot water and took a refreshing hot shower. During this time, there was little entertainment, no mobile phones to watch videos, and no novels to read. It was quite boring. Draw card system, open system backpack. She wiped her hair with a dry cloth while opening the draw card system.
Ding. Received.
Your system backpack has been opened.
Please check.
As the mechanical voice sounded, a light blue screen appeared before her eyes. The backpack was actually a 3x3 grid, with each square able to hold 1 card. Cards of the same type would automatically stack. 5 squares contained cards, which were the ones she had drawn in recent days. They included a wind listening card, 2 flower cards, a rice card, and an egg card. The wind listening card could listen 10 times. She had used it twice, so it could still be used 8 more times. All the food cards represented 1 gene, about half a kilogram. This draw card system could only draw cards. No other interfaces had been found. The system backpack could only hold cards, not external items. If only I could store external things, she sighed, stopping her actions and falling into thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she shouted at the system. Open the flower card.
Ding.
Your flower card has been opened. Please check your items. Instantly, a white rough cloth bag appeared on the table. She picked up the cloth bag and found it soft to the touch, not rough or scratchy at all. She placed the water cup lid from the table into the bag and tied it tightly. Store the flower in the system backpack. Ding. 1 gene of flower has been stored in your system backpack.
Please check.
Clang. As the mechanical voice sounded, the water cup lid fell onto the table. It seemed the system had no loopholes. Indeed, people's greed is endless. With the system, now I want more space. Feeling a bit discouraged, she randomly tapped on the system screen in front of her.
Ding.
You have triggered a beginner's gift pack from the draw card system. Would you like to open it now? The moment the mechanical voice sounded, she froze. Then, she suddenly burst into joy. A beginner's gift pack? Such a good thing? The system is really tricky. She almost missed it. Open it. Open it immediately. A red lucky bag icon on the screen flickered with golden light and burst open. 3 cards fell out. Space fragment card, rice card, fishing rod card. Oh my, there's actually a space card. Open the space fragment card. The surprise came suddenly. Jiang Shi quickly opened the card.
Ding.
You have opened a space fragment card. This card contains a damaged space stone. Collect all fragments to repair the complete space. With a mechanical sound, a small black stone about the size of a thumb fell onto the table. Jiang Shi pricked her finger with a sewing needle and let a drop of blood fall on the small stone. After a burst of golden light, the stone disappeared. She sensed a space appearing in her mind, about 1 meter wide and 5 meters tall. Collecting 10 space fragment cards can activate the full space. Not bad. I'll go to Uncle Zhang's house to order a shelf, and then 2 boxes to hold more things. She stored important money, documents, and several sacks of grain into the space. Then she opened the fishing rod card and got a bamboo pole about 1.5 meters long and the thickness of a thumb. The bamboo pole had a transparent silk line and a fishhook the size of a needle. Magical fishing rod beginner. Don't be fooled by its beginner level. What you catch will surprise you. Jiang Shi read the information on the fishing rod, curious about what kind of fish she might catch. She decided to try it out at the small river near the village after work tomorrow. After putting away the fishing rod, she fiddled with the system screen for a while, but there was no response. She wasn't disappointed and simply closed the system interface. After studying the system for a while, she realized it was already bedtime. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Ding ding ding. The next day, Jiang Shi was awakened by the bell rung by village chief Zhang. She opened her eyes, refreshed, and went to wash up, changing into her old work clothes. Before leaving, she boiled a pot of hot water and let it cool slightly, pouring it into a military-style water bottle. She also cooked 2 poached eggs. After eating the eggs and drinking the broth, she put on a straw hat and headed toward the old locust tree at the east end of the village. Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, and Zhang Sanyu planned to apologize to her publicly at the morning meeting. She couldn't be late. Some villagers who arrived early were chatting in groups under the old locust tree. The most talked about topic was Jiang Shi and the others, including Tan Hongjie. The villagers disapproved of their actions and feared they might be schemed against someday. Tan Jiahe and Zhao Manji have been working hard to build their reputation in Taoyuan village, but it is now shaky. Jiang Jiqing. When Jiang Shi arrived under the old locust tree, villagers greeted her one after another. She is small and thin but can earn 10 work points, which is better than some men. Work points equal food, and villagers like those who can grow food. She has a good reputation among villagers, but a very bad one at the youth station. She responds with a smile to everyone who greets her. She is happy to accept the kindness they show her. Like a flower peacock, attracting bees and butterflies everywhere. Female youth Chenwei sneers and mocks her. She is friends with Zhao Manji and dislikes Jiangxi the most. Zhao Manji cannot say harsh words openly, so Chenwei does the insulting for her. She calls Jiangxi a third party who stole Zhao Manji's man. How much did Zhao Manji pay you to scold me so early in the morning? Jiangxi directly exposes their secret deal, not caring about her face. Chenwei's face changes drastically, and she screams. Jiangxi, don't talk nonsense. What deal? You're slandering. Whether it's slander or not, you don't get to decide. Neither do I. Next to them, female youth Hiyani looks curious. Jiang Jiqing, who decides? Jiangxi smiles mysteriously. The 5 yuan in her pocket decides. Chenwei's face turns pale, and she instinctively covers her pocket with her hands. Oh, Hiyani prolongs her tone, looking understanding. Then she asks gossipingly, Jiang Jiqing, did Chenwei really take Zhao Jiqing's money to do her favors? Of course. Every time, Chenwei spreads rumors that I hit and scold Zhao Manji. For each rumor, she earns 5 yuan as a fee. As soon as Jiangxi finishes speaking, the crowd around erupts. Oh my, such a profitable business?
Exactly.
Just a few words and she makes 5 yuan. I wouldn't dare to earn such dishonest money. It might bring trouble to future generations. Whether it brings trouble or not, just earn the money first. As villagers talk, they start to argue. Clang, clang, clang. Village Chief Zhang stood on a large stone under the old locust tree and rang the iron bell hanging from the branches again. He loudly shouted, Quiet, quiet, time for the morning meeting. The villagers instantly quieted down and gathered in front of the big stone. The stone was about half a person tall, roughly 3 or 4 square meters, and served as a natural small stage. Yesterday, a very serious false accusation happened in Taoyuan village. Village Chief Zhang sternly recounted what had occurred yesterday. Everyone should learn from this. Now, Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, and Zhang Sanyu, please come up and read your apology letters. Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, and Zhang Sanyu, looking a bit sheepish, slowly walked onto the stone. Village Chief Zhang pointed to the center of the stone and shouted loudly, Stand here one by one and read your letters. Tan Hongjie, who considered himself a cultured person, pushed up his glasses and started reading first. He read with emotion, as if giving a speech, treating the apology letter as a formal speech. Good, Tan Jiqing truly is a cultured person, well-spoken. After reading, the villagers cheered and praised him. This somewhat downplayed the content of the apology letter itself. Jiangxi didn't care much about the content. She was mainly concerned with saving face for Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji. After Tan Hongjie finished, Zhao Manji and Zhang Sanyu continued reading. Both read in a straightforward manner, and Jiangxi didn't make things difficult for them. Revenge could be done in many ways. This was just one of them. After finishing the apology letters, it was time for Village Chief Zhang to assign tasks. It was late autumn now, and the harvest had already been gathered and distributed. Their work involved digging up sweet potatoes and carrots. Jiangxi was assigned to pull carrots. It was a light task, but with fewer work points. She knew Village Chief Zhang was taking care of her, probably because she was just recovering from illness, and gave her an easier job. In the carrot field, each person was required to pull carrots from 2 rows. The young women pulled the carrots, while the young men packed them into baskets and carried them back to the village granary. He and I specifically chose the carrot field next to Jiangxi and chattered unhappily. Jiangxi didn't want to talk and just wanted to finish her work and go home to rest. But she was too talkative. Even if Jiangxi didn't speak, she would keep talking enthusiastically. When Jiangxi encountered a topic she was interested in, she would occasionally reply a few words. The two of them chatted casually for a long time. Finally, after pulling out the last carrot, Jiangxi let out a sigh of relief. She was glad to finally get rid of this little chatterbox. Jiang Jiqing, you can take some carrot seedlings home to make pickled vegetables. They taste great with porridge, Hien and I quietly whispered to her as she approached. Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Could there really be such a good thing? Won't Village Chief Zhang scold us? We didn't take much. Village Chief Zhang usually turns a blind eye. Everyone does the same. Jiang Shi looked up and saw it was true. People working there would secretly pull some carrot leaves and hide them in small bags they brought. Seeing this, she quickly picked out 2 or 3 jean of leaves and tied them with grass. Hey, someone is secretly digging into the village's corner. Chenwei deliberately walked over and loudly shouted. Chenwei looked proud, thinking she had caught Jiangxi in the act. She wanted to give her a bad reputation as a thief and get village chief Zhang to punish her.
Fool.
Jiangxi didn't bother to respond. She continued organizing the carrots she had pulled out. Ignoring her was the best way to fight back. Chenwei was so angry, she almost fell backward. Jiangxi, why aren't you talking? I want to report you for stealing carrot leaves from the village. Chenwei, what do you mean by stealing? Are these small vegetable leaves also stealing? You're overstepping. Exactly, Village Chief Zhang doesn't say anything. You're just meddling in other people's business. Before Jiangxi could reply, the other young workers nearby couldn't stay silent. In late autumn, there are fewer types of vegetables. The young workers had many people but few vegetables, not enough to eat. Every year, they had to spend their own money to buy vegetables for the winter. Finally, having some free green leaves to supplement their meals made them very happy. If Chenwei caused trouble, they wouldn't let her take these leaves. If you're so righteous, don't eat the pickled vegetables we make. Shouting so loudly, you always eat the most. The young workers argued back and forth, making Chenwei feel embarrassed. She was a bit flustered, fidgeting with her hands. I'm not reporting everyone. You want to report me, right? Is it because you're used to being Zhao Manji's dog, always ready to bite me? Jiangxi stood straight and responded coldly. Chenwei was so angry, she was about to explode. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever responds is. Chenwei was so furious she pointed her finger, trembling like she was having a seizure. Bastard, you're the dog and your whole family is dogs. How sad, so young and already having a fit. Jiangxi looked calm, speaking softly, but it made Chenwei even more furious. You wicked person, I'll fight you. She waved her arms wildly and lunged at Jiangxi. Jiangxi kept a cold expression, slightly spread her feet, standing steadily without moving away. Jiang Jiqing, run away. Hien and I clenched her small cloth bag tightly and shouted loudly. In the next second, Chenwei rushed forward. Jiangxi grabbed her wrist, pulling hard to the side, then quickly turned her body, throwing her onto her back. Chenwei fell onto the vegetable patch. Her movements were so quick that she was still stunned on the ground, not yet recovering. Jiang Jiqing, you're amazing. One move to defeat her, Hien and I ran over, eyes shining with admiration as she looked at Jiangxi. A few other young workers nearby also gathered around. Yes, I didn't even react before Chenwei was knocked down. Jiang Jiqing, what's this move called? Can you teach me? I want to learn too, so I can use it against bad people in the future. Jiangxi smiled as she looked at the chattering young workers. This move is called a shoulder throw, using clever strength to throw the opponent to the ground. She pulled Hien and I, slowed down her movements, and demonstrated. The young women workers eagerly learned. Chenwei got up from the ground. Seeing no one paying attention to her, she turned to surround Jiangxi, her face dark with anger. Jiangxi, you wicked person. Wicked person? Who are you calling wicked? Wicked person, you. Haha, so funny. Someone actually dares to call themselves wicked. Haha. Before she finished speaking, the young women workers burst into laughter. Zhao Manji, having experienced prosperity in her past life and reborn with divine favor, felt superior. She looked down on others in the workers' dormitory, excluding some, and didn't get along well with others. Even Chenwei and He Chunju, who were close to her, weren't well liked by the other workers. Now, seeing her get embarrassed, they all started laughing. Jiangxi's lips curled into a slight smile as she picked up the carefully chosen radish leaves and headed towards the village. Her work was done, and she could now go home to cook. Chun-Wei snapped out of her daze, realizing she had been tricked, and she shouted as she chased after her. Jiangxi, you mean person, stop right there. Jiangxi turned around and stood still, looking straight at her with a cold, sharp gaze. Chun-Wei, I have little patience left. If you dare to provoke me again, you'll regret it. Frightened by her intense stare, Chun-Wei immediately stopped and looked at her with suspicion. She instinctively felt that if she kept following, she might get into trouble. Huh, Jiangxi sneered and turned to walk away. Hey, Jiang Jiqing, wait for me. I'll go back with you. Hien and I called out, carrying a small cloth bag, and ran over. Hearing the call, Jiangxi slowed her pace to wait for her. Hien and I reached her side and saw her holding tender vegetable leaves, unable to resist commenting. Wow, Jiang Jiqing, the leaves you picked are so tender. Boil them in hot water, then toss with some sesame oil and garlic. Delicious. Really? I'll try that later. Hien and I opened her small bag, revealing even greener vegetable leaves inside. Look, I like to pick the old leaves and make pickles. They taste really good. They chatted happily and soon arrived back at the village. Jiangxi followed her to the youth's compound. Behind the compound was a vegetable garden, partly public and partly privately cultivated. She had cleared a plot about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, planting white radishes, cabbage, scallions, ginger, and garlic. These vegetables were usually picked by the Tan family to eat. Jiangxi went straight into the garden, pulling out 2 white radishes and 2 cabbages. After harvesting, she headed directly to her small wooden house at the end of the village. She secretly planned how to bring all the vegetables back. All these vegetables she had planted and nurtured with her own effort every day. She no longer ate at the youth's point, not wanting to give the Tan family any advantage. Back home, she placed the vegetables in the kitchen. She hadn't used this kitchen much when she was eating at the youth's point. The cupboard only had half a bag of noodles and a few eggs. Tan Hongjia had told her she would be hungry at night and wanted to eat some fine grains. The original owner hurriedly ran to Taoyuan town, specially paying a high price to buy something. She didn't have time to deliver it to the educated youth point before the issue with traditional medicine arose. Jiangxi lit the stove, added half a bowl of noodles, 2 eggs, and 2 slices of cabbage leaves, then cooked a large bowl of noodles. After eating, she felt much stronger and more energetic. Before sacrificing, Zhang's father was a top military leader and Zhang's mother was a military doctor. Their salaries were high. The family had good food, and Jiangxi was raised healthy and strong like a little calf with much more strength than others her age. 3 years of hard work, plus often eating plain food, made her very thin and almost starved. She needed to eat well and take care of her health to recover. After finishing her meal, she suddenly remembered a detail from the book. Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji lived at the educated youth point, and it was not convenient for them to be affectionate in public. So every day at noon, during the rest period, they secretly went to a small forest behind the mountain to meet. She thought she might catch them in the act if she went now. Without hesitation, she put on her hat, quickly left the house, and headed toward the back mountain. Card system, help me activate the listening ear card. Ding. Received. Listening ear card activated for you. As the mechanical voice sounded, a shining card with golden light spun above her head. Monitor the movements in the 3 o'clock direction ahead, in the small forest. The card flickered, and many noisy sounds came through. There were the sounds of bugs crawling on leaves, small animals jumping and running, and the voices of a man and a woman talking. Brother Jia, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Little fairy, who asked you to be so charming, let me. Caught off guard by such intense sounds, Jiangxi almost retracted the card. She thought for a moment, then turned and headed toward the old locust tree in the village. That was the gossip hub of the village, where the busybodies gathered. The listening ear card could monitor sounds within a 30-meter radius. Even if Jiangxi was far away, she could always know their location. Under the old locust tree, about a dozen elders and aunties sat there. The elders held large pipes, taking occasional puffs, and loudly discussed something. The older women sat on small stools, constantly fixing their shoe soles and chatting loudly, spitting as they talked. Mrs. Chen spoke the loudest, waving her hands often, like a general giving orders. Mrs. Chen. Jiangxi hadn't reached the tree yet and was already shouting loudly. Mrs. Chen turned around angrily when she heard the call. When she saw Jiangxi walking over, her eyes lit up. She sensed gossip in the air. She quickly walked over, looking excited as she asked, "Jiang Jiqing, what do you want to see me about?" Jiangxi stood under the old locust tree, noticing the villagers watching her curiously. She slowly spoke, "Mrs. Chen, I'm looking for my fiancé, Tan Hongjie. I've been searching all day, but can't find him. I thought you might know where he is, since you're well informed." Mrs. Chen smiled broadly when she heard Jiangxi praise her. "Haha, Jiang Jiqing, you've asked the right person. Others' wives might not know, but your fiancé," Mrs. Chen said mysteriously, "I actually do know where he is." "Where is he? Please tell me, Mrs. Chen." Mrs. Chen looked at her with sympathy. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be on the back mountain." Jiangxi pretended to be confused and asked, "The back mountain is all forest. Why would he go there now?" "You young folks don't understand. The back mountain is a good place." The women fixing shoes exchanged glances and shared knowing, mischievous smiles. "Mrs. Chen, the back mountain is so big. I don't know where he is. Can you take me there to find him?" "Sure, I have nothing to do anyway." "I'll go with you," Mrs. Chen agreed happily, stuffing her shoe sole and stool under a stone, then turned to lead Jiangxi toward the back mountain. "Hey, Mrs. Chen, I'm coming too." "Wait for me." "Me too. I want to go." In the end, more than 10 men and women followed behind them. Jiangxi watched them walk confidently, feeling a bit amused. It seemed the small forest on the back mountain really had many stories. The kapai card with the feng wind sound was always hanging above her head. Only she could see the card and hear the sounds coming from it. Over in the small forest, Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji had finished their work and were resting, chatting. "Brother Jie, does Jiangxi know something? She probably hasn't figured out our plan, right?" Tan Hongjie sneered. "What are you afraid of? In a few days I'll buy some braised pork in town, add double the amount of medicine into the meat. Let's see how she escapes this time." A cold glint flashed in Jiangxi's eyes. "If you're unkind, don't blame her for being unjust." She quickened her pace, quietly guiding the villagers to walk ahead. These elderly men and women seemed quite experienced. Once they entered the woods, their voices automatically hushed, and they excitedly followed behind.
Ah.
"Brother Jie, please don't. I can't take it anymore. Little fairy, wasn't it you who was deliberately teasing me just now? Wow, are they planning to do it again?" The group quickly reached the place where the two were meeting. There was a flat, large rock with a small hill behind it blocking the mountain wind. It was almost like a natural secret meeting spot. Their dirty words and inappropriate sounds were heard clearly by everyone. Jiangxi pinched her thigh hard, tears streaming down her face. "Madam Chen, Brother Jie, is he cheating on me?" Madam Chen looked at her with a complicated expression. "Cough, you should be mentally prepared. Men, they always like women outside." Jiangxi took a deep breath and rushed forward. She was willing to do anything to break off the engagement. "Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, you two shameless people, how dare you cheat behind my back?" She quickly ran to the big rock, secretly gathering the clothes on the ground into her space fragment while everyone was distracted. To avoid attracting attention, she closed her eyes and didn't look at the exposed bodies on the rock. Zhao Jiqing is so fair-skinned. No wonder Tan Jiqing wants to cheat. Oh wow, Tan Jiqing has quite the reputation. When the elderly men and women's voices rang out, Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji finally snapped out of their shock. They looked in the direction of the voices together. They saw more than a dozen elderly men and women with wide eyes, staring intensely at them. They were so frightened they looked like they had lost their souls, faces pale. Zhao Manji screamed and hurriedly curled up in Tan Hongjie's arms, trying to hide. Tan Hongjie's face turned pale with anger. He hugged Zhao Manji tightly and shouted loudly, "Go away. All of you, get lost. Ridiculous. This is the village's public land. Why should we leave?" Exactly. We're not afraid of others seeing us together. The villagers refused to leave and started arguing with him. Jiangxi stood nearby, quietly thinking to herself. Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, do you like this big gift? Tan Hongjie had no choice but to endure his shame. He bent down, trying to grab his clothes. But the big rock was empty, no clothes, not even a torn piece of fabric. He looked around the rocks, but there was nothing. Their clothes had disappeared into thin air. He was so angry his face turned dark. He shouted again. Who stole our clothes? Zhao Manji glared at Jiangxi with hatred, no longer pretending to be gentle. Jiangxi, did you do this? Why are you so mean? You deliberately made us look bad. Jiangxi got angry. She thought, how could she be blamed for their affair? Yes, I'm so mean. I forced you with a knife to have an affair. And I also forced you to try to steal my fiancé. Zhao Manji couldn't say anything back to Jiangxi. Tan Hongjie's face was dark. He ordered Jiangxi, go and bring us 2 sets of clothes now. Tan Hongjie, are you crazy? As my fiancé, you're having an affair, and you still want me to get clothes for you? Jiangxi deliberately let them show their true colors. They had been ruthless when they plotted against her before. Why should she be generous now? Zhao Manji quickly thought of a plan and shouted loudly. Whoever lends me clothes to wear, I'll give her 5 yuan, no, 10 yuan. The women watching nearby immediately became interested. But they only had one thin set of clothes on, so they couldn't take them off easily. Zhao Jiqing, are you serious? You'll really give me 10 yuan? Really? When I go back, I'll give it to you right away. Only one older woman's face lit up with a smile. She took off her coat and long pants and handed them to Zhao Manji. She still had a patched-up set of autumn clothes and pants on. As she handed over the clothes, her eyes kept sneaking a look at Tan Hongjie. Tan Hongjie clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, Annie, please show some respect. Someone who cheats on their spouse dares to tell me to behave. It's just a little meat. Who doesn't act like a noble at times? The auntie looked dismissive and didn't take him seriously. Jiangxi was about to burst into laughter. The villagers of Taiyuan village are really interesting. After scolding Tan Hongjie, the auntie turned around and warned Zhao Manji. Zhao Jiqing, remember to give me 10 yuan when you go back. Otherwise, I will tell everyone about your messy affairs. Zhao Manji hurriedly put on her clothes, trying to hide her anger as she responded. Auntie, don't worry. I will definitely give you the money. The auntie was satisfied and proudly boasted to a few other women. They all envied her very much. Borrowing a set of old clothes and earning 10 yuan was like finding money. In the city, a temporary worker's salary was only about 20 yuan a month. 10 yuan was half a month's salary for others, so no wonder they envied her. Jiqing, do you want to rent a set of clothes? Just 10 yuan. Inspired by the aunties, an old man came forward to sell a sweaty, smelly set of clothes. Yes, please, sir. Please lend me the clothes, and I will pay you back as soon as I get home. Tan Hongjie endured the disgust and put on the heavily stinky clothes. When they both finished dressing and stood on the ground, Village Chief Zhang was also pulled over by Mrs. Chen. Village Chief Zhang was the one Jiang she paid 2 yuan for errands, asked Mrs. Chen to invite him. Seeing their mismatched clothes, his face turned green with anger. It was always these two causing trouble, never taking a break. What are you two doing? Do you want to go to jail? In this era, cheating on a spouse was a serious crime and could lead to imprisonment. Tan Hongjie looked a bit panicked. Village Chief Zhang, Zhao and I are in love. We, Tan Hongjie, Zhang, she shouted angrily. You and Zhao Manji are in love. Then what am I? I want to break off the engagement. You rotten cucumber, whoever wants you can have you. Tan Hongjie instinctively argued. No, I can't break off the engagement. The Tan family needed Jiangxi's status and the protection of her powerful backing. They absolutely could not break the engagement. Tan family truly deserves to be called capitalists. Their scheming is loud and clear. Your face is bigger than a grinding stone. You want to marry a wife and have a concubine all at once. Jiangxi directly revealed the hidden identity of the Tan family. Having enjoyed the protection of the original owner for 3 years, It was time for everyone to go their separate ways. Since the Tan family is really capitalist, no wonder everyone in their family looks so well-fed. Capitalists eat people without leaving bones. Why isn't their family being criticized? TSK. It's hard for ordinary folks to marry, but capitalists can afford to have concubines. As soon as Jiang Shi finished speaking, villagers started to discuss loudly. Tan Hongjie looked panicked, with a hint of hatred in his eyes, staring straight at her. Jiang Shi, what are you talking about? I'm your wife before the marriage. What good does it do me if something happens to you? It won't be long before that changes, Jiang Shi replied coldly, glaring back. Or are you just trying to take advantage of Zhao Manji without taking responsibility? Zhao Manji's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes reddened, tears falling uncontrollably. Brother Jie, you don't want me anymore. She secretly touched her belly and stubbornly looked at Tan Hongjie. The woman he loved was crying like a child, and she was pregnant with his child. Tan Hongjie looked pained, his heart tightening suddenly, hurting badly. Ji, I don't want to leave you. He couldn't abandon the Tan family. His grandfather wouldn't allow him to break off the engagement. He couldn't ignore Zhao Ji and her child, but he couldn't give them official status either. It was all Jiang Shi's fault. If it weren't for her, their family of 3 would be happily living together. He looked at Jiang Shi, a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Jiang Shi crossed her arms and coldly watched the two. Because of Zhao Ji's pregnancy, Tan Hongjie would definitely break off the engagement with her. He wanted a wife and children, but also wanted her to bring protection to the Tan family. He even wanted to humiliate her, so she would serve the Tan family. Where in the world could such a good thing be found? She would definitely withdraw from this marriage. In her own way, Jiang Shi looked at Village Chief Zhang and said coldly, Village Chief Zhang, report to the police. These two are having an affair. Let the police arrest them. Zhao Ji couldn't hold back her tears and started to scream. No, we can't report to the police. Jiang Shi, this is a family matter. Why report it to the police? Tan Hongjie's face turned pale. He tightly grabbed Jiang Shi's wrist, afraid she might go to the police. Jiang Shi felt the pain from his grip and instinctively tried to pull away. But she couldn't shake free. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Not yet. Tan Hongjie held on tighter, looking at her gently and softly coaxing. Cici, I promise to break up with Zhao Manji and treat you well. Please don't report to the police, okay? Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with anger. She stared at him closely. She raised her sore wrist. Her voice squeezed out between her teeth. Are you going to let go or not? Tan Hongjie had never seen her so cold and fierce. He instinctively loosened his grip. You have 2 choices, report to the police or break off the engagement. Jiang Shi's expression was cold and firm, with no room for negotiation. Tan Hongjie's lips pressed tightly, fists clenched, his eyes flickering as he struggled fiercely. Zhao Manji's face showed a hint of a smile. She grabbed his arm and shook it. Brother Jie, promise to break off the engagement. We can't go to the police station, or our lives will be ruined. Someone who has been to the police station and has a record, how can they find a job after returning to the city? Village head Zhang saw Jiang Shi wanted to break off the engagement and wanted to help her. In a family like Tan's, breaking off the engagement is the best choice for her. He looked at Tan Hongjie sharply and said, Tan Jiqing, how will you handle the matter with Zhao Jiqing? If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll have to report to the police. Tan Hongjie hesitated. Village head Zhang, I do want to take responsibility, but I have a fiancé. A fiancé is just that, not married yet. Jiang Jiqing is also willing to break off the engagement with you. Why are you hesitating? Brother Jie, just agree to break off the engagement. I don't want to go to the police. Tan Ziqing doesn't want to break off the engagement. Does he really want to marry his wife and concubines together? What are you thinking? This is New China now. Do you want to sit in jail forever? Under pressure from Zhao Manji and the villagers, Tan Hongjie's eyes showed some wavering. A dark look flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes. She took 5 yuan out of her pocket. Aunt Chun, here's 5 yuan. Can you go to the police station and help me report to the police? Yes, Yes, I will use the village's ox cart, and I promise to handle everything properly. Seeing Mrs. Chen about to accept the cash, Tan Hongjie suddenly shouted loudly. Wait, I agree to cancel the engagement. Jiang Shi looked calm. Are you sure? Are you just pretending to agree and then changing your mind later? Tan Hongjie's eyes flickered. He really wanted to fool her first and then find a way to fix it after going back home. Yes, I am sure. I won't change my mind. All right. Words are not enough. Let's write it down as proof. I will write down the cancellation of the engagement and sign it to confirm. Village head Zhang, everyone elders and ladies, please help witness this. Jiang Shi said, taking out a small notebook and a pen from her pocket. The space stone fragments are very convenient. With something to block the view, she can take things out and use them anytime. She placed the notebook on a big stone and crouched down to write quickly. After finishing, she handed the notebook to Village Head Zhang to look at. Village Head Zhang saw what was written and furrowed his brows more and more. Finally, he looked at Tan Hongjie with sharp eyes and a fierce glare. The villagers watched in confusion, not understanding why Village Head Zhang looked so angry and full of hostility. Mrs. Chen, who had just lost 5 yuan and was sighing, suddenly perked up when she saw Village Head Zhang's unusual reaction. Village Head, what's wrong? Is there a problem with what Jiang Jiqing wrote? Yes, Village Head, if there's an issue, just say it. The villagers asked eagerly. Seeing Village Head Zhang's reaction, Tan Hongjie felt nervous. He glanced at Jiang Shi, but saw she had a blank expression, not revealing anything. What did she write on it? Looking at the villagers' expectant faces, Village Head Zhang hesitated and asked Jiang Shi. Jiang Jiqing, can you read out what is written above? Jiang Shi planned that when she was about to break ties with the Tan family, she wouldn't hide or protect their reputation anymore. Sure, I need the villagers to help me witness, so I will let them know what is written. Tan Hongjie immediately felt uneasy and tried to stop her. Wait, Jiang Shi, what exactly did you write on there? If you want to know, Village Head Zhang, just read it out loud. Tan Hongjie was afraid she might reveal secrets of the Tan family. His eyes were sharp and he warned, you are not allowed to write unrelated things. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your family matters, but Jiang Shi looked at him seriously. If you bother me, don't blame me for being rude. Enough, stop arguing, I will read the content aloud. Village Chief Zhang stopped their quarrel and began reading loudly. Proof of annulment of engagement. On November 16th, 197X, at 1:25 p.m., Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji were caught in a secret meeting in the small woods behind Taoyuan village. Since they loved each other deeply and secretly met, they decided to become a couple. I, Jiang Shi, agreed to cancel the engagement with Tan Hongjie. From now on, the two are no longer connected. The conditions for the annulment are as follows. 1. Jiang Shi will return the engagement gift from Tan Hongjie, a worn-out bronze bracelet. 2. Tan Hongjie will return Jiang Shi's engagement gift, 2 first-class medals. 3. Tan Hongjie's wife, Zhang Jinmei, will return 5,000 yuan of military survivor benefits kept on her behalf. 4. Return 864 yuan of orphan benefits over 2 years, 24 months, 36 yuan per month. 5. Return 200 yuan of martyrs' funeral expenses. Zhang Jinmei must return a total of 6,064 yuan in cash to Jiang Shi. This money must be returned before noon on November 17th, 197X, or it will be reported to the Taoyuan City Armed Forces Department. This statement is made as proof. Signed by Jiang Shi. As soon as Village Chief Zhang finished reading, the villagers erupted in shock. Oh my! The Tan family dares to pocket the martyrs' survivor benefits and funeral expenses. They took over more than 6,000 yuan from Jiang Jiqing. I can't earn that in decades. Wow, I didn't know Jiang Jiqing was so wealthy. Does the Tan family have a problem in their heads? They're willing to keep such a treasure. Zhao Manji looked stunned, staring at Jiang Shi. She didn't expect Jiang Shi to be so rich secretly, and that the Tan family had control over her. If their plan succeeded, would she still need to return this money? She was full of regret, wishing she hadn't let Jiang Shi cancel the engagement at this moment. Tan Hongjia's face turned pale as paper, and he kept repeating in his mind, "It's over. The Tan family is finished. They even dared to steal the martyrs' survivor benefits. If the troops find out, Tan's family will face a worse fate than when they were sent away long ago." I never expected Jiangxi to go so far and openly reveal these funds. "Jiangxi, I want my grandmother to return this money. You don't need to write it down. No, I don't trust any Tan family member. I must see it in writing for my peace of mind. Xiaoxi, can't you just consider the kindness of saving your life back then?" "Stop." Tan Hongjie was about to complain further, but was cut off by Jiangxi with disgust. "Huh, saving my life? You used that to hold me hostage for 3 years. During these years, I worked early and late, washing clothes and cooking to serve your family. You took advantage of me and wanted to drain me dry. Even if you helped me, I've already repaid that. Besides," Jiangxi narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp like a blade, staring directly at him. Was the drowning incident back then really just an accident? As she spoke, Tan Hongjie's pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What happened back then? Could she know something? Village Chief Zhang saw the two playing riddles and understood there was a reason behind it. He didn't ask further, only spoke calmly. "Jiang Jiqing, how do you want to handle this proof?" Jiangxi took out a small red paper from her pocket, which was actually a fragment of space. She kept this red paper for occasional use as lipstick or rouge, but it unexpectedly came in handy now. "Village Chief Zhang, both parties need to sign and stamp with red ink. Additionally, I need you and the villagers to sign and stamp as witnesses. All right, do as you say. Be quick. I need to go to work later." Jiangxi took the notebook and quickly signed her name. Then she pressed her thumb firmly on the red paper, leaving a red fingerprint on her name. She handed the notebook to Tan Hongjie. "Hurry up and sign. I need to get to work soon." Tan Hongjie took the notebook but hesitated to sign. Jiangxi was anxious inside, worried he might change his mind, and immediately showed a stern face. "Tan Hongjie, I advise you to sign your name. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You know the power I have behind me." Tan Hongjie looked at her cold, firm face and finally signed his name. Jiangxi immediately handed over the red paper, pressing it firmly against the name with a strong rub. Seeing that he finally signed, Jiangxi let out a sigh of relief. She quickly grabbed the notebook, asked Village Chief Zhang to help the villagers write their names, and then had them each press their thumbprints. When the notebook returned to her hands, she almost burst into tears with happiness. Jiangxi, finally single again. God knows, as a top worker in a strict 9-to-6 job, these past 2 days have been more exciting than the last 20 years. With this proof, it will be much easier to deal with the old folks from the Tan family. If needed, she can also ask her dad's old comrades for help. In short, she would never let the Tan family bully her. After signing the divorce proof, Village Chief Zhang told everyone to disperse. Jiangxi concealed the notebook and pen in her pocket, making sure not to lose such important items. She just wanted to rest at home briefly before heading back to work. In the afternoon, she would continue pulling radishes. Hien and I still chose the radish field closest to her. During this time, villagers kept approaching her with various excuses. They tried to ask about the divorce and the compensation money. Jiangxi had expected this and handled it easily, revealing nothing. Hien and I sensed something was unusual. Fortunately, this girl managed to hold back her curiosity and didn't ask her right away. Jiangxi had a good impression of her. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji silently returned to the youth workers' camp. Tan Hongjie hurried into old Tan's room in a panic. Zhao Manji stood still for a moment before returning to the female youth dormitory. A short while later, the sound of porcelain breaking and suppressed anger came from old Tan's room. The villagers' boundary-less probing annoyed Jiangxi greatly. Her face darkened to a frightening degree, and Hien and I, very perceptive, stopped bothering her with chatter. They worked quickly and finished the afternoon's tasks. Jiangxi casually picked some radish leaves, greeted Hien and I, and then headed back home. "Wow, Brother Zhang Damo, you're amazing. The fish you caught are so big."
"Great."
"Brother Mingzi, we'll have meat to eat tonight." "Slurp." By the small river near the village, a group of children were catching fish. A dark-skinned boy around 10 years old, with a big smile that stretched to his ears. He tightly held a 4-finger-wide carp and threw it into a wooden bucket. Several children gathered around the bucket, looking very jealous. Jiangxi saw the fish and her eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered the magical fishing rod from the card drawing system. Maybe she could try using it? Thinking about the delicious braised fish and dried fish, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The small river in Taiyuan village winds around the whole village. Since the fishing rod's abilities were unknown, Jiangxi deliberately moved to a quieter part of the river. There was a small patch of reed bushes here, rarely visited, with more big fish, perfect for her to fish. Open the card drawing system.
Ding.
The card drawing system is now open. You have one chance to draw today. Would you like to draw now? Jiangxi rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit annoyed. Oh no, I turned off the card drawing alarm yesterday and forgot to draw.
Draw now.
On the system screen, a 9-square grid appeared immediately. A blinking cursor moved back and forth across the grid. The grid displayed cards with images of rice, eggs, energy pills, meat buns, noodles, fish baskets, peanut oil, garlic, and soap. When Jiangxi saw the energy pill card, her eyes couldn't see anything else. She excitedly clasped her hands together and shouted, "May the gods and Buddhas bless me. I hope I get the energy pill card."
Ding.
Congratulations, you drew the fish basket card. Would you like to add it to your system backpack?
The Ansi Wilet?
My energy pill flew away. Forget it. I didn't even get the best luck prize in the red envelope game, so I shouldn't expect to win the big prize. Open the fish basket card.
Ding.
The fish basket card is now open. Please check your inventory. As the mechanical voice finished, a shallow bamboo fish basket suddenly appeared on the grass. She picked up the fish basket, and information immediately appeared in her mind. Magical fish basket, basic. It can hold fish and other things too. This fish basket looked just like the ones rural old men made. A fish basket the size of a teapot. What's so magical about it? Jiangxi looked around but couldn't see anything special. Oh well, if she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't think about it. She set the fish basket aside and took out her fishing rod. Then she tore off a small piece of radish leaf, hung it on the hook, and cast the hook into the water. Suddenly, a number appeared on the fishing rod, 10, 9, 8. When the number reached 0, the fishing rod jerked sharply, and she had caught something. Jiangxi was very happy. She quickly pulled the rod to lift whatever was on the hook. As the rod came out of the water, she was stunned. On the hook was a tattered pair of old shoes. There was also a line of words on the shoes. Broken shoes discarded by Zhang Matzi, Jiangxi. Haha, what a magical fishing rod. She showed no expression, threw the broken shoes into the grass. This time, she didn't even bother to hang a leaf. She simply cast the hook into the water again. Just catching some junk items, not wasting her good leaves. When the number on the rod hit 0 again, she lifted the rod. On the hook was a small, egg-sized, dark gold metal piece. 30 grams of gold. Oh my, I hit the jackpot. Jiangxi excitedly took the gold piece, inspecting it carefully. Gold isn't worth much now, so she could keep it for future use. She stored the gold in her space and cast the rod again. This time, when the number hit 0, the rod jerked hard and then started to struggle fiercely. Jiangxi was startled. The rod almost slipped from her hands. She instinctively held tight, pulling and fighting against whatever was in the water. After a few minutes, just as the thing in the water relaxed for a moment, she quickly jerked the hook onto the grass. A big black fish, about 50 to 60 centimeters long, jumped onto the ground. On its head was a line of words, 3 gene of big black fish. Haha, I can make fish soup tonight. Jiangxi forcibly grabbed the lively black fish and walked over to the fish basket. Huh? The fish basket is so small, can it hold this? Thinking to try, she stuffed the fish into the basket. The big black fish stopped struggling immediately and remained still once inside. Huh, it fits? What's going on? Surprised, she took the fish out of the basket and it immediately jumped again. She put the black fish back into the basket and it stopped moving. It only occupied a small corner of the basket. Amazing fish basket, it's really incredible. After finishing using the fish trap, Jiang Shi threw the fishing rod back into the river. This time, no numbers appeared on the rod, only a line of words. Today's usage limit reached. Please try again tomorrow. Haha, it seems this fishing rod can only be used 3 times a day. Jiang Shi stored the fishing rod, then carried the fish trap and some radish leaves as she headed home. On the way, she tried to put the radish leaves into the fish trap and managed to do so. A large handful of leaves only filled a small corner of the trap, leaving enough space for 7 or 8 fish. It was getting dark as night fell. When she reached her wooden house at the end of the village, she saw Si Yanchen holding a stone, helping her repair a missing bamboo pole on the fence. Almost as soon as Jiang Shi appeared on the path, he noticed her sharply. He quickly threw away the stone, casually brushed off the dirt on his hands, and strode toward her. Why are you back so late? Let me carry that for you. He naturally reached out to take the fish trap from her. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered, and she avoided his hand. No need, the fish trap is light, I can carry it. I'm hungry. Let's go back quickly. Okay, I bought some food. We can eat as soon as we get home. The fish trap wasn't very big, and Si Yanchen didn't argue about carrying it, walking alongside her. Jiang Shi let out a breath of relief. The fish trap was a bit special, and she was afraid he might notice something unusual. The system was her secret weapon, and their current relationship was not enough to reveal it. Whether to tell him in the future, she would decide later. Jiang Shi opened the wooden house, but didn't go inside. Instead, she carried the fish trap toward the kitchen. Put the things inside first. I'll go put the fish away. Si Yanchen nodded, picked up the 2 nets on the ground, and went straight into the house. Jiang Shi kept the big black fish in a wooden bucket and placed the radish leaves on the chopping board. She thought for a moment and stored the fish trap in her space fragment. As a soldier, Si Yanchen had extraordinary alertness. When he was around, she tried to use the fish trap as little as possible to avoid being caught and having to explain. She didn't want to lie to him, nor did she want to reveal the system's details. Xiao Shi, are you home? Grandma is bringing chicken soup for you. Just then, a warm voice called from outside the fence. Jiang Shi looked over and saw Zhang Jinmei, Dai Lihua, and Tan Hongjie walking quickly toward the wooden house. Is she trying to win her over with kindness? Jiang Shi quickly left the kitchen and headed to the yard. Cici, this is chicken soup that Grandma simmered for 2 hours to help you get better, Tan Lapa said, holding out a lunchbox with a big smile, proud of herself. Yes, Hongjie also said you love chicken drumsticks, so Grandma specifically left 2 for you, she added. Dai Lihua forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Jiang Shi looked at them calmly. Flattering without sincerity is usually for selfish reasons. Are they trying to trick her again? Tan Lapa's eyes flickered, almost losing her smile. Oh, look at you, child. You're Hongjie's wife. Why would we harm you? We're no longer married. We broke off the engagement this afternoon. Nonsense. Breaking off an engagement is a big deal. How can you two just do as you please? Since ancient times, marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Our old folks are doing well, and it's not up to the younger generation to decide. Zhang Jinmei looked angry and acted like an elder. In the past, whenever she acted like this, the original owner would soften and give in. But Jiang Shi ignored her and sneered. Our Jiang family is full of loyal and brave people. The graves are overgrown with grass 3 feet high. Who do you think you are to be our elders? Liang Xian stepped out of the wooden house, standing firmly in front of Jiang Shi with a commanding presence. His face was dark, and he radiated a fierce aura, looking very intimidating. Tan Lapa was frightened and took 2 steps back, then angrily asked, Who are you? Why are you in Cici's home? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you're bullying her. Cici is a treasured member of our military district compound. Fortunately, I came to visit or I wouldn't have known you were mistreating her. Look at you all, eating well, looking healthy and glowing. And look at Cici, so thin her skin shows her bones. Blown by the wind, she might fall. Are you all dead or something? Do you think we're just ghosts? Liang Xian's eyebrows furrowed sharply, his eyes full of anger, and a low pressure filled the air around him. The three members of the Tan family, under his intense stare, dared not meet his gaze. They felt guilty. The Tan family is a very famous wealthy family in the city. Jiang Shi, an orphan who lost her parents. Even though she was poor, the pride deep in the Tan family's bones made them look down on helpless orphans. The Tan family treated Jiang Shi only as a tool to keep the family safe. Why should they bother to be nice to a tool? Sir, you've misunderstood. Xiaoxi is not feeling well. She just doesn't like to eat. Mrs. Tan forced a smile, trying to shift the blame onto Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was confident she could smooth things over, but she knew not to offend the people in the military compound. If they got angry, the Tan family would suffer even more. Si Yanchen interrupted her forcefully, his sharp eyes almost eating her up. Stop, don't talk nonsense. She can't get sick if she doesn't have enough food and medical care. Taking her food away and making her hungry enough to get sick. Doesn't that hurt your conscience? The three members of the Tan family turned pale from his scolding but couldn't say a word in reply. Brother Chen, you're asking the wrong question. The Tan family has no conscience. Of course they wouldn't feel guilty. Jiang Shi casually added her comment from the side. Tan Hongjie was used to scolding Jiang Shi. Hearing her mockery, he instinctively snapped at her. Xiaoxi, how can you talk like that? Look, Grandma even specially cooked chicken soup for you. Chunling wanted to eat chicken legs, but she didn't get any. She left them for you. Aren't they being kind to you? Jiang Shi stepped out from behind Si Yanchen and looked at the lunchbox in Mrs. Tan's hand. She casually reached out her hand. Isn't there supposed to be chicken soup? Bring it here. Mrs. Tan's eyes flashed with anger, probably annoyed by her dismissive attitude. Then she smiled brightly and handed the lunchbox over. Xiaoxi, the chicken soup is here. Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. Jiang Shi took the lunchbox, casually opened the lid, and a rich aroma of meat immediately filled the air. She closed her eyes, savoring the smell. As expected from old hen stew, the taste is wonderful. Yes, I used an ancient herbal recipe. It's very nourishing for women. However, medicinal food should be drunk while hot. Hurry up and drink it so the medicine doesn't lose its effectiveness. Grandma Tan looked at her kindly and caring. No rush. Jiang Shi hadn't finished speaking when Dai Lihua suddenly called out anxiously. How can I not rush? Then she realized her mistake and awkwardly smiled. I mean the soup has cooled and the medicine won't work anymore. Grandma has been boiling it for so long, we shouldn't waste her effort. Jiang Shi held her lunchbox and turned to walk toward the wooden house. I'm not saying I won't eat. Do you want me to stand while eating? Can I sit? Grandma Tan silently glared at Dai Lihua and hurriedly followed her. Xiaoxi, your mother-in-law is confused. Don't mind her. Jiang Shi placed the lunchbox on the table and took 2 bowls of soup from it. She picked up 1 bowl and handed it to Grandma Tan. Grandma, you've worked hard boiling the soup. Here's the first bowl for you to drink. Grandma Tan immediately dodged and waved her hands hurriedly. No need, no need. I already drank at the youth commune. These are specially reserved for you. Tan Hongjie pushed up his glasses, a faint smile in his eyes, and said softly, Jiang Shi, Grandma drank chicken soup before coming. You should drink it yourself. Jiang Shi refused to give up. No, if Grandma doesn't drink it, I won't either. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at them suspiciously. Or are you trying to drug this chicken soup? That's why Grandma doesn't want to drink. The 3 members of the Tan family looked shocked. Dai Lihua immediately retorted sharply. Nonsense. Who would put medicine in such good chicken soup? Then you finish this bowl of soup to prove it to me. Grandma Tan looked resistant. I'm too full for dinner. I really can't eat anymore. Hongjie, you eat less. Help Grandma finish the chicken soup. Okay, I'll drink the chicken soup now. Tan Hongjie pushed up his glasses, took the bowl from Jiang Shi, and tilted his head to drink the chicken soup. After a moment, he put the empty bowl down with a displeased look.
See?
I finished it. There's no problem. You're just making trouble. Xiaoxi, Hongjie has finished. You should quickly drink the rest. Grandma Tan took the opportunity to pressure her into drinking the chicken soup. Okay, I'll drink it. Jiang Shi picked up another bowl of chicken soup, making a swallowing motion from a different angle. In fact, she secretly stored the entire soup into her space fragment. After finishing the soup, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and turned the empty bowl upside down. How is it? The medicinal cuisine tastes good, right? Dailihua asked her happily, with a hint of pride and disdain in her eyes. Yes, it's very delicious. Do you want another bowl? No, we'll go back first. You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat. Old Lady Tan said quickly, walking out in a hurry, afraid Jiangshi would force her to drink more soup. Tan Hongjie awkwardly tugged at his collar, blushing more and more on his neck and cheeks. He glanced at Jiangshi, quickly pulled Dailihua, and left together. Jiangshi hurried over to Si Yanchen's side and softly said, Brother Chen, can you help me with something? He looked angry and was about to chase her out, but he kicked a metal lunchbox instead. After hesitating for a moment, the woman's figure disappeared from sight. Annoying woman, you took 200 yuan from me and then played me. This time, you broke my window again. You must pay for it. He picked up the lunchbox on the ground and opened it. A strong smell of chicken soup wafted out. Haha, I see you're smart. Using chicken soup to please me. Otherwise, I wouldn't go easy on you. It smells so good. He couldn't wait to put a chicken drumstick in his mouth and chewed happily. Jiangshi was hiding around the corner. Seeing him eat the chicken and drink the soup, she turned and headed toward the wooden house. When she returned, Si Yanchen hadn't come back yet. She opened the mesh bag that Si Yanchen brought, which contained several metal lunchboxes filled with food. Another bag held 2 cans of milk powder, 2 cans of condensed milk, and a few cans of luncheon meat. These were valuable items. He must have gotten them through connections. Thinking of how he had bravely stepped in front of her just now, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Maybe being with him wouldn't be so bad. Jiangshi took the food from the lunchboxes and reheated it in the kitchen. Not long after, she saw Si Yanchen walk in. Brother Chen, is everything done? Si Yanchen took the bowl from her hand and sat down. Yes, everything is arranged. After we finish eating, we can go check the results. Jiangshi was very happy. She eagerly scooped a piece of pork into his bowl and praised him enthusiastically. Brother Chun, here, have some meat. Thanks for your hard work. Luckily, you're here. I don't know what I would do without you. Si Yanchen was so pleased by her praise that his eyes smiled, and he no longer looked fierce. Knowing she liked lean meat, he carefully picked out lean pieces and put them in her bowl. Oh, Brother Chen, I got the divorce certificate. Tomorrow, after the Tan family gives us the compensation, we can officially end the engagement. Si Yanchen paused with his chopsticks. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. What compensation? Did the Tan family take your compensation? Jiangshi was startled by his look. She thought to herself, no wonder he's a special forces soldier. With just a few words, he could guess the main point. Yes, when I got engaged to Tan Hongjie that year, Jiangshi told Si Yanchen everything from how Tan Hongjie saved her to how his wife tricked her out of her condolence money. Damn it, how dare they cheat even the medals and condolence funds meant for heroes? The Tan family really doesn't care about anything anymore. Si Yanchen's face darkened with anger, and he snapped the chopsticks in his hand. The broken chopsticks pierced into his skin, bleeding fresh red blood. Soldiers risk their lives on the front lines to protect the country so that people can live peacefully and happily. Now, someone is bullying a hero's orphan, and he cannot forgive that. Si Yanchen's anger was fierce, like facing an army in battle. Jiangshi felt a shiver down her spine and was a little scared. But when she saw the wound on his hand, her eyes filled with pain. This man was so angry for her. There was no reason for her to be so delicate. She quickly walked over to him, gently opened his fingers, and took away the broken chopsticks. Brother Chun, your hand is bleeding. Let's treat the wound first. Si Yanchen came back to himself, forcibly calming his fierce aura. He looked at Jiangshi nervously, and when he saw she wasn't afraid, he finally relaxed. He had been on the battlefield, carried out special missions, and killed many enemies. His fierce presence usually scared others. Fortunately, Jiangshi wasn't afraid of him. There was no alcohol at home, so Jiangshi used cold boiled water to rinse his wound. She also picked some herbs from the yard to stop the bleeding, crushed them, and applied them to his hand. Then she wrapped it with clean cotton cloth. Throughout, Si Yanchen didn't say a word, watching her move with gentle eyes, looking like a love-struck fool. Xiao Shi still worried about him as always, so nice. Xiao Shi, I've already submitted the marriage report. After you cancel the engagement, shall we get married? Jiang Shi looked at his cautious expression, which was so different from his previous forceful insistence that she take responsibility. She was momentarily stunned. Xiao Shi, don't you want to? Perhaps seeing her silence, his tone suddenly became more assertive. Just as domineering as always. It was clearly a mistake to think he was gentle earlier. Jiang Shi's mouth twitched.
I do want to.
We agreed that once your report is approved, we'll go get the marriage license. Both families have good backgrounds, so the report should be approved quickly. Hearing the positive answer, Si Yanchen slowly relaxed his clenched fist behind his back. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms. Then, the two of them hurriedly finished their meal. Let's go. I'll show you the results. Before washing the dishes, Si Yanchen called her to go see the excitement. Jiang Shi turned on her flashlight, closed the door, and they quickly walked toward the village. She led Si Yanchen around to the back of the youth station, confirming that Tan Chunling was inside the room. She gave Si Yanchen a signal, lowered her voice, and changed her tone to speak. Did you really see Jiang Shi at Zhang Laogan's house? Si Yanchen understood her meaning immediately and also changed his voice. Of course, I sneaked over to look. They were really going at it. Wow. Let's go now. Maybe we can see the scene. She deliberately moved, creating the illusion that her footsteps were fading away. Suddenly, a loud crash came from inside the female youth dormitory, along with sounds of chairs falling and people running.
Jiang Shi is cheating.
Everyone, come with me to see the fun, Tan Chunling shouted loudly at the youth station. The young people, just finished eating and feeling bored, became excited upon hearing this. Really? Jiang Jiqing doesn't seem like that kind of person. Who cares if it's true or not? Let's go see the fun. Come on, follow quickly. Bored in the countryside and rarely seeing excitement, the youth eagerly rushed over. A group of them shined their flashlights and headed toward Zhang Laogan's house. Jiang Shi and Si Yanchen exchanged a smile and followed closely behind the youth. What nice dreams. My brother will never save you. Just wait to marry the old bachelor. Tan Chunling said with a mean look and a mocking smile. Jiang Jiqing is calling for help. Maybe she's being forced. Let's go inside and save her. Hiyani looked worried. She grabbed a piece of firewood from the yard and tried to rush into the room. Yes, no matter what, we should save her first. If something happens to Jiang Jiqing, it will also hurt our reputation. The young people all rushed toward the room, trying to rescue her. Don't go. That trash isn't worth us saving. Tan Chunling quickly blocked the door with her big body, holding her arms out to stop them. She stood firmly in front of the door, making it hard for the young people to get past. Tan Chunling, please move aside. Jiang Jiqing is in danger. Hiyani clenched her wooden stick tightly, feeling very anxious. Jiang Xii didn't mind her talking much and was happy to chat with her. She didn't want her to get into trouble. Tan Chunling, step aside. If Jiang Jiqing gets hurt, can you really take responsibility? Exactly. You won't save her yourself, but you're stopping others. You're so heartless. The young people argued one after another, criticizing her. Stop talking nonsense. She's reckless, messing around with men. What does that have to do with me? All of you stop trying to drag me into this. Tan Chunling was usually bossy. The young people couldn't argue with her or fight her, so the situation became stuck. My stomach hurts so much. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from inside the room. Something really happened inside. I told you to take the grain away. Karma's coming back to bite you. Tan Chunling laughed happily, hands on her hips, mocking coldly. Hiyani turned pale with fear. She suddenly turned around and headed outside the yard. No, I have to find village chief Zhang to come and help. No. Hiyani, did you hear me? I said you can't go. Tan Chunling moved her large body to try to stop her. But she dodged quickly and disappeared into the night. Even if you go to find the village chief now, it's too late. Jiang Xii, that wicked woman, has lost her innocence. She'll never marry my brother. Chunling, help me. Find your brother. The woman inside the house was desperately calling for help. But Tan Chunling single-handedly stopped everything. The young workers angrily cursed her, but she paid no attention and didn't care. She was determined to ruin Jiangxi. Village Chief Zhang hurried in, angry and shouting. What is going on? Old Zhang Zhen, stop. Open the door and rescue the person. Male young worker Li Haiyang stepped forward. Village Chief Zhang, we want to save her, but Tan Chunling blocked the door and wouldn't let us. Tan Chunling, get out of my way. Under Village Chief Zhang's furious shout, Tan Chunling reluctantly moved aside, revealing the door. A few young workers immediately pushed the door open. The wooden door was old and not very strong. After a few pushes, it fell down completely. Inside, a terrible scene was revealed. Old Zhang Zhen's eyes were red, looking wild and crazy, completely out of control. The woman beneath him was covered in white, her face swollen and unrecognizable. She was desperately crying and hitting Zhang Zhen, but he didn't move at all. Everyone was stunned and paused for a moment. Such a crime. Old Zhang Zhen, get off him. Village Chief Zhang quickly ran into the room, grabbing Zhang Zhen's arm, trying to pull him away. Zhang Zhen forcefully shook him off and continued his actions. Quick, get some people to help me pull him down. A few young workers hurried in, their faces flushed with effort, working together to topple Zhang General after being pulled away. Zhang Zhen still tried to attack again, shocking everyone. It took a lot of effort from the young workers to finally pin him to the ground. Find a rope and tie him up first. The female workers were shocked by what they had just seen and hesitated to enter the room. When they heard Village Chief Zhang ask for a rope, they found a hemp rope in the yard and handed it in. He and I forced herself to hold back shame, trembling as she used a dirty blanket from the bed to cover the woman. The woman underneath was covered in blood and had fainted. Village Chief Zhang, she might be dead. Her eyes were full of fear, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. No, she won't be dead. Village Chief Zhang looked pale and was panicking. Thinking about Jiangxi behind those powerful leaders and officials, Village Chief Zhang's body trembled uncontrollably. It's over. Everything is finished. Haha, is this worthless person about to die? This time, there's no coming back after you try to stop my brother's marriage. Tan Chunling entered the room and saw everyone on the bed unconscious, and she laughed with glee. Her words carried a lot of meaning. What does no coming back mean? The young workers were stunned. Tan Chunling, are you saying your Tan family plotted against Jiang Jiqing? Village Chief Zhang's head was buzzing with anger. He thought Jiang Jiqing was unlucky and targeted by old Zhenjiang. But unexpectedly, it was all a human scheme. Village Chief Zhang, don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. In fact, we even made chicken soup for her. Tan Chunling was unusually clever this time, but sadly not very wise. Did you put medicine in the chicken soup? Hien and I asked angrily. What medicine? I don't know anything about that. Tan Chunling's eyes flickered, refusing to admit it. Her expressions said everything. The young workers secretly felt scared. Jiang Jiqing was not yet married into the Tan family, and they had cruelly plotted against her. They secretly decided to stay away from this family in the future. Oh dear, little she, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Grandma Tan and Dai Lihua came in together. As soon as they entered, Grandma Tan rushed to the bed and exclaimed dramatically, You said you liked someone. Why didn't you tell us? Why make things so embarrassing? Dai Lihua tried to hide her happy expression and spoke hypocritically. Zhang Jinmei, did you bring chicken soup for Jiang Jiqing tonight? Village Chief Zhang didn't even look at their performance, his face dark and stern, staring intently at them. Yes, little she isn't feeling well. I specially killed an old hen and boiled it for 2 hours for her to drink. Village Chief Zhang's eyes flashed with anger. So, you put medicine in it to harm her? As soon as he finished speaking, Grandma Tan and Dai Lihua's faces changed drastically, and they looked panicked. Grandma Tan forced herself to stay calm. Village Chief Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Little she is Hong Jie's fiancé. How could we harm her? We all drank that chicken soup and look, we're perfectly fine. You want to take revenge on Jiangxi. Here they come, here they come. The doctor is here. Where are the injured people? At this moment, Jiangxi, accompanied by the barefoot doctor, quickly entered the room. Everyone present looked shocked and changed their expressions.
Tan Chunlin screamed uncontrollably.
Jiangxi, how could you be here? Jiangxi smiled calmly. Where else would I be? Tan Chunling looked stunned. You didn't drink chicken soup, so you should be. Chunling, don't talk nonsense. Tan's wife hurriedly interrupted her. Then she forced a smile and looked at Jiangxi with suspicion. Xiaoxi, where did you go just now? We thought your reputation was ruined. Jiangxi almost laughed out loud from anger. By this time, Tan's wife still wanted to spread false rumors about her. I was just wandering around the village. She crossed her arms and looked meaningfully. I'm curious. Why do you Tan family members think I ruined my reputation? After she spoke, the young workers fell into thought, while the Tan family members looked pale. I remember Tan Chunling said Jiang Jixing was having an affair with Lao Zhenjiang, and that's why we came. Yes, she said that and even told us to come see the excitement. Tan Chunling, why are you so sure Jiang Jixing is having an affair? The young workers asked one after another, focusing on the key point. Someone told me, and that's why I came. Tan Chunling got anxious. Even she, being foolish, knew she had been tricked. Jiangxi, is it you? You tricked me. Jiangxi looked helpless. Tan Chunling, I know you're not smart, but I didn't expect you to be this clueless. Am I ruining my own reputation just to scheme against you? Hien and I loudly agreed. Exactly, a girl's reputation is very important, everyone knows that. What do you have that Jiang Jixing would want to scheme against you? Jiangxi looked at her appreciatively. This friend is reliable, she's really on her side when it counts. She decided that tomorrow, when she cooks black fish, she would send her a bowl of fish meat. Tan's wife, being cunning, saw Jiangxi calm and confident, not at all like someone taking traditional medicine. Her heart skipped a beat, sensing something bad was about to happen. She and Tan Hongjie both drank chicken soup. Tan Hongjie went to find Zhao Manji to vent. Why is she okay? When village chief Zhang saw Jiangxi appear, he let out a deep sigh of relief. It's good that she's safe, otherwise he, as the village chief, would be finished. Jiang Jiqing, what exactly happened? Jiangxi had a good impression of village chief Zhang and answered directly. Village chief Zhang, I was just wandering around the village and heard someone was hurt. I immediately called Dr. Liu over. Where is the injured person? Let Dr. Liu take a look. Dr. Liu is the barefoot doctor in the village, taking over his father's role. He comes from a family of healers and is quite skilled. He's about 30, carrying an old medical kit, quietly watching. Now, when Jiangxi mentioned him, he couldn't help but speak up. Village Chief Zhang, where's the patient? Only then did Village Chief Zhang realize. On old Zhenjiang's bed, there was a woman who looked unconscious. Over there. Dr. Liu, please check her. Dr. Liu went over, opened his medical kit, and took out a stethoscope. He checked the woman's pulse, his brow furrowing more and more. Village Chief Zhang watched nervously. Dr. Liu, how is she? Is she in danger? It would be terrible if someone lost their life. Dr. Liu straightened up. Not exactly, but he paused, seeming to think about how to explain. Just say it quickly. I'm anxious enough already. Village Chief Zhang had faced many things these days and had a stronger heart. Dr. Liu gritted his teeth and told everything. She's over 2 months pregnant, but due to improper intimacy, she caused a miscarriage. She's bleeding a bit and needs medicine and rest to protect the pregnancy. Village Chief Zhang was shocked. Pregnant for 2 months. Did old Zhen Zhang harm some young wife in the village? Yes, I'll write a prescription and make some soup for her to drink, or the baby might be lost. Dr. Liu took out paper and pen from his pocket, found a table, and quickly wrote the prescription. The young people looked at each other, guessing what was happening. Who is she? Yeah. How did she end up at old Zhenjiang's house? The woman had been slapped several times by old Zhenjiang, her cheeks swollen like a pig's head. Her original appearance was unrecognizable, and no one could guess her identity. Hey, look at that outfit. Doesn't it look familiar? Suddenly, Jiangxi pointed at the clothes under the bed and shouted loudly. Under the faint light of the kerosene lamp, a white piece of cloth under the bed looked quite noticeable. Village Chief Zhang stood nearby and casually pulled out the clothes. He unfolded the clothes and found it was a beige women's shirt. The shirt was made of fine fabric, with a fitted style that was more fashionable than usual. Chun Chuanju screamed, "Isn't this Manji's clothes? How did it get here?" She and Chinwei were close followers of Zhao Manji and knew her belongings very well. Then she suddenly realized something, covered her mouth, and looked at the bed in shock. Oh my God, the person on the bed is Zhao Manji. She's pregnant for over 2 months? The young people nearby reacted one after another, looking at her in disbelief. Jiang Shi's lips curled slightly. She had finally avenged her original death partly. The original owner was innocent, killed because they plotted against her. The consequences Zhao Manji faced were just retribution for her actions. If they hadn't drugged her with chicken soup, she wouldn't have had the chance to fight back. No way, the woman on the bed. How can she be Sister Ji? Tan Chunling shouted in disbelief. Sister Ji would buy her snacks and pretty clothes. She believed she would become her sister-in-law. If something happened to her and she couldn't be the sister-in-law, would those things still exist? She clearly went out with my brother.
Ugh.
Before she finished speaking, Mrs. Ten covered her mouth. Mrs. Ten warned her sternly, Chunling, don't say anything nonsense. Her face looked very grim. Zhao Manji was pregnant with her great-grandchild. The whole family was looking forward to the baby's arrival. After such an incident, could they still keep the child? Zhao Manji and Tan Hongjia went out together. She was here, so where was Tan Hongjia? Mrs. Tan's heart was pounding wildly, feeling panicked and anxious. Mom, what should we do? Dai Lihua grabbed her sleeve, looking very worried and upset. That was her eldest grandson. She had already bought clothes for him, and she couldn't let anything happen to him. We can't let this be known, Mrs. Tan said with a fierce face. If it's really impossible, we can only give up. Grandson and great-grandson, who hadn't appeared yet, both understood the importance of making choices. Tan Hongjia was engaged to Jiang Shi, but Zhao Manji was pregnant with his child. News of the incident spread, and the Tan family could no longer hold their heads up in Taiyuan village. That reckless girl, Jiang Shi, we really underestimated her. Dai Lihua glared fiercely at Jiang Shi, wishing she could scold her harshly. If anything happened to her little grandson because of that girl, she wouldn't let her go. Jiang Shi smiled calmly, unaffected by their angry looks. She thought, if I get upset now, I might faint when the real big trouble comes. Village Chief Zhang looked very upset. The trouble involved a young woman who was not married and was pregnant. No matter what story spread, Taiyuan Village's good reputation this year would be ruined. Dr. Liu finished writing the prescription and looked hesitantly at Zhang Laozhen, who was tied up nearby. Village Chief Zhang, Liu Laozhen seems unwell. Should we check on him? Yes, check on him too. Despite being tied up and excited with a cloth gag in his mouth and glaring like a wild animal, he clearly was not normal. Dr. Liu approached, took his pulse, then lifted his eyelids to examine him. Village Chief Zhang Laozhen has been affected by a strong breeding drug. He paused. The dose is twice what is used for breeding pigs.
Goodness.
What a crime. Village Chief Zhang gasped in shock. Then he became furious. Using such lowly breeding drugs. This is terrible. Search him. Search him thoroughly. Who dares to steal the village's animal medicine? Everyone inside the house stayed silent, afraid to provoke the village chief's anger. Zhang Village Chief waved impatiently. That's enough. If there's nothing else, go back. Leave 2 young women behind to help Zhao Zhiji get dressed. Under Zhang Village Chief's orders, the young people left the yard one by one. Mrs. Tan pulled Dai Lihua and her daughter and hurried away. Chun Chunj and Chun Wei exchanged glances, seeing the same scheming in each other's eyes. They silently stayed behind to help Zhao Zhiji get dressed. Village Chief Zhang, something has happened at Widow Feng's house. Just then, outside the yard, Accountant Zhang's panicked voice rang out. Jiang Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. The real big event for the Tan family was coming. Village Chief Zhang stood outside the door, instructing Qin Chunj and Qin Wei to help Zhao Zhizhi get dressed. Hearing Accountant Zhang's voice, they hurriedly ran outside. He cursed loudly. Damn it, what kind of gods did Taoyuan village offend? Always causing trouble, the educated youths left the yard and bumped into Accountant Zhang rushing over. They all stopped together. Village head Zhang ran out and asked him loudly, "What's going on?" Accountant Zhang, panting, replied, "Feng. The widow Feng is up to something." That scream. "Everyone in the village is gathered around her house. You should go and see for yourself." His words piqued the curiosity of the young people. "Stay here and handle things. I'll go take a look." Village head Zhang's face turned pale as he casually ordered Accountant Zhang. Then he quickly headed toward Widow Feng's house. Her house is in the south of Taoyuan village, a bit away from old Zhang's home. The young people followed behind village head Zhang, their eyes shining with excitement. As they approached Widow Feng's house, they heard a woman's gentle crying from afar. The sound was soft and charming, almost intoxicating, as if reaching the peak of comfort. The young people, mostly unmarried young men and girls, immediately blushed. Some hesitated, not wanting to go closer. Others eagerly quickened their steps. Outside Feng's house, villagers gathered in a large crowd, watching the scene. Jiangshi was pulled by Hiyani and followed closely behind village head Zhang. She looked around carefully, but didn't see Si Yanchen's figure, guessing he was hiding nearby. Someone saw village head Zhang approaching and shouted loudly, "Here he comes. The village chief is here. Everyone make way." The villagers moved aside to clear a small path. Village head Zhang, with a stern face, quickly walked to the gate. Hiyani pulled Jiangshi and followed right behind him, even pushing to the front of the crowd. Thin monkey, go open the gate." Village head Zhang looked expressionless and shouted to the crowd. "Come on," a skinny boy, about 15 or 16, squeezed out of the crowd. He moved swiftly, climbing over the tall wall, and then down into the yard. After a moment, with a creak, the gate opened from inside. Village head Zhang led the way, walking quickly into the yard. The villagers surged forward, pushing Hiyani and Jiangshi ahead.
Wow.
"You're amazing, you ghost." Crack, crack. The door of Widow Feng's house was slightly open. Loud words and the sound of a wooden bed shaking violently could clearly be heard from inside.
Bah.
Widow Feng usually acts serious, but I didn't expect her to be so wild behind the scenes. That kind of trash should be thrown into a pig pen.
Who do you think that man is?
He's so addicted, he doesn't want to stop even now. The women in the crowd were full of anger, shouting insults. However, the people inside the house continued their activities without concern, making noise non-stop. Bang! Village head Zhang picked up a small stool and slammed it hard against the door, making a loud noise. "Feng Chunhua, come out here." The activity inside paused briefly, then continued. "Village head Zhang, let's drag out those two troublemakers." A few young men in the crowd winked and smirked as they sneaked into the house. The door opened, and it seemed like they received some signal. The villagers rushed in after them.
Stop.
"Stop right now." Village head Zhang was furious, but was pushed inside along with the others. Jiangshi quickly pulled Hiyani to the side, avoiding the chaotic crowd. Hiyani patted her chest and took a deep breath. "Phew. Jiang Jiqing, thank goodness you pulled me away." Jiangshi chuckled softly. "Didn't you want to see the excitement? Well, you need to be alive to see it. Hey, what are you doing? Get out. Get out of here." After a moment, Widow Feng's angry voice was heard from inside. And there were villagers' comments too. "Wow, that man is actually Tan Jiqing. Oh my, Widow Feng is almost 40. Why is she so bold? Hee, maybe Widow Feng has some special talent." They were all talking loudly, saying all sorts of things. Village head Zhang, Tan Jiqing looks suspicious. "Look, he's trying to rush forward. Is he crazy?" Village head Zhang's voice was hoarse from shouting. "Tie him up first. Skinny monkey, go find Dr. Liu." "Got it." Skinny monkey responded and quickly ran out into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Soon after, villagers brought out a man and a woman from the house. They were disheveled, with their hands tied with torn cloth, looking very embarrassed. Widow Feng was nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and strong. The two men struggling to hold her almost couldn't manage it. Tan Hongjia was thin and gentle-looking. In front of her, he seemed small and fragile. At this moment, the medicine was still working on him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was twisting around unconsciously, trying to attack the person next to him. The two men holding him were scared and hesitant. They worried he might attack them, but they still had to hold him down. Jiangxi watched his embarrassing state and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. When he personally took the original owner to Zhang Laogan's house, that was when their grudge began. If the Tan family hadn't drugged the chicken soup, he wouldn't have been poisoned, and she wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge. In the end, all of this was their own fault. In the yard, a few torches were lit, shining as brightly as daylight. Villagers gathered and openly judged the two people. Village Chief Zhang, what should we do with these two? Should we call the police? No police. Widow Feng was very upset and struggled violently. The two men holding her almost lost their grip as she tried to break free. Village Chief Zhang looked angry. We can't call the police. It's almost the end of the year, and the village is competing for recognition. Being an advanced village affects next year's fertilizer applications and tractor purchases. Mrs. Chun, who liked to stir up trouble, shouted loudly. What should we do then? Should we throw them into the pond? Someone from the crowd quickly responded. Mrs. Chun, what nonsense are you talking? This is a new society now. No one is throwing anyone into the pond. Or should we arrest them for a struggle session? Just then, Old Master Tan and several members of the Tan family hurried over. When they heard about a struggle session, they looked terrified, almost fainting. Old Master Tan quickly took out 2 medals from his pocket, trembling as he raised them. Village Chief Zhang, we are relatives of martyrs. You can't do a struggle session. Seeing those 2 medals, Jiangxi's eyes flashed with a fierce, almost tangible anger. Those were 2 first-class merit medals. They were the most precious keepsakes left by Jiangxi's parents, who sacrificed themselves. But Old Master Tan, using the excuse of an engagement and exchanging tokens, tricked her into giving them away. When Village Chief Zhang saw the medals, he looked surprised. He instinctively looked at Jiangxi, but saw the intense, fierce look in her eyes. In that moment, he understood everything immediately. No wonder she signed the divorce papers so firmly during the day. The Tan family is unkind, treating her like a blood bag to drain. Village Chief Zhang immediately frowned. Tan Xingchong, the medals earned from risking your life in the military are beliefs, achievements, and honor. They can never be your talismans. His words were sharp and straightforward, leaving no mercy, directly humiliating the Tan family and trampling their pride. Old Mr. Tan's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth tightly, holding his medals so hard that his knuckles turned white. He lowered his head slightly, hiding the deep humiliation and murderous intent in his eyes. Jiangxi didn't expect Village Chief Zhang to stand up for her and defend her dignity against the Tan family. As a capitalist in Beijing, the Tan family's power is more than just what appears on the surface. Tan Xingchong, an old fox, is especially ruthless and cunning. Village Chief Zhang showing him respect might make him secretly plot against her or harm her. It seems she needs to be careful and help her avoid the Tan family's schemes. Village Chief Zhang, these 2 won't report to the police or be criticized. What should we do? They must be punished. Yes, or else others will follow their example, and everything will fall into chaos. At this moment, villagers started shouting again. Village Chief Zhang waved his hand to stop their noise. All right, they won't report to the police. But they made mistakes and must face the same punishment. They will be tasked with carrying manure for a year and must work during water conservancy repairs every year. Village Chief, should Zhang Laozhen and Zhao Manji be punished the same way? At this time, Accountant Zhang and Skinny Monkey were escorting Zhang Laozhen, while Chen Wei and Chen Chunj supported Zhao Manji, walking in together. Dr. Liu followed behind quietly, carrying his medical kit. He didn't know what medicine he gave Zhang Laozhen, but Zhang Laozhen was now awake, though very weak. Village Chief Zhang looked at the 2 with a headache. Yes, they will be punished the same way. Hongjia, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Dai Lihua screamed and rushed toward Tan Hongjia. Tan Hongjia, unable to find relief, became more aggressive in his pushing. The two villagers escorting him were so frightened they didn't want to control him anymore. After Dai Lihua rushed over, she was scared by his appearance and dared not get close. Village Chief Zhang saw what was happening and immediately shouted, "Dr. Liu, quickly give him some medicine." Dr. Liu hurried over, opened the medical box, and took out a set of silver needles. "Both of you hold him steady. I will give him acupuncture." The two villagers nervously held him tightly so Dr. Liu could insert the needles. Dr. Liu was very skilled. Within a few minutes, Tan Hongjia's mind cleared. After removing the silver needles, he gave him 2 brownish pills. Once the medicine took effect, Tan Hongjia looked very tired. It seemed that using animal breeding drugs was very harmful to health. His father, Tan Guangda, supported him, while the rest of the Tan family stood nearby, tears in their eyes. Zhao Manji looked weak, sitting on a chair brought by Qinwei. When she first came in, her face was full of despair. But seeing Tan Hongjia in such a mess, her spirit suddenly revived. Jiangxi stood a little apart, watching them coldly.
She didn't speak the whole time.
Using her own way, she was getting back at them. There was no need for her to step in directly. Chen Wei stood beside Zhao Manji, her eyes darting around the yard. When she saw Jiangxi's figure, her eyes flickered, and she loudly asked, "Jiang Jiqing, your fiancé is in trouble. Don't you care at all?" In just a moment, all the attention in the yard was on her. The Tan family members looked at her with resentment and hatred, wishing they could eat her. Especially Old Man Tan, whose eyes showed suspicion and fear. They had plotted against her, but she turned the tables on them. They lost everything. Jiangxi was not afraid of their gazes. She spoke calmly. "Tan Hongjia broke off the engagement with me at noon. He is no longer my fiancé. Everything about him has nothing to do with me." Tan Chunling, used to bullying Jiangxi, immediately scolded angrily. "You're talking nonsense. You say you broke off the engagement? Our family didn't agree." Jiangxi was not angry. She looked calm. "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not." Tan Hongjia agreed. The proof of the breakup is clear, with witnesses including village chief Zhang and the villagers. The Tan family probably won't dare to deny it. She looked meaningfully at Old Man Tan, reminding him of what the breakup proof said. After all, she had evidence that the Tan family was digging their own grave. Who cares about that proof? We don't acknowledge it. Don't even think about breaking off my brother's engagement. Jiangxi didn't realize how important she was to the Tan family. She simply wanted to cause trouble and make her unhappy. Jiangxi smiled. "It's better if you don't admit it." Old Mr. Tan frowned and loudly scolded her. "Chumling, stop talking nonsense. We, the Tan family, recognize the engagement is broken." Jiangxi looked a little disappointed. If they didn't admit it, that would be better. Not causing trouble is better than causing trouble, and it makes things easier for her. Village Chief Zhang looked at his slightly new watch on his wrist and said loudly, "All right, everything is settled now. Everyone, disperse and go home to rest." The villagers discussed among themselves and then went back home. Yan and I loved to join in the fun and looked quite pleased. She pulled Jiangxi's arm and walked along the small village path. "Jiang Jiqing, the Tan family isn't a good family. It's good that you and Tan Hongjia broke off the engagement." Jiangxi didn't expect her to be so perceptive and looked at her with approval. "Of course. Marriage is for a lifetime, and you can't rush into it." They chatted casually and parted ways at the fork in the path leading to the youth station. "Cici, wait for me." Just as Jiangxi was walking ahead, she heard Si Yanchen's voice coming from behind. They walked side by side toward the wooden house. "Brother Chen, you did a great job tonight." Jiangxi didn't feel guilty about scheming against Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji, but she did feel a bit guilty about Widow Feng. "Brother Chen, are we doing the right thing by scheming against Widow Feng?"
Don't worry about it.
Widow Feng is very attentive to Tan Hongjia. She usually helps him with chores and secretly brings him food. Tan Hongjia thought it was from some girl and ate everything. After he took the medicine, he went to the small forest behind the mountain with Zhao Manji, and Widow Feng secretly followed them. I had to knock out Widow Feng. I thought, rather than harm others, I might as well take advantage of her. Jiang Shi was silent. No wonder Widow Feng didn't curse Tan Hongjie after catching him cheating. She still looked at him with pity. All right, everyone has their own fate. As long as she doesn't harm her, that's enough. The two of them returned to the small cabin, and Si Yanchen took his lunchbox and left. The next day, Jiang Shi woke up early, took the divorce certificate, and headed toward the youth station. Ding ding ding. When Jiang Shi arrived at the youth station, village chief Zhang rang the old iron bell under the locust tree. As the bell rang, the young people at the station yawned and got up. The 2 rooms of the Tan family had no movement. Only snoring could be heard inside.
Bang bang bang. Get up.
Get up. As Tan family members sleeping so late, how can you expect to take care of yourselves? If you can't do 10 centimeters of work, don't call yourselves Tan family members. Sooner or later, you'll bring shame to the Tan family. Jiang Shi knocked hard on their door. She knocked and scolded at the same time, repeating words that the Tan family had said to the original owner. Jiang Shi, you're crazy. Why are you knocking so early? Tan Chunling was awakened and shouted angrily. The Tan family members pampered her, and since Jiang Shi used to earn 10 work points every day, she didn't have to work much outside busy farming. She could sleep until she naturally woke up every day. Why are you still sleeping? Do you think the Tan family is a wealthy household? If you don't work, how do you expect Tan Hongjie to support you? I'm telling you, stop dreaming. Women who don't help their men with work will eventually be kicked out of the Tan family. As soon as the Tan family woke up, they heard Jiang Shi shouting. Those familiar words made their already bad mood even worse. Tan's wife and Dai Lihua looked very angry. Usually they scolded others, but now they were being scolded back, and only they knew how it felt. Jiang Shi, you're crazy. I will fight you. The room where Tan Chunling was staying suddenly opened. She was disheveled, waving her fists as she rushed out. Jiang Shi was prepared and quickly ran away, deliberately slipping inside the youth station. The young people were washing up in the yard, watching the two chase and laugh, all giggling. Jiang the youth, keep going. Run faster, don't get caught. Hien and I cheered her on while washing. Jiang Shi ran fast and moved nimbly, responding with a smile. Hee hee, for your words, I will do my best. Tan Chunling was overweight and didn't usually do much work. She was panting after running a few steps. Whenever she didn't want to run, Jiang Shi would deliberately jog slowly, making her chase after her. Chunling, come back here. Besides Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji, the rest of the Tan family had already come out and stood in the yard. Old Master Tan sternly ordered, demanding Tan Chunling to stop. Tan Chunling was so angry at Jiang Shi that she ignored Old Master Tan's attempt to stop her. She was determined to catch her and give her a good scolding. Seeing that the key people had arrived, Jiang Shi lost her playful mood. She looked for an opportunity and tripped Tan Chunling. Tan Chunling screamed and fell hard to the ground. Chunling, are you okay? Dai Lihua hurried over, worried, while also scolding Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi, you bad luck charm. Even my little sister dares to bully. You're really out of line. Bad luck charm. This was just Dai Lihua's way of trying to hurt and control the original owner. But the original owner felt sad and guilty, thinking she was the one who caused her parents' death. Jiang Shi's face darkened. She turned and ran toward Tan Chunling again. She slapped her face hard several times, making her face swell. Then she quickly ran away. Dai Lihua and Tan Chunling yelled in anger. Jiang Shi ignored them and went straight to Old Master Tan. Old Master Tan, I am here to break off the engagement. She took out a faded gold-plated copper bracelet from her pocket and held it up. Look, this is your pure gold bracelet. Take a good look. I haven't swapped it. She emphasized the words, pure gold, very strongly. Old Master Tan looked uncomfortable. Years ago, to avoid being caught by the committee and to fool the original owner with a Medal of Honor. The whole family deliberately lied to the original owner. This was a very valuable gold bracelet. Please return my parents' Medals of Honor. Such a valuable gold bracelet is with me. I'm afraid it might go missing, and I can't afford to lose it. Xiao Shi, you can return this bracelet first. Old Madame Tan smiled kindly, but your request to return the... Stop, Before she could finish, Jiangxi cut her off forcefully. It's not just a request to return. Those condolence funds were originally mine. They should be returned to me. Old Madame Tan was furious and wanted to argue, but Old Master Tan tugged at her clothes. She forced a small smile and said, "All right, this is for you. You see, we don't have that much money right now. Can you?" "No. No way. You, the Tan family, are using the martyrs' condolence money." Jiangxi deliberately spoke loudly, and the young workers all perked up their ears to listen. When they heard her mention that the Tan family was using the condolence money, everyone started talking excitedly. Tan family always eat so well. Turns out they spend the martyrs' condolence money. They dare to spend the condolence money? Do the Tan family members have no shame? Oh my, I thought Jiang was poor and depended on the Tan family, but it turns out the Tan family is using Jiang's money. The comments of the young workers reached the Tan family's ears, and their faces looked very unhappy. "Cece, we didn't use your condolence money," Tan's wife said through clenched teeth. "I mean, the condolence money has been saved in the bank and hasn't been taken out yet." "Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiangxi casually said. "The divorce proof clearly states that before noon, the condolence money must be handed over to me. You still have time to go to the town bank and withdraw the money." Tan's wife and Tan's old father exchanged a look, both seeing a hint of determination in each other's eyes. Jiangxi kept an eye on their expressions and changed her tone. "Of course, you can choose not to give it." Tan's old father and wife looked happy at first, but in the next second, their faces turned cold. "Then, the comrades from the armed forces will talk to you." She wasn't without options. With someone backing her, she didn't need to fight alone. Tan's old father's face flickered, and finally, he gritted his teeth. "We will hand over the full amount of the condolence money to you before noon." "All right, then I'll be magnanimous and wait a little longer. Remember to withdraw my money." "Definitely." Tan's old father didn't want to talk to her anymore. After saying this, he went straight into the house. Jiangxi got the answer she wanted and immediately turned to leave. Open the wind listener card. Just a short distance from the young workers' camp, when no one was around, she quickly activated the wind listener card. "Help me monitor the movements inside the young workers' camp." After setting the monitoring position with the wind listener card, she happily walked back to her wooden house. She intentionally provoked Tan's family to make them go to their treasure vault and take out the cash. She wants to find the vault and empty it completely. Inside, there are Tan family's most valuable treasures. She can't rest until she takes them out. They care most about their money. If she takes the items, will they get so angry they go crazy? After finishing with the vault, she plans to find a way back to the capital city and gather all their hidden treasures there as well. Jiangxi returned to her small house, quickly boiled 2 plain eggs, and hurried out with them. When she reached the old locust tree, village chief Zhang was already there giving out tasks. Everyone from Tan's family was there, except Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji. Even Tan Chunling was present. Jiangxi's eyes flickered. No one from Tan's family went to town to withdraw money. It seems their treasure storage holds a lot of cash. She secretly changed her listening card's target from a youth camp to all of Tan's family members. Today, the villagers and young workers in Taoyuan village are digging cassava on the slope at the west end of the village. Cassava is drought-resistant, grows in any soil, produces high yields, and can be used as food or livestock feed. It is one of the most widely cultivated crops besides grains. The entire slope is filled with cassava plants, and everyone, villagers and young workers, are working there. Following the usual routine, each person digs up 2 bunches of cassava. Jiangxi arrived at her task site and immediately started working. This year, with plenty of rain, the cassava stalks are thick and strong, so the harvest might be good. She first used a machete to cut down the tall cassava stalks at the base and set them aside. These stalks are seeds for next year. The young men will bundle them and push them back on carts. After cutting all the stalks, she used a hoe to dig up the roots. Under each cassava stalk, there are several to over 10 roots, some buried very deep. She worked hard to dig up several cassava plants. At the same time, she harvested dozens of roots of various sizes, truly a high-yield crop. During her water break, she ate the 2 boiled eggs together. Throughout this time, she kept listening to the signals from her listening card. Tan's family members were still digging cassava, and no one had left yet. She wasn't in a hurry. It was still early. As long as she paid attention to their movements, she could stay in control. She finished eating and continued digging for cassava. After digging for about a handful of cassava, she heard Old Man Tan whisper to someone that he needed to go to the bathroom. She pretended to be casual and watched him walk back toward Taoyuan village. A moment later, taking advantage of no one paying attention, she put her hoe into her space fragment. Using the cassava stalk as cover, she sneaked away quietly and followed Old Man Tan. With the help of her listening card, she tracked him as he returned to Taoyuan village. Then he turned into the big mountain in the south of the village. Old Man Tan walked carefully, stopping frequently. Every few steps, he would hide and wait for a few minutes. Only when he was sure no one was following him did he continue walking. If She hadn't cheated with her listening card, she wouldn't have been able to keep up or be unnoticed by him. So, they kept walking and stopping, heading deeper into the mountains. By now, about half an hour had passed, and She was getting anxious. If she stayed too long, the scorekeeper might come by and see she wasn't working, which would reveal her location. Ahead, Old Man Tan stopped in front of a mountain hollow. He hid there for a few minutes, and when he didn't hear any noise, he turned back and started walking away. She was startled. She quietly retreated behind a thicket of thorns and hid. Not long after, she saw Old Man Tan walk to a fork in the road and go down another small path. What a clever fox! If she hadn't hidden in time, he would have spotted her immediately. This time, he didn't stop but went straight to a mountain wall. He pushed aside the vines on the wall, revealing a cave about a meter high. He peeked inside, and seeing nothing unusual, he bent down and hurried inside. This place was deep in the forest and very remote, making it hard for him to find. Her listening card picked up the sounds of Old Man Tan moving inside the cave. Then she heard the sound of him unlocking a box with a key. After more than 2 minutes, he closed the box and locked it. While he was entering the cave, She had already found a hiding spot. Old Man Tan quickly came out of the cave, pushed the vines back to cover the entrance, and hurried back. She stayed hidden motionless. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Old Man Tan returned. He walked to the cave entrance and was relieved to see the small branch he had deliberately placed across it was still there. After a moment, he quickly headed out of the mountains. She heard his footsteps going back along the same path before she stepped out of her hiding spot. She quickly pushed aside the vines at the cave entrance, turned on her flashlight, and bent down to go inside. The cave was small and dry, making it a good place to hide things. After walking for more than 2 minutes, she reached a larger open cave about 7 or 8 square meters. This small room-like space had about a dozen boxes of different sizes. All the boxes were locked with 2 big padlocks. She didn't have the keys and was in a hurry to leave, so she simply stacked all the boxes into her space fragments. Just as she was about to leave, she remembered Old Man Tan's cautious nature. She took her flashlight and checked the cave again. Sure enough, deep inside the cave, she found a spot where the soil looked newer than the rest. She took out a small shovel from her space fragments and started digging. After digging about half a meter, she uncovered several boxes. She didn't have time to check them and quickly stored all of them into her space fragments. Then she carefully examined the cave again. When she found nothing suspicious, she put away her shovel and left. She exited the cave, covered the vines back in place, and hurried out of the mountain. Old Man Tan had left about 10 minutes before her, so she had to get back before he did. There are several paths into the mountain. The one they used was the longest route. Old Man Tan chose this path to lose any followers behind him. She took a shortcut that was closest to the cassava field and ran quickly. She just emerged from the mountain and reached the deep part of the cassava field. Jiang Jiqing. At that moment, the scorer's voice called out from her work area. She took her shovel from her space fragments and answered loudly as she headed over. Hey, I'm coming. The scorer, holding a scorebook and pen, frowned and asked, where have you been? I've been here for almost 10 minutes and didn't see you. Sorry, I went inside to use the bathroom. Alright, hurry up and dig. Try to finish your task today. Okay. The scorekeeper saw her return and then continued patrolling elsewhere. The cassava stalks were tall, creating small sections that separated the workers. She hardly heard any chatting, only the sounds of work. After digging up 2 more cassava plants, she saw Old Man Tan walking over from a distance. She flickered her eyes and deliberately called out loudly to him. Old Man Tan, it's almost noon. Are your Tan family ready with the money? Old Man Tan glared at her. Don't worry, you won't get less than your fair share. She smiled. That's good, or I might have to visit the military office. Old Man Tan's face darkened. Humph, he snorted and walked away. She didn't mind. She had already taken what she needed and was in a very good mood. By around 11 o'clock, she had finished digging up a row of cassava. She picked up her hoe and headed home, planning to eat lunch and then go to the Tan family to collect the money. On her way back, she passed by the village river and remembered the magical fishing rod. The rod could fish 3 times a day. She hadn't caught anything today yet, so she couldn't waste the chance. She headed to the spot where she fished yesterday. It was still early, so she opened her card system and drew a card for today, receiving a bar of soap. Then she took out the magical fishing rod and fish basket, casting the hook into the river. When the number on the rod dropped from 10 to 0, the rod suddenly dipped. She quickly pulled it up. On the hook was a string of pearl necklaces, about the thickness of a thumb, with around 20 or 30 pearls. Pearl necklace lost by Landlord Joe. She read the words displayed on the necklace and happily held the pearls in her hand. The pearls were perfectly round, full, uniform in size, smooth and shiny, clearly high-quality pearls. Landlord Joe was the landlord of Taoyuan Village. It was said that most of the farmland in Taoyuan Town belonged to his family. His family was so wealthy that even the officials and nobles of Taoyuan City had to show them respect. A few years ago, when his family was forced to flee during a raid, no one knew where they went. Unexpectedly, their lost treasure was in this river. She lowered her fishing rod into the river. The rod, which was about 1.5 meters long, didn't touch the bottom. The water was very deep, so her plan to fish out the treasure from underwater was not feasible. She quickly cast her fishing rod to the same spot and waited quietly for 10 seconds. Then the rod dipped. She lifted the rod and saw a gold ingot hanging on the hook. A missing gold ingot from Lord Joe's house. She took the gold ingot in her hand and saw it was about the size of a fist. It had a dark gold color and the weight, 10 taels, marked at the bottom. Wow, it was a 10-tael gold ingot. She immediately stored it in her space fragment and cast her line again at the same spot. This time, she caught a silver bowl, also a treasure from Lord Joe's house. She didn't expect her luck to be so good today. Not only did she find treasures from the Tan family, but she also caught 3 valuable items. Unfortunately, she had used up her fishing attempts for today, or she might have caught more treasures. She marked the fishing spot by pulling out some wild grass along the riverbank and placed a few large stones nearby to remember the location. After finishing, she packed up her fishing rod and basket, then carried her hoe and wood-cutting knife home. Back home, she boiled the big black fish she caught, making a large pot of stew. While cooking the fish, she also casually baked about a dozen flatbreads on the edge of the iron pot. She served a bowl of fish and ate a hearty meal with the bread. After eating, it was exactly 11:40 a.m. She took out an aluminum lunchbox, filled it with fish, and headed to the youth education point. Most villagers had finished work and were at home having lunch. When Jiangxi arrived at the youth education point, the young people had already finished their meal. He Yan and I saw her coming and hurriedly greeted her happily. "Jiang youth, you're here. Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." "Here, this is stew fish I caught myself." Jiangxi handed her the lunchbox. He Yan and I opened the box and saw several large, juicy pieces of fish. The aroma was so tempting she couldn't help but swallow. She felt a bit shy. "Jiang youth, this is too much fish. I can't accept your gift. Oh, it's nothing. If you catch more fish in the future, just come back and bring them. All right then. I've wanted to try this fish for a long time. Next time, I'll buy some meat and invite you to eat. In the next room, the Tan family was eating. When they smelled the fish aroma, they looked a bit uncomfortable. In the past, Jiangxi would always send good things to the educated youth station. The Tan family would tell Tan Hongjie what they wanted through his words. Within 2 days at most, Jiangxi would find a way to get those things for them. Since she stopped cooking, Dai Lihua, after finishing her chores, would cook herself. But her cooking was only half done, and mostly vegetarian. Zhao Manji poked at the dry food in her bowl, her eyes turning, and softly spoke. Brother Jie, it's all my fault. If only I could fish like Jiang the educated youth, then our family could have fish to eat. Tan Hongjie looked a bit less gloomy. It's not your fault. Your health isn't good, so you can't touch water, unlike Jiangxi, that wild girl, who is tough and can go into the water easily. Tan Chunling had been protesting for days about her mother's cooking. Now, smelling the delicious fish, she was upset that she wasn't allowed to eat any. With a loud smack, she threw her chopsticks on the table and stormed out. Zhao Manji saw her and felt a little hopeful. Maybe she would get to eat fish soon. Your grandpa and grandma, aren't they your elders too? When you get good things, you should show respect to them. Jiangxi was annoyed with her. Tan Chunling, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending not to? Listen carefully. I have broken off the engagement and have nothing to do with the Tan family anymore. Do you understand? If not, I will make you understand in my own way. Jiangxi casually grabbed the broom leaning against the wall, giving her a stern look. Tan Chunling remembered the pain from the last time Jiangxi hit her and shrank back in fear. Jiang the educated youth, does she think I don't know? She's just pretending to be innocent. Hien and I is straightforward and honest. Tan Chunling's face turned red and white with anger and frustration. Hien and I, you're helping that troublemaker just to get something out of her. Hien and I was so angry she almost burst, her face darkening as she stepped forward to hit her. Yen and I, don't use your hands. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Jiangxi pulled her back. She raised the broom and fiercely swung it toward Tan Chunling.
Ah!
You troublemaker, you're hitting me again. Tan Chunling, clumsy and unsteady, was hit directly and screamed in pain. Jiangxi ignored her and swung the broom even harder. The original owner was often bullied by her, so she thought she might as well get some revenge. Mom, help me. Tan Chunling ran around the rural youth station, trying to dodge the broom's attack. Jiangxi was quick and never missed, hitting her, so she cried out for her mother. Enough! Jiangxi, stop it. Tan Hongjie stood at the door, his face dark as he shouted. Every time he got angry, Jiangxi would stop arguing or protesting, no matter how upset she was. But Jiangxi didn't stop. Instead, she swung the broom several more times. She even pulled out a small patch of Tan Chunling's hair. Jiangxi, if you want money, just stop. Old Tan held a thick stack of black bills, his gaze cold as he looked at her. She stopped 2 meters away from him. Old Mrs. Tan smiled kindly. You and Hongjie have such a good match. It's a pity you canceled the engagement. After Hongjie saved you that year, he kept asking us what gifts he could buy to please a girl. He said he met a girl he liked. I've never seen him care so much about any girl. He likes you, but he just doesn't know how to show it. For his sake, can you give him a chance? Jiangxi remembered the original owner's memories, her face turning dark as ink. Then she took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and her expression became calm again. She threw away the broom in her hand and took out a few small accessories from her pocket, which were actually from a space fragment. Mrs. Tan, are you talking about a red hair tie worth a dime, or a plastic hairband costing 2 cents? Maybe this pair of silver earrings worth 3 yuan, about the size of mung beans. Oh, and I used up a bottle of snow cream that cost a yuan. Also, this gold-plated copper bracelet is a betrothal gift. As Jiangxi spoke, she held each item up so everyone could see clearly. The young workers looked at those things and were all stunned. Is this really a gift for a beloved girl? Wow, this is even worse than what I bought myself. How can it be called a gift? If this is a gift for a girl he likes, then his love is really cheap. The Tan family members blushed with embarrassment. Old Mrs. Tan could no longer keep her kind smile, her face turning ugly and frightening. They blamed themselves for not asking about the gifts he gave back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so humiliated today. Hongjie Tan's face turned red, and he looked angry and ashamed. Jiangxi, a small gift with big feelings. If you don't like it, you can return it to me. Why humiliate me? Jiangxi reached out and handed the items over. Here, I give everything back to you. Your feelings are too heavy for me to bear. You're a widow and a gentle female classmate. Playing around too much, I won't join in. Seeing that he didn't take it, Jiangxi walked up to him and forcibly shoved the items into his hands. All right, I've returned everything to you. Jiangxi let out a relieved sigh. Tan Hongjie looked down at the item in his hand, a feeling of regret flashing through his mind. At that time, he was forced to part ways with Xiao Manji and was compelled to pursue Jiangxi. He bought her the cheapest gift to vent his anger, happy to see her smile when she received it. Inside, he secretly felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. An orphan with little experience was not worth his concern. When the item returned to his hand, he suddenly felt as if he had lost something important, which made him feel uneasy. Jiangxi stared steadily at Old Man Tan, speaking calmly. Now it's your turn to return my betrothal gifts. 2 first-class medals. And also 6,064 yuan in cash. Old Man Tan remained silent, his expression very complicated. He was not reluctant about the medals themselves, but about the powerful support behind them. According to his plan, Jiangxi could keep the Tan family safe and sound. And perhaps, in the future, things could get even better. But now, everything was ruined. He glared at Zhao Manji and Tan Hongjie, who were whispering, feeling extremely regretful. Back then, when Zhao Manji was causing trouble for Jiangxi, he should have stopped her. He shouldn't have just watched silently. Old Man Tan, are you having second thoughts? Jiangxi spoke again, her voice faintly excited. If the Tan family changed their mind, she wouldn't hold back. No, I will give them to you now. Old Man Tan snapped out of his thoughts, took the 2 medals from his pocket, and reluctantly handed them over. Jiangxi felt a bit disappointed. She missed the chance to properly deal with the Tan family. She took the medals, then reached out her hand again. Old Man Tan, with a dark face, placed the more than 6,000 yuan into her hand. Jiangxi took the cash and began counting it, 1 bill at a time. Chun Wei and Qin Chunj saw the thick stack of cash, and their eyes turned green. They wished that money belonged to them. Zhao Manji also felt deep regret, secretly blaming herself for being too impatient and letting this large sum slip away. Wow, I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to be so rich. Exactly. Maybe even more than all the savings in Taiyuan village combined. Jiangxi paused her actions, looked at the people with mixed thoughts, and spoke calmly. If possible, I don't want this money. I just want my parents to be alive. As soon as she finished speaking, the yard suddenly fell silent, and everyone's expressions grew serious. All peaceful times are only possible because someone is carrying a heavy burden. These funds were earned with the lives of our ancestors. They left these as their final protection for future generations. But now, they're being coveted by others. Jiangxi glanced at the Tan family members, then lowered her head and continued counting the money. After a moment, she put the money into her pocket and spoke calmly. The amount of cash is correct. Now let's settle another matter. All the money has been returned to you. What else is there to settle? Dai Lihua was upset about the money. When she heard Jiangxi mentioning another matter, she instantly got angry. Jiangxi crossed her arms and looked sharply at her. Years ago, the military department gave me a job opportunity at a machine factory. It was Aunt Tan who, with her persuasive words, convinced me that as the eldest grandson's wife, I should be generous, sensible, and take care of my younger siblings, so I gave up my job opportunity to Tan Hongming. Are you saying your Tan family refuses to admit this? The young workers were once again shocked. So, Tan Hongming took Zhang's job opportunity. He even boasted that he got the job through exams. How shameless. Yes, the job was meant to support the orphan children of martyrs, but he stole it. Dai Lihua's face turned pale, and she looked furious. Nonsense. That job was originally earned by Hongming himself. Jiang Shu's tired of arguing and looked directly at Old Man Tan. Do you admit it or not? Old Man Tan looked expressionless, showing no emotion. Jiang Shi, the job at the machine factory isn't suitable for girls. Hongming is already working there. We're willing to pay 500 yuan to buy back the job opportunity. What do you think? That's not enough. A job at a machine factory is only worth 500 yuan? Old Man Tan, are you stupid or just foolish? Do you really think you can fool us? Her eyes suddenly became sharp. You return the job opportunity within 3 days, or we'll see what happens. The Tan family members looked full of mockery, clearly unwilling to return the job opportunity. When they signed the voluntary transfer of the job, Jiang Shi signed her name herself. Tan Hongming's transfer was legal and proper, so they weren't afraid of Jiang Shi causing trouble. But Jiang Shi didn't care about their attitude. After making her statement, she turned and went home. If they didn't return the job opportunity in 3 days, she would find a way to take it back. When she got home, she usually boiled 2 eggs and filled the kettle with water before heading out toward the old locust tree. When she reached the tree, most villagers had already gathered there. They all greeted her warmly. Jiang Shijing smiled back at them. Jiang Jiqing, did you really transfer Tan Hongming's work? Mrs. Chen came over directly, smiling as she asked about the news. To be honest, Mrs. Chen is very well informed. The news about what happened at the youth residence reached her in just over half an hour. Mrs. Chen, your information is really quick. Jiang Shijing was not upset and gave her a big thumbs up with a smile. Haha, I wouldn't say I'm very quick. The lively women at the youth residence just like to gossip. She has always had a good impression of Jiang Shijing. Last time, she asked her to run an errand and even paid her 2 yuan, so she liked her even more. Jiang Jiqing, I have to tell you, how could you just give away your job at the machinery factory? Mrs. Chen looked at her with disappointment, feeling a bit pained. Mrs. Chen, it's all because I was young and naive before. Tan's wife tricked me into taking care of my younger siblings and forcefully transferred my job. Since we've broken off the engagement, I should get my job back. Mrs. Chen agreed, saying, yes, since the 2 families are no longer involved, there's no reason to keep taking advantage of you. Zhao Jiqing, don't be ungrateful. Do you think you're still a young girl? Old Zhang doesn't mind that you're not perfect and is willing to marry you. Just be happy about it. Old Zhang's lecherous voice, mixed with disdain, came from afar, getting closer. Jiang Shijing looked up and saw Zhao Manji walking with Chen Wei and Chen Chunj. Old Zhang was clinging to her, joking and talking with a mischievous smile. Stay away from me. I won't marry you. Just forget it. Zhao Manji's face turned pale as she looked at him with disgust. A scoundrel like him, old and ugly, still dreaming of marrying her. It's just a dream. If you don't marry me, who will you marry? I touched you, so you're mine. A few days ago, you took 200 yuan in bride price from me. Do you think I won't remember? Old Zhang was a disliked troublemaker, a scoundrel. Getting involved with him means trouble, either dead or badly hurt. Zhao Manji carefully chose Jiang Shi, and now it was her turn to enjoy. Jiang Shi and Mrs. Chen were nearby, watching the interaction with smiles. Here's your money back. Who wants your dirty money or bride price? I don't care about that. Zhao Manji took out a stack of 10 yuan bills and angrily threw them at old Zhang. 20 bills scattered in front of old Zhang, whose deep wrinkles drooped to his chin, looking very grim. Suddenly, he smiled and bent down to pick up the money. If you don't want the bride price, then come empty-handed. Old Zhang, won't mind. I said I won't marry. I won't. Don't you understand words? Zhao Manji was so angry at his stubbornness that she shouted in frustration. Ji, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Tan Hongjie and his family came over. Seeing her upset, they hurriedly approached and hugged her shoulders. Wow, brother Jie, if you don't come soon, I'll be bullied to death. Sniff, old Zhang is forcing me to marry him. Tan Hongjie's face turned pale with anger, and he looked at old Zhang with sharp eyes. Old Zhang, Ji is mine. Don't think about hurting her. Old Zhang looked shameless. What's mine is mine. I slept with her, so she has to marry me. Then he looked at them suspiciously. You two are sneaking around making a baby. Are you trying to cheat me and make me raise your kid? Tan Hongjie's eyes sharpened as he warned him. Nonsense. When have we ever tried to cheat you? Don't come close if you're shameless and annoying. Old Zhang wasn't afraid at all and laughed loudly. Haha, now you think I'm annoying? I'll tell you, it's too late now. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't mind revealing what happened that night. Especially you, Zhao Jiqing, pregnant before marriage and still trying to seduce me. What do you think the committee people would say if they knew? Zhao Manji's face turned pale, and she couldn't cry anymore. Getting pregnant before marriage was a serious shame in this era, and people would spit on her. Moreover, after she got pregnant, she had also been involved with another man. She was trembling all over, clutching tightly to Tan Hongjie's clothes. Jia, brother Jia, save me. We're getting married right away. As long as they got married and became a couple, the pregnancy wouldn't be a problem. Tan Hongjie looked at her trembling and felt heartbroken. He hugged her tightly. Okay, don't be afraid. We'll get married right now. Old Zhang, however, disagreed and jumped up in anger. I don't agree. If you get married, what am I supposed to do? Zhao Manji, you must marry me. The baby in your belly, I allow you to give birth. You can leave him with the Tan family to raise. I won't help others raise children. The Tan family considered themselves cultured people and rarely argued openly. They glared fiercely at old Zhang, wishing they could eat him alive. The children of the Tan family were insulted, as if they were worthless animals. Old Master Tan lowered his eyes, hiding the murderous look in them. I also don't agree. At this moment, Widow Feng stepped forward, speaking timidly. She was tall, over 1.80 meters, broad-shouldered and strong, but her voice was gentle and sharp, a big contrast. Tan Hongjie's face looked terrible, as if he had just eaten a fly. He glared fiercely at Widow Feng, like he saw a big pile of dirt he wanted to throw away but couldn't. But Widow Feng seemed not to notice his expression and looked at him softly, like water. Seeing her expression, Zhao Manji suddenly broke down and shouted angrily. How can you disagree? Brother Jie belongs to me. No one can take him away. Old Zhang ignored Tan Hongjie's and Zhao Manji's reactions. When he saw Widow Feng come over, he suddenly became happy. Haha, Sister Feng, just in time. Let's each marry one and we'll form 2 couples. He originally wasn't sure about marrying Zhao Manji, but now he felt more confident. The villagers watched in shock, stunned by what they saw. This was too shocking. The world had finally turned into something they didn't recognize. Jiangxi stood nearby with a blank expression. Inside, she was actually very happy. The current situation was exactly what she wanted to see. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji wanted to use her children to achieve their own goals, without asking if she agreed. With her counterattack, how would they get through this difficult time? Today, I am still working on digging cassava on the hillside south of the village. There's a lot of cassava, so I think I will need several days to finish digging it all. The air is filled with villagers' lively chatter and laughter. They are mostly talking about Tan Hongjie, Zhang Laozhen, and others, but the details are a bit messy. In these times, relationships between men and women are strictly controlled, and their situation is quite unusual. Tan's family looks very angry, almost like they could drip ink. Old Tan and his wife exchange a few glances. Deep inside their eyes, there is a sneaky, fierce look that only they understand. Jiangxi doesn't join the gossip. She works hard to dig cassava. As usual, she finishes 1 row of cassava and then stops working. Before heading home, she walks over to the reed bushes where she fished yesterday. She finds the spot she marked yesterday. The big stones there are still in the same place as when she moved them yesterday, so it seems no one has been here. Jiangxi isn't in a hurry to fish. Instead, she opens her card drawing system. When she sees what's on the 9-grid card, her eyes light up. This time, besides food cards, the wind ear card, power pill card, whitening pill card, and eagle eye card, there is also a treasure map card. Treasure map card. Treasure map card. She stares at the card eagerly, muttering about the card she wants to get.
Ding.
Congratulations. You drew a whitening pill card. Do you want to store it in the system space? As the mechanical voice sounds, Jiangxi's face shows a brief disappointment, then she quickly becomes happy again. The whitening pill can whiten and make her more beautiful, which is pretty good. Store it in the system space. Since the whitening pill can't be used right now, she doesn't want to change her appearance immediately, or villagers might think she's a monster. She takes out her magic fishing rod and basket, then casts her line into the river section she marked. When the number on the rod counts down from 10 to 0, the rod suddenly jerks. Jiangshi quickly pulls up the hook. On the hook, there's a nearly new porcelain object. A lost porcelain night pot from Lord Zhou's house. Jiangshi raises an eyebrow. Who would steal a night pot along with other things? She disdainfully flicks the fishing line, tossing the night pot onto the grass. She doesn't want to use it as it feels creepy. But it's still new, and losing it would be a pity. Maybe she can take it back and trade it for something else. She casts her line into the river again. This time, she pulls up a wooden box. Lost purple clay teapot set at Lord Zhou's house. Jiangshi opened the wooden box and saw a nice set of teapots and teacups inside. She happily stored the box into her space fragment. Later, when the area opens, she can use this set to make tea. Then she continued to cast her fishing rod into the river. This time, a pair of nearly new men's cloth shoes hung on the rod. Old cloth shoes lost at Lord Zhou's house. Jiangshi pinched her nose and threw the shoes onto the grass, feeling a bit speechless. The thief even stole such cloth shoes. It seems their family isn't well off. She didn't understand why the person would throw the treasure into the river, giving her a free gift. The night pot and cloth shoes are somewhat useless. Losing them feels a pity. She decided to take them back and exchange them with villagers for something else. Anything would do. Jiangshi stored everything into her space fragment, then carried her hoe toward home. Tan Jiqing, I brought you some braised pork. When she reached near the Jiqing courtyard, she suddenly heard the gentle, sharp voice of Widow Foam from inside. She looked up and saw Widow Foam, tall and strong, standing outside Tan Hongjia's dorm. She held a porcelain cup, faintly smelling of sweet meat aroma. Tan Chunling stood nearby, swallowing eagerly, eyes almost glued to the meat. Get lost. Take your stuff and get lost. Tan Hongjia's furious shout came from inside. Widow Feng's dark face looked a bit wronged. I brought you meat buns and dumplings before. You ate them all. Don't you like braised pork? Next time, I'll bring you some meat buns. There was silence in the room, then sounds of vomiting. After a while, Tan Hongjia's hoarse voice was heard. The things left at the door before, were they all from you? Widow Foam was very happy. Yes, I specially went to town and bought fresh meat and flour to make buns. I didn't expect you to like it. Next time, I'll make some for you, slut, sneaking over to flirt with Brother Jia while I'm not around. At this moment, Xiaomanji returned with her hoe, about to mock Jiangshi. But upon seeing Widow Foam, she angrily ran toward her. Her face twisted with rage, and she raised her hoe to hit Widow Foam. Her porcelain cup nearly fell to the ground. Tan Chunling kept staring at the braised pork in the cup, and she became anxious. She quickly ran over and grabbed the porcelain cup. Let me hold it first so it doesn't fall and you can't eat it. Meanwhile, Xiaomanji missed her strike and raised her hoe again to hit Widow Foam. Widow Foam is taller and much stronger than her. When she had nothing in her hands, she grabbed the swinging hoe. Xiaomanji desperately tried to pull it back, but she couldn't move it at all. You mean person, let go of me. Tan Hongjia heard her voice and hurried out of the house. He saw Widow Foam holding Xiaomanji's hoe and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Why are you bullying Gigi? Widow Foam was startled by his shout and instinctively loosened her grip on the hoe. Xiaomanji just used her strength to pull back, and unexpectedly, she let go, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Ah! My stomach, it hurts so much. She tightly held her stomach and let out a scream. Soon, a bright red pool of blood seeped out from under her pants. Her face was as pale as paper, and her features twisted in pain. Brother Jia, save me. Tan Hongjia glared fiercely at Widow Foam. If anything happens to Gigi, I'll make you pay. Then he hurriedly picked up Xiaomanji and ran toward the barefoot doctor's house. Widow Foam was so frightened she turned pale and quickly waved her hands. It's not me, I didn't do it on purpose. Tan Chunling was holding the porcelain cup and secretly eating the braised pork. When Grandpa Tan and the others returned, they only saw Tan Hongjia's hurried retreating figure. Dai Lihua walked quickly over and anxiously asked Tan Chunling, "Chunling, what's going on? Where did your brother take Gigi?" Tan Chunling, with her mouth full of food and greasy, didn't lift her head. "Mom, that widow phone pushed Gigi down, and she's bleeding. My brother took her to find the barefoot doctor." Hearing this, Dai Lihua looked at Widow Feng with disgust. "What are you doing here? Our family doesn't welcome you. If anything happens to my grandson, you'll pay." Widow Feng's face turned pale with fear, and she hurriedly explained, "It's not me. I really didn't push her." Grandpa Tan's face darkened. "Widow Feng, don't come to our house again, especially not to see Hongjia. You're old enough to be his mother. People should have some shame. If you feel you've been wronged in the scheme against you, my family can compensate you. Don't think about things you shouldn't." He was full of authority, glaring sharply at Widow Feng. As the head of the Tan family, Old Master Tan was not as simple as he appeared. He was polite to Jiangxi because he feared the influence behind her, not because of her personally. Widow Feng, a villager, couldn't withstand his presence and hurriedly ran away in fear. Jiangxi watched this good show, ignoring Old Master Tan's deadly stare, and simply walked away. She was in a very good mood. The Tan family had angered two odd people in the village, so the days ahead would be even more interesting. "I'm back. I brought you braised fish." When Jiangxi reached the gate, she saw Si Yanchen coming out from behind the fence. Every time Si Yanchen came over, he would bring food from the state-run restaurant. He was afraid she might go hungry. He strode over to Jiangxi, took the hoe from her hands. "What are you working on today?" "I've finished my work, so I can help you this afternoon." Jiangxi took out the key and opened the door. "We've been digging cassava these days. I still have one strip left unfinished. If you go, it will be finished faster." She looked down and saw a bag of flour at the door, holding half a bag of flour. Next to it were 2 or 3 mesh bags with canned luncheon meat, noodles, cured meat, and an aluminum lunchbox. "Why did you buy so many things? It must have cost a lot." "Not much. These are just for you to eat. Once you're done, I'll go buy more." Si Yanchen put the hoe in the corner, picked up the things on the ground, and strode into the house. Jiangxi washed her hands at the well in the yard. Just as she was about to go inside, he hugged her tightly. His handsome face was full of happiness. "Xiaoxi, the marriage report has been approved." Jiangxi was a bit surprised. "Really? It only took 3 days to apply." Si Yanchen was proud. "Of course. Our backgrounds are fine, so it was quick." In the past few days, he kept calling the authorities to speed up the approval. "How could it not be fast? Tomorrow you take half a day off. We'll go to get the marriage certificate." Jiangxi was a little stunned. "Are we really going to get the certificate and get married?" The man in front of her had a sincere and joyful smile on his face. His eyes looked at her with tenderness and love, as if she were his precious treasure. Her heart suddenly trembled, and the soft green sprout in her chest grew a little taller. She smiled happily and answered cheerfully, "Okay, let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Ji Yanchen's eyes immediately sparkled. He held her tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Then he leaned down and stared passionately at her lips. Jiangxi's face turned red from his intense gaze. She felt a little shy and wanted to turn away. But he held her head and suddenly kissed her lips. Jiangxi's mind went blank. All her feelings focused on his gentle yet commanding kiss. She was breathless, her whole body soft like noodles, supported only by Ji Yanchen. The air grew hotter and hotter. Just as they were about to lose control, Ji Yanchen forcefully pulled away from her lips. He was breathing heavily, his voice hoarse as he pressed his face against her neck. "Cici, wait a little longer. After we get the certificate, we can be together." Jiangxi came back to herself, feeling a bit shy and annoyed. It sounded like he was in a rush. She pushed him lightly and said annoyed, "I'm not in a hurry. Please move away." Ji Yanchen chuckled softly, not upset, and buried his face in her neck, smiling gently. Then he looked up, his eyes full of happiness and joy. "Cici, you're so cute." Everywhere you look, you're adorable, Jiangxi. This guy was definitely love-struck. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly from hunger. She pushed him again and said, I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Okay. Ji Yanchen released her and took her by the hand toward the dining table. He opened a metal lunchbox and scooped rice into a bowl. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Jiangxi naturally took the bowl and sat beside him. On the table, there were 2 lunchboxes, one filled with braised fish and the other with potato and meat slices. Both dishes looked oily and smelled very tempting. Especially the fish, which was fried golden on both sides and smelled salty and fragrant. Jiangxi couldn't help but pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. So delicious. Brother Chen, why does the state-owned restaurant have fish? I have never encountered this before. Si Yanchen smiled as he watched her eat, choosing a piece of meat with more and placing it into her bowl. Eat more. The hairtail fish I bought from somewhere else, not from a state-run restaurant. I know you love eating hairtail fish. I happened to find some and bought it. Jiangxi looked up at him. Brother Chen, you're not going to the black market, are you? You shouldn't go there. If the red badge catches you, it won't be good for you. Si Yanchen added another piece to her bowl. Don't worry, I won't go there. Jiangxi kept staring at him, a bit doubtful. He shyly rubbed his nose. All right, I'll tell you. The hairtail fish was specifically kept for me by a friend. He works in the purchasing department of the supply and marketing cooperative, and he just bought a batch of hairtail fish. Asked him to save a few for me. There are still some in the cooperative's freezer. I'll bring you more tomorrow. Hearing that he didn't take any risks, Jiangxi relaxed and casually handed him a piece of fish. You should eat too. I remember you love it. Si Yanchen looked at her gently and whispered, because you love it. So he loved it too. His voice was very soft. Jiangxi didn't hear clearly and asked, Brother Chen, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing. I just said you like to eat, so eat more. Jiangxi had been working since morning and was very hungry. When she saw her favorite dish, she ate without lifting her head. Her appetite was small, and she quickly finished eating. Si Yanchen waited until she was full before eating all the remaining food. After they finished eating, Si Yanchen went to wash the dishes. Jiangxi scooped some well water and mentioned the small vegetable garden in the yard, watering the vegetables inside. Si Yanchen came over and took the water scoop from her hand to help water the plants. Xiao Shi, I've already submitted the application to follow the army. Once it's approved, you'll go with me. Jiangxi thought about the Tan family and spoke. Okay, but I want to finish dealing with the Tan family first. Do you need me to help?
Don't be shy.
We're married. Your problems are my problems. Jiangxi. No need. I can handle it. Old Master Tan is a smart man. He wouldn't dare offend those senior officials and uncles. All right, go ahead boldly. If anything happens, I'll support you. He looked up and smiled. If you really can't, just come to my grandfather and cry. He can't stand to see you cry. Jiangxi remembered the stern, commanding old man who always kept a cold face. But when she cried, he was helpless and awkward, offering her candies to comfort her. Haha, that's not necessary. Old Master C is very powerful. Anything involving him can shake the political scene in Taiyuan City. Since she is not the original owner, dealing with the Tan family is still manageable for her. After watering the fields, Si Yanchen told Jiangxi to rest. He helped reinforce the door and windows. She lives alone in a small wooden house at the end of the village, with neighbors quite far away. She worries that some bad people might try to take advantage of her at night. Thinking of the danger that night, he squinted his eyes. It's time to loosen up that kid a bit. After Jiangxi woke up, they headed together to the southern hillside of the village. Along the way, they met many villagers who looked at Si Yanchen with curiosity. Jiang Jiqing, who is he? He looks so energetic. Mrs. Chen, who had no gossip, quickly moved closer. Mrs. Chen, he is my... Before Jiangxi could finish, Si Yanchen interrupted.
Fiancé, Mom.
I am Jiangxi's fiancé. Jiangxi glared at him. This person was always declaring his ownership. Si Yanchen was not annoyed. He looked very pleased, as if his wish had been granted. Mrs. Chun was surprised.
Oh,
Your fiancé isn't Tan. Then she realized, oh, I forgot you broke off the engagement with Jiqing Tan. Jiang Jiqing, you have good taste. This young man is handsome and more spirited than Jiqing Tan. Haha, ma'am, you really have good eyes. Hearing the compliment, Si Yanchen grinned. Not at all. It's because you look good. Unexpectedly, he and Mrs. Chen got along well. This was very different from his usual calm demeanor. When they reached the cassava field, he knew all the gossip and news in the village, especially about recent events in the Tan family, which he heard about in detail. Jiang Shi silently looked at him, feeling a bit speechless. Impressive, using all his tricks here. Mrs. Chen's task location was a bit far from Jiang Shi's. She was still talking happily as she walked to the work site. Si Yanchen held a hoe and asked, Xiao Shi, do you need me to do anything? Jiang Shi led him to the field. Here, I've already cut the cassava stalks. You just need to dig out the cassava. By the way, when you use the hoe, keep some distance from the stalks so you don't cut the cassava. Okay, you stay back a bit and be careful not to hit you. Si Yanchen got into position, swung his hoe, and started working on the ground. He was strong. After a few swings, he pulled out a cassava plant with dirt and roots attached. He shook it off, dirt falling away, leaving just a bunch of cassava. Jiang Shi used a machete to cut the cassava into smaller pieces, making it easier for the villagers to carry and dry. Together, they finished in just over 2 hours, a task that normally took her 4 or 5 hours. Xiao Shi, do you need help with anything else? I've finished it all. Jiang Shi looked at her watch. No, the rest can wait until tomorrow. It's still early. Let's go to the mountain in the west of the village to pick some wild vegetables and hunt for wild game. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead. Si Yanchen put away his hoe and followed her toward the west of the village. The western mountain range stretched out before them. The place where Grandpa Tan kept his treasures was called Scale Mountain because it looked like a weight. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Shi took Si Yanchen to Wild Wolf Gorge. There were more animals there, wild chickens, rabbits, deer, and wild boars. Villagers usually hunted there for food, but only on the outskirts. The deep mountains were said to have packs of wolves, so no one dared go far inside. She usually didn't come here either. She only brought Si Yanchen because he was good at fighting. In late autumn, the plants on the mountain had colorful leaves, creating a beautiful scene. They admired the scenery and headed toward the forest where wild chickens gathered. There was a grassy field next to a bamboo grove, with fresh wild vegetables and plenty of insects for the chickens to feed on. Cluck, 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 cluck. As they reached the bamboo grove, they heard the sound of wild chickens calling from behind the bamboo. It sounded like there were at least 2 chickens. Si Yanchen's eyes sharpened. He picked up a few small stones and crouched down, sneaking toward the bamboo. Jiang Shi couldn't help and didn't follow. She was wandering nearby, hoping to gather some wild vegetables to eat. The wild vegetables now are not as tender as in spring, but they taste about the same. She quickly picked a bunch of fiddlehead ferns and broke off about a dozen thin bamboo shoots. Clang from the direction of the bamboo forest, the sound of stones hitting a wild chicken was heard. The wild chicken let out a loud cry and fell to the ground. Another wild chicken flapped its wings and ran away. Si Yanchen chased after it, throwing a stone like lightning at the chicken. Clang, another loud cry, and the second wild chicken also fell. A moment later, Si Yanchen came back carrying 2 wild chickens. Jiang Shi happily went to meet him. Wow, Brother Chen, you're amazing. We'll have chicken for dinner tonight. Hee hee, just luck. Si Yanchen smiled lightly and handed the wild chickens to her. These 2 chickens are yours. I'll go check nearby for more prey. Jiang Shi took the chickens and placed them next to the pile of wild vegetables. Si Yanchen picked up a handful of stones, put them in his pocket, and went deep into the bamboo forest. Jiang Shi continued to gather wild vegetables and break bamboo shoots. This place was on the outskirts of the forest, where only small animals like wild chickens, rabbits, and bamboo rats lived. There was no real danger, so she dared to gather wild vegetables alone here. The women in the village usually went together. Just as she had gathered a big pile of vegetables and was about to stop, she heard a rustling sound from the woods. She quickly climbed up a nearby big tree, looking toward the source of the sound. It turned out that Si Yanchen was carrying a wild deer on his shoulder, along with a few wild chickens and rabbits, walking slowly over. The deer's hooves brushed through the bamboo leaves, making a rustling sound. No wonder the sound was different from a person walking. She quickly climbed down the tree and went to meet Si Yanchen. She took the wild chickens and rabbits from him. "Brother Chin, I didn't expect you to catch a wild deer. There's a small pond deep in the bamboo forest. The wild deer came to drink water, and I managed to catch it. You're really lucky." Recently, someone in town spread the word about hunting wild deer. Zhang Taizhu at the east end of the village searched the mountain all day, but couldn't find any. Food is scarce in late autumn. These animals move back and forth looking for food, and no one can say which mountain they might run to. These prey animals have a strong bloody smell. Let's go down the mountain quickly to avoid attracting predators. Jiangxi picked up a large bundle of wild vegetables tied on the ground. "All right, let's hurry. Bring me those wild chickens and rabbits." Si Yanchen took the small animals from her and carried them in his hands, then strode down the mountain. Seeing how easily he carried them without fuss, Jiangxi followed closely behind him. She lives at the end of the village, near the mountain peak to the west. After walking for over 30 minutes, they returned to the wooden cabin. Jiangxi boiled a large pot of hot water to clean the prey animals for Si Yanchen. Watching his skillful and smooth movements, Jiangxi couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chen, do you often handle prey animals?" Si Yanchen was busy and didn't lift his head, quickly slicing through the deerskin with his knife. "Not often. Sometimes, when we go on missions and need to hide in the forest, we catch wild animals to eat." Jiangxi saw that he made it sound simple, but she knew it was not easy behind the scenes. Catching wild animals to eat means the dry food has run out, and they must have been hiding for many days. The forest is full of dangers: wild beasts, poisonous insects, venomous snakes, and miasma, all of which can be deadly at any moment. Moreover, there are hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. A small mistake could be fatal. Si Yanchen's grandfather was an old general, upright and just, never allowing his family to use his status for personal gain. He joined the army as an ordinary soldier. At a young age, he became a company commander, thanks to his relentless fighting spirit. His military achievements were earned through real effort, not through family connections. Si Yanchen looked up and saw Jiangxi's affectionate gaze, which made him momentarily pause. "What's wrong? Can't bear to kill these little animals, Jiangxi. A straightforward man like him should stay single." Jiangxi walked to the kitchen expressionlessly. "No, I'm going to cook." Si Yanchen was confused, rubbing his nose, then lowered his head to continue preparing the prey. Jiangxi opened a card for rice and received 1 jin, about 500 grams. She cooked a pot of rice and made a bamboo shoot chicken soup. She stir-fried a large plate of wild vegetables, along with the black fish they had stewed earlier. Both of them ate until their stomachs were full. After dinner, Jiangxi carried a wild chicken and went with Si Yanchen to Zhang village chief's house. Village chief Zhang had finished his dinner and was sitting in the yard smoking a cigarette. When he saw them coming, carrying a wild chicken, he thought they had a favor to ask. He hurriedly asked, "Jiang Jiqing, are you facing any problems? Anything you need, just tell me. No need to bring chickens, you can take it back to improve your health." Village Chief Zheng's wife, Wang Hongying, came over with a caring look. "Oh, Jiang Jiqing, what happened to you?" Jiangxi forcefully handed the wild chicken to Wang Hongying. "Aunt Wang, it's nothing. We caught some game in Wild Wolf Gorge this afternoon and brought a chicken for you to try. You're so honest. You caught a wild chicken, keep it for soup, and even brought it over." Village Chief Zhang put out his cigarette, looking somewhat disappointed. "It's nothing. We caught several." Jiangxi didn't want to fuss over small matters and quickly changed the subject. "Uncle Village Chief, I want to ask for half a day off tomorrow morning to go register my marriage with my partner." Village Chief Zhang was a bit surprised. "Register? What kind of certificate?" Si Yanchen stepped forward and shook Zhang Village Chief's hand. "Hello, Uncle Village Chief. I am Jiangxi's partner. Tomorrow we're going to the city to get our marriage certificate." "Hello," Zhang Village Chief said nervously, glancing at Si Yanchen. When he saw the military uniform on him, His expression relaxed a little. Then he took Jiang Shi aside and asked carefully, Jiang Jiqing, who is this Si Yanchen? Do you know him well? Getting married is a big thing for a lifetime. You can't make a rash decision. Jiang Shi was touched by the good advice from the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, he is my older brother from the military district compound. We grew up together and know each other well. Don't worry, I've thought this through carefully. It's not a sudden decision. The village chief looked relieved. That's good. I think this young man looks honest and upright, much better than Tan Jiqing. Thinking of Tan Hongjia and the others, his head started to ache. Of course. After we get the certificate tomorrow, I'll treat you to some wedding candies. Haha, whether you eat candies or not. As long as you're happy and happy together, that's what matters. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. We'll head back now. After leaving Village Chief Yang's house, Si Yanchen took Jiang Shi back home. Jiang Shi asked him to bring some venison back for her comrade who helped with the fish. Helping others is a kind act, and they should be grateful. There is give and take. If you only expect others to help without returning the favor, you will eventually lose friends. Si Yanchen hugged her and kissed her for a while before reluctantly taking a deer leg and leaving. The next day, Jiang Shi woke up early. She thought about taking photos for the marriage certificate later, so she chose a beautiful long dress to wear. She also styled her hair into a pretty fishbone braid, tying it with a ribbon that matched her dress. She felt a little regretful because her face looked a bit pale and yellow. Jiang Shi has delicate features, but she had been starving recently, which made her look worse. She worked hard to regain some weight over the past few days, and her face looked a little better, but she was still not as beautiful as before. It's a pity she couldn't take whitening pills immediately. Otherwise, she might have looked as lovely as she used to. Later, she got on a village ox cart heading to Taiyuan town. On the cart, a few village women were chatting excitedly. Jiang Shi listened boredly for a while. It turned out that Tan Hongjia had been ambushed and beaten last night. Apparently, Dr. Liu was called to treat him late at night. The women looked at each other mysteriously. Hey, do you think Tan Jiqing is cursed? He's been so unlucky lately. Exactly, so many bad things happening, and he got beaten up. There must be something behind it. One woman glanced at Jiang Shi and interrupted their gossip. You girls are reckless to talk about superstitions like that. I think there's no curse. It's just that he's not honest and keeps thinking about cheating, so all these bad things happen. Jiang Shi listened to the gossip from the women as the cart arrived in Taiyuan town. She just jumped off the cart when she saw Si Yanchen walking toward her. Xiao Shi, are you hungry? I bought some meat buns to fill your stomach, he said. He handed her a paper-wrapped package. Jiang Shi took it, opened it, and smelled a delicious mix of flour and meat. It smells so good. Did you buy it from the state-run restaurant? Yeah. Let's hurry to the station to catch the early train, he replied. Si Yanchen also opened his own package and took a big bite. Let's fill our stomachs first. After we get the marriage certificate, we'll go to the city's state-run restaurant for a proper meal. Shortly after getting into the car, it quickly started moving. The distance from Taiyuan town to Taiyuan city is about 2 hours. Jiang Shi leaned on Si Yanchen's shoulder and took a nap. There weren't many people at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so they processed their marriage quickly. Si Yanchen had official documents approved by the military, so the process went smoothly, and they soon received their marriage certificate. Marriage certificates in this era look like awards, very simple. When they got the certificate, Si Yanchen was very excited. He hugged Jiang Shi tightly before letting go. Sisi, we're married now. Jiang Shi smiled. Yes, we're married now. After putting away the marriage certificate, Si Yanchen took her to a photo studio. They each took individual photos and a few couple photos. They paid extra for the photos to be developed quickly. Then they went to a department store to buy things. They decided to hold their wedding later at the military family compound, so they would buy wedding supplies there. But in Taiyuan village, they needed to buy some candies to share with the educated youth and villagers. Si Yanchen bought her a few sets of clothes, a pair of small leather shoes, and a women's watch. The watch she wore was her mother's, which she treasured very much. Her mother's watch had once been snatched away by Tan Chunling during a tantrum, but she never let go. Jiang Shi bought him a matching men's watch. Si Yanchen immediately put it on his wrist. often looking at it happily, showing his joy. Seeing this, Jiang Shi took off her mother's old watch and put on the new one. Sure enough, Si Yanchen smiled even more happily. Jiang Shi thought about all the meat at home, so she bought some salt and seasonings. They planned to preserve the leftover meat by salting and drying it. After shopping, they went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. After taking a bus and transferring, they returned to Taoyuan Village in the afternoon, just in time for work. Si Yanchen accompanied her to continue digging cassava in the field. He carried the bag of candies and, holding Jiang Shi's hand, happily distributed candies to the villagers. The villagers all happily wished them well. However, the Tan family looked extremely upset, their faces showing disgust. They didn't expect Jiang Shi to marry another man so quickly. Captain C! Captain C! Just then, a distant shout was heard. A young man dressed in green military uniform quickly ran to the cassava field. Captain C! Urgent mission. We must leave immediately. Si Yanchen's face changed drastically. He quickly tried to run back. Then he remembered something, turned around, and walked toward Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi tightly held the bag of wedding candies, feeling a bit sad inside. She knew soldiers often had to go on missions, but she still felt reluctant. Si Yanchen took out a receipt from the photo studio and handed it to her. Cici, I can't go with you to pick up the photos. You'll have to go alone. This mission is urgent. Wait for me to come back, and I'll take you to join the army. He looked at her deeply, couldn't help but hug her tightly, then immediately let go. He saluted her, then ran down a small path. Come back safely, I'll be waiting for you. He moved very quickly. Jiang Shi only had time to shout after him before they both ran away. Si Yanchen heard her call, but didn't look back. He waved his hand and quickly disappeared from sight. The villagers in the cassava field seemed to have pressed pause. They silently watched everything. Until Si Yanchen's figure disappeared, the villagers started working again. The difficulty soldiers face in protecting their country deeply touched everyone's heart. Jiang Jiqing, don't worry too much. A soldier's duty is to protect the homeland. Village Chief Zhang was worried she might be upset because her husband was on a mission shortly after their wedding. He comforted her awkwardly. Jiang Shi smiled. Uncle Village Chief, I'm fine. My parents are soldiers too. They often go on missions, and I'm used to it. She took a handful of wedding candies and handed it to Village Chief Zhang. Here, have a sweet candy to cheer you up. Village Chief Zhang saw her normal expression, not sad at all, and relaxed as he took the candy. Good, I'll share your happiness. Wishing you a long and happy marriage and may you have a child soon. Pfft, what happiness? That's bad luck. Bad luck is just bad luck. As soon as you get married, the man goes on a mission. Who knows? Tan Chunling sneered mockingly, speaking coldly. Jiang Shi didn't wait for her to finish. She grabbed the hoe on the ground and stared at her fiercely. If you don't want your front teeth, just keep talking. Tan Chunling looked at her like a fierce warrior and shrank back in fear, not daring to speak again. Tan Chunling, if you dare to say superstitious words like bad luck again, you'll be cleaning manure. Village Chief Zhang spoke, embarrassing her and mocking Jiang Shi, which made him angry, and he shouted at her. Village Chief Zhang, this girl is straightforward and speaks without thinking. Wife, please apologize for her. She didn't mean anything bad. Don't blame her. I will teach her properly when I get home. Seeing Tan Chunling about to suffer, Mrs. Tan quickly spoke up to apologize. Such a grown girl, still speaking without manners. Next time, don't blame me for being rude. Village Chief Zhang knew her nature well and showed no mercy. Mrs. Tan suppressed her anger and sneer, smiling politely. Yes, we will make sure she pays attention. All right, get to work. Always causing trouble, Village Chief Zhang waved impatiently and turned to walk away quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Shi also lost her desire to argue. People like that, even if she didn't discipline them, they would ruin themselves. She swung her hoe and quickly dug up the cassava. Si Yanchen had already helped her dig most of it. She just needed to finish the rest and stack it neatly before she could stop working. She didn't see Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji in the cassava field, probably too injured to work. Widow Feng deliberately chose a task area next to Tan's family. She quickly finished her own task and silently helped Tan's family with their work. Tan Chunling didn't like her, but since someone was helping her, she didn't complain and kept ordering Widow Feng around. Tan's family members looked angry and ignored her, but they didn't refuse her help. Jiangxi sneered, thinking Tan's family was really two-faced. They wanted free help but didn't like others. She focused on her work and finished her afternoon tasks quickly, then picked up her hoe and machete and left. On her way back to the hut, she usually stopped by the reed marsh by the river. She first opened her card drawing system and drew a chicken egg card. Then she took out her magic fishing rod, cast the hook to the marked spot by the river, and started fishing. When the fishing rod's timer ran out and it sank, she immediately pulled up the hook. This time, she caught a nearly new bamboo pillow, shiny and smooth from frequent use. Lost pillow from Lord Zhou's house. Jiangxi felt a bit speechless. She casually threw the pillow onto the grass and continued to cast her fishing hook into the river. This time, she caught a grass carp. She played with it for a while before pulling it out. A 2-gene grass carp, enough for 2 meals. She put the fish into her magical fish basket and kept fishing. This time, she caught a broken brick, which had no value. After 3 attempts at fishing, Jiangxi packed everything into her space and headed back to the wooden house. She felt a little regretful. The items lost from Lord Zhou's house could no longer be retrieved. She wasn't sure if she had finished fishing or if luck was against her. She didn't catch anything else. She decided to come back tomorrow to fish again. If she still couldn't catch anything, she would change to a different spot. After dinner that night, she locked the door carefully. Then, she took out all the treasure boxes collected by Old Master Tan, placing them all at once. There were 25 boxes of various sizes. 23 were in the cave, and 2 were buried underground in the cave. She used the back of a wooden stick to break the locks on each box. Then, she opened all of them. Surprisingly, 5 boxes contained large yellow fish, 2 boxes held round, full pearls, and 3 boxes contained various gemstones and jade. 2 boxes had large bills of black cattle currency, probably worth tens of thousands of yuan, mixed with half a box of US dollars and half a box of silver coins. The remaining 4 or 5 boxes contained jewelry, calligraphy, paintings, inkstones, and even 3 boxes of fine fabrics and fur. The 2 boxes buried underground held the most important items. 1 box contained the deeds to more than 10 houses in Jing City and a passbook with 100,000 yuan. Old Master Tan's personal seal and the official seals of several Tan family factories were also inside. Additionally, there was a notebook. The other box held over 10,000 yuan, more than 10 large yellow fish, and several unmarked, easily tradable gold and silver bracelets. These items were probably a backup plan left by Old Master Tan in case something happened to the items on the surface. Jiangxi guessed that, given Old Master Tan's personality, he must have buried other treasures in the houses in Jing City. Maybe one day, she could visit those houses with the property deeds. She closed all the boxes, put everything back into her space, and kept only the notebook. The notebook had a black leather cover, was about the size of a standard notebook, with some wear on the leather, indicating frequent use. Jiangxi opened her notebook, and the recorded times dated back over 10 years. It contained information about Mr. Tan giving and receiving gifts. Every name was clear and detailed, including job titles, home addresses, and family members, potential leverage points. Whether gifts were given or received, the reactions at the time, all were recorded precisely. With this notebook, she could immediately learn everything about the people listed. Jiangxi turned to the last entry, where her own detailed information was prominently recorded. The notebook contained her parents' information and the relationship she could use. Even the exact time, place, and people involved when Mr. Tan planned to make her fall into the river were clearly documented. Jiangxi's face turned pale. She then flipped through earlier entries, deep in thought. This notebook was not just a record, but also a warning from the Tan family. If, in 3 days, Tan Hongming didn't return her job, she would have to use this notebook to her advantage. The relationships her parents left her were not used by the original owner, which led to the Tan family bullying her. If her uncles and aunts knew she was being bullied and didn't tell them, it would hurt their feelings. Jiangxi spent over 2 hours reading each record carefully, finding points she could use, before putting the notebook away. Then she used salt and spices to marinate the wild chicken, rabbit, and deer meat she had prepared. After finishing, she washed up and went to rest. The next noon, Jiangxi just finished her work when she saw Village Chief Zhang rushing toward her. Jiang Jiqing, quick. Come with me to the brigade office. Someone is calling you. Okay, I'll go right away. Village Chief Zhang, do you know who's calling me? Jiangxi was a bit surprised. According to her memory, the Jiang family no longer had direct descendants. Her mother had cut ties with her family years ago and hadn't contacted them in over 10 years. Since she had been working in the countryside for the past 3 years, she hadn't reached out to her uncles and aunts, and they wouldn't have her phone number, so they wouldn't call her. I don't know either. Accountant Zhang received a call, saying they would call back in 10 minutes, and told her to have you answer the phone. All right, I'll find out who it is when I answer. During their conversation, they quickly arrived at the office of the team leader. Ring, ring, ring. Jiangxi waited a few minutes before hearing the phone ring. Village Chief Zhang answered the call first. After confirming it was her, he immediately handed her the receiver. Hello, this is Jiangxi. May I ask who is speaking? Hey there, she-girl, it's your Aunt Huang. A cheerful middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. The caller was Huang Ying, the mother of Si Yanchen. Jiangxi felt a bit shy. Hello, Aunt Huang. Oh, you girl, you're so heartless. It's been 3 years, and you haven't called Aunt Huang once. Aunt Huang, I'm sorry, She forced herself to come up with a casual excuse. The original owner's feelings were easy to guess. Her parents had passed away, and she had no other relatives, so she didn't want to trouble her uncles and aunts. But relationships are built over time. If you don't visit, how can there be a connection? Not interacting with others means when you need help, there's no one to turn to. You don't need to apologize, Aunt Huang.
I know you care about me.
It's been a tough few years for you, right? Jiangxi remembered that the original owner's family treated her very well. Huang Ying was her mother's close friend, and they had a good relationship. She treated Jiangxi like her own daughter. She didn't understand why the original owner hadn't contacted her. Aunt Huang, I'm doing well. How is your health? Good, I'm in good shape. But your brother Chen really made me angry. You know, he's such a grown-up, but he's still unreliable. Cece, is that brat forcing you to get a marriage license? Jiangxi felt a bit guilty. No, we went voluntarily. Haha, that's good. Just now, that kid suddenly called me and said you two got your marriage certificate. He asked me to look after you when I have time. Such an important thing, and that brat didn't tell anyone. Jiangxi felt a bit speechless. Her parents were gone, and there was no one to inform. Who would have thought that Si Yanchen wouldn't even tell his family? Aunt Huang, don't blame him. Maybe he was just too busy and forgot. Cece, don't defend him. He's liked you for a long time. I think he only cared about getting the marriage license with you. He's young and inexperienced. He didn't know to give a betrothal gift when we got married. He's neglecting you. When he returns, Aunt Huang will help you scold him. Betrothal gift. Jiangxi finally realized what was happening. Oh my, they forgot about the wedding gifts and dowry, the things that should come with marriage. Ah, you child. How could you be so careless? Of course, there should be a betrothal gift. I've discussed with Uncle C, and we decided to give you 3,000 yuan as a gift, along with a watch, a TV, a bicycle, a sewing machine, and other items. If you want anything else, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. Aunt Huang, you can choose what to buy. I trust your judgment. She had never been married in her past lives and didn't know much about these customs. Aunt Huang treated her like her own daughter and wouldn't neglect her. She could just let her decide what to buy. All right, tell me your address and I'll send the 3,000 yuan to you. For the physical items like the bicycle, I'll send the money and the receipts. You can go buy them. Jiangxi quickly stopped her. Aunt Huang, I plan to go with Brother Chen to join the army. Once we settle in the family housing, you can send the things over. There was a pause on the phone. That's fine, but it's a bit inconvenient for you. Aunt Huang, I don't mind. With you as my mother-in-law, I'll be happy even in the middle of the night. Haha, Shibao, your words are getting sweeter. Girls are indeed thoughtful. Aunt Huang, from now on, I'll be half your daughter. If I argue with Brother Chen, you must help me. Don't worry. If Brother Chen dares to raise his voice at you, I'll break his leg. They chatted for a while before hanging up. Jiang Shi heaved a big sigh of relief. She finally managed to fool her mother-in-law. Thinking about the wedding preparations, she felt a bit overwhelmed. After finishing the call, Jiang Shi went back home. Unexpectedly, on her way back to the wooden house, she saw a young man standing in front of it. The man was about 25 or 26, pushing a bicycle with a large cloth bag hanging on the front. He was tall and energetic, and when he saw her, he smiled. "Comrade, are you Jiang Shi?" Jiang Shi was curious about who he was. "Yes, I am Jiang Shi." "Who are you?" "I'm Lin Tao, a comrade of Commander C. He asked me to deliver fish to you." Lin Tao put his bicycle away, took off the cloth bag from the front, and handed it to her. "I've already prepared these hairtail fish for you. You just need to fry them in oil, and they'll be ready to eat." Jiang Shi took the cloth bag, feeling it was quite heavy, at least 5 or 6 jin. "Comrade Lin, thank you for your trouble. Sorry to trouble you on this trip." "No trouble at all. Actually, I've gained a lot. Captain C has always looked after me. Last night, he even gave me a big deer leg. My mother was so happy." Jiang Shi opened the door to her house. "Comrade Lin, come in and have a glass of water?" Lin Tao quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. I only rode here from the town. It's just 20 minutes. I'm not thirsty." "Oh, some people, when their loved ones leave, can't help but flirt with other men." Dai Lihua and an older woman from the village happened to pass by. She saw Jiang Shi talking with Lin Tao and couldn't help but sneer quietly. Jiang Shi's face darkened. The Tan family really is as annoying as flies. They keep popping up to bother her, making her very uncomfortable. Unlike your Tan family, who got a girl pregnant and slept with a widow.
You.
I won't talk to you anymore." Dai Lihua looked very upset and hurriedly pulled the older woman away. After the Tan family scandal about Zhao Manji's pregnancy and Tan Hongjie sleeping with a widow, their reputation was completely ruined. No one in the village wanted to associate with them anymore. Looking in the direction they were walking, it was toward the small woods behind the mountain. No one knew what they were going to do. Jiang Shi felt a bit sorry. "Comrade Lin, I'm sorry for making you trouble." Lin Tao waved his hand, looking indifferent. "It's nothing. Every village has some gossipers. I won't mind." Then he took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Shi. "Sister-in-law, Captain C asked me to give you this letter. If you need anything, call him on the number inside." "Thank you," Jiang Shi replied, taking the envelope. She saw her name written in messy handwriting on the front. Lin Tao pushed his bicycle and sat on it. "Sister-in-law, I've delivered the things. I should head back now." "Oh, and the fish and meat shouldn't be kept for long. You need to eat them quickly or they'll spoil." "Yeah, I'll eat them as soon as I can." "All right, if you have any trouble, remember to come to the town and find me." After saying this, Lin Tao stepped on his bike and rode away quickly. Jiang Shi closed the door, placed the cloth bag on the table, and opened it. Inside were already prepared fish fillets. Then she opened an envelope, which contained a piece of paper with an address and a phone number. It was the address and phone number of Si Yanchen's military unit. The handwriting was very messy, probably written in a hurry. Jiang Shi stored the letter in her space, and then washed the fish fillets thoroughly. She kept one portion out to cook for lunch, and put the rest into her magical fish basket. The magical fish basket can not only hold live fish, but also keep food fresh. Last time, she stored wild vegetables inside, but forgot about them. A few days later, when she took them out, they looked exactly the same as when she put them in, so she knew the fish basket could preserve freshness. After lunch, Jiang Shi went for a walk to Zhang Carpenter's house. She ordered a wooden shelf 1 meter wide, 2 meters high, with 3 layers. The space inside was only 5 cubic meters, but with the shelf, she could organize things neatly and store more. The shelf was simple. After paying a deposit of 1 yuan, Zhang Carpenter told her to go back. He promised to deliver it in 2 days. In the afternoon, after finishing her work, she went as usual to the river by the reed thicket. She first opened her card drawing system and drew a slimming pill card. Jiang was a bit speechless. People in this era were generally very thin, almost emaciated, and rarely overweight. In Taoyuan village, only Tan Chunling was fat enough to squint her eyes. But she definitely wouldn't give the slimming pill to her, no matter how much money she offered. She stored the slimming pill card in her SUSTEM backpack, then took out her magical fishing rod. She cast the line at the same spot as last time. When the number on the fishing rod hit 0, she lifted it up, and surprisingly, a grass nest was hanging on the hook. There was a line of words on the nest: green-headed duck eggs. Jiang carefully took down the grass nest and found 6 duck eggs inside. She stored the nest and eggs together in her space. These were her meat dishes. Then she cast her fishing line into the river again and caught an old, broken ceramic pot. Abandoned broken ceramic pot, Jiang threw it onto the riverbank and ignored it. Next, she cast her line again. This time, she pulled up a rusty flashlight shell. Abandoned flashlight shell. After 3 fishing attempts, only 1 duck egg was valuable. It seems I need to find a new spot. Jiang packed up his things and carried his hoe home. When he reached the youth commune, he saw old Jiang standing at Zhao Manji's dorm door, shouting angrily inside. "Zhao Manji, come out here." "Ha! You think hiding will save you? I won't let you go that easily. You are my woman. Besides marrying me, you can't marry anyone else." Although old Jiang is small and thin, he is cruel and sneaky, a man everyone dislikes. The female youth living with Zhao Manji all hid in nearby rooms, afraid to provoke him. Zhao Manji curled up in her bed, clutching her stomach, trembling with fear. At this moment, she deeply regretted her actions. When she planned against Jiang she should have seen him being mistreated by old Jiang before leaving. Otherwise, old Jiang would have targeted Jiang. Tan Hongjie was tied up and beaten so badly that his eyes were swollen shut. He lay on the bed, unable to get up. He heard old Jiang shouting and clenched his teeth in anger. Zhao Manji was his woman, and she was pregnant with his child. How could someone force her to this point? Then he thought of Jiang, and his hatred grew even stronger. That scoundrel dared to scheme against both him and Manji. He had caused them to break up before, and now he had made them both lose their innocence and get involved with thugs. He would not let her go. "Zhao Manji, stop pretending to be dead. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll come in myself. 1, 2.
Bang!
Zhao Manji jumped off the bed and quickly shut the door. She screamed in fear. Brother Jie, save me." Tan Hongjie forced himself to get up despite the pain, cursing fiercely. "Damn it! Who hit me? Ugh, it hurts so much." He struggled to move his legs, grabbed the stick behind the door, and stepped outside. "Old Jiang, get out of here. That's my woman, and you dare to bother her?"
Ha!
"Your woman? She's clearly mine." Old Jiang spat on the ground, looking shameless. "You." Tan Hongjie trembled with anger, but couldn't do anything about him. These chopped meat pieces were chosen by them to deal with Jiang. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be very difficult for them to handle. Old Master Ten walked out of the room with a grim face. He approached Old Man Jiang and whispered a few words to him. Old Man Jiang followed behind him and headed into the room.
They talked inside for a few minutes.
When Jiang came out, he looked proud and walked straight away. Old Master Tan's face darkened even more as he watched his back. Jiang had no interest in the commotion, so she went straight home. She first made a glass of malt drink to drink, then started cooking dinner. After some time of rest, her health improved a lot. Not long after dinner, she stood in the yard and continued practicing military exercises. No matter when, only with enough strength can she better protect herself. The next morning, after Jiang finished her milk and eggs and reached the old locust tree, she heard a commotion under the tree. It turned out that last night, Old Man Jiang was bitten by a poisonous snake that sneaked into his house. Fortunately, his drinking buddy, Old Li San, went to find him and found him fainted on the ground. He called a barefoot doctor to treat him. Otherwise, he might have been poisoned to death by the snake last night. Jiang's eyes darkened slightly. Now it is late autumn, and snakes have already gone into their dens to hibernate. Unless you specifically look for them, it's hard to encounter one. Old Master Tan took action. Jiangxi looked at a dark, honest-looking man among the crowd. He was chatting enthusiastically with someone nearby, looking very interested. While talking and laughing, he unconsciously brushed his hand over his pocket, and his smile grew even brighter. After memorizing his appearance, she paid no more attention to him. There was a snakebite incident in the village, which village chief Zhang took very seriously. He specifically reminded everyone at the morning meeting to check if there were any snakes hibernating at home when they returned. In this era, snake meat was also considered food. Recently, while digging cassava in the fields, some villagers found hibernating snakes and brought them home to cook. Old Master Tan looked calm, showing no emotion. Tan Hongjie was ordered by village chief Zhang to go to work. He wore a straw hat low on his head. Sometimes, when he looked up, she could see his swollen, colorful face. Jiangxi met his gaze and saw him glaring at her angrily. She calmly looked away, too lazy to pay him any mind. The cassava in the field is almost all dug up. I think by tonight, after work, it will be finished. Tan Hongjie, Widow Foam, Zhao Manji, and Old Zhang are punished to carry manure. Old Zhang was poisoned last night and can't get up. The other three are carrying loads. They need to take manure from the village toilet and carry it to the compost pit. Next spring, when they plant again, they will take it out to dry and use as fertilizer. Zhao Manji is pregnant and can't carry anything. Tan Hongjie is injured and can't carry either. I don't know what he said to Widow Foam, but she took over all their tasks. They look both conflicted and peaceful, a strange mix. Jiangxi doesn't care about their problems. She finishes her morning work at her usual speed and quickly leaves. Yesterday, she was fishing at her usual spot by the river, but she couldn't catch anything good anymore. She walks along the reeds to a dense water pond and stops there. The water isn't very deep, with water plants inside. Maybe she can catch a big fish. Jiangxi takes out her special fishing rod and casts the hook into the pond. When the numbers on the rod hit 0, it dips, and she quickly pulls up the hook. When she sees what's on the hook, she screams and drops the rod. On the hook, there's a big glowing line of words. Wei Hui's skull. Wei Hui was a young woman who went missing 3 years ago. She was from a wealthy family but ran away to the city because she couldn't stand the hardships in the village. Unexpectedly, her remains were found in this pond. Seeing the pale skull with water plants on it, Jiangxi almost runs away, not wanting the rod anymore. But the rod has caught many good things before, so she hesitates. Shaking, she picks up the rod and closes her eyes, throws the skull onto the ground. She mutters, "Wei Hui, don't blame me. I didn't mean to. Later, I'll report to the police and help you get justice." After grabbing her rod, she quickly runs back. When she reaches another part of the river, she throws the rod into the water and shakes it hard, trying to clean off the dirt. But after the hook goes into the water, the fishing timer automatically starts again, and when it hits 0, she nervously picked up the fishing rod, and when she saw what was hanging on the hook, her whole body trembled. It was a broken, rusty butcher knife, with half of the wooden handle rotted away by water, so battered that even a beggar wouldn't pick it up. But the words written on it made Jiangxi feel cold all over. Weapon used to kill Wei Hui. She tremblingly dropped the butcher knife from the fishing rod onto the shore. This was clearly meant to make her reveal the murder case. Perhaps out of extreme fear, she suddenly calmed down. She threw the fishing rod into the river and calmly continued fishing. When the rod sank again, she pulled up a pair of worn-out, old shoes. The soles looked intact, but the fabric on the shoes was almost completely torn. The words written on them made her speechless. Broken shoes worn by Zhang Jiabao during the attack. She threw the shoes next to the butcher knife and covered them with some grass. Then she placed a few stones nearby as markers. Afterward, she packed up the fishing rod into her system backpack and ran wildly toward the village. It was so exciting. Fishing and catching fish to share, all for earning merit. She was so scared she wanted to cry, but couldn't. At that moment, she missed Xian Chen so much. If he had been with her, maybe she wouldn't have been so afraid. When she arrived at Village Chief Zhang's house, most villagers had already finished lunch. Village Chief Zhang was sitting in the yard repairing farming tools. Seeing her pale face, he was so frightened that he dropped his tools. Jiang Jiqing, what happened? Village Chief, there's been a death. Jiang, she gasped for breath and finished speaking. What? Village Chief Zhang stood up in shock and hurried over to her. Jiang Jiqing, tell me clearly, what exactly happened? Village Chief, I was fishing in the back mountain and caught a skull and a butcher knife. As the village leader, Zhang was much more experienced than ordinary villagers. His face turned pale. Call the police immediately. Big son, come out quickly. Dad, what's wrong? His voice was sharp and broken, scaring his eldest son to run out quickly. Quickly ride your bike to the town police station and report that. Village Chief Zhang looked at Jiang Shi, who understood, and continued speaking. Say that the big water pool in the village river had a fish catch that revealed a skull and a wooden knife, and ask the police officers to come immediately. Big Dawa's eyes widened. A skull and a wooden knife. Village Chief Zhang looked a bit anxious. Yes, just say that. Hurry and call the police. There was a death in Taoyuan village, and he felt very upset. No matter who was killed, he didn't want to see it happen. Big Dawa hurriedly rode his bike quickly toward the town. Taoyuan village is close to Taoyuan town. It takes about half an hour by ox cart, but only about 10 minutes by bike. Since Big Dawa was riding so fast, he could probably reach the police station in 10 minutes. Jiang Shi also lost her desire to go home and cook. Just then, the village chief's wife was cooking, and she invited Jiang Shi to eat together. She secretly took out 2 wild duck eggs from her pocket and made egg drop soup, claiming she found them in the reed bushes. Everyone was not in the mood to eat much, so they just had a quick lunch with the duck egg soup. Ring ring. Right after lunch, they heard the sound of bicycle bells outside Village Chief Zhang's yard. It was Big Dawa bringing the police officers back. Dad, the police are here. Sure enough, he shouted and rode his bike into the yard. Behind him, 2 police officers on bikes in uniform followed. Village Chief Zhang quickly went to greet them. Police officers, finally you've arrived. The 2 police officers didn't delay and quickly dismounted. One male officer in his 30s asked seriously, I heard there was a death case here? Village Chief Zhang hurriedly replied, Yes, police officers. Jiang Jiqing was fishing in the village water pool and found a skull. Who is Jiang Jiqing? We need to talk to her. Jiang Shi stepped forward voluntarily. Police officers, my name is Jiang Shi. I was the one who found the bones. The male officer took out a notebook and pen from his pocket. I am Jiang Lin, the head of Taoyuan Town Police Station. This is my colleague Ma Xiangqian. Comrade Jiang Shi, may I ask what time you found the remains and where exactly? Jiang Shi explained in detail that after finishing work at noon, she went to fish at the water pool by the river. Of course, she did not mention the magic of the fishing rod. After Chief Jiang completed a simple report, he asked Jiang Shi to lead them to the crime scene. Jiang Shi and the team leader, along with 2 police officers, quickly headed toward the large water pool outside the village. The villagers had finished lunch and, seeing the police enter with village head Zhang, realized something was wrong. They all followed behind, curious to see what was happening. Jiang Shi and her team went straight to the water pool. A pale skull was covered with dark green water plants, with empty eye sockets staring coldly at everyone. A skull. How unlucky. Why are there human bones? Oh my, who could have been harmed? The villagers were frightened when they saw the bones and stepped back, whispering among themselves. With so many people talking loudly, village head Zhang frowned and shouted sternly, Quiet, or leave now. Under Zhang's command, the villagers quieted down and watched silently. Ma Xiangqian was a young man in his 20s, carrying a large backpack. He placed the backpack on the grass nearby and quickly opened it. Chief Jiang took out a pair of white gloves and put them on. Then he took a bottle of white powder and marked the location of the skull. He also took out a caliper, carefully measured the skull, and kept talking about his findings. The deceased has a prominent brow ridge, and the jaw angle is 123 degrees. Preliminary guess is that this is the remains of a young woman. Ma Xiangqian took notes diligently. recording all the details. Oh my, Chief Jiang is so skilled. Just from a skull, he can tell the gender. A young woman? Whose daughter in the village has gone missing? Hearing this, the villagers couldn't help but start discussing again. Chief Jiang looked at the crowd and raised his voice seriously. Quiet. The police are working on the case. Outsiders, please leave. Village head Jiang frowned and ordered people to disperse. All right, everyone, go home now. Anyone who stays to watch the scene will lose work points. Let's go, the village chief is chasing people away. Hurry up, there's nothing good to see in the dead person's bones, it just brings bad luck. I think you're just afraid of losing points. Under the pressure from the police and village chief Zhang, the villagers all left the scene. Jiang Shi stood nearby, quietly watching Detective Jiang and the others handle the case. After examining the skull, Detective Jiang asked Jiang Shi where she had placed the fishing rod. Jiang Shi told them the exact location. Ma Xiangqian took a pair of waterlogged rubber pants from his backpack, put them on, and then wore rubber gloves. Then he slowly entered the water pond, walking to where Jiang Shi's fishing hook was, and stopped. He squatted down and carefully felt around in the water. While Ma Xiangqian was fishing out the bones, Jiang Shi and Detective Jiang moved to the broken sickle and the discarded shoe. Detective Jiang looked at those two items with a complicated expression. He stared sharply at Jiang Shi. Jiang Jiqing, how did you get these two things? I just used a homemade fishing rod to catch them. Jiang Shi spoke confidently, still insisting that she caught them with her self-made fishing rod, even if she was accused. Detective Jiang was a bit skeptical. Where is that fishing rod? The broken sickle had no anchor point for fishing, so how could it have been caught? After I pulled out the skull, I was so scared I ran here to fish. Unexpectedly, I caught two more broken things. That broken fishing rod can't even catch fish, only trash. I was so angry I threw it into the water. Jiang Shi casually pointed to where she threw the fishing rod. Detective Jiang kept a close eye on her, trying to see if she looked guilty or nervous. But her eyes were clear, and she remained calm throughout. She showed no other expressions. He didn't suspect her of being the murderer based on her report. Instead, he didn't want to miss any clues that could solve the case. Jiang Shi noticed that Detective Jiang didn't pay much attention to these two items and felt a bit anxious. She quietly reminded him, Detective Jiang, are these two broken things useful? Detective Jiang hesitated for a moment. There's some distance from the water pond, so we can't tell if these items are evidence yet. Jiang Shi was worried he wouldn't take the items back. I think anything found near the bones should be taken back first. If it turns out to be an important piece of evidence and is lost in the end, it would be a big problem. Director Jiang didn't speak but looked at her deeply before shifting his gaze away. Jiang Shi, who hadn't done anything wrong, felt nervous under his stare and broke out in a faint sweat on her back. Oh my, doing good deeds is really not easy. At her reminder, Director Jiang took out two clear plastic bags from his pocket. He carefully placed the broken firewood axe and the shoe with the shoe cover inside them. After Jiang Shi finished her part, Director Jiang told her she could go home. When she left, he thanked her for reporting the case and said that once the case was solved, they would send her a banner of praise. She waved her hand casually. As long as she could help clear the victim's name and catch the bad guys, she was happy. This incident had a big impact on her. When she got home, she lay down on her bed and fell asleep. A murder case in Taoyuan village caused a stir in nearby villages. People started guessing about the victim's identity and the cause of death. During this time, Director Jiang stayed mostly in Taoyuan village, leading a few police officers to visit and investigate nearby villages. Through their investigation, they identified the victim as Wei Hui, a female educated youth who had gone missing 3 years ago. The victim's identity was confirmed. The forensic doctor also determined that the victim was murdered. But who was the killer? Director Jiang tried to find clues from the broken firewood axe and the shoe with the shoe cover. However, the evidence was badly corroded by river water, making it impossible to examine. The case reached a dead end. Jiang Shi knew who the killer was, but lacked evidence to prove it. The suspect, Zhang Jiabao, was the grandson of the village secretary of Taoyuan village. Accusing someone without proof could cause big trouble. Moreover, when Wei Hui went missing 3 years ago, she had just moved to the countryside, and Jiang she didn't even know what Wei Hui looked like. She also didn't know why Zhang Jiabao would kill Wei Hui. Was it a love murder? A financial motive? A revenge killing? Knowing the killer but being unable to bring him to justice made her very frustrated. He Yan and I, who had gone to the countryside with Wei Hui, was someone Jiang she decided to secretly ask about the situation. Yan and I, do you know if Wei Hui had a boyfriend? She is pretty, and several young men from the village have shown interest in her. A few young men also like her and help her with chores. Jiang she interrupted, does she have an official boyfriend or any conflicts with others? Not really. Rumor has it her parents won't allow her to marry in the countryside and are trying to arrange her to move back to the city. Even if some men try to flirt with her, she doesn't accept. She is somewhat proud, can't do farm work, and pays Chenwei and Chinchuanju to wash her clothes, but she is quite modest and keeps herself clean. After Wei Hui's body was found, the young people at the youth station felt sorry for her and often talked about her. He and I thought Jiang she was curious about Wei Hui's gossip, so she didn't hold back. Did she have any conflicts with others? I really don't know. Chun Wei and Qin Chunju might know, as they often stay close to Wei Hui and probably understand her better. Maybe you should ask them? Jiang she waved her hand. No need. I'm just curious. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, why do you think that person killed her? Hien and I looked confused. I don't know. She usually just complained about hard work and bad food, but she never argued with anyone. While working and chatting, Hien and I and Jiang she listened to Chenwei working nearby. They overheard their conversation, and Hien-ni's eyes flickered with surprise. She rarely spoke with sarcasm. Jiang she had been secretly paying attention to her and noticed her unusual behavior. Chenwei probably knew some secrets. Maybe she could find a lead from her. It's not because she has a strong sense of justice. It's because Director Jiang hasn't made progress yet. Since she managed to find the body, she naturally hopes for a good ending. The next morning, Jiang she took the village's ox cart to Taoyuan City to get photos. She also planned to retrieve her work quota. The Tan family thought she couldn't do anything about it and ignore her. Work on the fields wasn't busy lately, and the ox cart was full of villagers heading to the town and city. Jiang she sat at the very back of the cart. When she saw a figure at the front, a faint dark light flickered in her eyes. Zhang Jiapao was about 23, with a gentle appearance, wearing a white shirt and black pants, giving off a refined and scholarly vibe. He is Zhang's secretary's grandson with a high school education, working at a food factory in Taoyuan town. He is a popular marriage prospect in the surrounding villages. But for some reason, he has never married. He usually lives in the factory dormitory and is rarely seen returning to the village. The women on the ox cart are very excited and often try to introduce their unmarried daughters to him. Zhang Jiabao is very cold and annoyed by their questions, so he simply keeps a stern face and says nothing. The women don't dare to upset him and instead start gossiping. Most of their talk is about Wei Hui. Zhang Jiabao's face looks very unhappy, and he clenches his bag tightly. Jiang she actively joins the women's chat and secretly moves closer to them. She whispers, "Ladies, I overheard something." Chun Wei from a youth training station says she knows who killed Wei Hui and wants to secretly tell Director Jiang to get a reward. The women gasp, "Jiang Jiqing, is this true? I heard it myself, so it must be true. I heard Chun Wei and Wei Hui were very close, so she probably knows something." That's possible. Chun Wei was always around Wei Hui before, so she might really know something. Too bad, I can't get the reward. I heard you get 10 yuan for providing clues, and if they catch the killer, you get 100 yuan. As soon as Jiang she finishes speaking, she feels a cold, fierce gaze on her. Her hair stands on end. She forces herself to ignore the discomfort and grits her teeth, continuing to gossip with the women. Fortunately, the gaze quickly disappears. She pats the goosebumps on her arms and secretly breathes a sigh of relief. The bait has been set. Whether the fish bite depends on luck. The ox cart stops in Taoyuan town. Jiang she eagerly walks to the bus station and boards a bus to Taoyuan City. Zhang Jiabao's gloomy presence makes her feel very uncomfortable, and she doesn't want to stay near him for a second longer. After arriving in Taoyuan City, she puts on a cotton mask and a straw hat to hide her face. She quickly walks to the mailbox at the city committee's entrance and drops in an anonymous tip. Then she quickly leaves, finds a secluded spot, and takes off her outer clothes, along with the mask and hat, storing them in her space fragment. She also takes out a bag of items from the space fragment and carries it on her back. Inside, there are dried wild chickens, rabbits, bamboo shoots, and more, along with about 10 pounds of dried deer meat. She happily went to the photo studio to pick up her pictures. She chose 2 photos of herself with Si and Chen and sent them along with a bag of local specialties to the Si family in Beijing. The Si family has always been kind to her. When she could, she wanted to send them a small gift in return. After finishing everything, she took a bus to the Taoyuan City Machinery Factory. Old Luo, who guards the factory gate, is the father of Deputy Factory Director Luo. Since retiring, he's been doing nothing and now spends his time at the gate, helping out. Jiangxi gave him a bag of tea and spoke before he got angry. Old Luo, how have you been feeling lately? I haven't visited you in a while. I brought some tea for you to try.
Please don't dislike it.
Her tone was friendly and respectful, as if they were close. Old Luo was confused. He tilted his head and looked at Jiangxi, trying to remember who she was. Hey girl, who are you? I can't seem to remember. Old Luo, do you know Tin Hongming? Of course I do. How could I not? That kid's got eyes on his forehead. It's hard not to recognize him. When he mentioned Tan Hongming, Old Luo looked unhappy. Only a few leaders at the factory knew that Luo was the father of Deputy Factory Director Luo. Tan Hongming thought he was just a country bumpkin. He often bossed him around, which he really didn't like. Girl, are you related to that kid? Then I don't want your tea. Old Luo pushed the tea away in disgust. Jiangxi smiled. It seemed like even heaven was helping her. She pushed the tea back. Old Luo, I'm not related to Tan Hongming. 3 years ago, I transferred my job quota to him. Back then, you stopped me and told me to be careful and added a transfer statement. Old Luo, do you remember that? Old Luo looked surprised, as if he suddenly understood. Oh, so you're the brave girl from back then. What's your business now? Old Luo, I want to get my job quota back. Do you think that's possible? Without hesitation, Old Luo asked, did you bring the transfer statement from back then? As long as the transfer statement is here, you can take back your job at any time. Jiangxi happily handed over the paper in her hand. Grandpa Luo, here is the transfer statement. Please take a look. There are signatures from a few leaders on it. Grandpa Luo took the transfer statement, put on his reading glasses, and examined it carefully. Yes, this is the statement. He handed the transfer statement back to Jiangxi. Keep this document and go directly to the administrative department to see Section Chief Huang. He will help you handle it. Okay? By the way, Grandpa Luo, how do I get to the administrative department? Grandpa Luo looked at her small, dark face and felt a bit soft-hearted. Forget it. I have no other urgent matters now. I'll take you there. Great. Thank you, Grandpa Luo. Jiangxi followed behind Grandpa Luo and smoothly arrived at the administrative department office. When they reached, Section Chief Huang was just inside. There were a man and a woman inside, chatting and occasionally laughing. Seeing Grandpa Luo and Jiangxi come in, they all stopped smiling and looked up. Grandpa Luo ignored their reactions and spoke loudly. Section Chief Huang, this young comrade wants to handle a job transfer. Section Chief Huang stood up, surprised. A job transfer? There haven't been any new hires recently. The man standing beside him stepped forward with a mocking look. Oh, isn't this the big sister-in-law? You're not farming in the village anymore, so why are you here? The young woman stepped forward, holding his arm, and looked at Jiangxi with a sideways glance. Hongming, is this the vicious big sister-in-law you mentioned? She's dark and thin and vicious. No wonder your older brother wanted to break off the engagement. Tan Hongming's eyes flashed with a threat. Jiangxi, I advise you to go back to the village and not dream of things that don't belong to you. Jiangxi looked at him coldly. Your Tan family is really disgusting, all ungrateful wolves. Tan Hongming, how did you get your job back then? You must not have forgotten, right? Tan Hongming looked a bit flustered, but after seeing the woman beside him, he regained his composure. My job was naturally obtained through my own ability. You, a little kid from a capitalist family, got into the machinery factory's propaganda department through an exam? Tan Hongming, after lying for so long, have you even fooled yourself? The woman immediately stepped in front of him and angrily scolded Jiang Shi. You really are cruel, speaking so harshly. Brother Hongming is so capable, just passing the exam for the propaganda department is easy for him. Why do you mock him? Jiang Shi looked at her calmly.
Who are you?
You don't know anything, and just speak for him. The woman crossed her arms, raised her chin proudly, and said, Humph. My dad is Director Zhang. I am his daughter, Zhang Haiying. You're not an employee at our machinery factory.
Get out now.
Old Master Luo couldn't stand it anymore and spoke angrily. Enough. Stop bullying the young girl. I knew you weren't honest back then. Luckily, I kept a close eye and had the girl sign a transfer statement. Otherwise, you might have taken advantage of the situation. Tan Hongming looked full of resentment. Old Luo, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I'll make you go back to the village. Old Master Luo was so angry he laughed.
Ha, kid, you talk big.
Are you the factory director or the administrative section chief? Say the word and I'll disappear? Section chief. Wang looked confused. He quickly raised his hand to stop them. Stop. What's going on? I don't understand at all. He was promoted to section chief 2 years ago and didn't know about the transfer work back then. Section chief Huang, here's what happened, Jiang Shi said calmly. 3 years ago, after my parents sacrificed themselves, I was given a position in the factory's propaganda department. Back then, I was young and temporarily transferred the job to Tan Hongming. I also said I could take it back whenever I wanted to work. Now, I want to transfer the job back to my name. She handed the transfer statement to Section Chief Huang. He took the paper and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more he regretted. He raised his eyes and looked angrily at Tan Hongming and Zhang Haiying. They had just given him 2 bottles of good wine, but it turned out to be for this matter. They were trying to fool him like a fool. Thinking of Director Zhang, he clenched his teeth and spoke. Jiang Shi, the matter from 3 years ago is a bit old. I need to check the files from that time. Jiang Shi noticed that Section Chief Huang was hesitating and spoke calmly. It's okay. I have time today and can wait patiently. Grandpa Luo looked a bit unhappy. Little Huang, what do you mean? The transfer statement clearly states that as long as Jiang Shi wants to return to work, the procedures can be processed immediately. Look at the signatures on it. Director Zhang, Deputy Director Luo, and Section Chief Li from the Administrative Department. With these signatures, isn't that enough? Section Chief Huang felt a headache. Uncle Luo, I know the transfer statement has signatures, but I wasn't involved in this matter back then. Shouldn't I be allowed to check the files? Jiang Shi looked at Grandpa Luo reassuringly. Grandpa Luo, don't worry. After 3 years, checking the files is normal. We should trust Section Chief Huang. He's honest and fair. I believe he will handle this properly. Section Chief Huang's mouth twitched. This young girl was really clever, using words to put him on the spot. Yes, Uncle Luo. Rest assured, if the situation is true, I will help Jiang Shi process the procedures immediately. Tan Hongming looked a bit panicked. He secretly glanced at the gift box behind his desk. Section Chief Huang, about my matter. Section Chief Huang irritably interrupted him. Enough. Wait until I retrieve the files and then we can talk. He quickly walked to his desk, making a call to the data department to help retrieve Jiang Shi's file. After more than 10 minutes, a young girl brought the file over. Section Chief Huang took the file and carefully examined the documents. The paperwork from that year was complete, legal, and compliant. Without that statement, it would have been very difficult to process the transfer. Then, he called Director Zhang and Deputy Director Luo one by one. Only after confirming everything did Section Chief Huang's face return to calm. Jiang Shi, I have confirmed. He hadn't finished speaking when Tan Hongming hurriedly interrupted. Section Chief Huang, you promise me. Section Chief Huang's expression darkened as his words were cut off. Officer Tan, I haven't promised you anything. He looked at Tan Hongming warningly, annoyed by his lack of awareness. Grandpa Luo was watching here. Does he dare to secretly make small moves? The transfer statement has your signature. I also confirmed with the two factory managers that the content is true and accurate. Tan Hongming's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Jiang Shi with some resentment. Then, he hurriedly looked at Zhang Haiying. Haiying, isn't your dad the factory manager? Please ask him to help me. Zhang Haiying didn't know about the events from that year. Tan Hongming had always boasted that he got the job himself. Unexpectedly, his job was transferred from someone else. Her mind was a bit chaotic. Thinking of her dad's serious face, she was a little afraid to go. But Tan Hongming half dragged and half urged her to go outside. Section Chief Huang loudly stopped him. Tan Hongming, don't leave yet. Finish the procedures first. Under Section Chief Huang's watchful eye, Tan Hongming stopped. He didn't dare to get angry at Section Chief Huang but glared fiercely at Grandpa Luo. Old man, it's all your fault for meddling back then. Otherwise, none of this mess would happen. Jiang Shi stood in front of Grandpa Luo, looking at him with dislike. Tan Hongming, after taking others' things for so long, you start to think they are yours. You took my job for 3 years, earning 55 yuan a month. That's a total of 1,980 yuan. That's just the salary. There are also receipts, bonuses, and holiday benefits. You got so much money and things for free. What more do you want? Tan Hongming sneered at her. Not satisfied? Jiang Shi, you volunteered to give up your job back then. I didn't force you. If you want to marry my brother, I advise you not to take your job back. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the Tan family's door. Jiang Shi coldly retorted. The grand door of your Tan family, whoever wants to enter can. I am already married. Don't come to bother me. Tan Hongming was shocked and shouted. Impossible. When did you get married? Section Chief Huang, annoyed by his noise, frowned and said impatiently. Enough. I don't have time to listen to your chatter. Jiang Shi, Tan Hongming, come here and sign this transfer paper. Once you do, the procedures are complete. Jiang Shi didn't say a word. She walked quickly to the desk and neatly signed her name. Tan Hongming looked unwilling, not wanting to go up and sign. Captain Huang warned him. Tan Hongming, come over here. With that statement, even if you don't want to sign, it won't help. Jiang Shi remained calm. You don't have to sign if you don't want to. At most, I will trouble the military office to go there. Jiang Shi, can we pay to buy the job? At this moment, Zhang Haiying stepped forward sincerely, no longer acting arrogant. Tan Hongming's eyes lit up. Yes, I am willing to pay to buy the job. Jiang Shi looked expressionless. Not for sale. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell you. Tan Hongming saw a glimmer of hope, but it quickly disappeared. He clenched his teeth in anger. Hurry up and come sign. Don't dawdle. I have other things to do later. Under Captain Huang's urging, he had no choice but to walk over with a bad expression and sign. After signing, Captain Huang told them to leave. Jiang Shi followed Grandpa Luo to the security office at the factory gate. She slightly bowed to Grandpa Luo. Grandpa Luo, thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to smoothly transfer back to work. Grandpa Luo waved his hand with a big smile. Haha, no need to thank me. I took your tea leaves, so I should help you out. Don't worry, I have plenty of tea leaves. Next time I will bring you more. No need, no thanks needed. Grandpa Luo, listen to me. Jiang Shi interrupted him. I have something to ask of you. Tell me first what it is. Grandpa Luo said curiously. I'm afraid I can't help much. I want to sell my job. You know a lot of people here. I want to ask you to help find someone interested in buying it. Grandpa Luo was surprised. Girl, many people are desperate to get this job, but they can't find it. Why do you want to get the job back and then sell it? I got the job back because I don't want to let Tan Hongming have it cheaply. Grandpa Luo, I am already married. My husband is in the military. When he has free time, he will come back to take me to join the army. Good, marrying a soldier is good. This old man will help you. I actually know a few families looking for jobs. So, give me your phone number. When I get news, I will call you. Great. I will give you my number right now. Jiang Shi was very happy. She had no hope at first, but unexpectedly, Grandpa Luo was very helpful. She took out paper and a pen from her pocket and wrote down the phone number of the Taoyuan village team office for him. By the way, Grandpa Luo, I won't sell my work to the Tan family no matter how much they offer. Don't worry, the old man doesn't like the Tan family either. I won't tell them. After they agreed on a rough time to call each other, Jiangxi said goodbye and left. It was only around 11 in the morning. She first went to the department store and took out the receipts she got from the Tan family. Old Mr. Tan's hidden receipts in the cave were quite complete, including receipts for bicycles, watches, thermos flasks, industrial supplies, cotton, and more. She didn't use the more valuable receipts like for bicycles and watches. Instead, she only used the soon-to-expire receipts to buy things. Then she found a quiet place and stored everything into her space. These items would last her a while. Since the space was small and not enough, she used a wooden rack she ordered from the carpenter to free up some room. This large purchase filled the space again. She planned to buy more receipts before going into the army, as there wouldn't be enough room otherwise. After shopping, she carried the new lunchboxes and headed to the state-run restaurant. The state-run restaurant in Taoyuan City had more supplies and was well-stocked. Jiangxi ordered braised chicken and white rice, then ate eagerly. After filling up, she ordered several more meat dishes, packed them into the lunchboxes, and wrapped 20 meat buns in oil paper. She stored all these buns and dishes into her magical fish basket. This saved space and kept the food fresh. After finishing everything, she took a bus home. By the time she arrived back in Taoyuan village, it was already late afternoon. She first opened her card drawing system and drew today's card, which was a rolling pin card. The rolling pin was 50 centimeters long, about the thickness of an adult's forearm, ivory-colored all over, made from an unknown type of wood. It had a line of words on its surface. Magical rolling pin. This was the third magical item she had drawn, but she didn't know what made it magical. She waved the rolling pin in her hand, feeling it might be good as a weapon. Suddenly, with a snap, she accidentally pressed somewhere and the rolling pin suddenly extended a 50-centimeter section of its shaft. A 1-meter-long rolling pin. Is it really that amazing? Jiangxi examined the rolling pin carefully and finally found a small round switch on one side of the handle. This switch controls the extension of the smaller section of the stick. She felt that this object didn't quite look like a rolling pin, more like a stick or a weapon. After putting the rolling pin away, she remembered she hadn't used her fishing rod 3 times yet. While the villagers were working, she went to the riverbank to fish. This time, she didn't dare fish in a remote place. Instead, she chose an open spot where she could see people passing by but was away from the crowd. She cast her fishing line into the river and quickly caught a small carp weighing over a pound. Carp are good for braised dishes, so she stored the fish in a corner of her magical fish basket. Then, she continued fishing. On her next 2 tries, she caught a grass carp and a small black fish, both weighing about a pound. She was happy to catch fish to eat. She stored everything into her space fragment and was about to head back to the village. At that moment, she saw Zhang Jiabao far away, holding something in his hand, walking toward the river. Jiangxi's mind moved. Using the cover of the wild grass by the river, she took her fishing rod out of her space fragment again. She casually plucked a wild leaf from the riverbank, hung it on the hook, and cast the line into the river. Her fishing attempts were limited, and she probably wouldn't catch anything this time. But it still served as a good prop. Zhang Jiabao was getting closer, carrying a fishing rod and a small wooden bucket. Was he also here to fish? Jiangxi looked at the fishing rod, pretending to fish seriously. She felt a cold, sinister gaze fixed on her. That gaze made her very uncomfortable, like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Her arms instantly goosebumped. She clenched her teeth tightly, resisting the urge to look up and glare back.
Stay calm.
The other person was a murderer. Jiang Jiqing, how many fish have you caught? Zhang Jiabao's voice suddenly rang out as he approached her, not far away. His voice was clear and gentle, very different from his cold stare. If she didn't know he had killed someone, she would never associate him with such a thing. Jiangxi naturally looked up at him, her tone a bit helpless. I couldn't even catch a fish today. Looks like there won't be any fish soup to eat. Zhang Jiabao stopped near the riverbank. He took a small handful of cornmeal from a wooden bucket, casually kneaded it, and hung it on his fishing hook. Then he cast the hook into the river and started fishing. Jiang Shi secretly became alert. Does he know about Wei Hui's body being found? Is he here to gather information? Jiang Jiqing, do you like fishing usually? Not really, I mainly want to eat fish. I can't buy it, so I have to catch it myself. Comrade Zhang, do you like eating fish too? Zhang Jiabao looked at his fishing rod and said calmly, I don't like eating fish. I have a friend who does. Jiang Shi looked curious. A friend? Is it a girlfriend? Perhaps surprised by her question, he shot her a sharp look. Sorry, I shouldn't ask such private questions. Jiang Shi quickly apologized, pretending to be flustered. Zhang Jiabao withdrew his gaze and looked back at his fishing rod with a blank expression. It's okay. I don't have a girlfriend. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered, and she looked surprised. Comrade Zhang is good-looking and works well. How come you don't have a girlfriend? Zhang Jiabao looked at her again. Are you curious about me? No, absolutely not. Jiang Shi hurriedly waved her hand. I'm already married. It has nothing to do with you. You are popular among the girls in the village. Everyone guesses what kind of wife you will marry. Hearing her words, Zhang Jiabao's face darkened, and he said nothing. Jiang Shi's mind raced, but her expression remained calm. Wei Hui liked eating fish when she was alive. She often traded milk candies with the village kids for fish. After she disappeared, the children in the village were disappointed. They no longer had milk candies. The friend Zhang Jiabao mentioned was probably Wei Hui. From how familiar he seemed, he must have known Wei Hui well. Maybe he was one of the boys who liked Wei Hui back then. Wei Hui didn't want to find a partner in the countryside. When she refused love, he wanted to ruin her. Zhang Jiabao wanted to find out information from her, and she also wanted to find a way to get clues from him. Comrade Zhang, do you think Wei Hui fell into the water and drowned while fishing? Zhang Jiabao didn't expect her to bring up this matter voluntarily. He looked up at her. She only had a curious expression, not one of suspicion. He spoke softly. The water in the pond is quite deep. If someone falls in and no one helps, they could easily drown, but Director Jiang said she was murdered and left there as a corpse. Such a beautiful girl. I wonder who would be willing to kill her. Jiang Shi's regret was obvious. She truly felt sorry for Wei Hui. Being beautiful isn't her fault. Her mistake was not having the ability to protect herself, yet she was too showy. Zhang Jiabao's face turned pale. He tightly clenched his fishing rod and said nothing. Jiang Shi remained calm and continued with more shocking news. I overheard Chen Wei talking to Chen Chunj about reporting the killer to get a reward. She gets along well with Wei Hui. Maybe she really knows some secrets. Zhang Jiabao looked at her with suspicion. If she knew the secret, why didn't she report it when Director Jiang was around? Jiang Shi shrugged, acting indifferent. Who knows? Maybe she didn't get a reward before, so she was afraid of trouble and didn't say anything. Now that Director Jiang is offering a big reward, she might want to earn that money. Zhang Jiabao looked thoughtful, but said nothing. Jiang Shi saw she couldn't get more information from him and lost interest in arguing. She lifted her fishing rod and said, Sigh, I can't catch any fish. I might as well go home and cook. Meanwhile, Tan Hongming rode his bicycle back to the educated youth courtyard in Taiyuan village. The cassava in the village had been harvested, so there wasn't much work. Old Tan and his wife decided to take a break at home. Seeing him return on his bike, they looked a bit surprised. His grandmother asked with concern, Hongming, why are you back? You didn't go to work properly? Grandma, it's all because of Jiang Shi. That woman went to the factory and took away my job. Old Tan's face darkened. How could she do that? Weren't the procedures complete back then? That woman left a loophole. She wrote a transfer statement saying she could transfer back to her job anytime. Old Tan was furious and cursed loudly.
Fool.
Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Tan Hongming felt a bit wronged. That mean person is completely loyal to Big Brother and would never disobey him. Who knows if they will cancel the engagement? The Tan family members, intentionally or not, brainwashed and tamed her, making her believe she must obey or rely on them to have a good life. No one expected her to resist, and so fiercely. Tan Hongming looked full of resentment. It's all because Big Brother insisted on being with Xiao Manji, which upset her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost my job. Old Mr. Tan was silent. He actually blamed Tan Hongjie a little. He had schemed against Jiang Shi to bring about the current situation for the Tan family. But it was all ruined by Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji. The family's reputation was completely destroyed. Grandpa, find a way to get my job back. Tan Hongming, in his late 20s, shook the sleeve of old Mr.
Done.
Old Mr. Tan was very used to him and patted his hand, with a somewhat sinister look in his eyes. Don't worry, your job will be back soon. She's too disobedient. It's time to teach her a lesson. He gave a look to Mrs. Tan, who immediately spoke. Hongming, are you hungry? Let's go eat some pastries with Grandma to settle your stomach. The two went into a room, but old Mr. Tan turned and quickly walked toward the south of the village. He reached a courtyard with a mud wall, raised his hand, and knocked on the door with a long and short pattern. After a moment, the door opened. He slipped inside, and the door closed immediately. Old master, what do you want to see me about? Come on, let's go inside and talk. His voice gradually faded away in front of the courtyard door until it was no longer heard. Jiang Shi returned from the riverbank and took all the fish out of the basket to clean them. She marinated the fish with seasonings and salt, planning to dry them tomorrow to make dried fish. She took out the meat and vegetables she bought at noon, cooked some rice, and finished dinner.
Clang.
In the middle of the night, a loud noise came from the yard. Jiang Shi was awakened. She immediately became alert, sensing someone or an animal had entered the yard. She also triggered her specially set warning device, an old, battered metal box. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. In the darkness, her senses were heightened. A hissing sound came from the entrance. It's the sound of a snake. Jiang Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. The Tan family dared to send a venomous snake to bite her. She listened carefully and heard a faint breathing sound in the yard. It seems the person who released the snake hasn't left yet. There is a snake inside the house and someone outside in the yard. How can she solve this problem? The hissing of the snake grew louder from the wooden door, moving slowly toward the bed. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and, in late autumn, naturally seek out warm places. In the snake's eyes, she is the warm source. She can't just wait and do nothing. Thinking quickly, she took out a magical fish basket from her space, then put the lunchbox inside the basket back into her space. Next, she pulled out a magical rolling pin, pressed a small switch, and transformed it into a 1-meter-long wooden stick. Prepared for action, she suddenly screamed loudly.
Ah!
What bit me? At the same time, she turned on her flashlight and shone it quickly at the spot where the sound came from. What she saw were two triangular-headed, brightly patterned venomous snakes swimming back and forth on the floor in front of the bed. It seemed they were frightened by Jiang Shi's scream. They stopped in place, raised their bodies high, and their tiny snake pupils fixed on her. Jiang Shi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She forced herself to stay calm and swung the rolling pin fiercely at the snakes. She didn't forget to shout loudly.
Ah!
Snake, get away. Leave me alone. The two snakes seemed to sense danger. They desperately flicked their tongues and hissed warnings, arching their upper bodies backward, as if to strike at Jiang Shi. When the rolling pin hit the snake, it unexpectedly stuck to the upper half of one snake's body. The snake struggled desperately, instinctively curling around the stick, and was held even tighter.
Huh?
What is going on? Could it be that the magical rolling pin has the ability to attract objects? The other snake sensed danger and swam to the side, trying to hide. Jiang Shi didn't have time to think too much. She quickly reached into her magical fish basket with a rolling pin, grabbing the snake. Once inside the basket, the snake instantly became quiet, as if sleeping. She pulled out the rolling pin and swiftly swung it at the other escaping snake. That snake was also attracted to the rolling pin and was caught, then placed into the fish basket. She quickly stored the fish basket back into her space. Then, she used a rolling pin to hit the edge of the bed repeatedly, creating the illusion of dodging a snake.
Ah!
I've been bitten by a snake. Help! Help! After a moment, she found the right angle and slammed down hard on the bed, making a loud, bang sound. The flashlight also fell to the ground and went out. The yard returned to silence. In the darkness, the sound of breathing approached the door crack, as if watching inside the house. She clenched the rolling pin tightly, letting sweat drip down her forehead, and dared not move. After about 10 minutes, the breathing sound moved away from the door and headed outside. She remained perfectly still. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the breathing sound returned to check the door crack. It only left once it was sure she was knocked out by the snake's venom, and it didn't come back. She climbed out of bed and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Damn it, the Tan family keeps bullying her. It seems she must teach them a lesson with a snake. She picked up the flashlight on the ground and turned it on. Quickly, she changed into new clothes, found a scarf, and wrapped her head and face. Then, she gently closed the door and took the fish basket from the space. System, help me open the wind ear card. Ding.
Received.
The wind ear card has been activated for you. As the mechanical voice sounded, a glowing golden card spun above her head. She used the listening function of the card to avoid places where she might be seen and smoothly reach the youth education courtyard. She turned off the flashlight and walked straight to Old Tan's room. She poured out the fish basket, and the two snakes inside fell out. Taking advantage of their unconsciousness, she kicked them through the door crack into the room. She didn't leave immediately, instead listening with the wind ear card. When she heard the snake crawling onto Old Tan and his wife's bed, she turned and hid in a concealed spot.
Ah.
What's biting me? Snake. There's a snake. From afar, she heard screams and shouts from inside the room. Then there was a series of clattering sounds of people fighting the snake. What's going on? What happened? The youth in the courtyard was awakened and came out to check. Old Tan's wife screamed as she opened the door. Help! There's a snake. Then, she fainted on the ground in front of the door. The young workers were frightened by her actions and quickly moved away. Winter is coming. How could there be a snake? Since the situation was unclear, they didn't dare to go closer to check. Tan Guangda and Dai Lihua were awakened. When they saw Mrs. Tan lying on the ground, they shouted in alarm. Mom, what's wrong? Tan Guangda hurried over and helped Mrs. Tan up. Dai Lihua carried a kerosene lamp and followed behind as they all went inside the house. Suddenly, she screamed. There's a snake. Guangda, look, there's a snake, she shouted and jumped, running wildly outside the door. The poisonous snake on the ground was frightened and lunged at Tan Guangda and Mrs. Tan. Frightened, Tan Guangda almost dropped his mother and ran away. At a critical moment, he quickly picked up Mrs. Tan and ran out of the room. Old Mr. Tan was lying on the ground, already unconscious. At this time, several young workers brought a kerosene lamp. Brothers Tan Hongjie and Tan Hongming grabbed brooms from the corner and rushed over. A group of young men worked together to kill the two snakes. Village Chief Zhang was awakened late at night by the noise and looked very upset. He ordered someone to find the barefoot doctor to treat old Mr. Tan and Mrs. Tan for snake venom. A few days ago, Dr. Liu had prepared some herbal medicines for snakebite treatment after old Zhang was bitten by a snake. Unexpectedly, they were needed so soon. He helped treat the two with antidote blood and applied herbal medicine to the wounds. Then, he asked Tan's family to cook detoxifying soup and give it to them. After a long night of treatment, their faces looked much better. However, the young workers in the youth camp were furious. There had never been incidents of snake bites in early winter before. Now, two had occurred, which was very unusual. No one wanted to be the next victim of a snake bite. After Dr. Liu arrived, Jiangxi left the youth camp and went home. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. They were simply reaping what they sowed. Back home, she lay on her bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, Jiangxi went to the old locust tree. From afar, she saw a group of red armbands riding bicycles rushing toward the village. Everyone stopped talking and looked blankly as the group approached. There were about 7 or 8 people, all in neat uniforms with red armbands, which made people feel uneasy. Jiangxi lowered her eyes, hiding her cold expression. Finally, they arrived. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, who sat on a bicycle and looked sternly at the villagers. "Who is Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, Feng Chunhua, and Old Zhang? Come out immediately." The reputation of the committee was well known, raiding homes, arresting people, and holding public struggles, all of which made people tremble with fear. The villagers didn't want trouble and dared not speak, falling silent. At this moment, a young man stepped out from behind the middle-aged man. He adjusted his hat and loudly shouted, "Did you hear Director Kai's questions? You're all silent. Are you protecting those troublemakers?" The crowd became restless, and some villagers shouted in fear, "Leader, it's not our fault. You're arresting her. She's Feng Chunhua." The man pointed at the stout widow Feng, looking very excited. Feng's face turned pale, and she looked confused. The villagers stepped back a few paces, making way for her to stand in front of the committee members. Director Kai looked at her coldly. "Are you Feng Chunhua?" Feng stammered, "Yes, yes. Someone reported that you're involved with troublemakers." "Who is the man you're with?" Feng's face went even whiter. She clenched her clothes tightly, her lips trembling, but she didn't speak. The young man shouted angrily, "Speak." Feng closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Zhang Laozhen." "That man is Zhang Laozhen." As soon as she finished, the villagers were shocked, but no one made a sound. They were afraid of getting into trouble. "Where is Zhang Laozhen? And where are Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji?" The young man's face was dark and fierce, and he looked at everyone like a wolf. Those he saw lowered their heads and dared not meet his gaze. Old Tan and his wife were bitten by a snake last night and caused a big fuss. The Tan family couldn't sleep well and arrived late to work. Soon they were walking along a small path. From afar, they saw the noticeable uniforms of the committee and the red armbands on their arms. A few people's faces changed suddenly, and they all felt a bad feeling in their hearts. The Tan family had been searched before, and Dai Lihua had already gone through an investigation once. She nervously hid behind Tan Guangda. "Guangda, do you think those people won't come to arrest us?" Apart from a few old men living in the cow shed, the Tan family was the only capitalist family in Taoyuan village, so they had to worry more. Tan Guangda forced himself to stay calm. "No, don't scare yourself. If they wanted to arrest us, they would have come to the youth station already." Tan Hongjie comforted them. "Dad, Mom, don't lose your composure. Zhou Kai, take people and bring Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, and Old Zhang here." Director Kai's stern voice interrupted Tan Hongjie's words, shocking them all. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji looked pale as paper, standing there stunned. "Hongjie, go. Hurry and run."
Dai Lihua panicked.
She pushed hard on Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji, urging them to escape down the small path on the other side. The two of them snapped out of their shock and hurriedly ran back as she told them. "They're over there. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji are over there." "Ah, they're trying to escape." Sharp-eyed villagers saw them and shouted loudly. The young man called Zhou Kai immediately led a few people with red armbands rushing toward them. A young master and a pregnant woman couldn't outrun the strong, healthy young men. They were quickly caught, their hands twisted behind their backs, and they were taken to under the old locust tree. Director Kai stood there with his hands behind his back, looking very stern. Director Kai, Tan Hongjie, and Zhao Manji have been caught. Tan Hongjie's glasses were knocked crooked during the struggle, making him look very disheveled. He raised his head defiantly, with his hands twisted behind his back. "I haven't done anything illegal. Why are you arresting me?" Director Kai's tone was calm. "Someone reported that you two are having an affair. Is that true? Please tell the truth." Zhao Manji's lips trembled with fear, but she clenched her teeth and shouted loudly. "Leader, we're not having an affair. Tan Hongjie and I are in love, and we plan to get married." "Nonsense. You're my woman. If we're going to get married, it's with me." Just then, Old Zhang was brought over, his hands twisted behind his back by two red armband people. After hearing Zhao Manji's words, he immediately became anxious and struggled to rush toward her. He suddenly pushed hard, almost breaking free from the two red armbands, and angrily kicked him in the face. "Be quiet, or you'll regret it." Old Zhang almost fell to the ground from the kick, his face turning pale with pain, but he quickly regained his senses. Just now, he seemed a bit too eager. Director Kai frowned tightly, scanning the four people being escorted with sharp, piercing eyes. What's going on? Which of you two are having an affair? Zhao Manji's eyes flickered, and she answered first. Leader, Tan Hongjie and I are in a free love relationship, not having an affair. Tan Hongjie hurried to speak up. Yes, we are already married and planning to get the official certificate when we have time. In the village, most people think marriage is when both parents agree and hold a celebration. Some families have children, but haven't gone to get the marriage certificate. What he said wasn't wrong. But old Zhang was not happy about that. Nonsense. Zhao Manji is clearly my woman. She can only marry me. He was a rough man, not very refined, but he wasn't stupid. If today Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji got their marriage recognized, he wouldn't have a chance to marry Zhao Manji. Zhao Manji's face turned pale, and she glared fiercely at old Zhang, wishing she could eat him alive. Because of his interference, not only would they not get the certificate, but he might also get into trouble. Tan Hongjie's face darkened with anger, and he warned old Zhang. Old Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Gigi is pregnant with my child. She's not your woman. Widow Feng looked at Tan Hongjie's handsome face and seemed to make a firm decision. She struggled hard to break free from the two red armbands holding her and rushed toward old Zhang. Old Zhang, you ungrateful man, you got involved with me, and now you want to mess with other women. I'll beat you to death. Old Zhang was caught off guard and was slapped hard twice. His ears buzzed, and he couldn't even speak. Grab her. Both of you. Director Kai's face turned dark with anger. These people's relationships were very complicated. Widow Feng was quickly controlled again by the red armbands. He waved his hand. Take them all away and question them again after their back. Under his command, a group of red armbands hurriedly rode bicycles, chasing a few people out of the village. The people were kicked a few times by the red armbands and urged to walk faster. Jiang Shi watched coldly, showing no sympathy. If she hadn't escaped from Zhang Laogan's hands back then, she would be the one caught now. When Tan Guangda and Dai Lihua's son was taken, they stayed nearby, too afraid to approach, worried they might be caught too. Now, seeing Tan Hongjie being taken away, they immediately turned and ran toward the youth education center. They wanted to find old Tan and ask for help to rescue Tan Hongjie. Jiang Shi kept an eye on Tan Guangda and his wife. She opened her listening card, focusing its range on the two of them. When Tan Guangda and his wife returned to the youth education center, old Tan and his wife were being helped up by Tan Hongming, sitting on the bed eating plain rice porridge. They were over 70 years old. The snake venom had weakened their bodies, and even after the poison was neutralized, they still felt weak. After finishing the porridge and drinking detoxifying herbal medicine, their faces looked much better. Dad, something's wrong. Hongjie has been taken by the committee people. Tan Guangda was so anxious he broke out in a sweat, shouting loudly as he reached the door. Their once rosy faces suddenly turned pale again. Tan's wife was so worried her hands trembled. What happened? How could they take him? Soon, Tan Guangda and Dai Lihua rushed to the bed. The committee received a report that Hongjie and Zhao Manji are having an affair. He quickly explained the situation in a few words. Old Tan's face darkened, looking serious. Guangda, we underestimated Jiang Shi, that stubborn girl. She's not as weak as she seems. We've been fooled by her. Dai Lihua was somewhat dismissive. A girl like her, what can she really do? Old Tan interrupted her in a serious tone. No, her skills are much better than we thought. We set traps and schemes against her several times, but she always escapes and fights back fiercely. Her methods are even more formidable than Hongjie's. The Tan family members, recalling the series of unlucky events recently, fell into silence. What should we do? Should we just let her scheme against us? Tan Hongming felt very frustrated. Last night, old Master Tan tried to handle Jiang Shi, but instead, she outsmarted him completely. The elderly couple thought about those two dangerous women and felt a bit scared. They almost got poisoned by the snakes. Old Master Tan looked fierce. Small tricks won't work. We need to cut off the head directly. Dad, are you saying we should do something? Tan Guangda made a gesture, as if cutting his throat. Yes, Old Master Tan said angrily. Do you remember that girl worker Wei Hui? That stubborn girl liked to fish by the river. Later, I told Zhang Dashan to push her into the water, make it look like she drowned, and end it all. But that girl is a bit strange. What if she exposes us? Don't worry. Zhang Dashan is one of us. If something happens, he will take the blame, and we won't be exposed. Grandpa, then you should act quickly. Tan Hongming was eager. As long as she's gone, and with Hai Ying's help, I can soon get my job back at the machinery factory. Dad, let's talk about that stubborn girl later, Dai Lihua said anxiously. And what about Hongjia? Quickly think of a way to rescue him. When mentioning Tan Hongjia, Old Master Tan looked regretful. I wish I had let that troublemaker register with Xiaomonji earlier, so we wouldn't have so many problems. Tan Guangda hesitated. Dad, maybe we can take out some treasures and give them to Director Kai, so he will let her go first. Old Master Tan made a firm decision. All right, go later, and take back the treasures from that red wooden box. Tan Guangda nodded. Okay, I'll find a chance to go later. Tan Hongming looked a bit greedy. Grandpa, where are those treasures kept? I want to see them too. No, Old Master Tan stared at him sharply. You are impulsive and careless. I'm worried you might be targeted if you go. That's where our most important treasures are hidden. We must not lose them. Tan Hongming looked disappointed, but didn't dare to ask again. All right, hurry up and go to work. If you're late, Zhang Village Chief might notice. Old Master Tan ordered them to leave. Tan Guangda and his wife left quickly to go to work. The cassava in Taoyuan village has all been dug up. These days, their task is to turn the soil. They flip the land to dry it, kill the insect eggs with cold, and bury the weeds from autumn into the ground to serve as fertilizer for next year. Jiangxi works while listening carefully to the movements of the Tan family. When she hears that they plan to push her into the water, her eyes turn dark and frightening. As an orphan, she has no one to rely on, and now Tan Leoi is plotting against her. They have tried to trick her many times, but she fights back each time. She speeds up her work, but keeps listening for Tan Guangda's movements. The place Tan Guangda is likely heading to is the cave on Mount Qingtua. She has already stored all the treasures there into her space. He is destined to come back empty-handed. Knowing Tan Leoi's cautious nature, he probably has hidden other things elsewhere. When they go past, she can take the opportunity to gather everything into her space. Sure enough, after working for a while, Tan Guangda excuses himself to urinate and quickly heads toward Mount Qingtua in the south of the village. Jiangxi doesn't follow him, thinking he'll be back soon once he notices his things are missing. Her listening range is only about 20 kilometers. When Tan Guangda goes deep into the back mountain, she can't hear any sounds from him. About 20 minutes later, she hears his hurried and angry footsteps. He stumbles and rushes toward the Jiqing courtyard. Dad, something's happened. Tan Leoi, who had just fallen asleep, is awakened again by Tan Guangda's shouting. He looks tired and weak, leaning on the bed head with a displeased expression. Such a grown man. Why are you always so anxious and hurried? Tan Guangda's clothes are covered in mud, and his forehead is sweaty with cold sweat, his eyes full of fear. Dad, everything in the cave is gone.
What?
Tan Leoi's eyes widen, and a vein on his temple jumps. When I found the place, there wasn't a single box left. It was all cleaned out. Tan Leoi's pupils shrink suddenly, and he breathes quickly. The things buried underground, they weren't dug out, right? They've also been taken away. Tan Leoi can't handle the shock and suddenly faints, his eyes rolling back. His body collapses and falls onto Tan Leoi's wife beside him. Mrs. Tan was awakened suddenly from her sleep by him. Seeing him fainted, she immediately shouted loudly, old man, wake up." Tan Guangda rushed forward to help him up, calling out repeatedly, Dad, please wake up. Guangda, quickly, go find Dr. Liu." Mrs. Tan cried out and urged him to find a doctor. Tan Guangda helped his father lie down and hurried off to find Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu was at the village clinic. Carrying his medical box, He quickly arrived at the youth village. After giving Tan Laoyizi a few acupuncture treatments, Tan Laoyizi slowly woke up. He advised Tan Laoyizi to keep calm and not get too upset, then left. After waking up, Tan Laoyizi rested for a while, then secretly asked Tan Guangda to call Zhang Dashan over. When Zhang Dashan was called, Tan Guangda went back to work. Tan Laoyizi looked at Zhang Dashan with a serious gaze. Dashan, help me secretly investigate. 7 days ago, in the morning, who left the cassava field and went to Mount weighing scale. Jiang Shi was working while secretly listening to the movements at the youth village. When Tan Guangda left the youth village to work in the fields, his eavesdropping device's time just ran out. There were only 4 uses left on the device. To avoid wasting this precious resource, she chose not to activate it again. She was quietly planning her next move. Si Yanchen hadn't finished his task yet, so she took the opportunity to handle the Tan family's affairs. The Tan family had tried to attack her several times, but she fought back each time. This would surely provoke Tan Laoyizi to retaliate even more fiercely. She wanted their revenge. Only by striking could she catch their mistakes. Jiang Jiqing, Jiang Jiqing. At this moment, a small boy around 10 years old ran over from afar. Jiang Shi straightened up and responded loudly, "Little Stone, I'm here." Little Stone panted as he reached her, his eyes shining brightly. Jiang Jiqing, just now Zhang Dashan entered the youth village. He stayed in the Tan family's house for over 10 minutes before leaving. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered slightly and she asked with a smile, "Little Stone, whose relative is Zhang Dashan?" "He's Zhang Chue's uncle. He used to live in the city and often sent cakes to Zhang Chue. Those cakes are really delicious. He lives comfortably in the city, so why does he want to go back to the village? I don't know either. My grandma said he might have offended someone and is going back to avoid trouble. Do you know roughly when he will return to Taiyuan village? Let me think." Little Stone tilted his head and started counting on his fingers. "I'm now in 3rd grade. When I first started elementary school, I was in 1st grade. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Jiqing, Zhang Dashan returned to the village 3 years ago. At that time, Zhang Taijian and I had just started school. He was proudly carrying his new backpack to school, and we all envied him. That new backpack was bought by his uncle when he came back from the city. I remember it very clearly. 3 years ago? That was also the time she and the Tan family went to the countryside in Taiyuan village. It seems that old man Tan specifically chose Taiyuan village as the place for the countryside assignment. In Taiyuan village, besides Zhang Dashan being his person, I wonder if he secretly arranged for others there." Jiang Shi paused thoughtfully, then continued asking Little Stone. "Little Stone, besides Zhang Dashan going to the youth education center, do you know anyone else in the village who likes to visit the Tan family there?" Little Stone scratched his head and thought for a while, hesitating. "Manhwa aunt often brings vegetables to the Tan family. Does that count?" Jiang Shi's mind moved. How could she forget manhwa aunt? She often approached the Tan family under the guise of selling vegetables, but she never saw Mrs. Tan or Dai Lihua give her cash. Every time, they just gave her a small cloth bag, saying it was some pastries. But no one knew what was inside the small cloth bag. What role does Lan Hua aunt play in the Tan family? Yes, that counts, and why not? Jiang Shi took out 5 or 6 milk candies from her pocket and stuffed them into Little Stone's shirt pocket. "Little Stone, I need you to help me one more time." Little Stone was delighted to get several candies and nodded eagerly. "Jiang Jiqing, you can count on me. I will help you. Go and observe Zhang Dashan and Lan Hua aunt. See what they did today, or who they met with." Little Stone patted his chest to promise. "Jiang Jiqing, don't worry. I will complete the task." Jiang Shi smiled. "Good. Thank you. I'll come over later." After saying that, she covered her mouth with her hand and hurriedly ran to the village with her milk candies. Jiang Shi was pleased as she watched his back, then she continued working quietly. Little Stone, whose full name is Zhang Baolai, is the grandson of Carpenter Zhang. She went to Carpenter Zhang's house to order a wooden frame and gave him 2 milk candies. He always greeted her kindly. Jiang Shi also liked this clever child and often brought him small snacks. Over time, they became familiar with each other. This time, she saw Little Stone playing nearby, and had a bright idea. She asked him to help watch the Tan family. Everyone in the village, from elders to children, knew she had broken off her engagement with the Tan family. Little Stone thought she was afraid the Tan family might cause trouble, so he was happy to help. After Little Stone left, Jiangxi quickened her pace to finish her work in the field. There are many mountains and many sweet potatoes in Taoyuan village. She was currently working in a sweet potato field. While working, some small sweet potatoes that had slipped through were dug up. Most of these small sweet potatoes are thumb-sized, with a few as big as fists. No matter their size, she didn't mind and collected them all into her space fragments. Just as she was about to finish her morning work, Little Stone ran over again. His face was bright red. Jiang Jiqing, since Zhang Dashan left the youth camp, he went to the field to find Mrs. Chen. They whispered for a while, then he went to the old locust tree to chat with someone. Jiangxi looked thoughtful. Do you know what they were talking about? I do. I spent half a milk candy and asked Taidan to play nearby with me. I heard Zhang Dashan ask others who had been to Mount Wang's scale 7 days ago in the morning. Mrs. Chen said she had diarrhea that day and didn't pay attention to what everyone was doing, but she promised to help find out more. Jiangxi's heart tightened secretly, but she didn't show it. Old Master Tan would definitely investigate if the treasure was stolen. But even if he searched everywhere, he wouldn't find out where the treasure was. She casually asked, "What about Ann Orchid? Where did she go?" I spent another half a milk candy and asked Dolly to help find Ann Orchid. He hasn't come back yet. I'll tell you more at your house later. Little Stone was really clever. Even at such a young age, he knew how to use milk candies to get help from peers. Jiangxi patted his head and praised him. Little Stone, you're so clever. You even know how to use candy to get others to work. Little Stone smiled happily at the compliment. Hee, I learned that from Jiang Jiqing. Good job, applying what you've learned. Later, you can secretly come to my house and I'll save some meat for you. Wow, that's great. By the way, you must not tell anyone about what I asked you to do. Little Stone patted his chest to promise. Jiang Jiqing, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Even Tai Dan and Dichui don't know you're asking about that. You did well. Okay, go play now. I just finished a bit of work and will go home to cook. Alright, I'm going to find Dichui now. Little Stone jumped happily and left. After he left, Jiangxi continued to finish the last patch of land, then carried the iron hook home. On her way back, she happened to meet Mrs. Chen, who was walking from the other side of the hillside from her field. Mrs. Chen was walking and chatting with her aunt. Jiangxi slowed down on purpose. Jiang Jiqing, wait a moment. Sure enough, Mrs. Chen quickened her pace to catch up. Mrs. Chen, is there something you want to talk about? Jiangxi turned around, looking a bit puzzled. It's nothing. I just want to chat with you. Mrs. Chen walked alongside her. By the way, Jiang Jiqing, 7 days ago when you were digging cassava, the villagers said you left for over 10 minutes. What were you doing? Jiangxi felt a bit embarrassed, instinctively touching her stomach. Ahem, Mrs. Chen. Sorry for the trouble. That day, I had a stomach ache and went to the cassava field to use the restroom. Fortunately, it didn't delay the work. Mrs. Chen smiled and nodded. Good thing you were working in the cassava field that day, so you could squat nearby. If you had run back to the village, it would have taken half a day. Exactly. I saw old man Tan leave the field early that day to go to the restroom. Until I came back from the restroom and resumed work, he was still slow to return. Mrs. Chen looked interested. Oh, old man Tan also went to the restroom. Yes, I saw him passing by my field. It's been over an hour and he still hasn't come back. Later, I finished using the bathroom and went back to work. He only returned afterward. So, does that mean he was lazy for an hour and a half? Mrs. Chen, those are your words, not mine. If it gets out that old Master Tan was lazy, don't blame me. Jiangxi was joking with Mrs. Chen on purpose. Oh no, my wife's mouth is a bit loose, but she wouldn't spread rumors everywhere. Mrs. Chen enjoys listening to gossip and finds it fun. But she really doesn't spread other people's private talk. That's why the villagers like her. Jiangxi saw she had achieved her goal and wanted to leave. Mrs. Chen, I'm hungry and want to go home quickly to cook. I'll be leaving now. She waved casually at Mrs. Chen and hurried toward her wooden house. Mrs. Chen didn't mind and turned to chat with another aunt. When Jiangxi got home, she didn't cook right away. She closed the door and took out all the boxes from the space fragments. She opened more than 20 boxes and sorted all similar items together. After organizing everything, she cleared enough space for 4 large boxes. Then she put all these items back into the space fragments. This time, she freed up a lot of space. She had a feeling that old Master Tan would soon go to another treasure spot to get things. The space she freed up was just right for storing items. When she finished cooking lunch and was about to eat, she heard Xiaoshida calling from the yard. Jiang Jiqing, Jiang Jiqing. Jiangxi went to open the door. I'm coming. Xiaoshida was outside the door, his face red, holding a big white radish. He saw Jiangxi come out and happily handed her the radish. Jiang Jiqing, my mom knows you gave me candy, so she told me to bring you this radish. Jiangxi smiled and took it. All right, I'll accept it. You should come in quickly. It was lunchtime at someone else's house, and Xiaoshida felt a bit shy. No need, I'll just say a few words, and then go home, he said. Jiangxi reached out and pulled him inside.
Come on, hurry up.
I invited you to eat meat this morning, and now we can eat together. Xiaoshida, being a small child, didn't have much strength, and she easily pulled him into the house. After she closed the door, she pulled him to sit at the dining table. Little Stone was a bit shy and hesitant to pick up the chopsticks. Jiang Sisi put the chopsticks into his hand. Little Stone, eat your meal. It will taste better when it's warm. You helped me today, so I should treat you to a meal. Don't be shy. Jiang Sisi took out some braised pork from a state-run restaurant and heated it up, placing it on the table. She also cooked sour and spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried radish. All 3 dishes looked very tasty, with plenty of oil and water. Jiang Sisi picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it into Little Stone's bowl. Unable to resist the tempting aroma, Little Stone blushed and started eating. After finishing a piece of pork, his eyes shone brightly. Jiang Jiqing, the braised pork is really delicious. I won't just eat your meat. Next time I catch a fish, I'll bring it to you, relying on the mountains for food and water for water. Most children in Taoyuan village can swim and catch fish in the river easily. That won't do. If you catch a fish, take it home and ask your mom to fry it for you. It's rare to have some meat, so eating together at home is better. In these times, oil and water are scarce and meat is hard to find. Even if you have money, you can't buy meat at the market. Little Stone looked a bit displeased. My mom wouldn't use oil to fry fish. She boils it with water and it smells fishy. Next time she cooks fish, ask your mom to add some old ginger and a little white wine. That way, the fish won't smell so strong. Really? Then I'll ask my mom to cook it like that next time. They chatted casually and finished eating quickly. Despite being young, Little Stone ate 2 bowls of rice to feel full. After finishing, he blushed a little from eating so much and hurried to wash the bowls. Oh, Jiang Jiqing, I almost forgot to tell you. Dichui said Aunt Lanhua worked in the fields all morning, but her field is next to Aunt Dai's. They whispered to each other several times, and Dichui wanted to listen in but was chased away. Jiang Jiqing, they didn't hear anything important, right? Little Stone felt a bit uneasy, remembering he had eaten so much meat and rice but hadn't done anything helpful. His face showed some worry. It's okay. If you didn't hear anything, that's fine. Just pay more attention to their conversations next time. All right, go back and take a nap. You have to work this afternoon. Little Stone, who is 10 years old, can help the village by cutting pig grass and cow grass, earning a few work points. He quickly goes home. Jiangxi opens the card drawing system and draws cards. On the blue screen, there are 9 slots with rice card, flour card, beef card, eagle eye card, strength pill card, space fragment card, whitening pill card, and bait card. She wants all of these cards. A golden cursor keeps jumping among the 9 slots. Jiangxi presses her hands together and keeps muttering, Space fragment card, space fragment card. Congratulations. You drew the eagle eye card. Would you like to add it to your system backpack? As the mechanical voice sounds, Jiangxi feels a bit disappointed. Another day of random luck. She taps the eagle eye card on the screen, and a small line of text appears. Eagle eye card. After use, your eyes will become as sharp as an eagle. There is a number 10 in the top left corner of the card. It seems the Eagle Eye card, like the Hearing Enhancement card, can only be used 10 times. Add to system space. Since the Eagle Eye card is not useful right now, Jiangxi keeps it safely. Then she puts on a straw hat and walks toward the village river. Thinking about being watched by Zhang Jiabao last time, she changes to a different river section. The village river flows around the entire village. It's easy for her to find a quiet, suitable place. This part of the river is not far from her small hut, next to the ruins of Lord Zhou's house. Since Lord Zhou's family ran away, villagers have smashed his house. All usable building materials have been taken away and used elsewhere. Jiangxi casts her fishing line into the river. When the timer on the fishing rod hits 0, she quickly pulls it up. When she sees what's on the line, her face lights up with a smile. Lord Zhou's concubine's red gemstone hairpin. The fishing line holds a long red gemstone hairpin. The largest gem is the size of a pigeon egg, surrounded by several smaller red gemstones, forming a butterfly pattern. The entire hairpin is finely crafted and beautiful, clearly worth a lot. Jiangxi happily stores the long hairpin in her space and continues fishing. The headpiece usually includes a top pin, side pins, long pins, and a necklace, with more than 5 pieces forming a set. She only caught a long pin, which meant there were other jewelry items in the river. Sure enough, she caught a pair of ruby earrings again. The earrings are teardrop-shaped, giving a sense of aged, darkened luxury. She carefully stored the earrings in her space. Just as she was about to cast her line again, she heard faint voices coming from the ruins nearby. Jiangxi was a bit surprised. Who would come here to play in the middle of the day? Thinking about how magical her fishing rod was, she was worried that catching something might be noticed by others, so she didn't rush to cast again. She squinted and hid behind the grass near the ruins. She listened carefully to the voices. Vivi, do you really think something's wrong? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He looks at me with a strange expression. Chunju, do you think it's related to what happened back then? Don't overthink. What happened back then has nothing to do with us. It's her fault for being careless and almost dragging us into trouble. Could it be him? What if it really is him? What if he seeks revenge? Stop guessing. If he dares to take revenge, we'll just tell everything to the authorities. The two in the ruins turned out to be Chen Wei and Chen Chuanju. They weren't resting in the youth camp, but hiding here to whisper. Maybe they didn't expect anyone to be here, so they weren't speaking quietly. Jiangxi heard everything clearly. From their conversation, she guessed it was probably related to Wei Hui's death. They seemed to know some secrets about Wei Hui's death, but when Director Jiang was investigating, they chose not to say anything. It seemed her decision to make Zhang Jiabao suspicious of them was the right choice. To protect themselves, they had to reveal the truth. That was her goal. Next, they talked about Zhao Manji. They complained that Zhao was taken away by the committee, which caused them to lose some food and tips. After a few complaints, they left the ruins. After they left, Jiangxi was about to come out of the grass, but heard footsteps again from the ruins. The footsteps were deep and strong, sounding like those of an adult man. Her heart moved, and she continued to hide without coming out. Ha, Xiao Hui, look at you, such a failure. When you were so kind to them back then, didn't they dare to speak up for you? Jiangxi's eyes looked a bit dark, and it was Zhang Jiapao who was speaking. His voice was cold and deep, almost obsessive. He became more and more emotional as he spoke. Why can't you see my true feelings? Why don't you want to accept me? Why do you only want to go back to the city? Did I do something wrong that makes you dislike me so much? In the end, he almost shouted loudly. His voice was full of sadness and despair, with a strong sense of regret. Jiangxi kept her lips pressed tightly, trying not to make a sound. Zhang Jiapao seemed to have some mental issues. Maybe he was just the obsessive, gloomy type. If he couldn't get what he wanted, he would destroy it? Such love was too heavy, too frightening. Zhang Jiapao desperately kicked and hit the debris in the ruins, venting his anger. The debris clattered loudly as he kicked them, making them even more broken. After a while, just as Jiangxi's legs and feet went numb from squatting, he finally left, panting heavily. After Zhang Jiapao left, Jiang Shi didn't get up immediately. She waited a few more minutes. Only when she was sure no one was hiding in the dark watching her did she painfully stand up. Her legs felt like countless ants were crawling on them, aching, numb, and swollen. Only she knew how that felt. She lifted her leg and swung it hard several times, improving the blood flow, and felt a little better. Because of these people delaying her, it was almost time to start work in the afternoon. She hurriedly threw her fishing rod into the river for one last fishing attempt. When she picked up the fishing rod again, she found a pair of ruby hairpins. She quickly stored everything into her space. Then she marked her fishing spot with a hidden sign and hurried home. In the afternoon, while working, she carefully looked at the Tan family. Except for Old Master Tan, Old Lady Tan, and Tan Chunling, who were not there, everyone else was working. Even Tan Hongming was holding an iron shovel, helping his mother turn the soil now and then. Aunt Lanhua was nearby, chatting with them. Her voice was soft, so Jiang Shi couldn't hear clearly. Tan Hongming kept glancing at her with a resentful look, as if he wanted to come over and hit her. Jiang Shi didn't bother with him and just focused on her work. All the members of the Tan family are here, and Old Master Tan is lying in bed, not worried about them secretly taking treasures. She can work without concern. At this moment in the youth commune, Zhang Dashan took advantage of everyone going to work and secretly went to Old Master Tan's room to meet him. Old Master Tan was sitting on the bed, eager to ask. Dashan, how did your investigation go? Zhang Dashan's honest, dark face showed no expression. He slightly bowed and respectfully replied, Old sir, only 3 people left the cassava field that day. One was you, one was Jiang Shi, and the other was Zhang Chong from the east end of the village. Old Master Tan was a bit surprised. Jiang Shi? She also left the cassava field. Yes, Mrs. Chen confirmed with her. She had diarrhea that day and went deep into the cassava field to use the bathroom. Old Master Tan's eyes were deep. How long was she gone? About 10 minutes or so. I checked with the scorekeeper and she really was away for that long. 10 minutes or so is enough to go back and forth from Mount weighing stones. And those boxes are heavy. She couldn't move them alone. Old Master Tan remembered that when he returned, Jiang Shi had mocked him coldly. She was indeed in the field at that time, and she didn't look hurried or disheveled. Excluding suspicion of Jiang Shi, he still didn't feel at ease. He asked seriously, What about Zhang Chong? Zhang Chong was digging cassava when he found a flower snake and secretly took it home to add to his meal. Old Master Tan was still not convinced. Did anyone else go to Mount weighing stones to dig wild vegetables in the morning when people weren't working? A few young girls, about middle school age, went to the foot of the mountain to pull pig grass in the morning, but they left quickly. Zhang Dashan's dark face showed some hesitation. Old sir, is something happening? Old Master Tan looked very grim, but didn't tell the truth. It's nothing. Just help me investigate who has come and gone from Mount weighing stones these days. Yes, old sir. I will check all the people coming and going from Mount weighing stones during this time. Good. Be discreet so no one finds out, to avoid alerting the suspects. Zhang Dashan's eyes flickered, but he still answered respectfully. Yes, old sir. By the way, Old Master Tan hesitated for a moment. Tonight you sneak over and go somewhere with Guangda. Jiang Shi finished dinner and rested for a while before turning on her wind-listening card to monitor the Tan family's movements. Then, she changed into dark clothes and tied her hair into a bun. Without makeup, she used soot from the pot to cover her face and hide her true appearance. With this outfit, even if Xian Chen came, he wouldn't recognize her immediately. Old Master Tan was very patient. Until after 11 at night, when all the young people in the youth village had gone to bed, Zhang Dashan arrived at the village. Guangda Tan went with him, heading toward Wild Pear Ridge, near the Wolf Gully. Jiang Shi had already closed the door when they left and quietly followed behind them. In the deep night, the mountain village was so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She followed behind the two, afraid to turn on her flashlight, stumbling along. Suddenly, she remembered the eagle eye card she drew, wondering if she could use it in the dark. Eagles have sharp eyesight during the day, but at night, they can't see clearly. The card can only be used 10 times. Should she waste one try? Just as she hesitated, she kicked a stone on the road and almost fell. Activate Eagle Eye card. Ding.
Received.
Eagle Eye card activated. With a mechanical sound, the card turned into a blue light that covered her eyes. She felt warmth and comfort in her eyes, and the world suddenly became clear. Everything in her view was as bright as daytime, all captured in her sight. Even Guangda Tan and Zhang Dashan, 20 meters away, were clearly visible. Guangda Tan was walking ahead, with Zhang Dashan about 10 meters behind, walking in a line. If Jiang Shi didn't have the wind-listening card and Eagle Eye card and had rushed to follow them, she might have been caught by Zhang Dashan on the spot. Guangda Tan and Zhang Dashan moved slowly, deliberately acting as bait. With the Eagle Eye card, Jiang Shi was completely unafraid of their tricks and calmly followed behind them. After reaching Wild Pear Ridge, they continued up the mountain. At the foot of Wild Pear Ridge, the terrain was relatively flat, with a patch of wild pear trees. Beyond the trees was a steep cliff, with many rocks on the mountain, few wild vegetables, and no small animals. There is no food here, so villagers rarely come to this place. Only when wild pears ripen do the children from the village come together to pick the sour, gritty wild pears. Jiang Shi has come twice before to pick wild pears, but has never gone deep into the mountains. Tan Guangda and Zhang Dashan seem very familiar with this area. With Tan Guangda holding a slightly glowing flashlight, they walk purposefully toward the top of Wild Pear Ridge. Suddenly, their figures pause slightly, moving more slowly than before, and continue carefully forward. Jiang Shi instantly becomes alert and does not rush to follow. She stops in place. Her eyes, like searchlights, carefully watch the path where they are walking around. There are a few vines growing there, covering the nearby rocks. Are the vines poisonous? Or do they hide snakes or toxic substances? Jiang Shi takes out her magic rolling pin, opens a small mechanism, and gets a 1-meter-long wooden stick. Holding the rolling pin gives her a much greater sense of safety. Seeing Tan Guangda about to disappear around the corner, she quickly follows. When she reaches the vines, she carefully pushes them aside with her rolling pin to check. She finds that underneath the vines is actually a hollow space, not rocks. She is a bit surprised and pulls aside another section of vines, discovering it is still hollow underneath. It seems to be a natural large cave. If someone unfamiliar with the way walks on the vines, they could fall in. Fortunately, she noticed their small paws, or she might have fallen. Tan Guangda and Zhang Dashan stop at a bend in the mountain path for about 10 minutes. They are waiting for enemies behind them to fall into the trap. When they stop, Jiang Shi hides behind a large stone. After more than 10 minutes, Tan Guangda, seeing no one fall into the deep pit, signals Zhang Dashan. Dashan, I leave this to you. Stay here and keep watch. Anyone passing by, catch them. Brother Da, don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll stay here and make sure not a single mosquito gets through. Tan Guangda straightens up, pats Zhang Dashan on the shoulder, and turns to walk forward. Zhang Dashan continues to hide at the bend in the mountain path. Jiang Shi becomes anxious. If he doesn't leave, she can't pass through there, and she can't follow Tan Guangda to move the treasure. Tan Guangda's footsteps grew farther away, and Jiang Shi was very anxious. She widened her eyes, desperately looking around to find another path up the mountain. The mountain's cliff face was very steep, with only a narrow, winding trail about 30 to 40 centimeters wide leading straight to the top. The nearby cliff was quite steep, making it hard for most people to climb up. But if she climbed directly up the cliff, it would save her more than 10 minutes. She quietly moved to the front of the cliff and touched it with her left hand. Suddenly, her eagle eye device, attached to her eyes, accurately identified the anchor points for climbing up the cliff. These anchor points, based on her step distance, appeared clearly in her vision. She was surprised that the eagle eye device had such a powerful function. Feeling happy inside, she stored her rolling pin in her space and carefully stepped onto the anchor points, slowly climbing toward the top. Zhang Dashan watched carefully at the small trail around the corner, not daring to blink. He didn't know that the person he was waiting for was now slowly climbing away from above his head. When Jiang Shi reached the top, her legs felt a bit weak. She shivered as she moved to a large rock and forcefully massaged her legs. The eagle-eye device gave her an advantage, but her mountain climbing was all her own effort. She managed to resist looking down and successfully reached the top, thanks to the great allure of the treasure. After resting for a few minutes, she finally calmed down. At that moment, faint light from a flashlight appeared on the trail going down the mountain. Tan Guangda had come up. Jiangshi used her listening device to track his position, keeping his movement in her control. Perhaps because Zhang Dashan was guarding the trail, Tan Guangda moved more relaxed. He didn't climb all the way to the top but stopped at a crack in the mountain wall. The crack was very small, just enough for an adult to squeeze through sideways. Tan Guangda turned off his flashlight and quietly stood in front of the crack. He listened carefully for any sounds nearby. After about 7 or 8 minutes with no movement, he turned his flashlight back on and slowly squeezed into the crack, turning sideways. Jiangshi crouched behind a large rock at the top, listening carefully to the feedback from her listening device. The crack was very deep. After walking for more than a minute, Tan Guangda's steps became lighter and quicker. It seems there is a large space inside the crack, allowing him to walk easily. Then, she heard the sound of keys unlocking from inside the crack. Next, there was the clear sound of metal objects clinking together. Tan Guangda seemed to have taken several items before closing the box and locking it again. After that, he appeared to be moving inside, taking out some metal objects and dropping them with a clatter on the ground. A few minutes later, he finally came out from the crack. He was holding a cloth bag, which was bulging with many things inside. Jiangshi moved to a different hiding spot, where she could see everything in front of the crack. After Tan Guangda left, he quickly stuffed the cloth bag into his pocket and covered it with his clothes. Then, he hurriedly turned and walked down the mountain along a narrow path. The sound of his footsteps grew fainter as he disappeared around the corner of the cliff. Jiangshi didn't rush to go down after he left. 10 minutes later, footsteps came again on the narrow path. Zhang Dashan quickly approached. He didn't stop at the crack, but went straight to the top of the mountain, searching around. After finding nothing, he turned and headed down the mountain. When descending, he reached the crack and shined his flashlight inside. The crack was very small, but under the light, everything was visible. Zhang Dashan was tall and strong, but this crack was a bit too narrow for him. If he wanted to squeeze through, he would have to be like a sandwich filling. Seeing no one inside the crack, he turned and walked down the mountain. Jiangshi's back was pressed tightly against the corner of the mountain cave, near the crack. She had noticed Zhang Dashan when he was climbing up. There was no place to hide on the mountain top. The big rocks were too large, and anyone hiding behind them could be seen if they got too close. To avoid being discovered, she had run down early and hidden inside the crack. Sure enough, she avoided Zhang Dashan's search. The sound of Tan Guangda and the others descending the mountain reached her ears. Jiangshi turned on her flashlight and moved into the cave. At the end of the crack, there was a larger bend in the tunnel. Walking a few dozen steps into the larger crack, she found a small stone nest about 7 or 8 square meters. There were signs of manual digging in the nest, likely widened by Tan's family. Inside, there are more than 10 large boxes stacked together. Given the size of these boxes, they definitely can't fit through the gaps. The most likely explanation is that the Tan family moved wooden boards into the stone cave to nail them in place. Jiangshi didn't go over to open the boxes, but instead took out a rolling pin and carefully scraped the ground. Sure enough, when the rolling pin touched the ground, there was a sharp crack as a black metal mouse trap popped up. If she had stepped on it just now, her foot would have been caught by the sharp trap. Around the boxes, Tan Guangda had set up 5 mouse traps. In a hurry, Jiangshi only cleared the 2 traps on the front of the boxes, ignoring the rest. Some of these boxes are quite large, and the space can't hold all of them. She reached out to touch the locks on the boxes, then used her hand to open them by pulling the locks into the space. Next, she opened all the boxes' lids. Inside, she found some silver bars, silver jewelry, and some jade bangles, necklaces, jade pendants, and jade ornaments that weren't fully filled with water. The gold items were only a few rings, hollow gold bracelets, and some average quality gold necklaces. There were also a few boxes of expensive fabrics, furs, kipaos, and even 2 new cotton coats. These items were worth much less than the treasures on Mount Scale. Old Master Tan kept these as a backup in case the main treasures were lost. Jiangxi organized all the jewelry into the boxes, filling 2 large boxes completely. The fabrics, furs, and clothes were bundled together and barely squeezed into the space. Now, there was hardly any room left in the space. If she didn't find any space fragment cards tomorrow, it would be hard to store more items later. Then, Jiangxi closed all the boxes again and put the locks inside. There was no more space to store the locks. After finishing, she put on cotton gloves, picked up the dirt on the ground, and carefully sprinkled it over her footprints. She moved backwards while cleaning until she finished, then turned to walk down the mountain trail. Tan Guangda and Zhang Dashan had already gone down the mountain. She was walking behind them, so it should be safe now. But she remained very cautious, always using the rolling pin to clear the way before moving forward. Whenever she sensed something was wrong, she used the rolling pin or stones to check the path before proceeding. She didn't bother with the mouse trap, simply stepping over it. The path ahead was free of traps, but when she reached the foot of the mountain, she stopped. Tan Guangda had returned to the village, but Zhang Dashan was hiding not far from the trail's exit. If she just walked out along the trail, he would surely see her. What should she do? She didn't know how long Zhang Dashan would stay there. If he stayed until morning, she might have to spend the night in the mountains. Given old Tan's personality, if she didn't show up for work tomorrow, he would definitely suspect her and try to find out the truth. Jiangxi thought hard for a plan, carefully observing the terrain around her. Suddenly, she turned and headed up the mountain. The trail was blocked, so she had to go down from the other side of the cliff. She stopped when she reached a spot where Zhang Dashan couldn't see her. Then, with the help of the Eagle Eye card, she slowly climbed down the cliff on the other side. The cliff was a shortcut, and she reached the foot of the mountain in just a few minutes. Once there, she didn't turn on her flashlight and quickly ran home. She couldn't afford to delay. The Eagle Eye card only worked for 2 hours. She had wasted too much time earlier, and now only a few minutes remained. She didn't want to waste another chance to use it. Running with all her might, she quickly reached the wooden house. After checking that no one was hiding around the house, she opened the door and hurried inside, then quickly closed it. Inside, she finally relaxed. The Wind Ear card and Eagle Eye card had run out of time and automatically returned to the system backpack. She went to the washstand, used the cold water she had prepared earlier, added soap, and scrubbed the dirt off her face. The dirt was hard to wash away, so she changed the water twice before cleaning herself. After changing into clean clothes, she went to bed. The next morning, when she went to work, Jiangxi looked specifically for Zhang Dashan but didn't see him. It seemed he might still be hiding at the trail entrance or resting at home. Tan Guangda also didn't come to work, probably taking his treasure to redeem Tan Hongjia. Old Tan and his wife were still resting at home, taking leave, while Tan Chunling stayed to take care of them. Tan Hongming went to work with Dai Lihua. He looked at Jiangxi several times, his eyes filled with irritation and hesitation. Tan Hongming is the youngest boy in the family, loved by everyone since he was a child. When he grew up, he took over Jiangxi's work and rarely did farm chores himself. Recently, he has been stuck working in the fields and is very annoyed. Jiangxi ignored him. When he tried to come over while she was plowing the land, she paid him no mind. Jiangxi, be sensible and hand over the work to me. I'll make my brother marry you. Jiangxi leaned on her iron hoe, looking at him with a blank expression. Make your brother marry me, he proudly said. Yes, as long as you give me the work, I promise he'll marry you. She burst out laughing. Tan Hongming, do I look like a fool to you? Your brother is messing around, getting girls pregnant and bothering widows. With such a useless guy, do you still want me to marry him? Even if I hate you, you shouldn't do this to me. Tan Hongming's smug look froze. He really didn't expect Jiangxi to say that. He secretly blamed Tan Hongjia for causing trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ridiculed by Jiangxi. Then, I'll buy it with money. No, I won't sell. Jiangxi held her iron hoe and kept turning the soil. You. Tan Hongming gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to lose his temper, but saw Jiangxi's calm face and had to hold back. He wiped his face and forced a smile. I'll pay 2,000 yuan to buy your work. Jiangxi kept digging without looking at him. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell. She looked up at him. In other words, as long as you're from the Tan family, I won't sell my work to you. Tan Hongming's face darkened, and he glared at her fiercely. If you don't sell now, don't regret it later. After saying this, he turned around and left angrily. Jiangxi glanced at him indifferently. He's just relying on Zhang Haiying being the daughter of factory director Zhang, trying to cause trouble for her. But she doesn't work at the factory anymore, so she doesn't have to care about anyone's face. Jiang Jiqing, from a small path nearby, village chief Zhang's hoarse voice called out. That evening, old Master Tan was bitten by a snake. He was anxious to check on his condition, so he didn't wear a coat. He caught a cold and has been feeling unwell these past few days. Uncle Village Chief, what's wrong? Jiangxi straightened up and answered loudly. Village Chief Zhang ran over, panting a little, and said to her, Jiang Jiqing, you have a phone call. It's old man Luo from the machinery factory. You should answer it. Jiangxi picked up a metal shovel and was about to run to the village. Okay, thank you, Uncle Village Chief. Then she paused, thinking of something. She took a few pieces of milk candy from her pocket and handed them to Village Chief Zhang. Here, these candies will make your mouth sweet. After that, she quickly ran off. Village Chief Zhang watched the candies in his hand with a gentle smile and shook his head. This girl is really polite. When Jiangxi arrived at the office of the brigade, Captain Zhang was sitting inside reading a newspaper. He looked up and greeted her when she entered. Jiang Jiqing, you're here? She nodded to Captain Zhang. Yes, hello, Captain Zhang. Ring, ring, ring. They exchanged a few words about village work when the phone rang. Captain Zhang sat at his desk, casually picked up the phone, and after a brief chat, handed the receiver to Jiangxi. As soon as she put the receiver to her ear, old man Luo's loud voice came through. Jiang girl, good news. Old man Luo, has the job been settled? Hearing the word job, Captain Zhang looked at her with curiosity. Yes. It's for my daughter-in-law's cousin. She just finished high school and is looking for work. Your job is just in time. She's willing to offer too. Jiangxi quickly interrupted him. Old man Luo, thank you. We can talk about the rest when we meet. This is the brigade office, and she doesn't want others to know about some personal matters. Old man Luo understood her situation and said, All right, when will you be free to come? I'll have them prepare everything. I'll take leave tomorrow morning to go. Sorry to trouble you, old man Luo. Don't mention it. Come whenever you're free. Just come find the old man. After confirming the time, Jiangxi hung up the phone. Then she said goodbye to Captain Zhang and left to continue her work. On the way back, she happened to meet Village Chief Zhang and took the opportunity to ask for leave. There was hardly any work left now, so Village Chief Zhang happily approved her leave. The next day, Jiangxi took the early bus to Taoyuan City and then took a public bus to the machinery factory. When she entered the small building at the factory gate, Grandpa Luo was sitting in a chair reading the newspaper. She cheerfully said, Good morning, Grandpa Luo. Good. You got here quite early, girl. Grandpa Luo looked up at her with a smile, then pointed to the chair beside the table. Jiang girl, sit for a while and chat with Grandpa. They won't come for a little while. Jiangxi went to the table and handed him the cloth bag. Grandpa Luo, try some of this tea. The tea she brought last time was made from locally picked and processed leaves, and it tasted pretty good. Grandpa Luo thought this tea was the same and took the bag casually. But he felt something heavy in his hand. When he opened the bag, he saw a dried chicken and a dried rabbit wrapped in oil paper inside. Oh, girl, why did you bring meat? You can take this meat home to stew and drink to help strengthen your health. Grandpa Luo put the cloth bag back into her hands. Jiangxi quickly stopped him. Grandpa Luo, the wild chicken and rabbit were caught by my husband in the mountains. I brought them for you to try. Don't worry, I have several more at home, enough for me. Seeing her sincerity, Grandpa Luo finally accepted the gifts. As they exchanged pleasantries, two people entered outside the factory gate. One was a woman in her 40s, dressed in a proper long dress, looking gentle and elegant. The other was a young woman about 18 or 19, wearing a military green outfit, looking lively and spirited. "Dad, we're here." The middle-aged woman just entered and greeted Grandpa Luo. "Good. Jiang girl, this is your Aunt Lu Wan, and the girl is her niece Lu Chan." Grandpa Luo introduced the two to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi greeted them, and after a brief chat, they all headed towards Director Wang's office. Transferring work was common, especially since the person taking over was the niece of Deputy Factory Director Luo. Director Wang quickly handled the paperwork. After completing the procedures, a few people returned to Grandpa Luo's small guardhouse. Lu Wan handed her a stack of cash and several receipts. "Little Jiang, here is 2,000 yuan. Count it. The price is based on the current market value. If you think it's short, we can add a little more." Jiang Shi smiled and took the money and receipts. "Auntie, no need to add more. Let's settle at this price. Since you also gave back the receipts, I consider it a profit for me." Her market rate for her work was about this amount, and Lu Auntie didn't cheat her. "Well, those receipts are a wedding gift from Annie." Lu Wan waved her hand with a smile. "Your work helped solve my niece's job problem." "It's a big help for our family," Lu Chan quickly agreed. Yes. If I didn't have a job now, I would have to go to the countryside. But now I have a job, I can stay in the city." Jiang Shi counted the cash in front of everyone. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, but when money is involved, it's better to count and exchange face-to-face to avoid disputes later. After finishing the count, Jiang Shi found an excuse and said goodbye, then left. After they all left, Grandpa Luo took out a bamboo tube from the cloth bag. He opened the cloth wrapping inside the bamboo tube, and a fresh, fragrant tea aroma filled the air. He couldn't help but lean in and sniff deeply, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, this is top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea. This girl actually has such good stuff." The tea leaves were a valuable collection from Old Master Tan, which Jiang Shi had taken along with her. It was originally stored in an iron can, but to prevent others from recognizing it, she temporarily used a bamboo tube to give as a gift. Things were going smoothly on Jiang Shi's side, but Tan Guangda encountered trouble when trying to bail out Tan Hongjia. Old Zhang did not let them go. He accused Zhao Manji of having an affair with him, claiming she was his woman. He also revealed that Widow Feng and Tan Hongjia were having an affair. Tan Hongjia should marry Widow Feng, and he would marry Zhao Manji. Widow Feng, to protect Tan Hongjia, falsely claimed that Zhang Laozhen had slept with her but refused to take responsibility. Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji were so angry they trembled, but they had no way to fight back. Zhang Laozhen was a tough man, a loner and a bachelor, and he was not afraid of their threats. When they hurt Jiang Shi, they targeted his reckless nature. Now, they were full of regret. Director Kai was furious with the arguing group, but he was also shocked by their ridiculous relationships. Finally, unable to handle it, he made Tan Hongjia and Zhao Manji get marriage certificates, and Zhang Laozhen and Widow Feng also got theirs. After registering their marriages, all four were sentenced to 3 years in prison and sent to a farm for labor reform. Tan Guangda looked very upset. They had sent away the treasure, and now they couldn't get him back. Plus, he was sentenced to prison. But this was the best outcome they could hope for. If Director Kai hadn't taken the treasure, with Zhang Laogan's troublemaker nature, all four might have faced execution. Jiang Shi had already expected that Zhang Laozhen wouldn't give up easily. After leaving the machinery factory, she went straight to a remote place. She took a package from a space fragment and went directly to the post office. She wanted to call an old subordinate of her father. His name was Zheng Hua, a former battalion commander under Zhang's father. Before Zhang's father died, he often visited Zhang's family for meals, and Jiang Shi knew him well. After retiring and transferring to the police, he became a team leader. Jiang Shi exchanged a few words with him and asked him to help monitor Tan Hongjia and the others. If they were sentenced, she wanted him to find a way to transfer them to the northwest for national construction. It was just a change of place for reform, which was easy for him and didn't involve any moral issues. Zheng Hua promised her on the spot, assuring her he would handle it well. He also kept inviting Jiang Shi to his house for meals. Jiang Shi made an excuse to decline and said goodbye, then hung up. Later, She sent the package to Zhenghua. The package contained 5 pounds of dried venison, a dried chicken, a dried rabbit, and some dried bamboo shoots. When you ask someone for help, you must show respect and sincerity. Others are willing to help her because of her father's reputation. She cannot assume that others will always help her. These local specialties are her way of showing thanks. Otherwise, no one will help her next time. After leaving the post office, she turned and took a bus to the tractor factory. She wanted to find someone to get a quota for buying a tractor for Taiyuan village. After reporting Tan Hongjia and others, the village's award for being an advanced collective might be lost. Village Chief Zhang is eager to get a quota for the village to buy a tractor. She has a way to get the quota, so she won't just sit back and do nothing. After getting off the bus, Jiang Shi first found a quiet spot and took out a cloth bag from her space. Inside, there was high-quality tea in a bamboo tube, 2 jin of dried deer meat, and some dried bamboo shoots. Du Tao, the director of the tractor factory, is also a soldier who served under her father. Her father's sacrifice was so significant that Du Tao specially came to Beijing to pay respects. They are not very close, but they have met several times. When Jiang Shi came to see him, Du Tao was very happy. Her father had helped him before, and before he could repay her, her father was gone. Jiang Shi was willing to ask for his help, and he naturally agreed happily. Taiyuan village is also in the running for a tractor purchase quota, just that they are late in the queue. When the factory arranges production orders, they often produce extra parts to prevent defective ones. They sell some of the unplanned assembled tractors to other provinces to boost the economy. Getting a tractor like this is not difficult for him. Taiyuan village is also paying real money to buy the machine, so it doesn't matter who they sell it to. After giving her gifts and helping Taiyuan village secure a quota, Jiang Shi said goodbye to Zheng Tao and left. Later, she went to a state-run restaurant to eat and packed some meat dishes in an aluminum lunchbox. After eating, she took a bus to Taiyuan town. Taiyuan town is not very prosperous, but it has all the necessary facilities. There is a police station, health clinic, cinema, and post office. After getting off the bus, Jiang Shi went straight to the police station to see Director Jiang. Director Jiang was coming back from outside, looking very upset. In the past 10 days or so, several children from nearby villages in Taiyuan town have gone missing. They have been working hard day and night on this case, but haven't found any clues. Recently, the widely publicized case of the female corpse has not been investigated due to lack of time. He was a bit surprised that Jiang Shi came to see him, so he asked directly. Jiang Jiqing, what brings you here? Director Jiang, it's like this. Yesterday, I heard from Chen Wei and Qin Chunj from the youth village. Jiang Shi told Director Jiang about Chen Wei and Qin Chunj knowing Wei Hui's situation. She also mentioned that Zhang Jiabao was very suspicious, secretly following Chen Wei and the others. She asked Director Jiang to send someone to watch their movements. After listening carefully, Director Jiang's expression improved a little. The case of young women being harmed after going to the countryside has a very bad impact, and they are under a lot of pressure to solve it. But they have been investigating for a long time without any progress. The clues provided by Jiang Shi are very helpful. Director Jiang thanked Jiang Shi and hurriedly arranged for people to investigate. After leaving the police station, Jiang Shi took a bullock cart straight home. When she returned to the old locust tree, she saw a group of people gathered there, talking loudly. In the center of the crowd, a woman was sitting on the ground, crying very sadly. Mrs. Chen was standing outside the crowd, loudly saying something. Jiang Shi walked over to her and listened carefully to their conversation. She found out that Zhang Tiedan's younger brother, Zhang Taizhu, had gone missing. All the villagers, along with the young people, searched together for a whole morning. They checked most of the nearby hills, corners, and water puddles, but couldn't find him. Jiang Shi remembered Director Zhang's mention of a child disappearance case and felt worried. It seemed that recently, a group of kidnappers had come to Taiyuan town, stealing children to sell. She patted Mrs. Chen on the back, and Mrs. Chen turned around in surprise. Jiang Zijing, what's wrong? Mrs. Chen, has the child been reported missing to the police station? We searched all morning and were exhausted, and no one thought to report it, Mrs. Chen, I just came back from the town police station. Director Jiang said that several nearby villages also have missing children. You should find someone immediately and report it to the police station. Maybe the same group of people took the children. The woman crying on the ground stood up crying. Sniff, I want to report it. I want to see who the heartless thief is that stole my taiju. Several women helped Zhang Tieju's mother to stand up. Zhang Tieju's third uncle borrowed a village cart and drove his parents and village chief Zhang to report the incident at the town police station. Jiang Shi returned home directly. At the youth academy, Tan Hongming had just finished a phone call from the brigade office and returned home, looking very pale and worried. The call was from Zhang Haiying. In the morning, after Jiang Shi and Lu Chan finished their work, Section Chief Wang asked her to get familiar with the propaganda department. Around noon, Zhang Haiying received the news and hurried to the propaganda department to check the situation. Then she anxiously called Tan Hongming, asking him to find a way to get his job back. As the younger brother of the main character in the story, Tan Hongming naturally looked good. Plus, he was good at talking and knew how to win Zhang Haiying's favor. Zhang Haiying had already introduced him to factory director Zhang, and they were discussing marriage plans. She was upset that he lost his job. Tan Hongming went straight into old Tan's room after returning to the youth academy. Grandpa, that shameless Jiang, she sold her job. Old Tan and his wife's snake venom poisoning, caused by their illness, was almost fully detoxified through traditional medicine. They were sitting at the table talking about Tan Hongjia. Hearing his words, their faces instantly turned grim. Old Tan's face darkened with anger, and he slapped the table. Shameless! How dare she humiliate our Tan family like this? Such a wicked woman. I knew I was right not to trust her. I regret not punishing her more harshly back then. His wife, usually gentle, looked full of resentment. Tan Hongming sat down heavily in a chair nearby, sneering fiercely. Yes, she should be beaten into submission. She always tries to go against us. Better to sell her to outsiders than to our Tan family. Then he looked thoughtful. Grandpa, have you noticed? Ever since she was betrayed by her older brother last time, she's changed completely. She's been attacking our Tan family fiercely. Old Tan didn't speak. He couldn't answer that question. If Jiang Shi hadn't changed after being betrayed, she would be either foolish or mentally unwell. He hadn't expected that Jiang Shi's methods would be so clever. Not only did she avoid their traps, but she also fought back fiercely. They repeatedly underestimated her, which caused the Tan family to fall into trouble many times. Thinking about Tan Hongjia, his face darkened even more. Grandma, do you have any way to make her suffer? Last time, Old Master Tan asked Zhang Dashan to put a venomous snake in Jiang Shi's room, hoping it would bite her to death. Unexpectedly, she escaped unscathed. He has always known that Grandma Tan is very clever, and now she is holding his arm while acting cute. Grandma Tan enjoys his affection and is seriously thinking of ways to deal with Jiang Shi. Old man, have Zhang Dashan find someone to kidnap that stubborn girl. Sell her to the mountains, let her be a wife to those old bachelors. That way, not only will we get rid of her, but we'll also make some money. Tan Hongming laughs loudly. Haha, as expected of Grandma, she can come up with such a good plan. That girl is quite pretty, she should fetch a good price. Money from selling her can also buy me a job, double benefits. Old Master Tan didn't respond, his face constantly changing. As the head of the Tan family, he is not as naive as Grandma Tan and Tan Hongming. He originally approached Jiang Shi because he saw her powerful connections behind her. Now that he plans to move against her, he must also consider her network of relationships. Dealing with her won't be that easy. Tan Hongming dismisses this. Grandpa, you're overthinking. Look, today Zhang Taiju disappeared, and the whole village is searching but can't find him. Who knows what he's been through? As long as we're careful and find someone to act, even if something happens, they won't be able to trace it back to us. Grandma Tan's face turned sinister. Yes, old man, when you tell Zhang Dashan to sell her, make sure to find a fierce man who won't let her escape. Besides, every year many women and children go missing. How many can actually be found? Old Master Tan's hesitant expression suddenly becomes firm. All right, I'll have Dashan tie her up and sell her. He leans back in his chair, looking serious. Hongming later go quietly and called Dashin over. Just tell him I need to see him. Okay, I'll go get him right now. Tan Hongming stands up eagerly and heads out the door. Using the money she earned from selling herself, Jiang Shi bought him a job. Just thinking about it made her very happy. Jiang Shi didn't know about the coming danger. In the morning, to send out some packages, she hid 2 boxes in the woodshed. When she got home, she quickly put the boxes back into her space. She had lunch before returning home, so she didn't need to cook, leaving her with plenty of time. With nothing else to do, she decided to open her card drawing system. Card drawing system, start drawing cards. Ding.
Received.
Drawing a card for you now. As the mechanical voice sounded, a 9-square grid pattern appeared on the blue screen. The cards included egg cards, rice cards, flour cards, soap cards, strength pills, eagle eye cards, whitening pills, treasure map cards, and keen hearing cards. This time, she drew some good cards. Jiang Shi clasped her hands together and prayed hard. Treasure map card, treasure map card. Although she had taken some treasures from the Tan family, no one would complain about having too many treasures. More is better.
Ding.
You drew a strength pill card. Would you like to add it to your system backpack? The mechanical voice sounded again, and a card with a white pill printed on it floated quietly on the screen. Jiang Shi happily jumped up.
Wow.
That's great. I actually drew a strength pill. Open the card for me. Ding. The strength pill card has been opened. Please check your inventory. She spread out her right hand, and a white pill with a gentle, shiny glow appeared in her palm. This pill looked special. Jiang Shi quickly put the pill into her mouth, ready to drink some water to swallow it. The pill turned into a warm flow, spreading into her stomach. As expected from the system, it's a quality product. She was worried the pill might be as painful as in novels, causing unbearable pain. She had prepared a handkerchief, thinking she might need to stuff it into her mouth if the pain became too much. But surprisingly, the pill's effect was gentle, slowly cleansing her body. Her previously weak body, caused by poor nutrition, was gradually healing. As the pill's effects continued, her body became healthier and stronger. She walked to the yard, assumed a horse stance, and with great effort, lifted the stone mill at the corner of the wall with one hand. The stone mill was used by an old hunter to grind grain, weighing at least 100 jin. She can now barely lift it with one hand. Before taking the strength pill, she couldn't even lift or carry it. The strength pill is slowly healing her body. She has a feeling that once the medicine's effect is fully absorbed, her strength will become even greater. Jiang Jiqing. Just as she was testing her strength wildly, a small stone's voice came from the path outside the yard. Jiang Shi put down the large water jar and walked out of the kitchen. Xiao Shitu came in from the yard gate, happily waving at her. Jiang Jiqing, luckily you're at home. Jiang Shi looked a bit surprised. Xiao Shitu, do you need something? Xiao Shitu hurried over to her. Jiang Jiqing, didn't you ask me to watch out for Zhang Dashin and Aunt Lanhua? I just saw Zhang Dashin go to the youth education yard again, and Aunt Lanhua took a big cloth bag to the small woods behind the mountain. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered. Is Grandpa Ten planning to target her again? Xiao Shitu, do you know what Zhang Dashin said to the Tan family after he went to the youth education yard? Xiao Shitu scratched his head, looking a bit shy. I wanted to listen in on their conversation, but Tan Hongming chased me away. He wouldn't let me get close to his house. It's okay, if you can't hear, you can't hear. Jiang Shi patted his small head. So, Aunt Lanhua, what is she doing in the woods now? I don't know. She was holding a cloth bag, looking back every few steps. I wanted to follow her, but I was afraid she would notice. Xiao Shitu looked disappointed. Jiang Jiqing, I didn't hear any news this time. It's okay. These bits of information are enough. Jiang Shi took out a few candies from her pocket and handed them to him. Here, have a candy. Thank you for bringing me the news. Xiao Shitu stepped back 2 steps, clasped his hands behind his back and blushed. Jiang Jiqing, I didn't hear any news this time, so I can't take your candy. Jiang Shi directly put the candies into his pocket. News can be partial or complete. This time, your news is partial. I'll treat you to a candy. Next time, when you hear complete news, I'll treat you to some meat. How about that? Hearing about eating meat, Xiao Shita's eyes sparkled. Is there really meat to eat? Yes, I never lied to you. Jiangxi smiled warmly as she looked at him. If you want to get the full news, you can share the caramel candies with your friends like last time. Let them help you. Yes, Tai Dan lives next to Aunt Lanhua. I can ask him to watch her so I can get news anytime. Little Stone, do you have a friend who lives next to Zhang Jiabao? Nyonya lives right next to Zhang Jiabao. Jiang Jiqing, are you asking me to also watch Zhang Jiabao? Jiangxi looked at him approvingly. This kid is quick-witted and clever. Yes, I want you to keep an eye on Zhang Jiabao. If he goes to see Qin Wei and Qin Chunju, just tell me directly. She looked at Little Stone seriously. Little Stone, when you watch Zhang Jiabao, be careful not to be too obvious. If he notices, run back home immediately and don't follow him anymore. Little Stone was scared by her gaze and stopped smiling. Why? Because he's dangerous. Jiangxi felt a bit regretful. Zhang Jiabao is a bit obsessive, and she shouldn't have let Little Stone and the others look into him. If they really found something, she was afraid they might be silenced. Forget it. You don't need to worry about Zhang Jiabao. Just pretend I never said anything. Little Stone looked confused. No matter how smart he was just a child. Zhang Jiabao is a well-known figure in Taoyuan village, and many girls want to marry him. Why did Jiang Jiqing say he's dangerous? Seeing that Jiangxi didn't want to explain, he didn't ask further. After Little Stone left, Jiangxi put on her hat and took out her magic fishing rod, heading to the river. Yesterday, she found some jewelry belonging to the landlord's concubine, and she definitely wanted to see if there were more treasures. When she reached the spot where she marked yesterday, she didn't rush to cast her line. Instead, she calmly looked around nearby. Only after making sure no one was hiding did she cast her fishing line into the river. When the number on the fishing rod changed from 10 to 0, Jiangxi couldn't wait to pull up the rod. She suddenly threw the fishing rod into the air. After taking a powerful pill, she had gained a lot of strength. She lost control for a moment, and the jewelry on the rod almost flew off. Frightened, she quickly took off the jewelry from her fishing rod. Lady Zhou's jade bracelet. The jade bracelet in her hand was smooth and shiny, with a clear greenish hue. Although not a top-quality piece, it was still valuable and could sell for a good price later. Jiangxi happily stored the bracelet into her space fragment. Then she cast the fishing hook back into the river. This time the hook caught a cheongsam. The cheongsam was made of silk, light and smooth, with a faint sheen. Lady Zhou's cheongsam. When the cheongsam was pulled out of the water, it was still dry. Jiangxi guessed that these treasures were probably kept in the same box. She wouldn't wear the cheongsam, but she could sell it later. After storing the cheongsam, she cast her fishing rod again, hoping to catch more treasures. But when she lifted the rod, she froze in shock. Hanging on the hook was a pair of worn-out men's cloth shoes. Broken cloth shoes discarded by human trafficker Zhou Ergo. Jiangxi threw the torn shoes onto the grass, her expression complicated. Zhou Ergo, the human trafficker? Is he the main culprit behind the recent missing children? Why would his torn shoes appear here? The shoes were truly old and worn out, with the surface dirty and scuffed, making it impossible to see the original color. The toes were almost worn through holes. From the shoes, a faint foul smell wafted out, like spoiled salted fish. Disgusted, Jiangxi shook the hook back into the river to rinse it. Then she packed up her fishing rod, looked around at the environment. This was at the end of Taoyuan village. Most of the area was the ruins of Lord Zhou's estate, with no houses nearby. Beyond the ruins was the forest on the back mountain. Calling it a forest was not quite accurate. It was more like a continuous mountain woodland, about 7 or 8 kilometers long. Inside, there were mostly trees, with occasional rocky cliffs and large stones. Besides that, there were few wild vegetables or small animals. Villagers rarely came here, unless it was for secret meetings or illicit affairs. Jiangxi remembered Xiao Shitu saying he saw Aunt Lan carrying a large cloth bag heading toward the woods. Why would she go there? Could she be delivering something to the human traffickers? She couldn't figure it out, but one thing was certain. The traffickers were hiding somewhere nearby. Jiangxi picked some wild grass and covered the torn cloth shoes. One pair of torn cloth shoes cannot prove the existence of human traffickers. nor can they reveal where they are. She plans to explore the woods behind the mountain. Crack, crack. As she entered the woods, she heard the sound of someone stepping on leaves deep inside. She was startled. She looked around quickly. She hurried toward a large rock in the woods. The big rock was covered with dry grass, providing a temporary hiding spot. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Aunt Lanhua appeared in front of her. She was smiling, holding an empty cloth bag and occasionally touching her coat pocket. Her coat pocket was bulging, filled with many things. Jiangxi carefully hid herself, making sure not to make any sound, afraid she would be noticed. After Aunt Lanhua left the woods, she went straight home. Jiangxi came out from behind the big rock, thought for a moment, and carefully moved toward the woods again. These trees have been growing for decades. Some are thick and sturdy, with a thick layer of fallen leaves underneath. Walking on the leaves makes a crunch, crunch sound. Jiangxi held her magical rolling pin in her hand and slowly moved forward. The woods are large and stretch far, making it hard to find a few people inside. Jiangxi wandered in the woods for over 20 minutes, but didn't find anyone. She checked her watch. It was almost time to start work in the afternoon. She had to turn back and head home. In the afternoon, when she went to work, Jiangxi met Tan Guangda, Dai Lihua, and Tan Hongming. Tan Guangda looked upset, with a bad expression. Jiangxi guessed it was about the matter with Tan Hongjia, and things weren't going smoothly. Tan Hongming, however, looked mischievous, smirking at her. She quietly stayed alert, thinking that old Tan was planning something again, which made Tan Hongming feel confident. Last time, they set snakes at her house, but she fought back hard. She wondered what they would do this time. Jiangxi kept thinking as she worked, moving easily on the ground. Once she became stronger, doing this kind of work was very easy. To avoid showing any signs of abnormality, she worked at her usual pace and finished around 5 o'clock before heading home. On the way home, Jiangxi saw Chen Wei and Qin Chunj whispering secretly, not knowing what they were talking about. Jiangxi was too lazy to pay attention to them. After Zhao Manji was taken away by the committee, she never came back. Without Zhao Manji's support, the two women tried to flatter the wealthy young woman Zheng Hongmei. Zheng Hongmei didn't like their way of flattering and putting others down, so she mostly ignored them. But they dared to flatter her, trying to win her favor. Unknowingly, Zheng Hongmei was pleased by their flattery and often worked with them. Not to mention, Jiangxi admired their skill in flattering others. Making someone willing to give money is also a kind of talent. When Jiangxi returned to her wooden house, she saw Lin Tao standing in the yard with a bicycle beside him. "Hello, sister-in-law." Seeing her return, Lin Tao greeted her with a smile. Jiangxi was momentarily stunned when she saw him. "Comrade Lin, hello. Is there something urgent at this late hour?" Lin Tao raised the cloth bag in his hand. "It's nothing special. Today, I just brought back some fresh seafood for you." He handed the bag to Jiangxi, who opened it easily. Inside were a few large blue crabs, some squid, a yellow croaker, and 2 large sea snails. For people inland, these seafood items are truly rare and valuable. The seafood is fresh. I just took it out of the freezer about 20 minutes ago. Make sure to eat the crabs tonight and find a way to keep the rest cold. Jiangxi smiled happily. These were all good things. "Thank you, Comrade Lin. By the way, how much do these cost?" "I'll pay you. Such good things are hard to find without channels to buy them." She wouldn't let anyone else pay for her. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to pay. Captain Seeing told me before he left that I could give you good things whenever I had them. He said he would settle the payment when he returned." Lin Tao grinned widely. "I've never seen him so nervous about someone." "You are really lucky, sister-in-law." Jiangxi blushed a little from his compliment. Captain Si Yanchen had been gone for over 10 days. If Lin Tao hadn't come to see her, she might have almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Lin Tao mentioned her, which made her think of him a little. "Older sister-in-law, I've delivered the things. I should head back now." Lin Tao mounted his bicycle, said goodbye to Jiangxi, and rode off quickly. It only took about 10 minutes to bike from Taoyuan village to Taoyuan town. The sky was still early, so there was no need to worry. After he left, Jiangxi opened the door. She took out the blue crabs tied up with legs, along with a yellow croaker. She stored the squid and conch in a magic fish basket to keep them fresh. There were also some hairtail fish in the basket, which she hadn't finished eating. With the seafood, she went into the kitchen to cook dinner. She washed the blue crabs thoroughly. Half of them were steamed plainly. The other half was cut in half, coated with flour, fried, and then braised. The yellow croaker was steamed with ginger, and after cooking, she drizzled sesame oil, soy sauce, and chopped green onions on top. Delicious and flavorful. With the seafood, she ate an extra half bowl of rice tonight. She almost finished the yellow croaker, leaving only a little. Because she ate a lot at dinner, she went to bed a bit late. Suddenly, clang. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a noise and felt quite annoyed. In the yard, her alarm system had been triggered again. Last time, after Zhang Dashan came home and set off some snakes, she had added extra metal alarms around the yard before sleeping. This time, it proved useful. The people in the yard didn't expect to hit something, so everything went quiet for a moment. She put on her coat from the bed, then took out her magic rolling pin from her space. Holding the rolling pin in one hand and a flashlight in the other, she walked to the door, looked outside under the moonlight. In the yard, she saw 3 or 4 figures crouching. From their shapes, there were 3 men and 1 woman. So many people came. Were they trying to kidnap her? Her wooden house was at the end of the village, more than 100 meters from the nearest house. Calling for help was almost impossible. She could only save herself. Shi silently recited in her mind, then activated her clear hearing and eagle eye cards. The energy from the eagle eye card flowed around her eyes, allowing her to see clearly in the dark as if it were daytime. She quickly identified the man crouching on the ground. One of them was Zhang Dashan. There were 2 other men she didn't recognize, both big and rough-looking, with beards covering most of their faces, making it hard to see their features. The woman looked to be in her 40s, with short hair and sharp, restless eyes. One glance told you she wasn't easy to get along with. Zhang Dashan leaned close to the man beside him and whispered, "Zhou Ergu, let's hurry and catch her before she calls the villagers." The sound of metal hitting the ground earlier had been loud enough to wake anyone. Zhang Dashan wasn't naive enough to think she hadn't heard it. The man replied quickly, "All right, let's go now." Hearing their conversation, Shi's heart pounded with fear and anger. Zhou Ergo, a human trafficker. She had just fished his old shoe out of the river that afternoon, and now he was in her house at night. Old Master Tan actually wanted to sell her to traffickers. Shi clenched her teeth in fury. This time, she would not let them get away with it. The group stood up and walked quickly to her door. Zhou Ergu gave an order to the man beside him. "Qiangzi, open the door." The man called Qiangzi took a piece of wire from his pocket and began working at the lock. In the countryside, wooden doors were usually made with simple joints and latches. The keys were often just bent pieces of wire, cheap but easy to open. After a few minutes, the door creaked open. Zhang Dashan's eyes were cold and cruel as he stepped inside first. Zhou Erga turned to the others and said, "Honggu, come in with me. Qiangzi, stay at the door and don't let her escape." "Yes, Boss Zhou," they both replied. Qiangzi stood guard outside, while the middle-aged woman followed Zhou Ergu in. The small wooden house had only 3 rooms, a living room, a bedroom, and a storage room. Zhang Dashan clearly knew the layout and went straight to Jiangshi's bedroom. He pushed the door open arrogantly, shining his flashlight inside. "Jiang, you'd better come out quietly. It'll be easier for you that way." The room was simple. A bed, an old table and chairs, a worn wardrobe, and a half-used wooden chest. The thin blanket on the bed was half-lifted, but no one was there. Zhang Dashan looked very unhappy as he strode into the room. He went straight to the bed and reached out to feel the temperature of the sheets. The sheets were slightly warm, indicating someone had just gotten up. Then he bent down to look under the bed. The flashlight's beam revealed only a few pairs of women's shoes. He stood up straight and looked around the room with a serious expression. Next, he walked quickly toward the old wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, there was only a yellowed thick quilt and a few old clothes, nothing else. Next to the wardrobe was an old box, locked with a large padlock. The box was about the size of a small suitcase and clearly couldn't hold a person. Zhang Dashen's face grew even more serious. He thought grabbing a weak woman would be easy, but he couldn't find her. Zhou Ergu came in and saw his unhappy face, pausing in surprise. Did she run away? Zhang shook his head. The bed is still warm. She should still be inside. After saying that, he headed toward the box, planning to break the lock. Honggu followed Zhou Ergu into the living room. She didn't go into Jiangxi's room, but headed toward the storage room. The door to the storage room was open, and inside were some broken farming tools, old chairs, sweet potatoes, sacks, ropes, and other miscellaneous items. Honggu entered, shining her flashlight around randomly, then turned to leave. Jiangxi came out from behind the wooden door, waving a rolling pin and hitting her hard on the back of the neck. Honggu heard the wind and was frightened, her eyes wide. As she turned around, she was struck and collapsed softly. Jiangxi quickly stepped forward and caught her. Half supporting, half lying her down, she pulled her back behind the door. Honggu, is anyone here? Zhou Ergu whispered as he hurried toward the storage room. He reached the door, shining his flashlight inside. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He quickly pushed the door with his right hand. When Jiangxi was pressed against the door, she threw Honggu to the ground and quickly jumped out from behind the door.
Bang!
The door slammed down on Honggu's head, and her body slid slowly along the wall. Her head tilted to one side, leaning against the wall, her life status uncertain. Zhou Ergu was startled and shouted in surprise. Red Ant, what's wrong? Jiangxi jumped out from behind the door and quickly rushed to the entrance. Ignoring the rolling pin in her hand, she swung it directly at Zhou Ergu's head. Zhou Ergu reacted quickly, turning to the side. The rolling pin hit his shoulder heavily. Ugh, he grunted and felt half of his body go numb, unable to move. Jiangxi didn't care about his reaction and kept swinging the rolling pin at him. Zhou Ergu lost the upper hand, crying out in pain and unable to fight back. Zhang Dashen just came out of Jiangxi's room, casually grabbing a chair and throwing it at Jiangxi. With the help of Eagle Eye Card, the flying chair was clearly visible. Jiangxi quickly pulled Zhou Ergu to stand in front of her, blocking him.
Bam!
The chair hit Zhou Ergu's back hard, causing him to scream loudly in pain. Jiangxi kicked him forcefully in the stomach. He was knocked away and fell to the ground, unconscious. She froze for a moment, originally wanting to knock him down to make it easier to fight. Unexpectedly, after taking a big dose of strength-enhancing pills, her strength was so great she kicked him away and knocked him out. For a moment, she felt very confident. Old Zhou. Qiangzi heard the noise and shouted in surprise, quickly rushing into the room. Zhang Dashen saw Jiangxi kick Zhou Ergu away and immediately assumed a defensive stance, glaring at her warily. Stinky woman, daring to knock out my brother. I will beat you to death. After rushing in, Qiangzi looked at the motionless Zhou Ergu and lunged at Jiangxi with a fierce look. She kept a cautious eye on both of them. When she saw Qiangzi rushing over, she quickly crouched down, swinging her rolling pin straight at him. The rolling pin whistled through the air as it flew toward him. Frightened, Qiangzi immediately stopped and raised his hands to block the rolling pin. Crack! A sharp sound. Qiangzi's arm was struck and broken, hanging limply. He screamed in pain, clutching his arm and bending over, no longer as arrogant as before. Zhang Dashen swung another chair and rapidly threw it at Jiangxi. Jiangxi's eyes turned cold. She quickly stepped aside to dodge the flying chair. The chair scraped against her shoulder and crashed heavily into the wall, making a loud noise and shattering on the floor. Her clothes on her shoulder were torn, and a long cut appeared on her arm. Bright red blood flowed out quickly, staining her old clothes. That chair hit the wall so hard it broke apart completely. If it had hit her, she might have been seriously injured or worse. Zhang Dashen even tried to take advantage of the situation to hurt her. Jiangxi's eyes were deep and serious. She raised a rolling pin and quickly rushed toward him. Zhang Dashen looked serious. He raised his right hand and tried to grab the rolling pin. Jiangxi let him grab it. When he used force to snatch it away, she found the rolling pin wouldn't move at all. Ah! Zhang Dashan angrily pulled back with force. A smile flickered in Jiangxi's eyes. She took the chance to loosen her grip. One pushed, the other relaxed. Because of inertia, Zhang Dashan involuntarily fell backward. Jiangxi's smile disappeared, and her eyes turned cold and fierce. She took 2 steps forward and kicked him hard in the stomach. Zhang Dashan grunted in pain and dodged to the side. He swung the rolling pin and tried to hit Jiangxi. She quickly jumped aside to avoid the rolling pin. Seeing him about to get up from the ground, Jiangxi became anxious. She grabbed a porcelain cup from the living room table and threw it at his face. Zhang Dashan instinctively raised his hand to block his face and caught the porcelain cup. Jiangxi rushed forward, kicking him hard on his body without giving him time to react. Her strength was great. In her desperate state, she managed to kick him so hard he couldn't defend himself. She took back the rolling pin and swung it to hit his hands and feet.
Crack.
Crack. 2 sharp sounds. Zhang Dashan's left arm and right leg broke with a snap. He clutched his arm and leg, crying out in pain. Jiangxi put down the rolling pin, panting heavily, but she didn't dare relax. She quickly went to the storage room, took out some long ropes, and prepared to tie him up. Qiangzi looked pale from pain, his forehead covered in sweat. When he saw her coming with the rope, he was so scared he turned and ran toward the door. While he was unable to get up, she quickly struck his calf twice with a rolling pin. Strong's leg was broken, and he cried out in pain, no longer daring to try to run away. Damn it, who is really the kidnapper? One day, Zhang Dashan was actually beaten and restrained by a girl. Who would believe that? Jiangxi ignored him and, seeing how he was holding his leg, quickly wrapped him with a rope. She tied his hands and feet together tightly. Strong tried to struggle but was overpowered by her strength and couldn't resist. Zhang Dashan's face was pale as paper, with a look of hatred and confusion as he stared at Jiangxi. During the 3 years Jiangxi was in Taoyuan village, she always obeyed the Tan family and never fought back. No one knew she was so strong. He and the Tan family had underestimated her. Damn it, this is no weak woman. She's clearly a female bandit. Strong was tied up like a pet by her. He forced himself to endure the pain and, using his healthy left leg and right hand, crawled up from the ground. Tonight, he wouldn't be able to catch her. He had to escape, or he would definitely be taken to the police station after being tied up. After tying Strong up, Jiangxi looked up and saw Zhang Dashan dragging himself to the door. His good hand and legs surprisingly cooperated as he tried to escape toward the village entrance. She picked up the rolling pin and rope and quickly ran toward Zhang Dashan. Seeing her, Zhang Dashan's usually calm face showed a look of panic. With his skills, he could easily overpower Jiangxi. Even if he couldn't, the 4 of them could catch her. They underestimated her and were caught off guard by her quick move. 1 strength can beat 10 skills. Damn it, this girl was pretending to be weak to hide her true strength. He clenched his teeth and, dragging his broken leg, desperately ran along the village path. Jiangxi ran behind him, raising her rolling pin and aiming it at his healthy leg. He could only escape because of that leg. If she broke it, he wouldn't be able to run. Zhang Dashan broke out in cold sweat and turned around, begging for mercy. I was wrong. Jiangxi, please let me go. Jiangxi looked expressionless. If I begged you tonight, would you let me go? Zhang Dashan's face stiffened, and he couldn't speak. If she were a weak woman, they would have taken her easily, tied her up, and sold her to the mountains. Her whole life would be spent trapped inside, constantly giving birth to old men's children. Jiangxi kept moving her hands, smashing the rolling pin hard on his thigh. Zhang Dashan was hit so hard he fell heavily into the mud, gasping in pain. Fearing he might get up and run away, Jiangxi kicked his broken leg again. He trembled with pain, sweating profusely, clutching his 2 broken legs tightly. Seeing he had lost the ability to fight back, Jiangxi set the rolling pin aside, grabbed some rope, and started to tie him up. As she bent down to wrap the rope around him, Zhang Dashan's healthy right hand suddenly struck her face. Startled, Jiang Shi quickly stepped back but was still hit on one side of her face. Her cheeks swelled up instantly, and she winced in pain, breathing in sharply. She covered her cheek with her hand, eyes blazing with anger. Then she kicked him hard. After several kicks, he finally couldn't move due to the pain. Jiang Shi wrapped the rope around him, tying his hands and feet tightly. Then she dragged him by his collar, like dragging a dead dog, back to the living room. Xiangzi moved his body, desperately trying to inch closer to Zhou Ergu. Boss, wake up quickly. Zhou Ergu's eyelids fluttered violently at his shouts, seeming about to wake. Jiang Shi threw Zhang Dashan onto the ground and quickly walked over to Zhou Ergu. Xiangzi saw her coming and stopped in fear. Then he shouted arrogantly, "Stinky woman, you'd better be smart and let us go. Otherwise, our brothers will come and teach you a lesson." Jiang Shi picked up the rope from the ground and quickly tied Zhou Ergu up. "Oh, you have brothers too? I hope they come. I'll catch them all at once." Xiangzi sneered proudly, his face frozen in a sinister smile. What does catch them all at once mean? This dead girl still wants to catch them all in one go. Seeing he finally calmed down, Jiang Shi hurriedly finished tying Zhou Ergu. Then she quickly went to the storage room, tied up Honggu, and threw her on the ground. Honggu was hit on the side of her neck and then struck on the head by the wooden door, still not waking up. Jiang Shi checked her nose for breath and pulse. She was only knocked out. She dragged all four of them into the storage room, stuffing their mouths with their own dirty socks to stop them from shouting. Zhang Dashan and Xiangzi were awake, their foreheads throbbing from the foul socks, almost fainting. They desperately signaled, trying to get Jiang Shi to pull the socks out. Jiang Shi frowned and ignored them. Their socks were so stinky that her hands also smelled. She closed the wooden door of the storage room and then the main door of the living room. Then she quickly ran to the yard, washed her hands with well water, and finally relaxed a little. Next time, she would choose a different way to gag them. This method was too harmful to herself. After cleaning her hands, she picked up a rolling pin, turned on her flashlight, and headed toward Village Chief Zhang's house. Since these four people were tied up at her place and involved in a human trafficking case, she had to take it seriously. What if other traffickers saw that Zhou Ergu and the others hadn't returned and secretly took the kidnapped children away? Village Chief Uncle. Jiang Shi knocked hard on the gate of Zhang's house.
Woof, woof, woof.
The dog at Zhang's house barked wildly. Who is it? Knocking so late at night? A muffled voice of scolding came from inside Zhang's house. Then, there was a creaking sound of bedboards shifting. It seemed he had woken up. Jiang Shi touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. But she had no choice. She truly encountered a serious situation. If there had been a better way, she wouldn't have bothered others so late. The gate creaked open. Zhang Village Chief appeared with a dim kerosene lamp. Hyunsikin? What's the matter so late? Village Chief, I caught some human traffickers. I need you to find someone and report to the police in town. Human traffickers? Zhang Village Chief was startled and shouted, suddenly alert. Yes, they infiltrated my home, trying to kidnap me and sell me, but I managed to tie them up instead. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Are you sure they're traffickers? You can't make false reports. Uncle Village Chief, I'm sure they are traffickers. Quick, go find someone to report it. They have accomplices outside. I'm worried that if we're too late, they might move the children elsewhere and we won't be able to find them. Village Chief Zhang also became anxious. All right, I'll have Big Brother go to the town to report the case immediately. Big Brother, wake up quickly. He hurried into the house, urging his eldest son, Zhang Aijuan, to get up. Zhang Aijuan was half asleep and half awake. He quickly put on a coat, grabbed his bicycle, and headed toward the village gate. Hey, Comrade Zhang, take your flashlight with you. Jiang Shi caught up and handed him the flashlight. Still groggy, Zhang Aijuan took the flashlight and rode toward Taiyuan town. After Zhang Aijuan left, Village Chief Zhang casually put on a coat and went with Jiang Shi to her home. The eagle eye and wind listening cards she had activated earlier had expired and automatically retracted into her system backpack. She opened the door, lit the oil lamp inside, and the room brightened considerably. The house was in chaos. In the living room, the only dining table was tilted to one side, and 2 chairs had fallen against the wall, shattered into pieces. Clothes and blankets from her room were thrown on the ground by Zhang Dashan and Zhou Ergu. The only wooden chest had its lock broken open. Inside, the clothes were also scattered on the floor. Her household register, money, and other valuables were stored safely in her space and were not lost. Jiangxi looked at the mess on the floor, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. If they dared to throw her things around like this, she wouldn't hold back from revenge. She couldn't tidy up now. She had to wait for the police to come and inspect the scene. Village Chief Zhang stood at the door of the storeroom, looking at the 4 people tied up tightly, with a serious expression. Especially when he saw Zhang Dashan, his face turned pale with anger. Zhang Dashan, you really have some nerve. How dare you collude with human traffickers and kidnap the villagers' young people to sell? He was so angry that the flame of the oil lamp flickered violently. Most villagers in Taiyuan village have the surname Zhang, with a few surnames Chun and Li. Families with the surname Zhang are generally descendants of a same ancestor. Zhang Dashan's family and village chief Zhang's family didn't interact much, but they were related by blood. When he got into trouble, it affected the entire family's marriage prospects. Zhang Dashan's hands and feet were broken, and his mouth was stuffed with a pair of dirty socks. At this moment, he looked very sick and smelly, with a pale face, drooping head, and no energy at all. No matter how village chief Zhang scolded him, he had no strength to respond. Zhou Ergu and Honggu had already woken up, glaring fiercely at Zhang Dashan. They didn't expect that the deal they thought was almost certain would end up costing them dearly. After about 10 minutes, Director Jiang arrived with several police officers, following behind Zhang Aijuan into the yard. Jiangxi stood in the yard to greet him. "Hello, Director Jiang." Director Jiang nodded casually, with a look of urgency. "Jiang Jiqing, where are those traffickers?" "They're inside the house." Jiangxi led a few police officers into the house. Once inside, the officers immediately spread out to examine the scene. Jiangxi took Director Jiang to the storage room and stood nearby, watching them work. Director Jiang took out a notebook, asked her a few questions, and wrote down the answers. Then, he disdainfully pulled off the foul socks from the suspects' mouths and casually tossed them aside. The house was small, with 1 police officer inspecting the scene for evidence. The other officers took the suspects to different rooms for separate interrogations. Director Jiang sternly stared at Zhou Ergu and personally questioned him. "What is your name?" Zhou Ergu, tied to the ground and unable to move, closed his eyes and refused to answer. Director Jiang's face darkened with anger. Jiangxi stepped forward and kicked him hard in the thigh. "Answer. Stop pretending to be dead." Director Jiang was in uniform and couldn't hit people casually, but she didn't mind. He was surprised that this girl was so fierce, but he liked her style. Zhou Ergu grunted in pain, frowned, opened his eyes, and glared at her fiercely. Director Jiang moved in front of Jiangxi, blocking his view. "What is your name?" Frightened by Director Jiang's fierce expression, Zhou Ergu reluctantly answered. "Zhou Ergu, what is your purpose in coming here?" Under Director Jiang's questioning, Zhou Ergu obediently answered. Only he knew whether his answers were true or false. Combined with other witnesses' statements and the clues provided by Jiangxi, Director Jiang and his team went to arrest Aunt Lanhua. Aunt Lanhua was caught while sleeping. She was so scared her face turned pale, her whole body trembling, and she couldn't speak clearly. Director Jiang scared her a little, and she spilled everything she knew. "Comrade police, I only help them buy clothes and shoes to earn some money for living. I'm not with them.
Please believe me. Wah."
She cried with tears and snot, feeling very regretful. Jiangxi didn't feel sorry for her at all. She knew who those people were, and even though children in the village went missing, she didn't report it to the police. Instead, she helped those people buy things. She lost her conscience just for a little money, and that's her biggest problem. An hour later, Director Jiang and some police officers were walking with Aunt Lanhua and Honggu into the woods behind the mountain. Jiang Shi and Zhang Imin also followed, guiding them. Village head Zhang woke up some strong villagers to watch over Zhou Ergu and others for now. Aunt Lanhua didn't dare to cause trouble this time. She obediently led the group into the woods. She was walking in the same spot where Jiang Shi saw her come out during the day. To prevent the traffickers from escaping, Jiang Shi endured the pain and used her eagle eye and wind listening skills again. Now, she had 7 uses of the eagle eye and 3 uses of the wind listening left. Aunt Lanhua and the others stopped at a small valley. "Comrade police, I stopped here when I delivered clothes during the day. They sent someone to meet me, but I didn't see where they were hiding." Director Jiang looked at her carefully, seeing she was sincere and not hiding anything, then nodded. He looked at Honggu and spoke sternly. "Now you lead the way. Don't cause trouble. Try to get a lighter punishment." Honggu's eyes flickered, and she smiled flatteringly. Yes, comrade police. I will cooperate." She led the group deeper into the valley. It wasn't Jiang Shi's idea for her to lead. The others were too injured by Jiang Shi to do so. To save time, Director Jiang had her and another person lead the way. Deep in the valley, they found a stone mountain. It was impressive they could find such a hiding place. Director Jiang, wait a moment. Old Aunt Hung honestly led them toward the rocky hill but was stopped by Jiang Shi. Director Jiang, holding Aunt Hung, was walking in front and immediately stopped when he heard this, looking back. "Jiang Jiqing, what's wrong?" With the help of the wind ear and eagle eye cards, Jiang Shi had already identified the hideout of the human traffickers. Aunt Hung's seemingly honest act of leading the way was actually not honest at all. She deliberately led everyone in the opposite direction. Following her lead would only take them further away from the traffickers. Moreover, the traffickers had someone on watch. If they saw the group approaching, they would definitely take the opportunity to escape. Jiang Shi intentionally stayed at the back, aiming to point out the correct direction at a critical moment. She pointed in a direction behind them and said, "Director Jiang, I hear voices over there. Are we heading in the right direction?" Aunt Hong's face changed drastically, and she snapped angrily, "You're talking nonsense. No one is over there." Her reaction was very intense, and Director Jiang looked at her suspiciously. "Are you sure the direction you're leading us is correct? If you're deliberately misleading us so others can escape, you'll be in even bigger trouble." Under Jiang Shi's stern rebuke, Aunt Hong hesitated for a moment. Jiang Shi quickly said, "Director Jiang, hurry. I hear someone running away over there." Director Jiang's eyes sharpened. He took a few quick steps toward the direction Jiang Shi pointed and listened carefully. Crack, crack. In the quiet night, distant sounds of broken branches could be heard. Jiang Zhang's face changed drastically. "Sun Wu, stay here and guard these 2. Everyone else follow me to catch them." After speaking, he quickly ran toward the sound. Yes. Several police officers responded swiftly to his command. Jiang Shi also hurriedly followed behind them. "Stop. Don't run." Director Jiang ran very fast, leaving her far behind. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this kid." When Jiang Shi reached the scene, she saw several police officers confronting the traffickers. Director Jiang and 3 officers surrounded the traffickers behind a large rock in a fan shape. There were 3 traffickers trying to escape, 2 men in their 40s and an elderly woman in her 60s. They hid behind the rocks, watching the police on the other side carefully. At the front was a tall, strong man in his 40s with a dark face, looking honest and simple. He was holding a small boy about 4 or 5 years old in his left arm, and in his right hand, he had a short knife about 20 centimeters long. The knife was close to the boy's neck and was trembling slightly. The boy was unconscious, his head hanging to one side, as if he was just a toy in his hand. This was Zhang Taizhu, the missing child from the village. "Back off, or I won't be polite." The middle-aged man's forehead was bulging with veins, and he looked fierce as he shouted. The short knife in his hand was near Zhang Taizhu's neck, leaving a tiny cut. Bright red blood was starting to flow. "Brother Lin, let them step back a little so we can escape. Yes, we can't let go of this kid. He's our lucky charm." Another man and an older woman, hiding behind him, whispered to remind him. Director Jiang saw the boy bleeding and looked very upset. He waved his hand, signaling the police standing with him to step back. "Comrade, stay calm. We'll retreat now, don't hurt the child." Seeing the police seem to give in, Brother Lin's face showed a faint smile of satisfaction. "Stay 10 meters away, or I'll kill him right now," he said, pressing the knife closer to the boy's neck again. Luckily, the boy was fainting, or he would definitely be scared stiff. Stop, comrade. Don't be impulsive." Director Jiang waved his hand to stop him and slowly backed away, trying to negotiate with the traffickers. He signaled to a young police officer nearby, hoping he would go behind the traffickers to surround them. The young officer understood and moved back. Hey, that young man, stop right there. You won't catch us from behind, or I'll bleed the kid." The older woman saw the young police officers move and immediately shouted fiercely. She suddenly had a sharp pair of scissors in her hand, pressed against the boy. "Damn you. If any of you cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." Brother Lin snapped out of his anger, furious, and cut the boy's neck lightly again. Blood started to flow once more. Director Jiang was anxious and immediately waved to stop the young police officer. He kept reassuring the human trafficker. Big brother, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk this over." He thought that the trafficker might take hostages, so he wanted to seize the opportunity and catch them first. But he didn't expect the worst situation to happen. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he desperately thought of a plan. When he looked in a certain direction, his heart tightened, but his face relaxed a little. "Retreat. Immediately retreat." Brother Lin ordered them fiercely. Okay, we'll retreat. Don't hurt the child." Director Jiang slowly backed away, still trying to calm Brother Lin. However, his eyes fell on the area behind the trafficker. His fists clenched tightly, and cold sweat appeared on his palms. Jiangxi saw the police confronting the trafficker and quietly sneaked around them, heading behind the trafficker. When Director Jiang and the police had to step back, she had already used her eagle-eye card to successfully reach behind the trafficker. Taking advantage of the trafficker's distraction, she quickly rushed toward them with her magical rolling pin. With the help of the eagle-eye card, she carefully avoided stones and potholes on the ground and quickly reached behind the trafficker. Director Jiang and the police saw her move, and their hearts pounded. They desperately tried to distract the trafficker, hoping Jiangxi could succeed in her counterattack. Jiangxi remained calm and focused. She aimed at the man standing at the back and swung her rolling pin down hard on his neck.
Bang!
With a loud crash, the man turned around in shock. He only had time to glance at Jiangxi before falling to the ground. Jiangxi didn't look at him and grabbed his arm, pulling hard to the side. The man's body fell heavily to the ground. The other two traffickers, hearing the noise, turned their heads cautiously to look behind. Meanwhile, Jiangxi swung her rolling pin again, this time hitting Brother Lin's neck.
Bang!
Another muffled sound, and Brother Lin was struck in the neck, instinctively tightening his arms in pain. Jiangxi's face changed dramatically. She quickly grabbed the child from his hands. Everything happened too fast. Brother Lin didn't have time to fight her, and she easily took the child away. "You scoundrel! May you never have a good life." The older woman saw her amulet being stolen and became furious. She waved her scissors aggressively and tried to stab her. Her movements were quick and fierce, unlike what you'd expect from a 60-year-old woman. Jiangxi held the child with her left arm and used a rolling pin with her right hand to block. This rolling pin was indeed a good tool, made by the system. When the sharp scissors stabbed it, it only left a shallow scratch. Brother Lin was tough. Even after being hit hard by Jiangxi, he didn't faint. His face was twisted with anger. He raised his short blade and staggered toward Jiangxi. But Officer Jiang and the others took this chance to rush over quickly. He jumped into the air and kicked Brother Lin, knocking him to the ground. Then he ran over and pressed him down firmly. He took out handcuffs from his waist and cuffed his hands behind his back. Other police officers also rushed at the woman and the kidnapper on the ground. They quickly subdued them and put handcuffs on their hands. Jiangxi held Zhang Taizhu carefully and looked at the wound on his neck. The cut was shallow and not deep. It bled a little but didn't hit any vital parts. The kidnapper probably didn't want to hurt the child badly, fearing it would hinder their escape, so he was gentle. Officer Jiang came closer and asked seriously, "Jiang Jiqing, how is the child's injury?" "It's fine, just a minor scrape." "That's good." Officer Jiang sighed in relief. "Jiang Jiqing, please take care of him. We need to search for other children over there." Without waiting for Jiang Shi to reply, Officer Jiang and the others, holding the kidnapper, headed toward the big rock behind. Jiang Shi held Taizhu and thought for a moment. She followed closely behind them. Brother Lin, I have taken good care of the goods. You can't keep punishing me by cutting my food." Director Jiang noticed his unusual intelligence and stopped to ask him, "What is your name? Are there any other people in the cave?" The young man looked at Director Jiang with a cautious expression.
Who are you?
Brother Lin said I shouldn't talk to strangers. Director Jiang put his arm around Brother Lin's shoulder and smiled warmly. "I'm a friend of Brother Lin, not a stranger. See, we know each other well." Brother Lin was pulled by him to the sore, swollen part of his neck, and he looked pale with pain, gritting his teeth but unable to speak out. "Hee, you're Brother Lin's friend, so you're one of us. My name is Lin Shuanghua. They all call me Foolish Lin, but I'm not really foolish at all." Director Jiang released Brother Lin and quickly walked toward the cave. "Is there anyone inside?" "Inside, there are about 10 boxes of goods. They are all sleeping peacefully. I have taken good care of them." Lin Shuanghua was not afraid of Director Jiang at all. He walked beside him proudly, eager to show off. Director Jiang said nothing and walked into the cave with a cold look. The cave was small, about 10 square meters. The stones on the ground had been cleaned, and a thick layer of rice stalks was laid in the corner. Next to the rice stalks, on the muddy ground, a dozen children were lying in disorder. Looking quickly, the children ranged from about 7 or 8 years old to as young as 2 or 3. There were 2 little girls and the rest were boys. Director Jiang signaled to the police officer beside him. The police officer quietly approached Lin Shuanghua and quickly handcuffed both his hands. After being handcuffed, Lin Shuanghua looked a bit confused. "What's going on?" The police officer patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, we're playing a game. Look, Brother Lin has the same kind of handcuffs." Lin Shuanghua wasn't sure whether to believe him, but didn't ask further. He curiously kept looking at the handcuffs. Director Jiang and a police officer squatted down carefully to check each child on the ground. After a moment he spoke. "The children are fine, but they've been given sleeping pills. They're all drugged." He stood up and ordered. "The kids are dressed lightly, and their faces are blue from the cold. We need to carry them back quickly." Zhang Aijuan stepped forward bravely and said, "I'll run back to the village and ask the villagers to help carry them back." He finished speaking, then turned and ran out of the cave without waiting for Director Jiang to reply. Several police officers temporarily placed the children on a pile of straw, then lit a fire. The cave gradually warmed up. Jiang Shi laid Zhang Taizhu on the straw pile to rest. The straw pile was warm, and the fire nearby kept it cozy, making it more comfortable than holding him. Sun Wu escorted Aunt Lan Hua and Hong Gu into the cave. Hong Gu saw Brother Lin and shouted in surprise, quickly walking over to him. "Head of the household, I've led the people away. Why didn't you take the chance to escape?" Then she realized her mistake, shut her mouth awkwardly, and hesitantly stood beside Brother Lin. When Brother Lin escaped, he knew Zhou Ergu and the others had failed, which drew the police. Thinking about how his wife had previously brought people to catch him, he glared at her fiercely. Hong Gu shrank back, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Director Jiang ignored their arguments and, taking advantage of the time, pulled out a notebook to question each of them. When Zhang Aijuan arrived with villagers, more than 20 minutes had passed. Hearing that the human traffickers had been caught, about 20 or 30 villagers gathered, looking very serious. Zhang Tiezhu's mother ran into the cave crying. Seeing him lying on the straw, she hurriedly rushed over and hugged him. "Taizhu, my dear, I was so scared, I thought I'd lost you," sob. She held him for a while, but when she saw that Zhang Taizhu hadn't woken up, she panicked and touched his whole body. When she saw the wound on his neck, she screamed in fear. "Taizhu, why aren't you waking up?" "No, this can't be." Her face turned pale, her body trembling, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. Seeing this, Zhang Tieju's father also rushed over, trembling as he reached to check his nose. "Auntie, Taiju was given sleeping medicine. He's just sleeping, and he'll be fine when he wakes up," Jiang Shi quickly explained after seeing how frightened they were. Director Jiang also came over to agree. Yes, these kidnapped children were given medicine. They are not in immediate danger. With Director Zhang's reassurance, Zhang Tieju's parents finally relaxed. "Oh, look, isn't that the second son of the blacksmith from the neighboring village? Really? The one lying next to him looks like he's also from their village." Some villagers recognized the children and pointed them out on the spot. "All right, villagers, please help by carrying these children back to the village." Under Director Zhang's call, the villagers orderly picked up the children and walked back to the village. After returning to Taoyuan village, Director Jiang led all the traffickers, following village chief Zhang, toward the office of the brigade. The kidnapped children were also brought to the office. After causing a fuss all night and nearing dawn, Director Jiang called in a large truck to come into the village. He ordered all the traffickers and children to sit inside the truck's cargo area. The children had been given sleeping pills for safety, and they needed to be checked at the hospital to ensure they were okay. Village Chief Zhang went along in the truck. Jiang Shi, as a victim, was also a key person in catching the traffickers. After Director Jiang took her statement, he let her go home. Back home, Jiang Shi swept away all the broken items and threw them out into the yard. She had already reported her losses to Director Jiang, and Zhou Ergu and others would compensate her. She felt she should give them a good scolding for the damage, especially since her arm was scratched by Zhang Dashan. The wound on her arm had stopped bleeding. Village Dr. Liu helped clean the wound, applied medicine powder, and bandaged it. The wound was a bit deep, and she wondered if it would leave a scar. She quickly tidied up and lay down to sleep. Probably exhausted, she slept until late afternoon before waking up. Jiang Shi took out her lunchbox from the magical fish basket, heated some meat buns and meat dishes, and quickly filled her stomach. Village Chief Zhang went to the town police station, but she didn't know how things were being handled there. She strolled toward the old locust tree in the village, partly to relax and partly to gather news. There was no work to do now, and since Village Chief Zhang was not around, many villagers were on holiday, not working and gathering under the old locust tree to chat and joke. The most talked about topic was last night's arrest of the traffickers. Mrs. Chen stood among the crowd, speaking passionately. When she saw Jiang Shi's figure, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over to her. Jiang Shi's arm was wrapped with a bandage. To avoid pressing on it, she wore loose clothing. She rolled up her sleeve to show the bandage. "Grandma Chen, my hand has been bandaged. I'm fine now. Oh, child, don't be stubborn. When you're hurt, you should rest well. Later, Director Zhang will give you some work points as a reward. You were hurt while catching a bad person." Yes, Jiang Jiqing also saved Taiju. This counts as work injury. Mrs. Chen started talking, and the villagers agreed. Jiang Shi's parents are martyrs, and she works hard too. Although Director Zhang takes care of her, she genuinely works hard. The villagers generally like hardworking young people, especially since she saved some children from nearby villages this time. They are happy to reward her with work points. Jiang Shi chatted casually with the villagers, getting the news she wanted. The human traffickers were caught in Taoyuan village. As the village chief, Director Zhang was busy running around all day. The more than 10 children checked at the hospital were fine, just overdosed on sleeping pills. The doctors kept them hospitalized for observation because of possible side effects. The children were all reunited with their families. Jiang Shi was very happy for them. However, when a little girl found her family, something went wrong. It turned out she was sold by her parents willingly. They said they had 2 boys who ate a lot, so they sold the girl to get some grain for her brothers to eat. "Oh, my wife, I've lived half my life and never seen such cruel parents," Mrs. Chen said, patting her thigh excitedly. "How much can a girl eat?" "Even that can't fit," she added. "That's right. Girls are just flesh that falls off the body," the villagers murmured. Jiang Shi didn't speak up or interfere. Most villagers in the village prefer boys. Some treat their daughters well, others treat them like servants. This deep-rooted problem is hard to change, and no matter how much is said, it won't help. After getting the news she wanted, Jiangxi found an excuse to leave. She first went to Dr. Lu's house to change the medicine powder on her arm. The wound had already dried and closed. As long as it didn't get wet, it would slowly scab over and heal. While changing the medicine, Tan Chunling hurriedly ran in and asked Dr. Lu to go with her to the youth village clinic for a checkup. Old Master Tan had fainted. Dr. Lu quickly bandaged Jiangxi and grabbed the medical kit, heading toward the door. Jiangxi, curious about the situation, followed behind Dr. Lu. Tan Chunling and Dr. Lu entered Old Master Tan's room while she sat on a stone bench in the youth village, listening to the commotion inside. Which scoundrel, damn them, dare to steal from our family? Ugh, so many things are gone. It's like they want to take my life. Inside, Old Lady Tan was crying loudly. She was no longer the gentle and kind woman she usually was, but was cursing loudly like the village elders.
Stop, Mom. Don't cry so loudly.
There are outsiders here. Tan Guangda's voice was tired and impatient as he stopped his mother. I'm upset inside. You won't even let me cry. It's unfair. Old Lady Tan cried even louder. Oh no, the precious things on the mountain have been stolen. The Tan family finally realized it. Grandma Tan, did someone steal from your house? Should we go to town and report to the police? Dr. Lu put away his stethoscope and asked cautiously. No need. Old Lady Tan was so frightened she hiccuped and immediately stopped crying. Yes, only a few unimportant things were lost. No need to report to the police. Tan Guangda quickly agreed. Unimportant things? Why are you so upset, Grandma Tan? I'm worried about the old man. Yes, I'm worried about his health. Under Dr. Lu's questioning, Old Lady Tan quickly made up a reason. Those things are proof of the capitalist, and she only reports to the police because she wants to live longer. Tan Guangda quickly changed the subject. Dr. Lu, how is my dad? Why isn't he waking up yet? The old master is fine. He fainted from a sudden rush of anger. Please discuss matters calmly in the future.
Don't always upset him.
Fainting too often might affect his lifespan. Yes, we will be more careful next time. After prescribing some calming and soothing medicine for Old Master Tan, Dr. Lu packed up his medical kit and left the room. He saw Jiangxi sitting on the stone bench. They exchanged glances, both confirming that they were people who liked to watch the drama unfold. Dr. Lu greeted her and then left. Inside, Grandma Tan patted her chest and started crying again. Oh, my chest hurts so much. Boo-hoo, Guangda, are those things really all gone? Dai Lihua's voice was full of despair and disbelief. Yes, I checked. I don't know who took everything. Guangda, tell me about the time you went up the mountain with Zhang Dashan. Old Mr. Tan's voice sounded weak and tired. Dad, you're awake. Yes, forget about everything else. Just tell me what happened last time. Okay, Dad. Wait a moment. Chunling, stand at the door, and don't let anyone hear talk. All right. Every time you have something to say, I'm not allowed to listen. Reluctantly, Tan Chunling went to the door and started to whistle. Jiangxi had already moved behind the house of the educated youth before Chunling came out. You can't hear the conversation in front, but you can hear it from behind. Dad, last time I went with Zhang Dashan to Wild Pear Ridge. Guangda Tan recounted in detail how he went to get the treasure last time. Did you see anything suspicious on the way or hear any strange sounds? No, I even asked Zhang Dashan to stay hidden on the hillside while I went up alone to get the treasure. Old Mr. Tan hesitated for a moment. Are you sure Zhang Dashan stayed on the hillside? Could he have secretly followed you and seen you go into that place? Later, he went alone to steal those things. Grandma Tan gritted her teeth. Yes, maybe it was him, taking the opportunity to steal from the family. With those treasures, he wouldn't need to work as a servant anymore. That damn Zhang Dashan. Guangda, go and make him return the things. Dai Lihua was equally furious. Those treasures were her capital for a good life in the Tan family. Without them, how could she endure the hard days like before? No, it might not have been Zhang Dashan. When I was coming down the mountain with the things, he was still sitting halfway up. Oh, Guangda, he's not stupid. He probably ran down early to dispel your doubts. Sigh, now it's too late to say anything, especially since he was taken to the police station, cough cough. Old Mr. Tan was so angry that he started coughing violently again. Dad, don't worry, breathe slowly. Tan Guangda helped old Mr. Tan steady his chest, and he finally calmed down. Dad, that wicked girl Zhang, she is very tricky. Every time we try to scheme against her, she outsmarts us. We underestimated her before. Next time, we'll plan carefully and get rid of her once and for all. Old Mr. Tan's voice was cold and fierce. You're the wicked girl, and your whole family is wicked too. Jiangxi leaned against the wall, silently cursing herself. Damn it, the Tan family really doesn't learn their lesson and still wants to get rid of her. Her eyes were cold, and her mind raced. She thought of a way to settle everything once and for all. The Tan family hates her so much that if she doesn't fight back, they might try to trap her again someday. Dai Lihua hesitated and asked, Dad, do we really have to kill that girl? Old Mr. Tan's tone was serious. Of course, we've tried to scheme against her many times, and we've made enemies. Her backing is strong. What if she retaliates later? Plus, we can only act in Taiyuan village. Once she leaves with the army, we won't be able to reach her. So, we must act now and get rid of her during this time. Old Mr. Tan's voice was calm, but very cold. Understood? Yes, I understand, Dai Lihua replied, sounding a bit nervous. Tan Guangda ignored her and asked urgently, Dad, this time Zhang Dashan and Lan Hua got caught. Should we go save them? Old Mr. Tan was full of resentment. Save them? What are we saving? We don't have any treasures left. Besides, Director Jiang is as stubborn as a rock. Even if we had treasures, he wouldn't want them. What if Zhang Dashan betrays us? You two must deny everything and not let anything slip out. If you do, I won't be able to save you. Dad, we won't say anything careless. Concerned for their safety, Tan Guangda and Dai Lihua answered together, without hesitation. Old Lady Tan was unwilling. Old man, are we just going to ignore those treasures? Why aren't you paying attention? Guangda, go find Qin Shunkai later. Have him secretly investigate the families in the village to see who has unexpectedly found treasures these days. Dad, is Qin Shunkai reliable? Don't worry. He's my backup plan. He's more dependable than Zhang Dashan. You're so impressive, Dad. If it were up to me alone, I couldn't find out anything. Qin Shuansai's skills are not as simple as they seem. You'll see in time. All right, do you have any more questions? If not, go back to work. Old Mr. Tan wanted to send them away. Dai Lihua quickly spoke up. Dad, Hongming wants to buy a job, but it costs over 2,000 yuan. Let him rest at home for now. Things are being stolen, and there's no way we can give him that much money to spend. Old Mr. Tan's tone was very harsh, and for the first time, he didn't fulfill his grandson's wish. But, Dai Lihua hesitated. No buts. Until we find that batch of treasures, everything else can wait. Old Mr. Tan's tone was firm and decisive. Jiangxi didn't hear their conversation and turned to walk toward the village river. The magical fishing rod hadn't been used today, so she couldn't waste her chance. She was still near the ruins of Lord Zhou's house, at the marked spot. Jiangxi cast her fishing line again at the same spot, hoping to catch the jewelry of Lord Zhou's concubine. Those were valuable items. If she sold them later, they would be worth a lot. When the numbers on the fishing rod hit 0, Jiangxi pulled up the rod. She was disappointed with what she saw. Red Goo's old socks. She forcefully swung the fishing rod, and the stinky socks with holes in all 5 toes were flung onto the grass. It seemed that at the spot, she kept catching junk. There was no more wool to be pulled. Jiangxi carried her fishing rod and moved to a nearby spot. This time, she chose the other side of Lord Zhou's ruins. The items pulled up by the fishing rod seemed related to the location she chose. She still wanted to get more from Lord Zhou's family. She cast the rod into the river again. When she pulled up the hook this time, her face was full of smiles. On the hook was a dark green jade pendant. The young master of the Zhou family deliberately buried this jade pendant. Jiangxi held the jade pendant in her hand, examining it carefully, turning it over and over. The jade pendant is a deep green color, very transparent and smooth to the touch, with carved bamboo branches that look lifelike. She held the jade pendant high above her head, letting the sunlight pass through it. It was perfectly clear, with no impurities. Only the intense green color and bright shine made people feel happy. It is a piece of emerald jade pendant. It's lucky, it's lucky. Jiangxi excitedly jumped on the grass. The treasure of the Tan family also has many fine jade items, but she feels this one, found by chance, is especially precious. After a while of happiness, she stored the jade pendant in her space and continued to cast her fishing rod. When she picked up the rod again, a deep green ring was hanging on the hook. A ring buried by the young master of the Zhou family. Jiangxi put the ring on her thumb, making it much larger. This jade ring is made of the same material as the pendant, probably from the same piece of raw jade. It seems the item used by the Zhou family's young master is more valuable than what the young mistress of the Zhou family uses. She placed these two jade items into her space box. Then, she opened the card drawing system to draw a card. A golden cursor kept jumping on the 9 grid. The grid contained rice card, flower card, egg card, strength pill card, keen hearing card, eagle eye card, bait card, space fragment card, and whitening pill card. Jiangxi wanted all of them.
Ding.
Congratulations on drawing the bait card. Would you like to add it to your system backpack? Open the bait card.
Ding.
The bait card has been opened. Please check your system. She opened her palm, and a small bag of items appeared. The bag was transparent, with 10 small colorful balls about the size of green beans inside. At the same time, information about the bait appeared in her mind. Magical bait. Another amazing item. The bait weighs only 100 grams. Each use consumes a small 10-gram packet, which can be used 10 times. Today's fishing is finished, so Jiangxi stored her rod and bait in her space, planning to try again tomorrow. Then, she marked her fishing spot and turned to head home. As Jiangxi passed by the youth commune yard, she saw the young people busy working. The female youths were either cooking or sewing, chatting and laughing. The male youths were either fetching water, chopping firewood, or repairing broken things in the yard. A scene of peaceful, lively human life. Inside the Tan family house, Tan Hongming's angry shouts could be heard from time to time. Big brother has already been sent to reform school. Why does he still get so much money? I was just looking for a job. Why am I out of money? Grandpa, you're biased. You don't love me anymore. Old Grandpa Tan shouted loudly. You little brat, have I ever favored you from childhood to now? Just a small thing like this, and you're yelling at me. What kind of words are those? You're talking nonsense about favoritism. You gave so much money to Big Brother. I just want a job, and you won't even spend money on that. The grandfather and grandson argued loudly inside, while the young workers nearby listened in, curious. In the original story, Jiangxi was tricked into marrying Zhang Laozhen. Tan Hongming was not reassigned, and the Tan family received a large amount of the original owner's compensation. Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji happily got married. They thrived by feeding on the original owner's resources. But unfortunately, she was their punishment. Without her as a blood bag and with her special abilities, how would they survive this difficult time? Jiqing Jiang, what are you looking at? Jiangxi leaned against a big tree in the young worker's yard, listening intently. She was startled by the sound of a small stone. Nothing, I wasn't looking at anything. Jiangxi looked at him. Xiao Shitu, why haven't you gone home yet? Xiao Shitu secretly leaned close to her ear. Jiqing Jiang, I just saw Zhang Jiabao following Chen Wei and heading towards the small woods behind the mountain. Most of the men and women involved in the scandal at Taiyuan village were caught there. Even children knew about it very clearly. Maybe they didn't understand what the scandal was, but they knew it existed. I don't know about that. Jiangxi took a piece of milk candy from his pocket and handed it to him. Little Stone, you don't need to follow anymore. Go home and eat dinner. Little Stone happily took the candy. Okay, Jiang Jiqing. I'm going home now. Yes, go home quickly. Jiangxi patted his little head. By the way, you don't need to follow Zhang Jiabao anymore. It wouldn't be good if he finds out. Okay, I'm leaving. Little Stone put the candy in his pocket and ran off happily. In the youth camp, Tan Humming stormed out of old Tan's house and hurried into his room, slamming the door shut. Seeing there was no point staying, Jiangxi turned and left the youth camp. She thought for a moment and headed toward the woods behind the mountain. Chun Wei and Zhang Jiabao were key people in the Wei Hui case. Maybe she could find some clues from them. She didn't want to miss any chance to solve the case. After unexpectedly recovering Wei Hui's remains and knowing who killed her, she wanted to bring the murderer to justice. Last night, she used the Eagle Eye card and the Wind Listening card, and she knew the map of the woods behind the mountain very well. At this time, avoiding others to come here must mean there are secrets she can't reveal. First, she went to the place where Tan Hongjie and Zhao Manji had their scandal last time, hoping to see if Chun Wei was there. Unexpectedly, when she hid behind a big tree and looked toward the large rock, she saw Chun Wei and male youth Qian Yi standing face to face in front of the rock. Chun Wei looked at Qian Yi with a hint of doubt and hope in her eyes. Qian Jiqing, after we become a couple, can your family really let us go back to the city together? Qian Yi pushed his glasses on his nose, his fair face full of pride and superiority. Of course. My dad is the director of Hongxing Bakery and my mom works at the street office. They're already handling my transfer procedures. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't tell you all this. Chun Wei's face still showed some hesitation. But will they help me get back to the city? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I forgive you now. It's a bit late, so let's go back to the youth commune. Okay, let's go back first. Qianyi grabbed her hand and they turned to walk toward the youth commune. Both of them, with their own plans, gradually moved away. Jiangxi, however, hid behind a big tree and didn't move. After a while, footsteps crushing fallen leaves sounded from the other side of the woods. Shall we? You wanted to go back to the city so badly, you didn't even look at me. Why do all of you want to go back to the city? What's wrong with the countryside? Zhang Jiabao slowly approached a large stone, his emotions starting to get out of control. His face twisted and changed, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, looking like a fierce ghost. Jiangxi was a bit scared, tightly covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound that he might hear. At this moment, she started to regret it a little. Getting involved with such a crazy person, was that really a good idea? Shall we? Can I ask them to stay in the countryside to keep you company? Before, you played so well with them. If they stay, you won't feel lonely. Maybe, with someone around, you won't think about leaving me. Zhang Jiabao clenched his fists tightly, staring straight ahead with a fierce and crazy look in his eyes. Haha, I am so clever. I can think of such a plan. He smiled narcissistically for a moment, then slowly relaxed his hands and calmly walked out of the woods. Now, his gentle, refined appearance was completely different from his earlier madness. It was already dark, and his figure looked even more strange in the night. After he disappeared from sight, Jiangxi ran madly into the depths of the woods. Just as she found a hiding spot, she heard the sound of footsteps again, crunching through the leaves. Come out, I see you, Zhang Jiabao's voice sounded faintly. In the dark woods, his voice was especially clear and confident. Jiangxi curled up, hiding in a small stone cave, not daring to make a sound. Cluck, 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 the owl in the woods was startled and kept calling out. I'm going to catch you. Zhang Jiabao's mouth curled into a mean smile as he slowly moved behind a big tree, suddenly shining his flashlight. In the next moment, his smile froze and his face turned pale. There was nothing behind the tree. He looked up and scanned the woods around him, his eyes sharp and fierce behind his glasses. Then he slowly started walking in one direction. That way was an open space filled with thorny bushes and thick grass, perfect for hiding. Yeah. He reached the bushes, gripping his machete tightly, and swung it hard at the plants. Small animals hiding in the grass were startled and ran away in all directions. He chopped the bushes into a mess, even damaging the thorny thickets. After about 10 minutes, he was exhausted and stopped moving. Then, he carried his machete and wandered around the woods, searching for any hiding places. Jiangxi was hiding in a small cave deeper in the woods, just outside Zhang Jiapao's search area. If he kept looking, he would eventually find her hiding spot. After taking a strength pill, she felt stronger and could lift about 200 pounds with one hand. If she faced Zhang Jiapao, she might not lose. She was worried that if he found her, it would ruin her plan to expose his crimes. Such a villain was too dangerous. Staying in Taoyuan village would only put more people at risk. Woof, woof, woof. As Zhang Jiapao went deeper into the woods, just about to find Jiang Shi, two big yellow dogs ran into the forest. The dogs looked a bit dirty, but their fur was clean, clearly pets from someone's home. They chased each other, barking and playing, running into the woods. When they saw Zhang Jiapao, who was full of anger, they stopped nearby and looked at him cautiously. Zhang Jiapao stopped and impatiently waved his machete to chase them away. Stupid dogs, get lost. The two dogs backed up a few steps, baring their teeth and growling at him. Woof, 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 they stared at each other for a moment. Zhang Jiapao looked at his watch, then turned and headed out of the woods. You're lucky, or I would have cooked you someday. The dogs, frightened, let out a loud yelp and ran away into the forest. Zhang Jiabao's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, until the flashlight's glow was no longer visible. He was heading back toward Taoyuan village. Croak, croak. The woods returned to silence, with only the occasional call of an owl. Jiang Shi's stomach was a bit hungry, so she sat down in the small stone cave. She took out a meat bun bought from the state-run restaurant and ate it happily. With Zhang Jiabao's suspicious nature, he would definitely turn back to check. She decided to wait until he looked back more than once before leaving, to avoid running into him directly. Sure enough, after about 20 minutes, the flashlight's light appeared again in the forest. This time, he searched in a different direction but still found nothing. He looked around for nearly half an hour before turning to walk out of the woods. Because of his cautious personality, if she hadn't accidentally caught Wei Hui's remains, and if he hadn't seen where the things he caught came from, perhaps no one would know he had committed a crime. Jiang Shi sat in the small stone cave for over 20 minutes, but she didn't see Zhang Jiabao return. She took out her flashlight from her bag, then crawled out of the cave and slowly walked toward the woods. Outside the woods, she turned off her flashlight and, relying on the moonlight, headed back home. Once home, she boiled some hot water, washed up, and then went to bed. After 2 days of clever fighting with the bad guys, she was really a bit tired. In the following days, Jiang Shi secretly kept an eye on Chen Wei's movements. Qian Yi was very generous with her resources. In the morning, she cooked her egg noodles. At noon, she steamed some cured meat, and in the evening, she brewed malted milk powder for her, showing great care. Chen Wei was envied by the other young women, gradually losing herself in his gentle affection. They often went in and out together, wishing to stay glued to each other all the time. Jiang Shi didn't want to see their loving scenes, but she had to pay attention to her. Zhang Jiabao had been working in Taoyuan town these days and didn't act immediately. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for the best moment to strike. During these days, Jiang Shi's luck with her card draws improved, and she drew a space fragment card. Her space volume suddenly increased to 20 cubic meters. A larger space meant she could store more things. During this time, whenever she had free time, she exchanged money tickets with villagers for various dried goods and specialties. Dried chicken, dried rabbit, dried bamboo shoots, and dried vegetables have all been exchanged many times. Even the delicious pickles, sauerkraut, bean paste, and spicy sauces made by the village woman have been stockpiled quite a bit. When she traded with villagers, she specifically told them not to tell others. If others found out and brought things over, she would trade with them, but she wouldn't trade with the original villagers anymore. For their own benefit, the villagers kept their mouths shut. So even if Jiang Shi exchanged many things with the villagers, they didn't know about it and no one spread rumors about her. These items were prepared for her after she followed the army. Old Master Tan had many receipts, and after she took them all, they were all in her hands. She found the receipts that were about to expire and went to Taoyuan City to stock up on goods. After buying things, as she passed by the Taoyuan City Public Security Bureau, she saw a large truck parked outside. A group of police officers was gathered near the truck, watching a line of prisoners in handcuffs, queuing to get into the truck's cargo area. Jiangxi saw the figures of Tan Hongjie, Zhao Manji, Zhang Laozhen, and Tan Guiyue inside. Tan Hongjie had his hair cut short, looked exhausted, and his eyes seemed numb. He supported Zhao Manji, who was gradually showing her pregnancy, and struggled to climb into the truck. Zhao Manji was wearing patched clothes, her face pale and lacking energy. Earlier, at the youth cadre compound, she would tell Tan Hongjie what meat, vegetables, or pastries she wanted to eat. Tan Hongjie, often unintentionally reminding the original owner, would find ways to get them. All the things the original owner painstakingly found ended up in her stomach. Because of this, she kept her skin fair and delicate, often showing off in front of the original owner. Seeing their current state, it seemed they were not doing well. If they were not doing well, she felt at ease. Widow Feng and Zhang Laozhen, although holding marriage certificates, didn't get along well. Zhang Laozhen blamed her for holding him back, preventing him from marrying Zhao Manji, and they often argued over this. Jiangxi stood a short distance from the truck, smiling as she watched the scene. She was wearing a light blue long dress, basking in the warm winter sun, looking peaceful and beautiful. Tan Hongjie was ordered by the police to sit down inside the truck. He numbly looked up and saw Jiangxi's figure. He was stunned and froze in place. The beautiful and peaceful girl in front of him made Tan Hongjie recall a forgotten figure deep in his mind. At that time, Jiangxi had just lost her parents. Her eyes were full of fear and anxiety. When he appeared, she seemed to cling to him like a drowning person grabbing a floating log. No matter how unreasonable his later demands were, she would do her best to help him, her eyes and heart full of him. When did she start becoming sharp-tongued and unreasonable? His gaze flicked over Zhao Manji's pale face, and a sudden realization flashed in his eyes. Zhao's appearance, along with her occasional teasing, made her feel jealous and resentful. His look of resentment toward her grew impatient, but Zhao's gentle attitude made him fall in love with her again. For Zhao, he was willing to send her to Zhang Laogan's bed. But this led to her furious revenge. She must have been the one to send him to Widow Feng's bed. If she couldn't have him, was she trying to ruin him? Tan Hongjie's eyes were very complicated. His tone sounded both resentful and excited as he shouted loudly, "Jiangxi, are you here to bring me something?" After watching the scene, Jiangxi was about to turn and leave when she heard Tan Hongjie's voice. She looked back and saw the people on the truck and the police officers all looking at her. Tan Hongjie looked at her expectantly, his eyes shining again. Jiangxi gave him a cold glance and walked away directly. She thought he was just an unimportant person, not worth responding to. Jiangxi, why are you leaving?" Perhaps surprised that she was leaving, Tan Hongjie stood in shock and rushed toward the back of the truck. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Sit back down." The police officer guarding the back of the truck grabbed his arm and pushed him down onto the truck bed with force. The police officer was very strong, and he couldn't break free. As the truck door closed, Jiangxi's figure disappeared completely from sight. She also vanished from his life. He shouted in panic, "Jiangxi." The police officer sternly scolded, "Quiet. Be good." The truck started moving, carrying him further and further away from that calm figure. After leaving the police station, Jiangxi went to the post office to send some items. The local specialty products she bought were of good quality, and she sent some to Si Yanqing's parents. Along with the specialty products, she also sent letters to the elders. She married Si Yanqing and naturally needed to stay in touch with her elders so they wouldn't feel distant. She didn't know how well Si Yanqing had completed his task. Even if she wanted to write him a letter, he wouldn't receive it. After mailing the letter, she usually went to the state-run restaurant to eat, then packed some meat dishes and meat buns into her space. Meanwhile, in the male workers' dormitory in Taoyuan town, Chen Shunkai leaned against the wall of Zhang Jiabao's dorm. His lips moved slightly, producing sounds that sounded like a woman's embarrassed voice and confused questions. "Hey, old Bai, can we really get rich from that news?" "Of course. That day, I happened to be at the back door of the state-run restaurant and overheard a girl talking to someone. She said she knew who killed Wei Hui in Taiyuan village. 3 years ago, on a late evening after work, she saw Zhang Jiabao kill Wei Hui and push her into the water. Oh my. The staff member Zhang from your factory looks so gentle. I never thought he was a murderer. Who says he's not? I was so shocked when I heard. Then I realized someone was sending us money. Is that really money coming? We have evidence against Zhang Jiabao, so we're not worried he won't pay. Old bai, don't be soft-hearted. Ask for more. Of course. That Jiang Shi from Taiyuan village is really my lucky star. Thanks to her, we can make this money. Hey, old bai, wait. Jiang Shi saw the murder 3 years ago. Why didn't she report it to the police back then? She said she was too scared at the time and ran back to the youth education compound. She's Tan's daughter-in-law. She didn't want Tan's family to face revenge from Zhang's family, so she chose not to report it. But recently, she's been threatening to break off the engagement. Now that she has no worries, she deliberately went to retrieve Wei Hui's remains and reported it to the police. No wonder Wei Hui's remains weren't found until 3 years later. Hee, enough about them. Let's first enjoy a kiss, moi. Yeah, you ghost, you're still so impatient. Crack, crack. Chun Shunkai sat on his empty dorm bed, vigorously shaking the mattress. He alternated between making lewd sounds of men and women. One person, one mouth, performing a show. He even mastered the secret art of voice imitation passed down in the martial world. Zhang Jiabao approached his door, paused to listen for a while, then headed toward the factory area. About 10 minutes after he left, Chun Shunkai put on a low-brimmed hat, opened his door, and left. After stepping out of the factory gate, he took off his hat, strode confidently into the crowd on the street. Not long after he left, Zhang Jiabao, carrying a shoulder bag and looking grim, headed toward the ox cart in Taiyuan village. At this moment, Jiang Shi was sitting in a car returning to Taiyuan town. Having finished her tasks, she felt very relaxed. Back home, she immediately opened the card drawing system for a lottery. On the 9-grid card, there were rice cards, flower cards, kerosene lamp cards, keen hearing cards, treasure map cards, eagle eye cards, hairpin cards, strength pills, and slimming cards. Jiang Shi stared closely at the treasure map card, eager to grab it. Unfortunately, the system's golden cursor was on the kerosene lamp card. Just a normal kerosene lamp, she muttered. She opened the card, and suddenly a kerosene lamp with a glass chimney appeared on the table. Tongzi, no kerosene in the lamp, so it gets a bad review. She complained, and then closed the system. Next, she picked up her fishing rod and headed toward the river in the village. Everyone in Taiyuan village knew Jiang Shi loved fishing. Seeing her with the fishing rod, villagers greeted her kindly. Some asked about her injured arm from catching the human traffickers last time. She answered patiently until she left the village, and no one talked to her anymore. She finally relaxed. Being too popular can sometimes be a burden. This time, she didn't go to the ruins at Zhou Dajiao's house, but found a new spot with plenty of water plants. The treasure buried by young Master Zhou had already been taken by her. She collected a jade pendant, a jade ring, a string of 108 beads, a male-style jade hairpin engraved with coins, a jade talisman with tassels, and a whole bookroom paperweight. All these jade items were probably made from the same piece of jadeite. They were high quality and matched well, so their future value wouldn't be low. Jiang Shi took out the magical bait, skillfully opened the package, added a little water, and mixed it. Soon, she had a fish bait about the size of her thumb. The bait was colorful and looked very attractive. Jiang Shi hung the bait on the hook and cast it into the river. After a moment, the river suddenly boiled over. Several large fish, each weighing a few pounds, hurriedly swam toward the bait, fighting to grab it. Soon, the fattest black fish snatched the bait and swallowed it in one gulp. The numbers on the fishing rod just hit 0, and Jiang Shi smiled so broadly that you could see her teeth. She quickly pulled the rod onto the shore. A 10-pound black fish. After reaching the shore, the big black fish still struggled and tried to jump back into the river. Jiang Shi forcefully held it down. Just as she was about to put it into the magical fish basket, she heard Zhang Jiabao's voice nearby. Jiang Jiqing, you seem to be very good at fishing? Suddenly hearing Zhang Jiabao's voice, Jiang Shi was startled. She almost lost her grip on the big black fish, which nearly escaped back into the river. Zhang Jiabao looked at the black fish in her hand with a meaningful expression. Jiang Ziqing, your fishing skills are impressive. Even the old hunter's fish aren't this big. The black fish in Jiang Shi's hand was about 70 or 80 centimeters long, larger than 2 open palms. Such a big fish must have lived in the river for at least 7 or 8 years. The old hunter was skilled not only in hunting, but also in fishing. Even so, the biggest fish he caught was only about 7 or 8 pounds. Since he passed away, no one in the village has caught such a large fish again. Jiang Shi firmly held the fish and looked calmly at Zhang Jiabao. Comrade Zhang, I was able to catch such a big fish because I used a special bait. Special bait? Zhang Jiabao looked thoughtful. Can I see it? Jiang Shi looked at him as if he were a fool. They say it's special bait, so how could I show it to you? He pushed up his glasses, his expression gentle. Jiang Ziqing, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious. If you're not willing, that's fine. Then he threw his fishing rod into the river and started fishing properly. Jiang Ziqing, your special bait not only catches fish, but can also catch bones. That's really impressive, he spoke casually, as if chatting with a friend. However, Jiang Shi sensed something was wrong. She secretly wondered why he was testing her again after already doing so last time. Comrade Zhang, you're joking. Bait is just for fishing. It can't possibly catch bones, she said, threading the big black fish onto a grass stalk. The last time she managed to catch bones was purely accidental. It was probably because the fish hook just happened to catch around the eye socket, allowing her to pull it up. Zhang Jiabao looked at her curiously. You caught bones and you don't seem scared at all. Being scared doesn't help. I've already caught it, so I can't just throw it back into the water, right? Jiang Shi lifted her fish basket and fishing rod, ready to go home. Comrade Jiang, did you see something? She thought he was asking about what happened in the woods last night. She paused briefly, then asked casually. Comrade Jiang, your words are random. Which thing are you talking about? Of course, I mean Wei Hui. Do you know any secrets? Jiang Shi didn't expect him to ask directly. She was momentarily stunned, but she immediately became alert. Does Wei Hui have any secrets? Could it be that Comrade Zhang knows something? She threw the question back at him, making him frustrated. Zhang Jiabao stared closely at her expression. Her pause was caught in his gaze. His eyes darkened slightly, and he started to suspect her. Jiang Shi didn't want to talk more. She felt his mood was unstable, and she didn't want to stay longer. Comrade Zhang, I'm going home to pack up the fish. You can fish slowly. After saying that, she turned around, carrying her things, and headed toward the village. Zhang Jiabao kept watching her back, his expression complex and unreadable. He thought old Bai from next door was right. The woman who ran away 3 years ago must be Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi felt a sharp pain in her back, like a thorn. She wished she could fly away instantly. Finally, she got home and let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, she noticed her clothes on her back were soaked with cold sweat. Zhang Jiabao's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. She had to find a way to bring him to justice. Maybe she should take the initiative? Ding ding! But before she could act, she was awakened in the middle of the night by a noise in the yard. Since the kidnapping incident last time, she had hung a bell with sewing thread on the ground in front of her door, setting a clever warning system. The bell and thread were painted black. At night, if someone wasn't careful, they might trip over the thread and ring the bell. Jiang Shi was almost awake when she heard the bell ring.
Who was coming to harm her this time?
She pulled on her coat by the bed, fumbled to put on her shoes, and quietly moved to the door. Outside the door, the night was hazy. A dark figure stood there, holding something in their hand. It seemed he was also startled by the sound of the bell and stood still, listening carefully. Jiang Shi held her magical rolling pin, ready to surprise the intruder if he came inside. As soon as he dared to open the door, she would be ready to strike. But suddenly, the person outside turned and walked away into the yard. This can't be right. Since the person came to harm her, she believed he had bad intentions. She didn't want anyone constantly thinking about her safety. She quietly activated her eagle eye ability. A faint blue energy flowed around her eyes, making her see clearly, as if it were daytime. Then, she suddenly opened the door, raised her rolling pin high, and rushed toward the dark figure. The figure heard her and quickly turned to look. It was a person of medium height, with their face covered by a black cloth, leaving only 2 eyes visible. Jiang Shi quickly thought, trying to remember anyone in the village who might be involved. She ran up close and struck him hard. Even if she couldn't figure out who he was, knocking him down would reveal his identity. The figure hurriedly raised what he was holding to block her, making a clanging sound. When Jiang Shi saw the short-handled axe, her scalp tingled. It was the same kind of axe that Zhang Jiabao was holding. Zhang Jiabao. He actually delivered himself to her door? She was about to attack first, but he moved even faster. She pulled back her rolling pin and swung it at Zhang Jiabao again. This rolling pin was truly magical. Even when struck by a fierce axe, it didn't break, only leaving faint marks. She was very strong, swinging with force each time. After a few blocks, Zhang Jiabao's strength started to weaken. Out of breath, he turned and ran away. "Thief! Where do you think you're going?" Jiang Shi shouted loudly and chased after him. Zhang Jiabao ran very fast, showing strength that didn't match his usual weak appearance. Suddenly, a tiny dark shadow shot through the air toward Jiang Shi's face with a whooshing sound. Jiang Shi had to stop and quickly dodge a dark shadow. It was a small pebble about the size of a thumb, hidden by someone and thrown at her from the side of the road. Next moment, a sharp sound broke the air, and another stone was thrown toward her knees. She quickly jumped aside, avoiding the stone. The stone missed and hit the weeds by the roadside, making a loud, bang sound. If that had hit her knees, her leg would have been broken. Who could be so cruel, wanting to hurt her? Because of someone hiding in the dark blocking her way, Zhang Jiabao quickly escaped and disappeared. Jiang Shi didn't have time to chase Zhang Jiabao. She rushed toward the person hiding. If they dared to hurt her, she would fight back hard. She swung her stick forcefully into the bushes. Bang! A loud crash, and grass and leaves flew everywhere. But the person was gone, nowhere to be seen. He had escaped right in front of her eyes. Thanks to her eagle eye card, she didn't notice him slipping away.
Who was he?
Since when did such a person appear in Taoyuan village? Jiang Shi straightened up, holding her rolling pin, and looked around cautiously. She quietly activated her Wind Whisper card, setting it to scan within a 20-meter radius of her wooden house. In the dark night, Taoyuan village was very quiet, with only a few dog barks occasionally heard. Around her house, because it was early winter, there were no sounds of insects or even people. Suddenly, she heard the sound of objects being moved inside her house. Without the help of her Wind Whisper card, she probably wouldn't have heard such a tiny noise. The card amplified all small sounds, making her feel like she was right there. Someone was rummaging inside her house. A thief? Or the mysterious person from earlier? Jiang Shi quickly swept the nearby bushes with her stick. After confirming no one was there, she hurried back home with her stick. As she reached the gate, she saw a dark figure rush out from inside and quickly run toward the forest on the back mountain. Her house was at the village's end, with a small path leading into the woods. If that person escaped into the forest, she wouldn't be able to catch him anymore. Jiang Shi scolded loudly and grabbed a rolling pin, rushing after the dark figure. The person moved too quickly and wore a black cloth covering their head and face, so his appearance was unclear. But she was sure this person was definitely not Zhang Jiabao. He was taller and more muscular than Zhang Jiabao, moving swiftly and skillfully, clearly a trained fighter. The strength he used to throw the stone just now was beyond what an ordinary person could do. Why would such a person stop her from catching Zhang Jiabao? And why was he rummaging through her house? "Who are you?" Jiang Shi asked as she chased him. The man said nothing and kept running forward. Gradually, she sensed something was wrong. The shadow was clearly trying to lead her astray. When she ran fast, he matched her speed. When she slowed down, he jogged behind her, waiting for her to catch up. He seemed to want to lure her into the woods. He wanted to catch her. Her small frame was no match for him, except for a bit of strength. This kind of brute force was nothing in front of a trained fighter. Jiangxi immediately stopped, her skin crawling as she stared at the figure ahead. Then she turned around quickly and ran back. Her speed increased as if chased by a dog. The man running ahead, after covering some distance, sensed something was wrong and looked back. He saw her figure gradually getting farther away. He stopped, tore off his headscarf, revealing a dark, honest-looking face. His tone was heavy. Damn it, she got away again. This woman is slipperier than a mudfish. No wonder the Tan family had such a hard time with her. I'll catch her next time for sure. Then he wrapped his headscarf again and ran toward Taoyuan village, heading straight into a house. As the door closed behind him, his figure disappeared inside. Jiangxi ran back home, quickly closing the door. She first used an iron hook to secure the latch, preventing anyone from opening it with a key. Then she moved a table to block the door, making it harder to break open. After finishing these steps, she finally let out a breath. Next, she lit a kerosene lamp and carefully examined the items in her house that had been ransacked. The man seemed to be searching for something. All the furniture had been opened, boxes and lids were pulled off, and things had been moved around randomly. Even the old wooden bed she bought was moved aside. A few pairs of worn shoes were casually kicked to the side. The only old wardrobe had its doors and shelves taken apart, broken into several pieces. Is someone searching for hidden compartments inside the wardrobe? The wardrobe was already a bit broken. Now it's completely unusable. Jiangxi also noticed that where the furniture was moved, someone had used something to knock on the surface. It seems they were looking for a cellar or something hidden underground. Fortunately, she has space fragments, so she stored all the more important items inside her space. Even if he searches to the ends of the earth, he won't find anything. Old Master Tan lost his treasure not long ago, so the person coming to look for things is probably someone he sent. The Tan family actually has such skilled people around. Indeed, never underestimate anyone. In the past, the Tan family was a wealthy business family, so it's not surprising they could afford such talent. Her eyes darkened a little, and she didn't pack up her things. She even left the crooked wooden bed as it was. She just lay on it casually and slept in that position. The next morning, she got up early and went to village chief Zhang's house. She borrowed his bicycle to report to the police in town. Director Zhang wasn't at the police station and didn't know where he had gone. She was received by Officer Sun Wu. Jiangxi was well known at the police station. Not only had she found bones in the Taoyuan village river, but she also provided clues that helped catch a human trafficking gang. Officer Sun Wu greeted her warmly, made her a report, and then rode his bicycle with her to Taoyuan village. As soon as they reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, villagers started to notice. The police had been coming quite often lately, and whenever they arrived, it usually meant a big case. Villagers looked at the two of them, some bold enough to ask Jiangxi directly. Jiang Jiqing, are you reporting to the police again? Jiangxi was waiting for their questions, and immediately answered loudly. Yes, last night someone broke into my house. I asked the police to come and help me investigate. As soon as she finished speaking, the villagers started talking excitedly. Oh my, we have thieves in our village? Wow, I need to go home and check if anything valuable is missing from my house. Yeah, me too. I'll go check my place. Some villagers went to the house, while others, curious about the commotion, followed the two people to Jiang Xie's wooden house. After parking his bike, Jiang Xie opened the door and let Sun Wu inside to check. Sun Wu examined the scene, sketched and compared footprints and shoe marks on the ground. After more than an hour of work, he closed his notebook and spoke to Jiang Xie. Jiang Jiqing, based on the traces left at the scene, I believe the culprit is a man. He is about 1.75 meters tall, very strong, able to move furniture like beds and cabinets easily. This person might be a repeat offender or very cautious. His shoe soles are wrapped in cloth, so no patterns are left. He also wore gloves, so no fingerprints are on the furniture. He looked a bit hesitant. This person has strong anti-surveillance skills, so catching him will be difficult. Jiang Xia looked disappointed. Are we just going to let him get away? Sun Wu awkwardly scratched his neck. There's nothing we can do right now. With our current investigation skills, we can't identify or catch the suspect. By the way, did you lose any valuables? Make a list for me so I can record it. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered, and he looked very sad. I lost over 6,000 yuan in condolence money that Tan's family gave me. Police officer Sun, you must help me find that thief. Oh no, you lost so much money. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sun Wu's face became very serious. He happened to run to the house and quickly disappeared. I suspect this incident is related to him. Later, I couldn't find anyone, so I had to run back home. Unexpectedly, another thief broke into the house. Sun Wu closed his notebook and looked at Jiang Shi. Jiang Jiqing, please take me to the place where the thief disappeared. Sure, I'll take you there right now. Jiang Shi deliberately hinted that Zhang Jiabao was involved, hoping the police would investigate him. Although she wasn't hurt and nothing was stolen from her, the fact remained that someone came to harm her and broke her furniture. Could Zhang Jiabao be colluding with Old Man Tan to target her? Given Old Man Tan's personality, if his treasure was lost, he would definitely search nearby villages thoroughly. Homes that were searched for items wouldn't be just hers. By the way, Public Security Sun, when I broke off my engagement with Tan Hongjia, the Tan family refused to return the condolence money. Do you think they might be trying to steal that money? While walking, Jiang Shi subtly hinted at the Tan family. After losing the treasure, they might have also tried to secretly take back the over 6,000 yuan of condolence money. That's hard to say. It all depends on the evidence. Yes, but at least it's a lead. Multiple clues increase the chances of catching the thief. All right, I will investigate further. As they talked, they soon arrived at Zhang Jiabao's house. His home is at the east end of the village, a 2-story blue brick house, quite grand for Taoyuan village. Because of Secretary Zhang, the house is quite large. Besides the front yard, there's a small vegetable garden in the back. They stopped and looked around at the terrain. Jiang Jiqing, where exactly did you lose him last night? Jiang Shi's eyes flickered. She thought Zhang Jiabao was secretive about going out and probably didn't want his family to know his whereabouts. He might have entered or exited through the back door. Public Security Sun, I followed that person to the backyard of Zhang's house, and then I lost sight of him. She led Sun Wu to the back door of Zhang's house. Since it was a vegetable garden, the fence and door were made of bamboo. Jiang Shi stepped forward and opened the bamboo gate, making space. Sun Wu didn't rush inside, but looked down at his feet. There are footprints of a man, stretching from the gate of the fence into the vegetable garden. He squatted down and used a tape measure to check the footprints. The foot length is 26 centimeters and the height is about 1.75 meters. The shoe pattern is clear, so it should be a young man. Jiang Jiqing, this person's height matches your description. After recording the data, he carefully avoided the footprints and headed into the vegetable garden. Jiang Shiha felt a bit surprised. She had only guessed earlier, but she didn't expect to be right. The footprints disappeared near Zhang's back door. The two of them left the vegetable garden and headed toward the front door. Zhang's family's yard gate was closed, and they could hear the voices of his grandmother, Su Dajiang, and his mother talking inside. They seemed to be talking about something, and their tone was a bit excited, as if they were arguing. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Shiha stepped forward and knocked loudly. Secretary Zhang, are you home? Footsteps sounded inside, and Su Dajiang responded as she came to open the door. He's not here. Who are you looking for? When the door opened, Su Dajiang saw Jiang Shiha and the police outside and looked a bit surprised. Jiang Jiqing, what's going on? Grandma Su, last night someone broke into my house. The thief ran near your place and disappeared. The police are here to investigate. Su Dajiang's expression flickered with a moment of panic, then she calmed down. No way, your house was broken into? Did they catch the thief? No, that's why Officer Sun is here to investigate. Jiang Shiha moved aside to let Officer Sun talk with her.
Hello, Mom.
I am Sun Wu from Taoyuan Town Police Station. I'd like to ask you some questions. Su Dajiang forced a smile. Officer Sun, I'm just an old lady. I don't know much, so I might not be able to help. Maybe you can ask my husband. He's the village secretary and knows more. Officer Sun smiled to comfort her. It's okay, ma'am. I just have a few questions, it won't take long. You should go ask my husband. Hey, Aunt Wei, it's the same for you to tell us what you know. Zhang's mother, Aunt Wei, was about to sneak into the house but was stopped by Jiang Shiha's sharp eyes. She stiffened, stopped, and slowly turned around with an awkward smile. Hee, what can a woman like me understand? You should go talk to the old master. Her steps were stiff, and she seemed a little scared. Sun Wu was used to this. Most people feel nervous when they see police. He wasn't surprised. He opened his notebook and asked softly, Auntie, don't be afraid. This is just a routine check. What's your name? I'm Wei Chun and I. Aunt Wei, last night around 3 o'clock, did you hear any sounds? Aunt Wei looked a bit panicked. Mother Sue, standing behind her, subtly tugged at her back clothing. She quickly regained her composure and looked calm again. No, I was very sleepy then. I had already fallen asleep. I didn't hear anything. Mother Sue's small action was noticed by Jiang Shi. She pretended not to understand and asked, Mother Sue, why did you tug at Aunt Wei's clothes? Did you hear something last night? Mother Sue's movement was very discreet. She didn't think Jiang Shi would see it. She looked annoyed and said, Jiang Jiqing, you must have misunderstood. I didn't pull Aunt Wei's clothes. I was just helping her pick a leaf of vegetables. See. She raised the half leaf in her hand, as if she was just removing a vegetable leaf. Aunt Wei understood and quickly agreed. Yes, yes. My mother-in-law was just helping me pick a leaf. Jiang Jiqing, don't misunderstand. Sun Wu looked up from his notebook, his eyes serious as he looked at Mother Sue. Mother Sue, are you sure you heard something? Mother Sue, encouraged by Aunt Wei's voice, became a bit more firm. Officer Sun, my wife always sleeps deeply. She really didn't hear anything. Last night, who was at home? Our family has 7 people. My husband and I, the eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law, and 3 grandsons. The 2 younger grandsons were at home last night. The eldest grandson finished dinner last night and went back to the dorm at the town's food factory. Jiang Shi pretended to be confused. Mother Sue, what time do you usually have dinner? Of course, at 6:30. The Zhang family usually eats early because Mother Sue cooks the meals herself so they can eat right after work. No, that's not right. How could I see Zhang Jiabao in the village after 9 o'clock at night? Aunt Sue and Aunt Wei both looked shocked. Aunt Sue quickly regained her composure and answered naturally. He left home later. When you saw him, he was still helping chop firewood for the family. Yes, yes, Aunt Wei quickly agreed. Jiabao left later. Oh, it's all my fault for not explaining clearly. Jiang Shi pretended to be embarrassed. I meant after 8 in the morning. When I went to report the case at the town, I saw Comrade Zhang riding his bike to work. Aunt Wei got anxious and shouted loudly, Nonsense. Jiabao clearly is from the... Then she realized what she was saying, her face turned pale, and she hurried to correct herself. I mean he... Aunt Wei, Sun Wu interrupted her sternly. When did Zhang Jiabao leave home? The 2 women hesitated and contradicted themselves, which everyone could notice, especially the police officers investigating the case. Aunt Wei looked nervously at Aunt Sue, seeking help. Sun Wu frowned, his eyes unkind. Aunt Wei, why are you looking at Aunt Sue? Is this question really so hard to answer? Aunt Wei was frightened by his stare. No, it's not hard. He is. Aunt Sue closed her eyes briefly and tried to explain. Officer Sun, Jiabao went to work in the morning. His mother is confused. Jiang Shi suddenly clapped her hands. That makes sense. Last night, I saw Zhang Jiabao come to my yard, and I thought I was mistaken. Turns out it really was him. Aunt Wei was so anxious she shouted loudly. Jiang Jiqing, Jiabao isn't married yet. You can't ruin his reputation. Jiang Shi was married, and it was a military marriage. If it got out that Zhang Jiabao was involved with a military wife, he would definitely get into trouble. Aunt Wei, why are you so anxious? Jiang Shi said calmly. I didn't say he was spying. I said he and others broke into my house to steal. Aunt Sue looked at her with resentment. Jiang Jiqing, don't talk nonsense. Our Zhang family is one of the most respectable in the village. My husband is the village secretary and he gets a salary every month. Jia Bao also has his own salary. He doesn't need to steal from your family, Jiangxi said coldly, arms crossed. Madam Su, if he didn't steal money, does that mean he wanted to hurt me? As soon as she finished speaking, the others' faces changed. Stealing is a crime of theft. Killing is a criminal case. That could mean facing a gun. Madam Su's face turned pale with anger, wishing she could eat Jiangxi. Jiang Jiqing, did Jia Bao offend you? I apologize on his behalf. Please, be kind and forgive him. Yes, even if we have to pay some money or goods, we accept it. Just please don't attack him again. Aunt Wei spoke softly, but her eyes looked sharply at her. Madam Su, Aunt Wei, last night, nearly 6,000 yuan of condolence money was stolen from my family. It was taken by Zhang Jia Bao and others. Am I clear enough? Why do you say I'm attacking him? While they argued, many villagers gathered around to watch. They didn't speak out because of village secretary Zhang's reputation, just silently observing. But when Jiangxi spoke, everyone suddenly gasped. Oh my, 6,000 yuan. No wonder Zhang Jia Bao was tempted. If it were me, I'd be tempted too. Some people are tempted but wouldn't steal, while others seem innocent but actually steal. Exactly, I have a thief's heart but no courage. The villagers discussed loudly, not noticing the angry faces of Zhang's wife and daughter-in-law. Madam Su shouted sharply, Enough. Why are you all gossiping here instead of working? Jia Bao would never steal. Jiang Xian must have been mistaken in the dark. Madam Su, are you sure? Let us go inside and check, then we'll know. Sun Wu said impatiently, walking past the wife and daughter-in-law toward the house. Zhang's wife and daughter-in-law were shocked and hurried to follow him. After Madam Su's scolding, some villagers left, but others stayed at the gate to watch. With Officer Sun present, they didn't dare cause trouble, but they kept gossiping. Especially since Jiangxi's money was stolen, they couldn't help talking about it. Sun Wu checked each room in Zhang's house roughly. When he reached the back door of the Zhang family, he saw the same footprints as in the vegetable garden. The footprints extended all the way to Zhang Baobao's room. He deliberately entered the room and turned over his shoes to check the soles. Unfortunately, none of the shoes in the room had matching soles. It was likely that Zhang Baobao was wearing them. After inspecting, Sun Wu went to Jiang Xie's house to check the footprints. Seeing the same footprints in the yard, his expression grew serious. This made Zhang Baobao a strong suspect. Jiang Jiqing, I've taken footprints of both thieves. I'll go back to report to the station now. We will handle the questioning of Zhang Baobao ourselves. If you find any new clues, please contact me immediately. Jiang Xie nodded. Okay, thank you, Officer Sunday. No need to thank me. It's my duty. Sun Wu slung his large backpack over his back, stepped onto his bicycle, and prepared to leave. I'll go back first. If there's any news, I'll come personally to tell you. He waved to Jiang Xie, then pedaled hard, and the bicycle sped forward. Jiang Xie returned to the living room. She wasn't in a hurry to pack up. Instead, she sat on a chair, carefully planning her next steps. She needed to find a way to quickly locate the martial artist secretly supported by Old Man Tan. Only by finding this person could she deal with him like Zhang Dashan. Otherwise, with her being in the open and the other in the dark, she could easily fall into an ambush again tonight. She was puzzled. Last night, Zhang Baobao had already reached her door, so why did he turn around and leave? Could it be that he wanted to lure her away so someone else could sneak into her house and steal? Jiang Xie first returned the bicycle to village chief Zhang's house, where she was questioned. It wasn't until they confirmed her money was stolen that he looked furious. In the Taoyuan village under his management, there were always troublemakers or people colluding with human traffickers. Now, there was a theft case too. Recently, he had gone completely gray from worry. Seeing him so angry, Jiang Xie felt a bit guilty. She quickly handed him an egg cake. Village chief, don't be upset. Here, try this egg cake and enjoy a little. Village chief Zhang, with a dark face, pushed the cake back. This isn't my style. Take it back and eat it to boost your health. Jiang she did not accept and turned to run away. Village head uncle, just take it, or I won't dare to lend you my bike next time. Village head Jiang watched her walk away and chuckled softly. This child is always so polite. After leaving village head Jiang's house, she went to the place where the children were cutting pig grass and found Little Stone. She asked him to help keep an eye out for anyone visiting Old Tan at the Youth Academy recently. Little Stone was given a few pieces of egg cake and stuffed into his pocket. He happily patted his chest and promised to watch out for her carefully. The next day, those pieces of egg cake proved useful. She was working in the field when Little Stone came over, excitedly whispering beside her. Youth, old Chun from the west end of the village has gone into Tan's house. Xi's eyes sharpened. Then she smiled and patted Little Stone's head. Little Stone, do you know old Chen's full name? Old Chen's name is Chen Shunkai. He's Chen Xiaoman's second uncle. Why do you call him Old Chen? Because he's always so gloomy. He's very lazy, often skipping work and sleeping at home. Shi thought for a moment. Does he usually stay indoors? Little Stone nodded confidently. No, his parents couldn't stand him, so they kicked him out to get some sun. My mom says he's fatter than a woman. Shi was a bit curious. If he doesn't work, who takes care of him? His wife, I guess. My mom says he's a pretty boy who lives off others. She found it strange. Such a big oddity, and she hadn't heard about him before. Youth, do I still need to watch him? She took a handful of milk candies and 5-spice sunflower seeds from her pocket and stuffed them into his. You don't need to go anymore. I'll go myself later. Little Stone happily patted his pocket. Okay, thank you, Youth. Then, he eagerly left to play with his friends. After he left, Shi put away her hoe and hurried toward the Youth Academy. At the Youth Academy, Tan Guangda sat at Old Tan's door, smoking and not letting anyone get close. Inside, Old Tan sat at the table, tapping his fingers lightly and lost in thought. Chen Shunkai stood quietly in front of him, whispering questions. Sir, what do you think of this plan? This time, I guarantee it will be foolproof. Old Mr. Tan opened his eyes, looking pleased.
Good. Just follow your plan.
I trust you to handle things. He stood up and walked over to Chen Shunkai, gently patting his shoulder. Shunkai, thanks to your protection, we've managed to get through tough times many times. This kindness I've always remembered. Then he opened a drawer of his desk, took out several stacks of large bills, and handed them to Chen Shunkai. Here, this is 500 yuan. I hope it's enough. The Tan family is in trouble now, so we can't be as generous as before. But don't worry. If the Tan family makes a comeback, what I promised you will be fulfilled. Thank you, sir, Chen Shunkai said, accepting the money with both hands. His dark face was calm, showing no emotion. I believe in your good character, sir. I'll be going now. Old Mr. Tan nodded. Yes, go ahead and get busy. Chen Shunkai tucked the cash into his chest, hugged it tightly, bowed slightly to him, and then turned to leave. At the door, he nodded to Tan Guangda and walked straight out. Shi leaned against the back of the youth camp's house. When she heard Chen Xuancai's footsteps, she quickly took a shortcut, pretending to pass casually by him. She glanced at him casually. The man in front of her had a dark face, wearing a wide-brimmed brown leather hat, dressed in a stylish khaki coat, but his appearance seemed out of place in the countryside. Shi frowned slightly, looking at his clasped hands, which were also dark-skinned, matching his face. How come this person looks different from what Little Stone described? Little Stone said Chen Shunkai was a handsome, chubby man, supported by his wife because of his good looks. The man in front of her had a dark complexion and ordinary features, so plain that he could blend into a crowd. Could this person not be Chen Shunkai? But only he had come out of the youth camp. When they brushed past each other, he gave her a meaningful smile. She was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to look more closely, she saw him walk away, leaving only his back. She kept walking around the youth camp, but didn't see anyone else moving. It seemed that the man just now was indeed Chen Shunkai. With this doubt, Shi went to find Little Stone. Little Stone is now on winter vacation. After finishing his work, he usually plays with his friends at the village drying yard. He saw Jiang Shiqing coming over, immediately left his friends, and ran towards her. Jiang Shiqing, why are you here? Are you here for work again? No, Little Stone, I forgot to ask you earlier. What does Chen Shunkai look like? I can't recognize him. He hasn't been in the sun for a long time, so he's very pale. The whitest man you see is definitely him. Then, was the person you saw entering the Jiqing courtyard also pale? Not exactly. I only saw his back. Every time he goes out, he wears a big leather hat and a khaki coat. He's quite fashionable. Only he in the village dresses like that. Little Stone felt a bit envious. I heard that these clothes were bought by his wife from the city of Shanghai. They are very expensive. Is the man in that outfit him? Little Stone looked at her with some curiosity. Of course. Only he in the village has such clothes and a hat. Who else could it be? Jiang Shiqing smiled but didn't argue with him. Inside, she already had her answer. The Chen Shunkai she saw was not the real Chen Shunkai. He was someone from old Master Tan's people, probably given money and using his identity to stay in Taoyuan village. Finding the real person would be easy. What she was worried about was a lurking enemy, deadly, at any moment. Knowing who the opponent is allows her to counterattack or even fight back. After saying goodbye to Little Stone, Jiang Shiqing went back to work. For several days, she kept Little Stone watching his movements secretly. She hadn't forgotten the plan that Chen Shunkai mentioned. But unexpectedly, he stopped going out. Jiang Shiqing guessed that the fake Chen Shunkai might not live in Chen Shunkai's house but somewhere else. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiabao looked exhausted as he came out of the Taoyuan town police station. Zhang Party Secretary's face was full of wrinkles, showing fatigue and frustration. Jiabao, come home with me first. Zhang Jiabao lowered his head slightly, hiding the gloom in his eyes, and obediently responded. Okay, Grandpa, you're talking about. Zhang Party's secretary couldn't help but start scolding him. If you liked her back then, you should have told the family earlier. Jiang Jiqing is an orphan and a martyr's child. Marrying her would only bring benefits. Could the family disagree? Under Zhang Jiabao's lowered head, his face showed frustration, but he answered obediently.
I'm sorry, Grandpa.
It's all my fault for worrying too much, which is why she got married. Since she's married now, don't think about her anymore. After some time, when things settle down, I will ask an old friend to introduce you to a pretty girl. Okay, I will listen to Grandpa. Zhang Jiabao got on his bicycle and took his grandfather back to Taoyuan village. From a hidden angle, a dark cloud of anger was almost forming on his face. He was careless this time. He didn't expect that Jiang Shi, so small and weak, would dare to fight him with a rolling pin. The worst part was he couldn't win and almost got beaten badly. Her strength was surprising. He wondered what she had been eating to grow so strong. When he heard that a thief had taken advantage of his escape and entered Jiang Shi's house to steal, he was angrier than Jiang Shi. He realized someone was using him to deal with Jiang Shi. Then, he quickly made up an excuse that he liked Jiang Shi and wanted to confess to her at night, but she misunderstood him as a thief. The footprints that Sun Wu found only led to Jiang Shi's door and didn't go inside the house. There was no other evidence to prove he was the thief, and since he refused to admit it, the police had to let the old village secretary bail him out. Jiang Shi was working in the sweet potato field on the hillside when she ran into big trouble. She saw a huge wild boar charging at her, and her mind went blank. How could there be a wild boar? Jiang Jiqing, run away. The nearby villagers were terrified and shouted desperately. Then they ran for their lives, heading to a safe place. Jiang Shi was startled by their shouts, immediately gripping her hoe tightly and running to the side. This was a gentle slope of sandy land, suitable for planting sweet potatoes. Beyond the slope was a patch of dense woods filled with rocks, where crops couldn't grow, and it had been abandoned. Even mice that came here had starved to death. How could a wild boar have come out?
Run.
Hurry, come over here. Village Chief Zhang was standing on a big tree in the woods, shouting loudly with all his might. The villagers ran chaotically like headless flies, hearing Zhang's shouts and rushing toward him. Jiang Shi carried a hoe and followed behind them, trying to climb a tree to escape. Roar! The wild boar weighed about 300 or 400 pounds, with red eyes, snorting and growling as it chased her. If it hit her, she would be either seriously hurt or killed. Seeing it coming, Jiang Shi quickly moved to the side to dodge. However, no matter how she moved, the boar kept chasing her and didn't run elsewhere. Why was it chasing her? Could it be attracted to something on her? She quickly sniffed herself. A sweet nutty smell mixed with pine oil hit her nose. The scent came from the hem of her clothes, a small patch of dried, faint yellow dirt. This dirt was left on her clothes when a little girl from the village accidentally bumped into her while eating. The mark was about the size of a palm, dried, and not very dirty. She thought she would change clothes after finishing her work. But unexpectedly, she had already fallen into a trap. The boar loved the smell of nuts and pine oil. No wonder it was chasing her. She was careless. Jiangxi's eyes turned cold. She ran while looking around. Chun Shunkai was wearing a big cowhide hat and a khaki coat, standing behind a large tree in the mixed woods. When she looked over, he arrogantly made a gun gesture with his finger. Damn it, he's really a good dog of the Tan family. Jiangxi was so angry she almost broke her hoe. Fine, if that's how they want to play, then she would play along. She went crazy with rage, gritting her teeth and running wildly into the woods. She wanted everyone to join in the game. The villagers all ran into the woods, desperately climbing trees. They saw Jiangxi running with the boar, screaming in fear. Jiang Jiqing, don't come over. Oh my, that's so scary. When they saw Jiangxi change direction and not run toward them, they all sighed in relief. Huff! Jiangxi suddenly went berserk, running too fast. The boar saw her run away and stopped in anger, digging at the ground and snorting loudly. Jiangxi ignored everything and ran straight toward Chen Shunkai. Crazy woman! God damn it, this crazy woman! Chen Shunkai gritted his teeth in anger. He angrily slapped the big tree beside him, but his hand hurt so much it twitched. He shook his hand hard, then took out a white bone flute from his coat pocket. The flute was about the thickness of a thumb, with long fingers and several small holes. The surface was smooth and shiny, showing signs of frequent play. He brought the bone flute to his mouth and blew, producing a series of strange, short sounds. The sounds sounded like insect chirping, bird calls, or animal roars. Jiangxi couldn't describe the flute sound exactly, but she had a bad feeling. She clenched her teeth and kept running toward Chen Shunkai. Roar! A wild boar stopped digging and looked up at the sound of the flute, its eyes red. It seemed to lose its mind and charged straight at Jiangxi, ignoring everything else. Jiangxi was a little away from the boar, but was getting closer to Chen Shunkai. Just as she was about to reach him, Chen Shunkai looked fierce. He squatted down, picked up some small stones, and threw them at her. Jiangxi was caught between stones in front and the boar behind, stuck and unable to move forward or back. She had no choice but to try something different, a clever plan. She grabbed her hoe and hooked it onto a bent tree on her left, then pulled hard. Her body shot out like a speeding cannonball, flying to the side.
Bang!
A small stone brushed her shoulder and hit the boar's head behind her. The boar squealed loudly, making a sound like a wolf howling. It looked very hurt. Next to her, villagers who had climbed trees gasped in surprise. They started talking quietly. Was that the person throwing stones, Chen Shunkai? That outfit looks like his, but is he really that strong? The clothes are his, but the person doesn't seem to be the same. Yeah, the color is wrong. Chen Shunkai is very pale, but this person is as dark as coal. The villagers were a little far from where Chen Shunkai was controlling the beast. They couldn't see his face clearly, but some noticed something strange. Village Chief Zhang's eyes looked a bit tired, but he could still see clearly because he was a big man and saw the large boar and Jiangxi struggling. He was anxious and kept stomping his feet. Jiang Jiqing, climb up the tree quickly. Village Chief Uncle, I will climb again later. Jiangxi put away her lucky hoe and turned to run toward Chen Shunkai. The wild boar was hit by a stone and became truly angry. Ignoring Chen Shuansai's orders, it roared and charged at him. Chen Shunkai was suddenly attacked by both a person and the wild boar, looking very unhappy. He immediately changed the tone of his whistle, making it sharp and commanding, with a tone of authority from someone in charge. Roar! Under the pressure of the whistle, the big wild boar growled angrily, changed direction, and charged toward Jiangxi. Jiangxi stopped, picked up a few fist-sized stones and quickly threw them at the wild boar and Chinshunkai. She was very strong, but her aim was not good, and several stones missed their targets. Seeing the wild boar about to reach her, she gave up throwing stones and quickly climbed up a large tree nearby.
Bang!
When the wild boar reached the tree, the target had already climbed up, and it angrily rammed into the trunk. The tree shook violently, and the leaves, which were already falling, completely dropped, leaving only bare branches.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With each hit from the wild boar, the roots of the tree started to shake. If it hit a few more times, the tree might fall. At that point, she would either fall to her death or be crushed by the pig. She had to find a way to escape. Jiangshi looked at the proud Chinshunkai nearby, her eyes turning cold and fierce. "Activate Eagle Eye card," she silently whispered. The Eagle Eye card turned into a blue light, swirling around her eyes. With the help of the Eagle Eye card, the weaknesses of the wild boar and Chinshunkai became clearly visible. "Yeah." She clenched her hoe and, before the tree fell, jumped straight down at the wild boar. The villagers were stunned by her action. Jiang Jiqing has gone crazy. Oh my god, how dare she jump down? There are stones all over under the tree. She'll get hurt. Nonsense. Village Chief Zhang was already anxious, and now he was so worried he almost jumped down from the tree himself. Fortunately, Zhang Aimin was standing on a nearby log and pulled him back in time, or he would have fallen and been hurt. Chen Shunkai saw her move and showed a mocking expression in his eyes.
Fool!
He only used a small trick to make her fall into his trap. However, Jiang Shi's next move made him widen his eyes and almost forget to blow the bone flute. Jiang Shi's eyes were cold and fierce. She was upside down, holding a hoe high above her head, ready to strike. When she was above the wild pig, she brought the heavy hoe down sharply. The hoe accurately struck the pig's neck. The force of her jump and her strength caused the hoe to sink deep into the pig's neck. Blood gushed out wildly. Yowl. Startled and in pain, the pig ran wildly. When Jiang Shi's hoe hit the pig, she had less momentum, and after the pig ran away, she skillfully jumped into a pile of stones and rolled on the ground. Even so, her ankle was hurt from the shock. She also felt sharp pain from the stones on her body. She sat on the ground, clutching her ankle and gently massaging it. This scene was so shocking that it broke previous beliefs. Everyone present was stunned. Pig-killing heroine. Someone shouted loudly, waking everyone up. Jiang Jiqing is brave. No wonder she's the daughter of a martyr. Timing, strength, angle, all perfectly controlled. Amazing! This girl is risking her life to survive. Village Chief Zhang looked worried. Yowl, the wild pig, carrying a hoe on its back, charged wildly through the bushes. The wooden handle of the hoe was 1.5 meters long. When running, it kept hitting the surrounding trees. Each hit made the wound tear painfully. The pain made the pig run faster and the tearing worse, trapping it in a vicious cycle. Bright red blood soaked the ground of half the forest, shocking to see. Chun Xuansai's face was so dark it looked like ink was about to drip. His forehead veins bulged, cold sweat ran down, and he desperately blew the bone flute, trying to calm the pig. But it was barely effective. As the blood flowed, the pig's cries grew weaker, its steps staggered, and it became less agile. Jiang Shi regained her composure. She grabbed a stone in each hand, endured the pain, and quickly approached Chen Shunkai. Seeing that the pig's situation was hopeless, Chen Shunkai finally put down the bone flute. He clenched the flute tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Her gaze was sharp like a blade, directly staring at Jiang Shi, who was walking closer and closer. This woman is a bit tricky. Every time he tried to outsmart her, she always found a way to break his plans. It seems he has to take action himself. He took off his hat and casually tossed it aside. His plain, dark face showed a cold glint in his eyes. He tilted his head from side to side, cracking his knuckles with a click to loosen his muscles. Jiang Shi didn't care about all that. When she was a short distance from him, she forcefully threw a stone at him. A large stone, like a bull, sped through the air toward him. Thanks to the eagle-eye card, her aim was more than half accurate this time. Chun Xuanzai's eyes, which had a mocking look, immediately turned serious. He quickly took off his khaki windbreaker and used it to block the flying stone. The stone was caught in the windbreaker, and he swung it aside with force.
Bang!
The stone hit a nearby tree hard, breaking into several pieces and scattering around. Jiang Shi's eyes sharpened. She kept throwing stones at Qin Shunkai. He responded by grabbing a stone and tossing it away. Jiang Shi's expression was serious as she quickly thought of a plan. Hee, now it's my turn, he grinned fiercely, rolling his windbreaker into a makeshift club and swinging it at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi stayed alert. When the cloth club was thrown, she jumped back quickly to dodge. Then she swiftly ran into the dense grass nearby. Reaching the grass, she deliberately found a hidden corner outside the view, reached into the grass, and pulled out a rolling pin. The rolling pin was hidden, taken from her space. Prepare to die, Qin Shunkai caught up and swung his cloth club forcefully at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi raised her rolling pin and blocked his attack. Then she spun her rolling pin, wrapping her windbreaker around it, and pulled hard. The windbreaker almost tore off. Qin Xuanzai's face changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled the windbreaker back. But the windbreaker was stuck to the rolling pin, and no matter how he pulled, it wouldn't come loose. He shouted angrily.
Witch!
What evil magic did you use? Why can't I pull off my windbreaker? What witch? That was your lack of skill. Jiang Shi clenched her teeth, suddenly gathering strength, and pulled back forcefully. Qin Shunkai was caught off guard, losing his windbreaker. Due to inertia, he was pulled forward and fell.
His face changed dramatically.
He quickly spread his arms, lowered his waist, and stabilized his footing. Jiang Shi swiftly tore the windbreaker off the rolling pin and threw it far behind her. Then, taking advantage of Qin Xuanzai's surprise, she swung the rolling pin and struck his knees hard. Qin Xuanzai's eyes turned cold and fierce. He spread his hands and jumped back high to dodge the rolling pin. Jiang Shi ignored everything, gritting her teeth and swinging the rolling pin to chase after him. She wielded the rolling pin vigorously, showing a fierce fighting spirit. Qin Shunkai lost the initial advantage and had to retreat in frustration. Fighting recklessly, Jiang Shi's boldness made her unstoppable. Despite his martial skills, Qin Shunkai couldn't fully use his strength under her relentless attack. He looked around quickly, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He darted to the left and hid behind a small tree.
Bang!
The rolling pin smashed heavily into the tree trunk. Crack! The small tree, only as thick as a bowl, was broken in half. Jiang Shi's eyes flickered. Her strength seemed to have increased. Qin Xuanzai's face darkened. He didn't expect Jiang Shi to be so strong. He quickly reached out toward the broken tree trunk. But Jiang Shi was already prepared when the trunk broke and blocked his hand. She swiftly swung the rolling pin at his hand. Qin Shunkai had no choice but to withdraw his hand reluctantly. Unexpectedly, halfway through, the rolling pin changed direction and hit his right hand as he retracted it. Eagle-Eye card is really useful, predicting all his moves. Qin Shunkai screamed in pain. His right hand was struck and hung limply at his side. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He bent slightly, clutching his painful hand, with a fierce look in his eyes, as if he wanted to hurt her badly. Jiang Shi ignored him and pressed the attack, swinging the rolling pin at his knees. Qin Shunkai, confident in his skills, suddenly jumped up and kicked the rolling pin fiercely with his right foot. Crack! This time, what broke was Qin Xuanzai's lower leg. He let out a loud cry and fell heavily onto a pile of rocks. Jiang Jiqing, what is going on? Village Chief Zhang hurried over to her. Jiang Shi turned to look at him, speaking cheerfully. Uncle Village Chief, I caught a bad person hiding among the crowd. A bad person? Big brother, quick, help me walk faster. Hey, Dad, be careful. Village Chief Zhang was surprised. With the help of Aimin, he quickened his steps. Seeing Village Chief Zhang approaching, Qin Xuanzai's eyes sharpened. Despite the pain, he quickly got up and ran deeper into the woods. Jiangshi heard the noise, her expression darkening. She quickly caught up and struck heavily at his leg. Fearing Chen Shuansai's escape, Jiangshi struck hard. If she hit him properly, his legs would be completely disabled. Chen Shunkai suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce. He threw a stone at her with force. From just over a meter away, it was almost instant. Jiangshi quickly dodged. She wouldn't be foolish enough to die with the enemy. Chen Shunkai, injured, was not running very fast. She just needed to stop him from escaping. There was no need to fight him to the end. Jiang Jiqing, is he the bad person? Village Chief Zhang, panting, came a short distance away. He saw the injured Chen Shunkai and asked. Yes, Jiangshi nodded. Uncle Village Chief, don't you recognize him? That's Chen Shunkai. Jiang Jiqing, stop joking. This person is as dark as coal, and he doesn't look better than an old man. That kid Chen Shunkai, though lazy, is quite fair and handsome, much better looking than the old man. This person could never be Chen Shunkai. Uncle Village Chief, this person is wearing Chen Shuansai's hat and clothes, pretending to be him. He's going to so much trouble to pretend. I suspect he's a spy in disguise. Jiangshi spoke confidently, but Chen Shuansai's face changed. He turned around, dragging his painful leg, and quickly ran deeper into the woods. Village Chief Zhang fully agreed with Jiangshi's analysis. He knew more about spies than Jiangshi did. Seeing Chen Shunkai running faster and faster, he shouted loudly, Stop! Stop right there! Then he quickly caught up, moving much faster than a man in his 60s. Uncle Village Chief, stop right there. Jiangshi's face changed color as she hurriedly ran forward. Chen Shunkai was a skilled fighter. It was her underestimating him, plus the help of the Eagle Eye Talisman, that allowed her to surprise and kill the wild boar and also injure his arm. Otherwise, she would be the one badly hurt by the boar now. Go to hell. Chen Shunkai was filled with rage. He turned and heavily slapped Village Chief Zhang. Village Chief Zhang was very quick, and if hit fully, he could be seriously injured or worse. Dad, get out of the way. Zhang screamed in fear and ran forward quickly, but it was too late. Village Chief Zhang watched the approaching slap with a hint of regret in his eyes. Unfortunate, he couldn't catch the spy himself. Get out of the way. With a loud shout, someone pulled him aside. Chen Shunkai had used most of his energy on that slap to seriously hurt Village Chief Zhang. Now that his target was missed, the energy in his palm had nowhere to go and turned against him, causing a backlash. His chest felt tight, and bitter blood surged to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Then he turned and continued running deeper into the forest. His identity was exposed. Only by escaping into the woods could he hope for a chance at survival. Jiangshi pulled Village Chief Zhang aside, steadied him, then turned to run after Chen Shunkai. As she ran, she warned him, Uncle Village Chief, don't follow me. Report to the police. Village Chief Zhang knew he was slowing her down and quickly responded loudly, Okay, I'll report to the police right away. Be careful. Chen Shunkai heard about calling the police and ran even faster. But his lower leg was broken, and dragging it along made every step painfully feel like walking on knives. A strong murderous aura seeped from his clenched teeth. Jiangshi, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Their actions grew more intense. Jiangshi soon caught up behind Chen Shunkai, and with her rolling pin, she struck him hard again. He suddenly turned around and blocked her blow with his right arm. Ugh, he groaned in pain, instinctively clutching his right arm with his left hand. They were about a meter apart. Then he disregarded the distance and stepped forward. Using his healthy left hand, he struck Jiangshi forcefully. Jiangshi didn't expect him to suddenly attack. In her hurry, she instinctively turned her body and used her left hand to block his palm. A sharp cracking sound followed. This time, her arm was broken. It hurts so much. Her ankle injury hadn't healed, and now her arm was broken too. The pain made tears burst from her eyes instantly. Chen Shunkai successfully struck and then turned to run deeper into the woods. Through her blurry tears, Jiangshi saw him running away. She hurriedly wiped her tears with her right arm's clothing and then stood up to chase after him. Today, She must catch Chen Shunkai. Otherwise, she would live in constant fear. She was afraid he might suddenly appear and hurt her, or even worse. She quickly caught up and jumped to kick him hard in the back. Chen Shunkai, with one leg injured, was not very agile. He was kicked and fell face first onto a pile of rocks. He instinctively protected his face with his left hand, but his arm hit the rough ground hard. The fall was quite rough. He struggled for a long time but couldn't get up. Jiang Shi, with her broken hand, walked over with a very bad expression. She kicked him hard, flipping him over. She then struck his knee with a heavy rolling pin. His knee was broken by the blow. Even Chen Shunkai, who is usually strong, screamed in pain. He curled up, clutching his knee, trembling from the pain. With both his hand and leg broken, Chen Shunkai could no longer escape. Thinking about what would happen if he was caught, he lowered his head, hiding the despair and hatred in his eyes. It's all this woman's fault. She exposed his identity and was about to be arrested. Jiang Jiqing, do you need help? Zhang Aimin and several strong villagers from the village ran over. Yes, we brought ropes for tying pigs. We can tie him up first. Don't come any closer. Seeing the villagers about to bind Chen Shunkai, Jiang Shi quickly reached out to stop them. The villagers paused, confused. Jiang Jiqing, what's wrong? This bad guy can't move now. Why don't you want us to tie him up? He's very dangerous. Before he passes out, we need to be very careful. One villager dismissed her concern, saying, his hand and leg are broken. How can he resist? Jiang Jiqing, are you planning to take all the credit yourself? Hearing this, Jiang Shi's face darkened with anger. Damn it, when she fought the wild boar, they climbed up a tree to hide. When she fought Chen Shunkai, they couldn't help at all. And now they blame her for taking all the credit? Zhang Aimin's face turned pale with anger as he shouted loudly. Lu Jinshan, what are you babbling about? Jiang Jiqing bravely fought the enemy and kindly warned you, but you twisted it on purpose. You're shaming our Taoyuan village. Lu Jinshan felt unfair but didn't dare to argue because of Zhang Aimin's presence. Zhang Aimin looked a bit embarrassed and said, Jiang Jiqing, whatever you say goes. We all listened to your instructions. Jiang Shi's kind words were misunderstood as betrayal, and she felt hurt. She coldly replied, I wouldn't dare tell you what to do, or else you'd blame me for taking all the credit. After she spoke, the others looked awkward and didn't dare to say anything. Chen Shunkai, curled up on the ground, was still motionless, whether truly faint or pretending, no one knew. Jiang Shi picked up a stone and threw it at him. The stone hit Chen Shunkai, but he didn't move. Lu Jinshan looked proud. See? I told you this old guy couldn't move. Now, if we don't tie him up, do you think he'll wake up and do it himself? He grabbed some rope and eagerly stepped forward. His face showed excitement, perhaps thinking he'd earn credit for catching the enemy spy, maybe even get promoted to a squad leader. Jiang Shi saw Chen Shuan's eyes, finger twitched slightly, and noticed Lu Jinshan's happy expression, and a cold smile crossed her mind. Does he really think earning credit is that easy? Since he wants to make a contribution, let him have it. Seeing Lu Jinshan move closer, the other villagers also eagerly followed. Zhang Aimin hesitated. Jiang Jiqing, Jiang Shi thought of village chief Zhang's wrinkled face and sighed. Wait a little longer before you go. Village chief Zhang cared deeply for the people, and Zhang Aimin had helped her report to the town many times. For both public and private reasons, she couldn't bear to see him get into trouble. 1 grain of rice can feed 100 people. There are many good people in the world, but there are always some bad apples that spoil everything. Oh, my eyes. Damn it. What did he throw? My eyes hurt so much. I can't see. At this moment, Lu Jinshan and several villagers screamed, covering their eyes tightly with their hands. One villager even rolled on the ground in pain. Zhang Aimin was shocked and quickly ran over to check. What happened to you all? The unconscious Chen Shunkai on the ground had just sprinkled a handful of white powder on Lu Jinshan and others. He then quickly got up, dragging his broken leg, and ran slowly toward the deep woods. He's a tough guy. His knee was broken, and his lower leg was fractured, yet he still endured the pain and ran away. His endurance is extraordinary, likely due to special training. Jiangxi slung a rope over her shoulder and quickly chased after him with a rolling pin. Thinking he might be hiding unknown powder on him, she dared not get too close. Instead, she struck him down with the rolling pin. Chen Shunkai kept trying to run away and was repeatedly stopped by Jiangxi. He lay on the ground, angrily cursing. "Trash woman, I want you dead." Jiangxi stared at him in surprise and couldn't help but curse back. "You're really a spy." She had told village chief Zhang that he was a spy to catch the members of the Tan family. Unexpectedly, he really was a spy, and she had exposed herself. Seeing her surprised expression, Chen Shunkai's face froze with rage.
You.
Jiangxi looked proud. "Haha, you want to say I lied to you, right?" Then, while Chen Shunkai was still stunned, she raised her rolling pin and struck his healthy right hand hard. "Because I am clever and you're stupid." The intense pain made Chen Shunkai scream. His right arm was broken and limp on the ground. His fist loosened weakly, and a small handful of white powder in his palm spilled out, some falling to the ground. She didn't know what this powder was, but Jiangxi instinctively felt she shouldn't touch it. Thinking he might be a professional spy and could have a backup plan, she quickly grabbed some weeds nearby and stuffed them into his mouth. Chen Shunkai's eyes turned red with hatred, and he looked at her with murderous intent, wishing he could kill her. He desperately shook his head, trying to shake the weeds out of his mouth. "Dog spy, be honest." Jiangxi slapped him hard across the face. His head tilted to the side and he stopped struggling. Her left arm was broken, and every movement caused sharp pain, so she had no time to worry about his feelings. The rope on her shoulder was thick hemp rope, as wide as a finger. Her left hand was broken, so she could only use her foot to hold one end of the rope, while her right hand wrapped and tied Chen Shunkai over and over. Chen Shunkai had his mouth blocked, and his hands and feet were tied. At first, he tried to struggle, but after she used force to suppress him, he gave up and stopped fighting. He was tied up like a broken sack, truly feeling worse than death. After tying up Chen Shunkai, Jiangxi was exhausted and panting heavily. She casually wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, then looked around. Zhang was holding a water bottle, rinsing the powder from the villagers' eyes one by one. Their eyes were swollen and red, like 2 peaches. They were very regretful and kept loudly scolding Lu Jingshan, blaming him for acting on his own and causing them to get hurt. Lu Jingshan was not willing to show weakness. He sarcastically replied, mocking them for trying to take credit from him, but ending up injured himself. He was not lucky. While they argued loudly, Jiangxi saw village chief Zhang and director Jiang walking over from a distance. She looked down at Chen Shunkai, who could only move his eyes, and her eyes flickered. Chen Shunkai was a trusted assistant of Old Master Tan. Her original goal was to catch him. She wanted to pull out the troublemaker and also involve Old Master Tan. Unexpectedly, she gained an unexpected reward. "Jiang Jiqing, I brought the police." Village Chief Zhang waved to her from afar and shouted loudly. "Great. I'm here." Jiangxi waved back at Village Chief Zhang in response. Then, she suddenly remembered the card she drew a few days ago. She silently whispered, "Activate the truth card." In the next moment, a milky white pill appeared in her palm. She quickly pulled out the weeds from Chen Shunsai's mouth.
"Spit.
You wicked woman. Let me go, or my friends will make you regret it." Chen Shunkai spat out the mud in his mouth and cursed angrily. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. "Oh, you have friends? Spy friends should also be spies. Dog spy, where are your friends? Why don't you tell me so I can deliver it to your door?" Chen Shunkai stopped cursing and looked at her with a helpless expression. His threat had unexpectedly become a clue to her success. What could he say? She didn't care what he thought. Seeing he wasn't speaking, she forcibly opened his mouth and pushed the pill inside. Before he could curse again, she tightly held his mouth shut, preventing him from swallowing the pill. Chen Shunkai was panicked and shook his head desperately, trying to shake off her iron grip and swallow the pill. But after a moment, The pill dissolved into a liquid and was accidentally swallowed. He was so frightened he froze instantly. Oh my goodness, he had swallowed the poison. Jiangxi saw he was no longer struggling, so she forcibly opened his mouth again. When she saw the pill was swallowed, she finally relaxed. She was afraid he would spit out the pill, so she stuffed the same bunch of weeds into his mouth. Chen Shunkai had just tried to activate a mechanism in his mouth to spit her out. Unexpectedly, his mouth was blocked again. He glared fiercely at Jiangxi, but was helpless. Glaring at her didn't scare her. Threatening her, he even wanted to take her friend away. He couldn't escape, couldn't save himself, and couldn't hurt her. A deep sense of powerlessness made him lower his head and stay still. Big kid, what's wrong with these people? Village Chief Zhang, along with Director Jiang and some police officers, hurried past the villagers. Seeing their swollen, abnormal eyes, he asked in surprise. Village Chief, help me. Help me. I can't see anything. Before Zhang Imin could answer, Lu Jinshan heard the village chief's voice and immediately screamed sharply. Village Chief, and me too, I can't see anything either. A few other villagers also shouted loudly. Seeing their noisy behavior, Village Chief Zhang frowned and scolded. Shut up. What's the point of making noise? Big kid, you explain what happened. The villagers stopped shouting after his scolding. Zhang Imin pointed toward Jiangxi and said, Dad, just now they tried to tie up the spy, but unexpectedly, the spy threw a handful of white powder into their eyes, making them blind. I rinsed their eyes with water, but it didn't help. It looks like they need to go to the hospital immediately for a check. Director Jiang was eager to catch the spy and was getting impatient. When they mentioned the spy, he quickly spoke up. All of you, stay here and follow the car. We're going to the town hospital for a checkup. After saying that, he hurriedly walked toward Jiang Xiecheng. Jiang Jicheng, where's that spy? Chen Shunkai was lying on the ground, blocked by rocks and wild grass. Director Jiang couldn't see him clearly, so he asked her. Director Jiang, the enemy agent is here. I've tied him up. Director Jiang quickly ran to her side. When he saw the enemy agent, tied up awkwardly but looking very miserable, he was silent for a moment. His hand and leg were broken, and he was bound tightly with ropes, with grass stuffed in his mouth. How could he not feel sorry for him? Then, he noticed Jiang Xiecheng's left hand hanging at an odd angle. He hurriedly asked, Jiang Jicheng, what happened to your hand? Jiang Xiecheng, reminded by him, immediately felt a sharp pain where her hand was broken. It was broken by that scoundrel, Director Jiang. That traitor set a trap to harm the martyr's family. Jiang Xiecheng openly complained, pointing at the light yellow stain on her sleeve, looking very wronged. Look, that scoundrel made the village children pour this nut oil on me, then attracted wild boars to try to run me over. Director Jiang's eyes sharpened, and his expression became serious. Why would he want to hurt you? Could they have a secret plan? Jiang Xiecheng looked innocent. How should I know? Just ask him. She tore off the grass from Chen Shuansai's mouth and asked casually. Traitor, why did you set a trap to get rid of me? Chen Shunkai glared at her fiercely. You are. Of course, because Tan Xingchong paid me to do it, to find a way to get rid of you. After saying that, Chen Shunkai desperately kept his mouth shut, with a look of extreme fear in his eyes. He wanted to curse this dead woman, wondering why she was actually telling the truth. Jiang Xiecheng secretly felt happy. Why does he want to get rid of me? He used your influence from back then to change your rural status and even planned for you to become the fiancé of the young master. Didn't expect you to be disobedient and not follow his orders. So, he thought you were unnecessary. That time he set up the trap to throw venomous snakes into my house. Was that also his plan? Of course, that useless Zhang Dashan can't even bite a poisonous snake without getting bitten himself, and he bit the old man. He deserves to be caught by the police. So, the Tan family used a poisonous snake to try to kill me, and then wanted human traffickers to take me away and sell me somewhere else? Yes, Chen Shunkai strongly resisted Jiangxi's questions but couldn't help answering all of them. He felt controlled by this sinister woman and desperately kept his mouth shut, not wanting to speak. Jiangxi shouted sternly, Answer me. Director Jiang took notes with his pen, frowning and wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. Asking questions during an interrogation like this is not within Jiang Shi's authority. But she is the victim, an orphan of a hero, and also a hero who captures enemies. Asking some questions is not inappropriate. After the snake plan failed, he asked Zhang Dashan to find a trafficker, intending to sell you to an older man in Dashan to have children. Does the Tan family know about this? Everyone knows. Tan Xingchang, Zhang Jinmei, Tan Guangda, Dai Lihua, Tan Hongming. The names of the Tan family members were mentioned, which pleased Jiang Shi. But wait, there was one more. Does Tan Chunmei not know? That fool who only eats. She doesn't need to know. Jiang Shi felt a twinge of regret. Unfortunately, Tan Chunmei escaped unscathed from that foolish plan. Was the wild boar incident also a scheme by the Tan family to get rid of me? Yes, they wanted to run you over, to swallow your pension, and they were afraid you'd seek revenge later, so they planned to kill you in advance. Director Jiang was taking notes, anger flashing in his eyes. What kind of logic is this? If you're afraid of revenge, you just kill the other person first? Why do you always listen to Tan Xingchang? When I was undercover in Beijing, I was his bodyguard. Chen Shunkai's face twisted as he desperately tried to control his mouth but found his mouth and brain disconnected, completely disobedient. He shouted in fear and anger. What evil spell did you cast on me? You're really going crazy. I'm a witch. Do you think I could let you live? Stop changing the subject. Continue. What's your name? You're not allowed. My name is Yamada Jiro. Why did you impersonate Chen Shunkai? Chen Shunkai is too lazy, rarely goes out, and has a distinctive style of clothing, making him the perfect undercover identity. Did you kill him and pretend to be him? That lazy guy wouldn't even get out of bed to go to the bathroom, so there's no need to kill him. I spent 500 yuan to buy his identity and that set of clothes. After finishing her questions, Jiang Shi immediately spoke to Director Jiang. Director Jiang, now it's your police team's turn to question him. I've finished what I wanted to ask. Director Jiang nodded seriously. Good. Thank you, Jiang Jiqing, for helping to catch the enemy agent. Next, Taro Yamada will be handled by us. Then he ordered the police nearby. You guys carry him out. First, take him back to the station. Yes, Director. Several police officers quickly moved forward, helping to lift Yamada onto the village truck. Wait, hold on. Jiang Shi hurried forward and quickly stuffed the bunch of weeds back into his mouth. All right, you can take him away now. Then she turned to Director Jiang, speaking seriously. Director Jiang, this enemy agent is very cunning. He has a bone flute that can summon animals. He also has a lot of strange powder on him. You must search him carefully. Also, his mouth keeps moving, so I suspect there's something wrong with it. You must be careful not to fall into his trap. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Jiqing. We will be careful. Director Jiang was very grateful and saluted her. Then he strode down the hill. Let's go. Take the suspect back to the station. After a few steps, he turned back to remind Jiang Shi. Jiang Jiqing, later you can ride with us. We'll take you to the health clinic in town to treat your wounds. Okay, thank you, Director Jiang. Jiang Shi endured the pain, sweat pouring down her face, and slowly walked down the hill. Tan Hongming looked anxious, breathing quickly as he ran over. He stopped the villagers on the slope and kept asking. I heard they caught the enemy agent. Where is that enemy agent? Public security officers are handling the case. Unauthorized persons, please leave immediately. In the dense woods, Director Jiang led the way, walking quickly downhill. He held a police baton in his left hand and kept his right hand near his waist, alertly watching his surroundings. Sun Wu and several police officers carried a simple stretcher, running swiftly. Jiang Taro was fully tied up, with a bundle of grass stuffed in his mouth, lying stiffly on the stretcher, eyes rolling around. He tried to lift his head and look around. When he saw Tan Hongming down the hill, his eyes lit up instantly. He desperately tried to get Tan Hongming's attention, but they were far apart, and Director Jiang was leading the way, so villagers couldn't get close. Everyone, disperse immediately. Do not interfere with the police work. Those who do will lose 3 days of work points. Village Chief Zhang and a few strong villagers stood at the bottom of the hill, blocking villagers from approaching. Villagers stood behind the barrier, stretching their necks and looking up the hill. No one wanted to lose work points, so no one dared to rush up the hill. They only whispered among themselves. Tan Hongming looked anxious, trying several times to rush into the woods, but was stopped by villagers. Director Jiang and his team quickly reached the bottom of the hill with the stretcher, preparing to head back to the village. Jiangxi followed behind them, noticing Tan Hongming in the crowd, and immediately shouted loudly, "Director Jiang, Tan Hongming from the Tan family, is over there. You need to bring him back too." Hearing Jiangxi's warning, Director Jiang immediately looked sternly at the crowd. Tan Hongming saw the police coming and hurried to the front of the crowd, sticking his head out to look at the police. When he saw Taro Yamada on the stretcher, his face turned pale instantly. He shouted loudly, "Are you mistaken? That person used to be my grandfather's employee. How could he be a spy?" Director Jiang took a shiny pair of handcuffs from his waist and quickly ran toward him. Terrified, Tan Hongming turned around and ran swiftly back toward the village. "Stop. Resisting law enforcement will result in harsher punishment," Director Jiang shouted sternly and chased after him closely. Tan Hongming, who was not used to running, couldn't outrun Director Jiang and was soon kicked to the ground. He was pinned down by Jiang, with his hands cuffed behind his back. He shouted angrily, "I haven't broken the law. Why are you arresting me?" Director Jiang grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "You haven't broken the law, so why are you running? Be quiet." Director Jiang yanked his arm and quickly moved toward the police officers nearby. "You're enforcing the law recklessly. I will report you to the Taiyuan City Police Department." Tan Hongming was upset and shouted angrily. Director Jiang frowned and took a handkerchief from his pocket, stuffing it into Tan Hongming's mouth. He was so angry his eyes turned red, and he made muffled sounds. Director Jiang didn't look at him. He watched carefully around and listened closely, then ordered loudly, "All of you move faster." Seeing this, Sun Wu and the others clenched their teeth and quickened their steps. Jiro Yamada, on the stretcher, saw Tan Hongming, but in an instant, he was caught by the police. The bright light in his eyes went out again. Jiangxi carried her rolling pin and calmly followed behind the police officers, noticing his small movements. Her eyes sharpened, and her expression became alert. Yamada Jiro had mentioned having friends, which meant there could be spies hiding nearby. At this moment, they had to be extra careful to prevent him from being rescued. Fortunately, the police moved quickly. When they reached the big truck at the east end of the village, nothing unexpected happened. Sun Wu and the others carried Yamada Jiro into the truck and closed the door. Then, 2 police officers stayed to guard the prisoner, while Director Jiang and the others went into the village to arrest more people. About 20 minutes later, he returned, leading Tan's family and Chen Shunkai. All of Tan's family members, except Tan Chunling, had been caught. Old Ten looked pale and very disappointed. He had paid to hire Yamada Jiro as a bodyguard, but he was betrayed and turned into a spy working for others. Once involved in espionage, Tan's family was doomed, even without Jiangxi's revenge. Dai Lihua looked terrified and scolded loudly, "You're taking revenge for personal reasons. What did Jiangxi give you to make you arrest us?" Tan's wife also raised her head and agreed, "Yes, we refuse." Unless you also arrest Jiangxi. Even at this critical moment, they still didn't want to let Jiangxi go, and wanted to drag her down with them. "Shut up. Your Tan family is about to be finished, and you're still foolishly accusing others. You don't know when to stop." Director Jiang's face turned dark with anger as he shouted loudly. He had seen enough of the Tan family's stubbornness, and was very impatient. "Take them away. Not a single one must escape." The 2 police officers guarding the vehicle opened the door, and the officers helped load them onto the truck. The Tan family members and Chen Shunkai, under police escort, reluctantly entered the vehicle. Village Chief Zhang and the few villagers with injured eyes also got on the truck. Director Zhang's expression softened slightly as he turned to Jiang Xian and said, "Jiang Jiqing, you sit at the front of the vehicle. Hurry and get on." "Okay, I'll get on right away." As soon as Jiang Xian sat on the truck, it sped off quickly toward Taiyuan town. Within 10 minutes of driving fast, they arrived at the police station. Several police officers rushed out to help escort the prisoners inside. The subsequent interrogation work was handled by the police station. Because it involved spies, the military paid close attention and sent a team of soldiers to coordinate. Jiang Xian and the injured villager left the police station and went to the health clinic. Not long after, a jeep drove into the station. The man leading the vehicle was her new husband, Si Yanchen. They just missed each other by about 5 minutes. The town health clinic could only do simple bandaging and treatment. If the clinic couldn't treat the injuries, they would have to go to the hospital in Taiyuan City. Jiang Xian's arm was broken. The old doctor applied medicine, fixed a splint, and prescribed anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine. The doctor suggested she stay in the hospital for observation. After completing the admission procedures, a nurse took her to the ward. After arriving at the ward, the nurse couldn't help but remind her, "Miss, do you have any clothes? You should change out of this outfit." Jiang Xian had been fighting wild boars and spies all day, her hair messy, and her whole body dirty and smelly. She looked almost like a beggar. "I didn't bring any clothes. Should I go back and get some?" She was uncomfortable from the sweat and smell. "All right, I'll get you a hospital gown and some warm water. You can wash up briefly and change into the gown." The nurse finished speaking and immediately left. After changing into the hospital gown, Jiang Xian finally relaxed. She had been feeling terrible earlier. Now she was exhausted and hungry, her body very tired. She had just lying on the hospital bed when she fell asleep. When she woke up, the moment she opened her eyes, she heard a happy male voice. "Cici, you're finally awake." Jiang Shi looked carefully and saw a tall, handsome man standing by the bed. That man was her lover, Si Yanchen. Jiang Shi thought she was dreaming and whispered to herself, "No way, I actually dreamed of my pretend husband being here." Si Yanchen stepped forward and took her hand, smiling warmly. "Cici, is husband what you call me? I like that name. From now on, just call me that." The warm temperature from his hand made her quickly come back to herself. She looked at him in surprise. "Brother Chen, how do you know I'm here?" Si Yanchen couldn't help but ruffle her hair, looking at her with a mix of sadness and slight annoyance. "You little girl, still as fierce as when you were a kid. When you see a spy, you don't run away, but go straight to confront him." Jiang Shi looked upset and complained, showing no sign of the brave wild boar hunter she was supposed to be. "Brother Chen, you don't know how bad that spy was. He poured something that wild boars like to eat on me, trying to make the boars attack me. If I hadn't been quick, I would have been hit by a wild boar and hurt." Thinking of that scene, Si Yanchen's pupils shrank suddenly, and a feeling of guilt and fear rose in his heart. He hugged Jiang Shi tightly. "Sorry, I wasn't there to protect you when you were in danger." Jiang Shi was suddenly embraced, feeling his body trembling faintly. Was he? "Just thinking about you leaving me makes me so scared." His voice was choked with emotion and pain. Jiang Shi felt his strong feelings and couldn't help but reach out her right hand to hug him back. She softly comforted him. "Brother Chen, I'm fine now. Don't scare yourself." Si Yanchen held her tightly for a moment, then loosened his arms. "You little girl, you don't even know how to comfort someone properly. From now on, I'll make you call me husband." Hearing the word, husband, Jiang Shi's face turned red. She had only said it casually earlier, never expecting him to hear it. She had never been in love before and was forced into marriage. The word, husband, felt a little hard to say. Si Yanqing rarely saw her act so shy and gentle, which made him very happy. He interrupted her directly.
"It's settled then.
From now on, call me your husband." Jiang Shi quickly refused. "No, I can't say that in front of others. At most. Only when it's just the two of us."
Si Yanqing grinned playfully.
"Then say it now. Let me hear it." He really knew how to take advantage of the moment. Her face turned bright red. Under his gaze, she whispered softly, "Who? Husband. What's that? Say it properly." He was so demanding that Jiang Shi frowned slightly and called out loudly, "Husband." "Yes." As soon as she said it, Si Yanqing answered eagerly. Seeing his happy face, Jiang Shi's little bit of annoyance disappeared, and she smiled too. She had never been in love before, but she could tell that the man in front of her truly cared for her. Looking at his handsome smile, her eyes sparkled, and she felt a little dazed. He really was good-looking, just her type. Even the way he treated her made her heart warm. Si Yanqing looked at her blushing face, his eyes softening. He lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. When he finally touched the lips he had longed for, he sighed in relief and deepened the kiss slightly. She felt surrounded by his familiar scent, her mind going blank as she responded shyly. The two of them were lost in a moment of sweet affection.
Click.
The hospital room door opened, and Sun Woo walked in carrying a lunchbox.
Ah.
Sorry. I'll leave right away. He froze at the sight of them, then quickly backed out in a panic. The moment the door opened, Si Yanqing had already sensed it. He reluctantly pulled away from Jiangxi, taking a deep breath before letting go. Jiangxi's face was flushed, and she leaned weakly against his chest, breathing softly. Si Yanqing looked at her and wanted to kiss her again, but he forced himself to stop. It wasn't the right time. He gently fixed her messy hair and said, Sun Woo's here. Maybe he has something to tell us. I'll go ask him. You should rest for a while. Then he helped her sit up against the head of the bed, then opened the door and left the room. This feeling is really addictive. No wonder everyone likes falling in love. Jiangxi gently patted her face, took a few deep breaths, and slowly calmed down. After a moment, Si Yanqing came in carrying a lunchbox. Sun Woo brought you some food, and I also brought some. I wanted to see if there's anything you like to eat. He opened the tray on the hospital bed and placed the lunchbox on it. The lunchbox Si Yanqing brought contained steamed chicken pieces and a steamed egg, clearly prepared as special hospital food. The other lunchbox Sun Woo brought had potato slices and braised pork, which looked very tempting. Si Yanqing placed his lunch in front of her. Eat this one. Your wound doesn't suit dishes with heavy sauces. The chicken smelled rich and savory, and the steamed egg had a strong egg aroma. Jiangxi's stomach was already growling loudly, so she ate without hesitation. She finished all the food and let out a loud burp. Are you full? If not, I can get you some potato slices. Burp. No need, I'm full. You eat quickly. After they finished eating, Si Yanqing prepared to go back to work. Jiangxi remembered something important she hadn't told Director Jiang, so she hurriedly said to him, Yanqing, call me husband. Husband, can you help me pass a message to Director Jiang? Sure, I happen to be going to the police station. Tell him that the interrogation of Taro Yamada must be completed before 11 a.m. tomorrow. Si Yanqing's eyes flickered with doubt. Why does it have to be at that specific time? Oh, don't ask so many questions. Just tell Director Jiang. The truth serum only works for 24 hours, and she couldn't tell him the full story. And also, make sure to find out everything he knows about the spies hidden in our country. Then her eyes flashed with a cold, fierce look. Husband, ask Director Jiang to question the Tan family members as much as possible. I want to catch them all so they don't keep popping up. Cece, don't worry. I won't let them go. A hint of bloodthirsty anger flickered in Si Yanqing's eyes. Anyone who dares to harm the woman he loves will never be forgiven. Get some rest. I'll take care of everything else. Then he picked up the empty lunchbox and strode out of the hospital room, gently closing the door behind him. Taoyuan town was small. The clinic and the police station were just one street apart. Si Yanqing soon arrived at the police station. Captain Si. The officers greeted him as he passed. He nodded in response and asked, Where is Director Jiang? Director Jiang is in the interrogation room, preparing to question the spy we caught today. Si Yanqing casually set the lunchbox on a table and walked quickly toward the interrogation room. Director Jiang was standing at the door of the interrogation room, smoking. When he saw Si Yanqing, he quickly greeted him. Captain Si, you came at the right time. I was just waiting for you to start the questioning.
Si Yanqing nodded.
Good, let's go in. Director Jiang put out his cigarette and followed him inside. Yamada Jiro was sitting in the interrogation room, covered in bandages from multiple injuries. He had been treated briefly by a doctor and given clean clothes and shoes. His eyes were covered, and his hands and feet were cuffed to the chair. He leaned back slightly, his jaw tight, completely still. Si Yanqing walked over and pulled off the blindfold. Yamada Jiro flinched but quickly calmed down again. A bright light suddenly flashed on above him. Yamada Jiro's pupils shrank, and he squeezed his eyes shut, pretending not to care. Si Yanqing stood before him, expression cold, the black cloth still in his hand. Yamada Jiro, the illegitimate son of Yamada Ryohei, a commander of the Hidden Alliance. The words came out slowly and coldly. Yamada Jiro's eyes flew open in shock. That secret was known to almost no one, not even his fellow agents. How could this man know?
Who are you?
How do you know that? His speech was slurred. 2 of his front teeth had been forcibly removed along with a hidden device. Si Yanqing looked at him calmly. Who I am doesn't matter. Now tell me everything about the Hidden Alliance's mission, clearly and completely. Jiro Yamada looked proud and said, I won't. I secretly went into the capital of China with my father. Then he suddenly lost control and, with a look of fear, told the truth. He bit his lip hard, trying to hold back the words that wanted to come out. Damn it, what's really going on? That woman, Jiang Shi, is really strange. After she gave him a pill, he lost control. He felt a deep respect for China's ancient and mysterious culture. Speak, Si Yanchen shouted sternly. Under his command, Yamada Jiro couldn't hold back anymore and spoke again. My father ordered me to find an identity to hide in. Coincidentally, the businessman Tan Hongchong was hiring private bodyguards. I used the name Tian Dio and went to apply. I didn't expect I actually got the job. He tried to control himself again, but Si Yanchen ordered him once more. Keep going. I helped him deal with anyone who opposed him or challenged him, clearing obstacles in his career, which helped him become a big businessman in the capital. He was very satisfied and trusted me a lot. I used his identity to gather a lot of information about China. He was very reluctant to continue, and his face twisted in discomfort. Get to the point. What specific information did you find? Si Yanchen had already noticed his strange behavior and, combined with Jiang Shi's information, he started to suspect something. He boldly asked questions and kept giving Yamada Jiro commands. Sure enough, even though his face twisted with resistance, he had to reveal the truth. I used Tan Hongchong's cooperation with the Beijing Machinery Factory to get the latest research on the Shifeng No. 4 internal combustion engine. I handed the information over to my father, who sent it back to the Empire, earning credit for establishing a foothold. Besides the machinery factory, I also obtained the layout of the chemical plant in the suburbs. After receiving the plans, my father planned the famous August 13th chemical plant explosion, which caused over 100 workers to be injured or killed and polluted the nearby air. Because of this, my father was promoted, and I was treated better. I really like this feeling. Si Yanchen's face darkened. So, you are the mastermind behind that incident. Now, keep going and tell me everything related. Tan's business involves transportation, steel, jewelry, and cosmetics industries. Using Tan Xingchang's identity, I infiltrated all the companies that had dealings with the Tan family to gather relevant information. The incident that caused a sensation across China, the East Sea cargo ship catching fire, was based on the intelligence I provided. My father ordered the arson, leading to a major financial loss. Because of the fire, many important electronic components were destroyed, forcing China to import from Japan. Japan gained control of the electronic component market, gaining both reputation and significant profits. My father was promoted again, and my own position was also improved. The explosion at Hongqing Steel Plant's molten iron furnace was another case where I obtained the relevant intelligence. My father personally intervened. After the furnace exploded, the molten iron flowed out, and a fire burned for nearly 12 hours, destroying most of the factory. The steel factory couldn't fulfill its steel orders and had to pay a large compensation to Japan. Both my father and I received awards and a bonus enough to last half a lifetime. The theft of the huge vault at Hongqing Jewelry was also based on my intelligence. My father sent people to carry out the security heist. Until now, the police in Beijing haven't caught the thief who stole the vault. Japan used the stolen gold to buy a large amount of advanced weapons from the US. Regarding these achievements, Taro Yamada, while recounting, seemed to show a proud and boastful attitude. Sir Yan Chen's face turned pale. He clenched his fist several times, wanting to punch him, but he held back. At this moment, he knew he couldn't act impulsively. The key was to expose his secrets completely. Did you use Tan Xingchang's identity to do your work? Did he suspect your true identity? he initially suspected, but I helped him eliminate 2 rivals and created considerable benefits for him afterward. This man values profit most. He pretended not to know my identity and allowed me to use his identity. Do the other members of the Tan family know your identity? Except Tan Chunling, everyone else knows. Did they report you? Haha, the whole family is made up of profit-driven merchants. As long as I keep helping them clear obstacles, they don't care what my true identity is. Besides your father, who else is your partner in the secret mission? Tell me all the fake names of your father and your companions, as well as your current undercover identities and statuses. Yamada Jiro's eyes were fierce and cruel. He clenched his teeth tightly, even trying to bite his tongue to end his life. Si Yanchen kept a close watch on him. Quickly, he rolled up the black cloth in his hand and stuffed it into Yamada Jiro's mouth to stop him from harming himself. His eyes were sharp like knives. He moved his hand swiftly to his chin and dislocated it. Then, he tore off the cloth and casually threw it aside, showing disgust. He sternly ordered, "Don't think about hurting yourself. I won't allow that to happen. Immediately tell me all the fake names of your father and your companions, as well as your current undercover identities and statuses." After his jaw was dislocated, Yamada Jiro couldn't bite properly and was unable to harm himself. He glared fiercely at Si Yanchen. Saliva dripped from his mouth. Under Si Yanchen's command, he was forced to speak.